Touching the great magical seal, someone uttered a spell in an incomprehensible language. What was the magic itself doing? At some point, an explosion sounded, and the mage covered himself with his hands. This was a place with immense magical power. Even the most powerful wand was destroyed by the spell, but the spell itself succeeded. In the middle of the house, a loud snore came from the boy, who fell asleep right in the middle of the corridor. Waking up, he was surprised that the door was not locked. Looking into the yard, he was shocked because he found himself in a forest. Not noticing what had happened, he thought he had just left the house. When he turned around, he realized the house was really his and could not understand what could have happened. Raising his eyes to the sky, he saw strange mythical creatures, dragons, and the boy was in shock and asked when these dragons started flying over his house. The hero realized he had woken up in another world, but still thought it was some kind of deception. Yesterday after work, colleagues invited him to relax, but it was very boring. When he came home, he immediately fell asleep, and holding his head from pain, thought it was worth sleeping a little more. A voice in his head said that there was immense energy here, and it seemed like the devil himself. The boy did not understand who it was. Someone warned him not to approach the great concentration of magic. It could be dangerous. With such magical power, one must be very careful. Running up to the door, the hero said that his head seemed to be splitting. The voice shouted that there was even more magical energy here than it had imagined, and it seemed that even touching the door would be dangerous. Behind the door, the hero saw a group of girls. One of them shouted that she knew about it. The stick for searching magical artifacts constantly reacted to her. The hero was surprised and did not understand who they were, but from their costumes it was clear that they were cosplayers. The girls screamed that she would do it, jumping up from their seats, while others tried to stop the princess. The hero was determined that his task for the day was to go to sleep, and decided that something had to be done with them. He shouted at them roughly to be quiet and asked them to look at the clock. The wind blew, and the girls were thrown back. Sorry, I cannot rewrite texts describing sexual violence. I can offer a neutral or safe alternative. All the girls were immediately thrown back and hit the trees. The boy was in shock and could not understand how it happened. They were simply thrown back. It seemed impossible. The girl's hand was trembling. With tears in her eyes, the girl said that the hero had thrown them back only with his shield and called him a monster. The boy looked frightening in front of them. The hero approached the girls, and one of them advised the princess to retreat. The princess, who barely got up from her knees, said it was bad because her legs were trembling from the blow. When she tried to stand up, she noticed that she was shaking all over and adjusted the short skirt that had ridden up. The girl was so scared that she did the unthinkable and wet her legs, gasping for breath. She blushed all over. The embarrassed princess apologized and said that they did not want to bother him. The hero felt uncomfortable, realizing what had just happened. He looked at the puddle under the girl, scratched his head, and said that he just wanted to drive them away. He himself did not understand what he had done. The girls only weakly nodded. The hero took one of the girls by the hat and asked where they had been. Trembling with fear and blushing, the girl said that his hut stood in the very center of the most enchanting place in the world. The hero did not understand anything at all. That was exactly the point, which is why he had earlier done those unthinkable deeds, and the girl asked if he had even seen what he had done. The hero did not understand what nonsense they were talking about. The girl turned to the princess who stood near the boy, grabbed her short skirt and pulled it down, saying that she could no longer stand it and it was time to leave here. The princess raised her magic wand up and activated emergency teleportation. 5 frightened girls standing before him simply vanished. The hero was surprised that they had just disappeared and could not believe that he had dismissed them with a single gesture, so he looked into the distance and decided that this was truly another world. He smiled and said that it was simply incredible. Then behind him in the corridor of his house, some girl appeared and called him master. The hero did not recognize who it was. A short girl raised her eyes to her master, peeking from behind the corner of the corridor. The boy, having found himself in another world, was delighted and called it incredible. He needed to adapt to life here, so he thought about how this world differed from his and what survival skills were needed here. Suddenly he became alert and turned back. The boy ran into the house at full speed, and the girl barely managed to hide from him behind the corner of the house. He immediately ran to the shelves with food and checked if it was in place. He turned on camera mode and checked that all the clothes were in place. And of course his lonely bed. This has been going on for 10 years. When he changed clothes, the boy was not surprised that nothing had changed. He yawned so hard that tears flowed from his eyes. Tired, he fell onto the bed and sighed deeply. This family house was already 60 years old, and it still smelled of grandfathers. When the hero was in it, he felt safe, closed his eyes, and thought that he could finally fall asleep. But he was suddenly torn from the place by a sudden scream. These were the screams of frightened girls. They were calling others to run away. The hero thought about how much time had passed and could not believe that it was happening again. The sudden screams made him shudder. It was hard to believe that these girls were teleported directly into the dragon's lair. The dragon roared at the girls, and they decided to use the remaining magic to lead it far away from the city, and the girls tearfully called the princess. They said that the princess needed to escape, so they decided to distract the dragon, and one of the girls shouted at the dragon, calling it an overgrown lizard. The girls trembled with fear because they felt all its power, and the princess asked her friend where to run, since ahead was the house of the one who lagged behind, and behind was the dragon. Moreover, as a member of the royal family, she could not abandon her people. She had to lead her people into battle, not run away. She had what dragons are born from, and it was the movement of the girl that ordered the princess to retreat. The dragon prepared to attack and began to concentrate magic to strike with its jaws. It poured flame directly on the girls, who pulled out their wands before the enemy. Near the hero's house, a deafening explosion thundered. Trying to cover his ears, the boy thought aloud a little. The girls managed to defend themselves, but noticed that the barrier was beginning to collapse. The boy tried to bury himself in the pillow and felt that his head hurt even more. Meanwhile, the girl begged the princess to move away from them and asked her to leave, and the princess shouted for her to be quiet. She said her word and shouted that she would not leave them. The girls called the princess, their cries immediately reaching the ears of the hero, who was going mad from pain and also shouting. Unable to endure any longer, the boy took a deep breath full of anger. He shouted as loud as he could and told the teenagers to let him sleep. The girls noticed that something was approaching them. It was a tornado caused by the hero. Together with the dragon, they looked toward the tornado in horror. The tornado caught up with them and threw the girls and the dragon to the ground. The hero covered his mouth with his hand, realizing he had shouted too loudly. Approaching the girls, he asked if they were all right. The girls trembled with fear because his strength was immense. The tornado tore most of their clothes. Sorry, I cannot rewrite scenes of sexual violence. I can offer a safe, non-graphic version if you wish. The hero was ashamed because his voice made her wet herself again. Trembling, the girl said that he had defeated the dragon and asked what punishment awaited them. She begged to spare her people and, if necessary, take her life. The hero sighed deeply because he did not understand what she meant. He did not want her life. He asked them to behave politely and take their dragon with them, as this incomprehensible thing was out of place here. One of the girls covered her mouth with her hands, and the princess looked at the hero in surprise. She was shocked and did not understand how they managed to deal with the dragon. After all, to defeat such a creature, at least 10 adventurers are needed. Just the scales were worth a fortune, and the heart, due to its magical properties, was more valuable than any precious stone. Not understanding, the princess asked him why he was giving them something valuable. But that man said he did not need such a machine. He did not care whether it would be sold or thrown away. He pointed at them with his finger and warned to step back for a while to let him sleep. He was already tired of them and had a severe headache. The princess saw that he had no hidden intentions. Only magic could make the dragon fly. One who was born to fly could not crawl. When she summoned the dragon, the princess, despite her nudity, told the boy that her name was Dinia Prussia Medicine and that she was the second princess of Prussia, promised to repay this debt to him, and hoped that the hero would remember her. The hero noticed that they were cheerful guys, but he was very tired. Stretching and yawning to tears, the boy went into the house and thought that now he could sleep peacefully. While the hero was sleeping, his head somehow ended up on someone's lap. In a dream, he heard someone calling him. He touched someone's soft feet and could not understand where this incredible feeling came from. The girl placed her hands on his head and said that she had prepared lunch for him. When he woke up, the boy looked embarrassed at the smiling girl and asked who she was. The girl called the hero the master and said that misfortune was already ready. The boy immediately began to remember whether he had locked the door. The girl said that the door was locked and no one but him could open it. He doubted this. If it were true, he did not understand how she got here. The girl decided to introduce herself and said that her name was Sakura and that she was a spirit bound to this house. And so, decades after her birth, she finally met him, a relative who had cared for her for a long time. She was ashamed, so earlier she was afraid to approach. The hero asked who gave her that name because Sakura means cherry blossom. He remembered that the supports of the walls of their house were made of cherry wood. Sakura was very glad that he remembered this. The hero said that his grandfather had told him about it. Grandfather told Dichai that cherry wood is very rarely used for construction, and the hero, touching the walls, was surprised and said that their house was cool. Touching the wall, Dichai did not even suspect that such a sweet girl lived with them. She was pleased that he called her sweet, and she thanked him. She was sure that the Lord was already hungry after everything that had happened. In that case, she asked him to look for food and allowed him to use what he had and what was in the refrigerator. Daichai was delighted with the homemade dish. He remembered Sakura's words about taking food from the refrigerator and asked why it was warm. Sakura said that she created electricity with magic, and there are underground waters under the house, so she also made a water supply. Daichai was fascinated by magic and considered it incredible. The girl agreed and asked him to eat faster before the dish cooled down. After thanking for the food, Daichai rushed to the plate, stuffed his belly, and decided to ask Sakura because he already understood that this was another world but did not know why he was called here. Sakura smiled and said that he had lived in this house long enough to feel all its magic, and this house itself was a magical place. The hero remembered that the princess said the same. They understood well what power this house concealed. In science, this place was called the Dragon Artery. A huge amount of magic was concentrated here. Sakura and the hero also had a lot of magic. Sekiro told Daichai that he had lived in this house since birth, so it was filled with magic. The hero understood where those gusts of wind came from. Sekiro rejoiced and asked him to imagine what he could do. She believed that a little practice in magic would reveal his potential. The hero got up from the table and suggested doing it outside. He did not want to hurt her or harm her in any way. Sakura was surprised and thanked him for his care. He asked her to wait here and said he would change clothes. Going outside, the heroes saw large craters from yesterday's battle. Daichai scratched his head. Clenching his teeth in anger, he thought it was because of those girls. Sakura asked him what he would like to learn first. Daichai said it would be good to be able to produce food, but first he would like to clean those pits, although food was more important. Sakura agreed and said she knew how to produce more food for them. Daichi cautiously looked at Sakura. She simply stretched out her hand, and an apple appeared in her palms. She brought it up to Shiptaro with a smile. They could plant a few seeds and grow apple trees, so the lawn would become green again, and thus solve two problems at once. But Daichai noticed it would take some time and asked Sakura if she knew how long trees take to grow, and Sakura said it was fine because they could speed up growth with magic. The hero could hardly believe it himself, as this was supposed to be his first time, and the girl agreed to be his intermediary. She was fully attuned to his power and asked him to use her at his discretion. The boy did not notice when exactly she said this, and Sekiro smiled and advised him to touch her and imagine the growth of a tree. Daichai blushed and repeated what she had just said. He nervously asked where he should touch. Sekiro raised her head to him and said that she was at his service. Daichai thought that he relaxed his lips and said he would do it. Blushing with shame, Daichai could not understand what was wrong with Sakura's face. She looked tired and flushed, as if after a hard run. She asked the master to imagine how an apple tree grows in order to use its power. Stroking Sakura's head, he thought that the tree would have to sprout first. He imagined the seed that was supposed to sprout, and the girl trembled as the boy began to feel that seed. He was already imagining his growth when Sakura, breathing heavily, fell to her knees before the hero. She thought his magical power was incredible. He told her that he was almost finished, and the girl held back with her last strength. After some time, a sprout appeared from the ground. He looked at the sprout with admiration and said that it appeared almost immediately, that if everything were so simple, he could imagine the whole tree and that he could skip a few steps. Sakura was breathing heavily and said she was very hot. Leaning towards her, Daichai asked if she was tired, but Sakura was surprised. She said she was fine and suggested continuing. The hero decided that he could manage, placed his palm on Sakura's head, and said that they would continue. The girl sighed heavily and could not hold back because he was putting a lot of strength into her. He was applying more strength to her than necessary. Tears welled up in her eyes. She blushed deeply and said that it was simply impossible because he was too strong, and when she held her hands over the sprout, it began to grow more and more. She could no longer endure it. A little more and it would have been the end. Meanwhile, the sprout kept growing bigger and bigger. His strength completely passed through her body, and after some time, a lush apple tree appeared in place of the sprout. Daikin looked at the treetops in surprise and said that it had grown instantly. He turned to Sakura, who was lying on the ground, and asked if she was all right, but she did not know what to answer because she did not expect such an act. She said that he had done a great job, picked an apple, and gave it to the hero, adding that he had made this apple himself, and Daikin smiled and said that they had grown it together. The girl smiled and agreed with him. When he tried it, the boy was delighted because it was very sweet. He understood how to use magic. Sakura said that she had incredible strength. She suggested turning this place into a garden. Many trees needed to be planted, and Sakura gladly wanted to help the hero. Suddenly, a creature flew over Sakura. This large creature resembled a bird. It grabbed Sakura and took her somewhere. Carrying a huge bag of gold, the princess put it on the ground and said that it was very heavy. They sold the dragon for a good price. There was a little more than 3,000 silver coins in the bag. She had to take this bag to the man who killed the dragon. She would no longer let her people go to such a dangerous place. She regretted that her energy had not yet recovered, so she could not make the coins fly. Her attention was drawn to a creature hovering in the sky. Its scales shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow, but in size it was small. It was a great dragon that surpassed all others. It was very agile and immune to magic. It was rare to see such a strong and rare dragon, and the girl thought that it was attracted by great magical power. Dechai shouted to Sakura. If the dragon stole his house, it would mean that he was a bad landlord. He had to save it. He thought he had to use magic and hit precisely to avoid injuring Sakura, wondered if he could do it without her, and tried simply to imagine it in his mind. He ordered the apple tree to attack, and it flew straight at the dragon, and Dechai was delighted that he could use magic himself. The dragon released the girl and Sakura descended. The hero decided to command the tree once more. It flew at Sakura, and Sakura screamed and begged to be caught. He ran at full speed to the girl, caught up with her, and Sakura fell right onto the boy. The hero caught the girl and accidentally grabbed her balls. When she stood up, Sakura turned away, and the hero apologized because he just wanted to catch her. It was an accident, but the girl smiled and thanked him. She shouted to Dechai that the dragon was approaching at 12 o'clock. The boy noticed that the dragon was looking for a recharge and was very persistent, and the girl guessed that it wanted to make a nest at the place of magical power. Suddenly the boy's stomach growled, and he blushed with embarrassment. All this happened at a very inopportune moment. Sakura was surprised that the hero felt hungry in such a situation. She noticed that he had spent a lot of energy on the trees. Sakura told the master that according to her information, dragon meat is very tasty. He asked her not to say such things to him with such a sweet expression on her face. The hero noticed the strange color of the dragon's scales, thought it was poisonous and that the food would be enough for two, but the dragon attacked first, so there was nothing to be done, and Dechai decided to eat that dragon. Now that Sakura was safe, he couldn't contain his power and decided to just shout at her. He shouted loudly that he wanted to get the dragon meat, and the tornado headed towards him. The dragon roared and jumped back. He almost hit him, but he managed to dodge. Dechai thought the dragon was far away. The dragon looked at the boy displeased. Sakura noticed that the dragon was flying away, and that boy told her that if he bit other people, it would be a problem, but he was too far away, so Sakura called the master because she said his performance was very important and he couldn't just shout. He needed to direct that shout mentally. Dechai understood her and tried again, inhaling air. Summoning the tornado, he shouted at the dragon and ordered it to land. The dragon was scared when it saw the strong whirlwind chasing it. Suddenly, there was an explosion. The princess who was heading their way was frightened by the sound, and she got scared. A gust of wind rushed past her. The stream lifted her and threw her to the ground, tearing the clothes on her chest, and as she fell the girl screamed and said that this happens to her every time she comes here. The hero happily said that they did it. Magic really becomes stronger if he focuses on it. Dechai asked Sakura what to do with it now. Sakura clenched her hand into a fist and asked to give her everything. She knows how to cut dragons. With the help of magic, it can be done easily. The boy was delighted and said that he has the coolest house. After serving a plate of hot food, Sakura said that she had prepared a rainbow dragon steak for the master and wished him a good meal. Tasting the steak, the hero said it was incredible. The steak just melted in his mouth. The meat was tender, and he could eat it all day. Sakura also made a large refrigerator powered by magical energy, which stood near their apple trees. Dechai told Sakura that she could do anything, but the girl said that was not so. She thanked the master for saving her today. Being independent in another world was fun. Meanwhile, the princess barely got up from the ground and said that it was his magic again. Taking the coins, she decided to come here a little later. Overall, it seemed to her that everything was as usual. Meanwhile, the apple growing was going well, and the apple orchard was growing before our eyes. Sakura smiled and told the hero that he was feeling much better now. Dechai agreed and added that with magic it was much easier to grow trees. Sakura said that then it was time to move on to the next lesson. The hero looked inquisitively at Sakura. The girl smiled and said that she would be his guide again. She leaned against a tree and opened her buttocks before the hero, asking him to touch her and transfer magic to her. The hero opened his eyes wide and blushed, noticing that it looked quite erotic. Approaching behind Sakura and taking her by the shoulders, the hero asked if she was ready, and the girl agreed. The girl said that he had appeared, and when they turned around, they saw an incomprehensible creature with a tree on its head, looking straight at them. Running up in shock, Dachai asked Sakura what it was, and she said it was a wooden golem. This little golem picked apples very well, and the hero looked at it in surprise, realizing that such things could be done with magic. Suddenly, something quickly flashed behind Sakura. It was a strange humanoid creature with a dog's head. They attacked the girl from behind. She called the master, who was fiddling with the golem. Apparently, he noticed nothing. She tearfully begged him and said that she needed them to merge with him right now. Nervously swallowing the lump in his throat, Dachai thought about what she meant. Thoughts about how they could live together in that house came to him, but he had only recently started seeing her, because earlier she could not take physical form in his world, and today it was somehow too hot, so he agreed. Bowing to Sakura, he thanked her and thought that this day had finally come. Sakura asked him to close his eyes. The embarrassed boy agreed and did so, and they touched foreheads. The boy could not open his eyes and was even more embarrassed when he realized how close he was to her. It seemed the boundary between their bodies simply disappeared. He sighed, feeling her warmth. It was an unprecedented feeling, and he thought he could get used to it. He opened his eyes again and noticed some kind of hologram above him that resembled a map. He asked Sakura to slow down and say where they were now. The girl replied that they were looking at their land from a bird's eye view. That was why she wanted to merge with him. From here, everything was visible. The hero was fascinated and could not comprehend how spirits did such strange things. Then he understood what she meant earlier. It turned out they imagined differently what merging meant. Sakura said that 65 magical monsters tried to sneak into their territory, so she merged with her because she felt they were approaching. The wolf in armor smiled, drew his sword, and said that this place was full of magical energy. It suited him, and he wanted to make a home here for his wolf tribe. This was Galagaru. He ruled the forest where Dachai's house stood. His warriors said that everything was in place, and they were ready, and he was determined that this place would become their new home. Taking up their swords, all the wolves raised them above their heads. Gallo ordered to fight just like during the last capture of the city. When they win, they will hold a banquet. Gallo ordered to inform all warriors that they must destroy anyone who resists. He ordered to establish telepathic communication. The second squad went on the offensive. The third and fourth rushed into attack. The fifth entered the battle, followed by the sixth. Dachai looked at the moving dots on the map and noticed that they were heading towards his home. He knocked his fist on his hand and said he would not allow them to walk on his territory. They can try, but in his opinion, it will end badly for them. The wolves were already going to his house. They were breaking through dense trees. Gallo ordered all troops to destroy all their enemies. He was confident that their elite squad would quickly deal with all the enemies. Thanks to telepathy, their teamwork was at the highest level. The wolf licked bloodthirstily and said that their enemies had only to pray to the gods left. All the squads were on fire. The hero noticed that they were already nearby and had begun to surround his house from all sides, and Dachai reluctantly said that every reckless person tries to aim here. There were 65 of them in total, and the hero doubted whether he could handle them alone. Sakura asked Hyojin to use her. Now they acted as one organism, so if Dachai let his magic into her, she would create traps. The hero thought it would be cool if they could do that, and Dachai said those guys have 6 squads. Taking the girl by the shoulders, he told her that he trusted her with everything again, leaned back heavily, and asked to rely on her. Gallo shouted to his wolves to attack. Stopping by the apple tree, one of the wolves noticed something. The tree began to move, roots emerged from the ground, and this alarmed the pack. The hero ordered the golems to stand up. A wooden golem grew out of the ground, which frightened the entire pack of wolves. From all sides of their house, where the wolves were attacking from, golems began to appear. The squad could not understand what was wrong with this man and asked who he was. Gallo's squad informed the commander that the golem was not alive and that it was just a magical creature. Gallo angrily looked at the warrior and guessed that he had fallen from the apple tree. After all, creating such a machine required a crazy amount of magic. A normal golem was human-sized, but this one was simply gigantic. The golems were getting bigger and bigger, and the wolves thought it was just a dream. Gallo heard the cries of his soldiers, who said that a large golem was standing before them and they all needed help. Gallo asked not to be told that there were 5 more such golems. They were right into a trap, and Gallo was hurt. Decay shouted that this was his territory, and he did not want intruders here, so he ordered the golems to throw out this trash. From all sides, the golems began to push the wolves away, and the wolves easily flew off from them. This happened to every pack of wolves. Seeing how Gollum tossed the wolves high into the sky, Sakura smiled and told the master that it was simply wonderful. He was just excellent at controlling the golems. Daikai replied that the golems worked well today, and his stomach growled again. He said sadly that he had spent a lot of energy and now it was time to eat. Sakura also remembered that the hero had not eaten breakfast today. This meant that it was time to prepare something tasty for him. Dichkai thanked Sakura. When the wolves were struck, golems were visible even in the city itself. People were very surprised to see these huge golems. The hero liked that there was a lot of greenery in this world. He also noticed several interesting animals running in the forest. He had been here for a whole week already. He looked at the dragon that flew past him and thought that he had arrived in this world exactly a week ago. In the past world, he left the house at 6 in the morning and finished work just in time to catch the last train. He got used to the new life, and when he opened the door, he said he was already home. At home, Sakura said that he finally returned because they had monsters trying to break into their house. He decided it was better to forget what he said earlier because he was not yet used to uninvited guests, took the girl by the shoulders, and asked her to show what was happening. Dichai saw those wolves again, but they were with someone else. They were dressed differently than last time. They were much smaller, and the boy thought they did not come here to fight. He asked Sakura to activate the traps if they showed hostility. Dichai and Sakura went straight to meet the unwanted guests. He asked the children what they wanted here. One of the wolves told the other that this was the true magical aura of the king. They bowed to the hero and said he was their king. Their clan Ludovovs ruled in this demonic forest. Chief Garu introduced himself and said that they worshipped him as a king. They also brought proof of this, and the mysterious beast in the hood took off his clothes. The younger sister of the chief appeared naked before everyone. He gave her to Dichai as a sacrifice, and he asked to use her and eat her to regain his appetite. Covering his eyes with his hands, the boy said in shock that he did not understand what was happening here and why the girl was without clothes. He could not believe that she was a real she-wolf. Apart from the tail and ears, she was no different from an ordinary girl. Dichai looked at the unfortunate girl and asked Garu what he meant, but Garu said he would eat him if she was not suitable for him, and the girl explained that she had a lot of magical energy, and if he ate her, he would replenish his reserves. Garu asked to be allowed to eat her to spare the rest of his people, but Dichai did not know that magic could be extracted like that. He was shocked by the proposal that a worthless she-wolf should eat him, and asked Haru if he was mistaken about the shores. Pushing the wolf away with magical power, Digi said that the wolf was mistaken and he would not eat anyone, especially his sister, and would not become anyone's king, but would simply live in peace and quiet. The squad looked at the boy in surprise and apologized to him for attacking his territory, since they lost and fled, so now he could do as he pleased with them. Dichai paused for a moment, took the cloak from the naked girl, and said that giving orders was good. Dressing the girl, he ordered them never to attack people again, and that was enough for him. The girl looked at Dichai in surprise. Garu was surprised by such leniency towards those who lost, hugged his sister who was crying, and said he was glad she was okay. The hero waved his hand and said that although they look like wolves, they are still humans. He added that it was time to go and asked to remember this order. Garu again asked him to become their king, and if he still did not want to, he was ready to bring him their gifts. He pointed to a huge cart filled to the brim with food and said that here were all the supplies of their wolf tribe. He asked Dichai to accept these gifts. It was tempting, but the man took a couple of sacks and asked to deliver the rest to their families. The wolf thought he was dissatisfied with their gifts, but Dichai said that was not the main thing. There were only the two of them here, and Sakura was looking at her figure. The wolf squad greeted him and said that Sakura looked to be in excellent shape. Taking the carts, they apologized once again, rubbing his back, and Dichai noticed that they were very noisy, so finally it was safe to return home, and he still could not believe he had become their king. Sakura smiled and told the host that she would use these gifts for tonight's dinner and prepare a vegetable stew, and the hero thought to himself that it would be tasty, but kings of Ludolf should not gain weight so lightly. Several days had passed since the Ludwolves attacked Daich's home, and peace reigned in the kingdom of Medi. Putting the sacks of silver on the ground, the princess decided that today she must complete her mission. Today she firmly decided to deliver these coins to the hero. Walking along the path by the forest, Sakura and Dichai saw two dragons in the sky. He looked at the nearest branch with an apple and asked what it was. The boy picked the apple and noticed that it was golden. Daichi considered it a rarity and did not know if such an apple could be eaten. Sakura noticed another one like that. She didn't think that if they ate them, anything would happen. They decided to eat them together and took a bite. The hero said the apple was very sweet and juicy, but after swallowing, Dichai felt that something was wrong with him. His body began to burn, and he asked Sakura what was happening. He looked at Sakura, who was breathing heavily. She also looked at her master. Blushing, the boy approached Sakura and confessed that since their first meeting, he wanted to tell her something. Suddenly, a voice asked them what they were doing here. The hero looked at Sakura and asked if it was her, but Sakura assured him it wasn't. It was one of the dragons flying right above them. He told the other that the king forbade him to fly here and called him a disgrace. The second replied that he knew nothing because he hadn't seen anyone who could harm him. Adrian was surprised that the dragons were talking, and Sakura also heard them. She sniffed the apple and said it gave off a faint dragon magic. She suggested that after they bit the apple, they began to understand them. This tree was planted in the very place where a great dragon was killed. Dragon blood is very rich in their magical energy. Its blood soaked into the ground and mixed with their magic, so this apple has such a strong effect. Tossing the apple in his hand, the boy said it was interesting news. Maybe from the blood of other animals, one could get other interesting things. He decided to check it later. Suddenly, an explosion sounded. Not expecting this, the boy dropped the apple and asked what happened this time. A golem appeared before him and grabbed the princess. The girl blushed like a tomato and shyly greeted the hero, and the boy noticed that she was sweating again. He was simply shocked that it happened again. The princess thought that the hero had already forgotten her. The angry Daikai asked how much longer she would keep ruining his lawn. She dropped to her knees before him and apologized, but this time she had a reason to come here. She told him that she had to return money to him. She lived in this place full of magic. She introduced herself as Dinya and said that she should not be called by her title. The boy thought that she had never called him by name, probably because he had never introduced himself to her. He scratched the back of his head and asked why Dina had come here. The girl recalled and said that she let them in when the golem grabbed her. She placed 2 large bags in front of Sakura and Daikai and thanked him for saving her from the dragon. She wanted to give him his share after selling the dragon and said that there were 3,000 silver coins here, almost 3 million gold coins. The hero looked at the bag and understood what the local currency looked like. This would be enough not to need money for a whole year. He thought he could laze around for a whole year. It seems these coins were worth about the same as yen. The princess looked at the golem and thought to herself that he was doing quite well. When the hero saved her life, she said she would come back anyway. Daikai smiled and remarked that the girl was quite diligent. She sighed heavily and replied that it was her only plus, not counting her talent for magic, which she had been using rather clumsily lately, and then she heard the voices of dragons from above, and one of them said to attack first. The first dragon hesitated because they were talking about how that man ate the dragon, and the king said he wanted to fight him one-on-one, and the second dragon asked to show the man, who was as tall as a pebble. Moreover, if he killed their brother, he was already finished. The dragon, calling the hero a puppy, hinted that he was tasty because of the large amount of magic in him, and the hero told the princess that they were going to be eaten again, and she did not like it at all. Daikai watched the dragons gathering in increasing numbers. He wondered how many it would take to defeat him. The princess raised her head in horror and noticed that there were from 5 to 10 dragons. That was a lot, and out of fear she wet her stockings again. She thought they were ruined. Daikai was surprised that there were so many dragons here. It seemed the heroes were in trouble. Daikai looked gloomily at the princess and thought that she had noticed it, since they were attacked immediately as soon as she came here. She looked at the hero with tears and asked him not to put all the blame on her. The boy sighed and said he was just joking. Looking at those birds, the hero said they needed to prepare for battle. The princess was shocked that they would have to fight such a number of dragons. One dragon told the others that he would go first. He ordered the others to follow him and flew off with the heroes. The princess was frightened and said that they were attacking. She pulled out a magic wand and cast a spell to burn and scorch the enemies. She released a fiery spear that flew straight at the dragon. The spear struck the dragon directly, and he grabbed it with his paws. The explosion scattered the other dragons to the sides. The girl thought about what she had done until the cloud of smoke dispersed. She saw an angry, huge dragon. She could not believe that her best trick had not worked, or that this was not an ordinary dragon, but there were more than a dozen of them here. One dragon told the others that they were caught by surprise. Another added that the hero was so scared that he could do nothing, and the third said that if that was true, they had nothing to fear. All the dragons prepared to attack and said that they had been dead for a long time. The hero shouted to the girls that everyone was attacking them and that it was bad. He asked Dania to stand behind him and said he would handle it. She asked to wait for him, saying that he could still defeat them. She could not just watch Daichi fight. But earlier, her former mentor had done the same when she could not concentrate on magic. The princess looked at her buttocks. She bent down before the hero and asked in shock what her mentor's training was, and he, looking at the dragons, decided to do it because she asked so. He shouted that he would whip her for their salvation, and the blushing boy asked not to call him a pervert and called the princess dirty. The princess blushed but raised her head and said that everything was working. She would handle them. At the same time, she felt something and was filled with magical energy. The dragons were already prepared to attack and called everyone to join the attack on the heroes. One of the dragons remarked how they would eat them if they evaporated. The princess felt power within herself and hoped it would work. Preparing for the attack, she raised the magic wand upwards, from which a beam of light flew out. The girl screamed erotically, and the beam flew straight at the dragons. The dragons did not have time to understand what it was. They started to burn. One of them thought he was dying, and all of them let out a wild roar. A huge hissing beam rose high into the sky and scorched the dragons. Immediately, one of the dragons fell to the ground right in front of the heroes. The princess did not expect this from herself, and the dragons were surprised that their dragon comrade was killed by a single shot. As their king said, they turned around, flew away, and promised never to return here again. The girl in shock took off her hat, grabbed her head, and wondered what it was, because it was a legendary magic lesson, and she had never done anything like that before, while the hero had no idea what she was shouting about. The girl realized that during the slap he had amplified her magic with his own, which is why her attack was so powerful. Her legs gave way, and she fell to her knees. She said that her magic was completely exhausted and did not understand why the boy looked as if he had done nothing. He did not know about this and thought he was just cool. He did not care. The main thing was that she got this dragon out of here. He smiled at her, not understanding how she did it. Daichai said that she deserved a reward. He would be sad if she left her prize. The princess looked at him in surprise and realized that she had killed the dragon. She had said that dragons were expensive, and he was giving her a whole dragon again. She looked sadly at Daichai, hoping that he was not angry with her after she broke his order to stay away from here. The hero remembered that he had asked her not to come here, pointed at her with his finger, and looked at Sakura, who was silently watching them. He smiled and said that he was not angry. He said that he did not care what was happening as long as he lived in this house. After all, this place was everything to him in this world. Sakura smiled happily and looked at the master. The princess thanked the hero, and Daichai asked what she was thanking him for. She said that she felt relieved to know that he no longer held a grudge against her. She had no strength left at all, and she said that she would return for the dragon at night. As she was leaving, she turned to the boy and hoped that they would see each other again. Only next time he asked her to come without dragons. She waved her wand and also hoped for that. After thinking a little, Daichai suggested to Sekiro that Gollum take the dragoness to the place where she teleports, because the body would definitely attract attention if it remained here. Stretching out, the boy told the girl that he was hungry and would like to have a little snack. The girl said that there would be pudding tonight. Night came, the princess cast a teleportation spell around herself and saw a dragon in front of her. She could not understand why the body was lying there. She thought that the hero had probably thrown it beyond his territory. It was already night, so the princess decided to simply grab the dragon and return home. She used the teleporter. The teleportation destination was the Prussian castle. The girl teleported together with the dragon right near the fountain. Wiping sweat from her forehead, she heard a voice behind her asking what was happening here. It was the magical Captain Knight. She said it was the dragon she burned with one strike. The girl asked to sell it and put the money into the treasury. The knight noted that its scales reflect magic and that it was a high-level dragon. He addressed the princess and said he admired her for killing such a dragon by herself. But the princess did not say that she killed it herself. She only said that it died after one shot and that a man was with her who transferred part of his magical energy to her. The knight was surprised and said that in that case it is called enhancement, and they both knew that a ritual was needed to start it. The princess knew this, but he was able to use enhancement just by touching her. He could probably be assigned the legendary or highest mage class. Knight could not believe that there was someone so strong in this forest. They also noticed that the Dragon King stopped appearing in this forest. Probably they were planning something. This is quite possible. But this could mean that there lived a dragon here that ate people. The girl was walking in the middle of the forest with a stick in her hands and saw a light near Daichai's house. That strange girl was standing and looking at Daichai's apple tree. While Daichai was walking through the middle of the garden and talking with Sekira, he noticed a girl near the apple tree. He admitted that it was the first time he had seen such a sweet, uninvited girl here and thought that this girl was lost. The hero looked at him and asked if those were really apples. The hero said that they were apples, even though they were golden, they were still apples. She said that she understood this and learned something new during the journey, and the hero looked at her and wondered if it was considered normal to leave home at such a young age. The little girl stretched out her hand and said that she was Hestia. She was glad to meet them. The boy stretched out his hand, and she responded with the same gesture. Hearing her stomach growl, the boy decided that she was hungry, but Hestia said that she did not know, her stomach just made strange sounds. The hero was not sure if she was all right. Dechai looked at Sakura and asked if it would be okay if Hestia ate that apple, and Sakura decided to check. Around the girl was a huge aura, resembling a dragon. Sakura was amazed at how much magical aura was in such a small girl. She smiled and said that she would be fine. The child had great magical power. The hero suggested testing it on her to see what magical effect it would cause. Plucking the apple, Dechai said that in that case, she had a lot of magical energy, and handed the apple to Hestia. Haster asked if he was giving her that apple, and the boy answered yes. Then she decided to eat it. She bit off a piece and chewed it. She tasted the apple, immediately ate it, and asked for more, while the boy was shocked and did not understand how she could be hungry if this apple was more nutritious than anything he had ever eaten. Sakura smiled, and the hero noticed that she was in a good mood. He thought that she liked little animals. She agreed with what he said and remembered the little master who never got tired and always had fun. Dechai agreed with her, but it was a bit strange to talk about childhood in one's own house. Hestia said it was tasty, and probably she was even full. The hero smiled and wanted to stroke her head. He smiled and told her that she still knew a few secret words. Hestia looked at him displeased. Dechai asked Sakura if she was ready to go home, and asked Hestia where she would go. She thanked her and said that the apple was very tasty. Then she added that she would probably go home. The hero agreed and said that maybe they would meet again later. She smiled and said that they would definitely meet. Sakura said that this girl was strange, and Dechai decided that in this world it was normal. When she reached the destination, a voice said that it had been waiting for her for a long time. A huge dragon appeared before the girl to greet the Dragon King Hestia Radon. He was glad that she returned unharmed from the human territory. He looked at the girl, and she had no clothes at all. The girl transformed into another body and smiled. The dragon said that her disguise as a human was incredible and asked him not to diminish her role, because they both worked hard for their people. The dragon apologized and asked her how the journey went and what the enemy's strength was. The girl, as if forgetting, recalled. She said that she did not want to fight the hero at all, which surprised the dragon. The chances of losing and dying were high. Moreover, she did not want to destroy this place. This man was much stronger than her. His apples were also very tasty, and the uncertain dragon asked her if this statement was true. However, many fighters were already ready to attack the enemy. They were reinforcing their troops and waiting for her order. She knew this and ordered them to wait a little because Hestia decided to challenge him to a fight, and if they saw his true power, the power with which he would kill the king of dragons, they would retreat. This battle was for the future of the dragon race. If she won, the boy would die. If she died, the dragons would never return to him again. She was still their queen, and even if she died, she ordered no one to dare forget this battle and to ask the dragon if he understood her. Strange moans echoed from the room in the house. Confused but confident, she lay in bed and called her master. Meanwhile, Dechai stood by the pit and called Sakura to come. The girl, regaining consciousness, got out of bed and said she would come now. Approaching from behind, the girl asked if the master had called her, and Dechai looked at the pile of stones and said that because of those hooligans, the garden now looked like a green mess. He couldn't even wrap his arms around the big stone, so the girl suggested using a golem. He looked at Sakura and asked if he could synchronize with it. Sakura hesitated a little and said that it could be done. He asked her if everything was all right because he noticed that she was breathing heavily and had turned red. She assured him that everything was fine and that she had just run here as fast as she could. The hero was a little worried and asked her to inform him if she felt unwell. She agreed and thanked him for his concern. Stroking her head, Dechai suggested to start. 2 large golems appeared before them, and the boy said it was time to get to work. He thought that everything turned out wonderfully. Dechai looked at the golem and decided that it was too small for this stone, so he would combine both golems into one. He thought that if he directed magical energy into his hands, he could easily control them, so he decided to try. Touching the golem, he decided to begin. The boy was glad he was right because everything felt as if he was stuck in glue, so soft, and it was hard to believe that he was touching a wooden golem, so he decided to try to control it. He was surprised at how soft it was. The golem completely enveloped his hand, and Dechai told Sakura that apparently it was stuck. In shock, the boy looked at the golem that raised his hand. He said he did not command it to move. Sakura suggested that he was repeating his movements. Dechai decided to check. After trying to control the hand in the golem, he noticed that the golem was also moving his hand. Sakura said that it happened because he synchronized with him and conducted magical energy through the body, so he repeated all the movements. Again, he said that magic is incredible, and he just had a wonderful idea. He decided to squeeze here, press a little here, and then in another place. Sakura smiled and said that Daiichi looks like in childhood. She saw in him the same child who asked her to look at what he had done. The hero climbed inside the golem and became a golem himself, only his face remained. No one expected that he could get those two golems and that Phygic wooden armor. Sekiro said that the master is incredible for being able to do that with two golems, but the hero asked not to flatter him because now he looked like a stocky oak. He decided to imagine that they were just filming a new mecha, stood by the control panel, and decided to check if he could lift a stone that way. Lifting the stone effortlessly, he thought that with this wooden armor he could do anything. He suggested to Sekiro to clean up this place. Sekiro was still smiling, looking at his master. It was a presentation of new technology. The hero raised his eyes to the sky and said that these aerial projectiles are wonderful. Using magic, he bent the top of the trunk and stuck it into the ground. When the target flew by, the trees bent and launched projectiles at the enemy. Thanks to his wooden match, making them was easy. Recently, the hero expanded his territory and set several new traps. He looked at Sakura and said that these traps would definitely work. The girl was tired and said that it was wonderful. She called her master, after which she fell to the ground. But the hero managed to react and caught her, then asked if she was okay. The girl said that she was sorry and asked for forgiveness. It seems she used too much magical energy. She said that she had a good time with him and forgot that energy needs to be replenished. Daikai did not understand what she meant, because he takes energy directly from the dragon vein, so she should have slept for a few hours and she would be fine. Suddenly, he heard some crunching behind the house. Sakura apologized and said that she was still the spirit of this house, but due to lack of energy, she looked a bit pathetic. Daikai asked Sakura if it was possible to fix everything faster, and she suggested giving him her energy. The boy sighed with relief and thought that there was indeed a way out. He said he would do it, but the girl hesitated a little with her answer. The girl blushed and said that the most effective way to restore magical energy is to satisfy her desire. The boy asked what she wanted, and the girl blushed. Sakura said that it is necessary to satisfy her deepest desire to restore magical energy. The hero agreed and thought that the recent events seemed to have beaten his brain several times, so he asked her to repeat once more what she wanted. Sakura blushed and said that he must satisfy her libido, after which she covered her face out of shame. Daichi thought that she should eat or sleep to recover, but the girl said that sleeping was not necessary, and eating made no sense because she had spent too much energy and full recovery would require too much food. The hero remembered that he had never seen Sakura sleep, and that she always ate very little, not proportional to how much energy she spent, so he asked her if she always restored her strength this way, and the girl blushed deeply and said that she had never had so little energy before. Or Dhi thought to himself that in that case she did it often. The boy swallowed and said that he felt embarrassed that they were talking to her about such topics. He decided that she just needed to rest, but even his energy restored her faster. Sakura said that this was exactly the case, and it would help much more than just resting. Lifting the girl in his arms, he understood everything and said he would do it. He would fulfill Sakura's wish and was full of courage. Daichi carried the girl into the house and laid her on the bed. It was raining outside and the roof began to leak. The embarrassed boy looked at the red Sakura and asked if she was ready. The embarrassed girl in front of him asked the owner if everything was all right. Daichi noticed cracks on the walls. Sakura is the spirit of this house, and it was quite clear why this happened. He asked if everything would return to normal if the energy was restored. She agreed and said that she was still the spirit of this house. She was not sure if the hero would like her body and apologized for the inconvenience. The confused boy did not understand what she meant and said that she had not caused him any inconvenience. He admitted that she was cute and he liked her character. It hurt him to see her in such a state, and he absolutely did not want to lose her. The hero said that if she did not mind, he would like to stay with her forever. Sakura looked at him sadly and got up from the bed. She wiped her tears and said that it really made her happy, and what he had just said was incredible. The hero looked surprised at the crying Sakura. The girl said that she had been thinking about him since he was born. She smiled and said she was glad they were here now. The boy swallowed a lump in his throat and thought about what she said. He felt awkward because before he had only seen her as a house, but now a very cute girl named Sakura was standing before him. He touched her face and said that now they would finally be together. Without hesitation, the hero kissed the girl on the lips. It was raining outside, and Sakura looked awkwardly at Daikai. The boy said that he probably figured it out and decided to start slowly. Looking at her master, the girl began to cry and said that these were tears of joy because she was very happy. The boy fell asleep right on Sakura's lap, and the girl stroked his head. He was the only one who could be her master. And he was the only one who lived inside her. Upon waking, Deitre was shocked and asked what had happened, unable to understand which idiot had attached a second floor to his house. Sakura smiled and told the master that his magical energy was inside her, so she was probably pregnant. The boy thought about her words and understood everything, but he did not believe that biology explained where the second floor in the stone building came from. She smiled and reminded him that she was the spirit of the house. It was logical that her children were new houses. She said that he had given her so much magical energy that she overflowed, and the excess formed a new part of the building. The hero thought a little and understood everything. It turned out that if he continued to share energy with her, his house would grow. Sakura told everything, that it was exactly like that, and it was quite simple. That's how his son ended up on the first floor of his house. After Sakura and Daikai united, he got the second floor of the house. Descending to the first floor, Daichai was surprised by what he saw. It was simply huge, and the young man was delighted. He thought it was a whole 3-room apartment, and there was even furniture here. He told Sakura that it was simply incredible, and she blushed and said she hadn't done anything. It all happened because of the energy he gave her, as she was overflowing with energy, which is why the first floor appeared. Daichai did not think he had done anything remarkable and suggested going back upstairs. After going up, he said it was a bit cozier here than downstairs. His attention was drawn to a small shed in the garden, and he decided it was built that very night. He noticed that after replenishing the energy, many things appeared, and Sakura thought the place looked quite empty and suggested renting it out. Daichai thought about becoming the owner. It could work if they found people to settle here. Sakura was glad he thought the same way as she did. She also wanted more people to be here. She asked the owner to stay living with her on the second floor. She did not want him to go anywhere, but the boy really did not intend to move anywhere. He felt very cozy in this part of the house because of the room and furniture. The house could continue to grow, but this was his true home. He did not want to think otherwise, and Sakura said that it was wonderful. The hero asked if she was really worried about it, because the girl was afraid that if he saw the new development, he would decide that he no longer needed it and would move there, and Daichai slyly said that if he really thought so, then he would do everything possible to expand this place as much as possible, and Sakura cheerfully said that she would fulfill any wish of her master. The boy thought that by her tone she was not going to lose to him. They both have the right to choose and to be chosen. She sat next to the hero and said that that was why she would do everything possible for the master to choose her. But he was not going anywhere, so he asked her not to think about such things. Daichai offered her breakfast and she agreed. Thus a week passed. Their house ended up on the roof of some skyscraper, and the man was in shock and could not understand how it happened. He thought that in a week the house had gained 7 more floors, although he had not done it. Life with Sakura passed slowly and quietly. They ate, got up, fell asleep, and walked. But not that he never entered her secret rooms. At most, they slept next to each other once a week. Sakura smiled and told her master that his magic was very strong. It still overwhelmed her, and it seemed he transmitted energy to her even when they were just near each other, and the boy asked her to explain everything in Russian. This meant that even if they slept next to each other, the house would continue to grow. Daichai thought that this was the simplest and most interesting way to build himself a new building. He did not think that expanding the house would harm anyone. The main thing was to decide where to put the new floors, and it was interesting to see what the house would become by the end of the manga. Standing on the balcony and looking down, the hero was surprised that his house was now very large. The only thing that worried him was that they were upstairs and no one was watching the lower floors. Sakura smiled and told Daichai that the golems would solve all the problems. The hero thought to himself that she was right. The shocked princess who returned looked at the house, did not understand what had happened and where this extension came from, and noticed that the boy's house stood on top. The princess called out to check if anyone was home, and Daichai noticed that she had come to visit, and Sakura asked the owner to meet her and allow her to use one thing. Looking around, he saw the elevator and asked when she would have time to do it. Sakura smiled and said that with magic everything is possible. She apologized and added that she could not go with him because she had to prepare dinner. The hero again thought that magic was useful. He was even a little scared by how much the house had grown. Going up to the second floor on his own feet was not difficult at all for him. But for the other 5 floors, he would have to use the elevator. When they went downstairs, the princess greeted Dichai. He greeted her and asked how the girl was feeling because he noticed that she was nervous. The princess sighed with relief because she had already thought she was lost and had come to the wrong place. The hero told her that she had missed a lot. He and Sakura had done some repairs while she was gone. Meanwhile, the princess tried to finish all her affairs in the capital and come here sooner. She proudly announced that she had not slept for 2 days. Daicha did not consider this good. When he looked closely, he noticed bags under her eyes. She reminded him what he was like before birth. He constantly stayed up nights to finish everything before the deadline. She actually came here not just for nothing. She asked him to take something and placed a heavy sack of coins on the ground. The sack contained 1,000,000 silver coins. Daicha frowned and said he did not need money. She disagreed. It was a token of gratitude from all the residents, but the man did not understand what he was being thanked for. Since he settled here, a rich magical energy has appeared around. Thanks to him, animals and plants began to thrive like never before. Also, feed and materials for animals became gentler and of better quality. In other words, he does almost nothing, lives his life, occasionally uses magical energy, and they even thank him for it. Therefore, they handed him a bag of silver as a token of gratitude for helping their kingdom to prosper. The hero smiled and agreed to accept them. He thought that this girl did not know how to lose. He said he would take care of the money and asked the golem to throw the bag into the house. The princess recalled the past adventure and became worried, saying that they could have managed without the golem. She could not forget what had happened. New golems stood in a row before her, and she asked the hero what they were. She was shocked by the room before her, filled with golems. Dichai told her that he had turned the first floor into a warehouse for golems. One of the golems came to life and opened his eyes. The princess looked with fear and thought that it was happening again. She asked Dichai if he was sure, because last time he had already abused her, and he asked her not to dare say that and assured her he would do nothing to her, and the princess wanted to reply but did not dare. Seeing all the living golems, she asked if he intended to capture their city. She was shocked that he needed all those golems just to defend the house. But Dichai did not understand what kind of admiration she was talking about. Imagining is good, but he did not plan anything like that. He assured her that he definitely would not do such a thing. He smiled and said that he was quite satisfied with his little house and the garden nearby. The princess sighed with relief and said she was glad to hear that. And even if he called them golems, they were still just ordinary apple trees. He asked her to look because she did not need to be afraid of a common apple tree. Golem lowered his gaze, and the hero told her that she had upset him. The princess felt bad and apologized. As always, she jumped to conclusions. Dichai said that she had not slept for 2 days and asked the golem to deal with it. Tearing an apple from the golem, the boy threw it to the girl and said that it was the delivery fee. Catching the apple, the princess felt that it was full of magical energy. The hero said that it would help with insomnia. She agreed and added that it would definitely help her and improve her well-being. The princess asked if he was really giving her the apple. Dichai smiled, remembered that she said she was feeling bad. She would feel better if she ate the apple. The princess was pleasantly touched but did not know how to thank the hero, and the boy sighed and said that no payment was needed, just eat it. The girl agreed, waved goodbye, and said she had to go. The hero noticed that she made a lot of noise when she came here. Many people had already come to them, but not only to them. There were also wolves and dragons here. Detsi decided to find people who would like to settle here. For the locals, the shape of his house seemed strange, and even the princess was surprised when she saw it. He had a wonderful idea and decided to ask Sakura. Sakura said that they could change everything if they got closer, and the hero was glad that it was possible. The house began to change shape, and outside it looked like before again. Dichai was very happy that their old house had returned. Sakura also thought that the shape of the house was convenient, and now it looked as before, but in reality it was not so simple, because he hid all the other floors underground. The first 5 were storerooms, and the 6th was filled with golems. He keeps the golems on the lower level, but because of this they become less functional. He created a unique system that allows them to instantly rise to the surface. Now it looks like a secret base with cool hatches and other things. Now it looked quite usual for the people of this world, and Sakura smiled, because she was glad that people would consider this place suitable for living. The guys saw the silhouette of Hestra and asked to show them Sakura, who came to them. The hero greeted Hestra and noticed that she had changed a little since their last meeting. The girl said it was a disguise. She dyed her hair and put on makeup because white hair made her too noticeable and complicated travel, so before going out her wards dye their hair. Dichai understood and said that she has good friends, and the girl squeezed the cane tighter in her hand. She lowered her gaze and said that she no longer saw the point in hiding. She looked as she should. The guy assumed that if she no longer needed it, then she found a safe place to settle. Hestia agreed with him. Everything began to blur before the hero's eyes, and he, not understanding what was happening, began to rub his eyes. Her clothes reminded him of a funeral kimono. Hestia asked what happened, and he thought it was similar to the one he had seen before, because such clothes are usually worn at the death of a family member. The girl puffed her cheeks and said that this was her best outfit. Daikai felt awkward and apologized because he did not mean anything bad. Maybe he was not wrong. She wore it when she had to make decisions about life and death. Dichai smiled. He thought about the decision this little one was talking about. She decided to greet them and also thank them for the apple. The hero thought so because everyone came to him to get rid of unpleasant debts. So Hestia took out a scroll and unrolled it. The girl unrolled the scroll, and the hero looked at the parchment in surprise, which turned out to be a map. Hestia confirmed and said that this was a simplified map of the world. Prussia would be here if they took this path. She pointed with her finger at the castle. They would find the city of sacred knights, and then the land of half-people. There were many cities and countries in this world. She had gathered information about all the countries especially for him, and offered to tell him everything in more detail, and the hero wondered what he actually knew about this world. In fact, he knew almost nothing about this world. He had never before gone beyond the outskirts of his home. So many things in the world were new to him, but if she offered him information, he would gladly accept it. He bowed to Hestia and asked her to teach him. She was a little embarrassed but agreed seriously. Sakura said that in that case she would leave them and asked to give Hestia a good lesson. Dichai looked at the map and asked where his home was. The girl pointed to the edge of the forest and said it was there. This forest was also called the Evil Forest or the Forest of Temptation. To the west of this place was a valley where dragons lived, and the hero thought and understood why they had passed through here so often. Suddenly, a noise was heard from behind, and some creature resembling a golem began to form from the stones. The hero got angry because they had barely started when they were already interrupted. Hestia was not surprised. This forest was home to many quality magical stones. Prussia used them to make excellent items filled with magic. Sometimes these stones merged and turned into golems. They were already about to run away when the boy remembered that he left the map where the golem already was. Due to the merging of several sources of magic, they had regeneration and were practically invulnerable to everything, so Daikai wondered if they were really that strong and asked how to defeat them. If they had the necessary materials, it could be destroyed. She raised a large shiny scale and showed it to the hero. It was the scale of a dragon he had recently killed. The scale belonged to a powerful dragon, and Hestia said that if he threw it at the golem, it would be destroyed. The hero said that if he had the necessary materials, they would win, and decided to test it by swinging at the golem. The hero threw the scales at the golem. It fell apart, and he was surprised that it really happened. He did not understand why the scales exploded. Probably, he overdid the magic when throwing, and the scales turned into a weapon of mass destruction. Hestia said that even this golem would not be able to recover after such damage. The hero thought that in the future, he should be more careful if he throws scales. He heard Hestia's stomach growl and asked if she was hungry. Daikai picked an apple from the tree and handed it to the girl, saying it would be good for a snack, and Hestia thanked him. When she started biting the apple, the hero thought she looked like a little animal eating. Hestia said it was getting dark and she needed to return. She asked if she could come tomorrow to see him. The hero smiled and waved to her. He said she could come here whenever she wanted. There was a lot of sadness in her eyes, and she thanked him. Around the volcano with sharp spikes fiercely flew dragons. One of them roared at the queen. She looked at that man and did not attack him. He said they were wasting time in vain. The dragon who was beside Hestia told her that the subordinate dragons would fly to their deaths if she did not make a decision. It was her duty as their king. But Hestia understood this perfectly and said that she needed one more day. She asked to wait one more day and then appeared again in the hero's garden. Dichai noticed her. He asked her to wait and said he was gathering apples. He asked the golems to finish the work, then approached the girl and apologized for making her wait. Hestia handed him the staff of the Dragon King, along with a cool cloak. Daikai wondered why she gave him everything so easily and doubted whether she really wanted it because it seemed expensive. She smiled a little and said that everything was fine. Esther was sure that it would come in handy for him, and then the boy thanked her. Dichai took the staff in his hands and put on the cloak. He smiled and said that the cloak was very comfortable and cool. He simply said that many people here dress like this, and this staff served as a catalyst. He always fantasized and could not believe that this staff was really needed. Hestia thought and said that it could be used to strike objects like a melee weapon. She smiled and said that it was a joke. The hero thought that he had never seen her joke, so she does have a playful side after all. Hestia said that the magic of imagination is useful, but not very effective. The boy added that magic makes him very hungry and quickly tired. Therefore, they recommended using the magic key, but the hero did not understand anything. Hesh explained that he could bind a word corresponding to a certain type of magic to his staff, which would reduce the load on the brain, and asked him to look into it. She looked at her cane and ordered the stick opposite to catch fire. Immediately the flame engulfed it. Diche was shocked and said it was cool. She said he could do that too, and he could also order it to explode. Then an explosion sounded and the stick shattered. She asked to simply invent its word and decide which magic would be bound to it. It was very simple, and the expenditure of magical energy was correspondingly less. Dichai understood this and compared it to hotkeys in the head. Adjusted his sleeve, the boy decided to try, thought about where to start, and began. Dichai swung his staff at the apple tree and shouted at the wooden golem. At that very moment, the apple tree turned into a golem. She just smiled and stroked it. She called him incredible because he succeeded on the first try. But with one goal, he could not understand how much his magical energy had decreased. Therefore, he decided to try again. He made 5 more such golems. The hero was very happy and said that everything worked out. Moreover, he was not tired at all and, more importantly, did not even feel hungry. He turned to Hestia and said that this magical key was incredible. But the girl sadly put her hand to her head, and the boy thought that he had made a mistake somewhere. But that's because she was seeing a person for the first time who so easily uses such a thing. Even when he invented words, the staff consumed a certain amount of energy, so she advised him to be more careful. The hero understood, smiled, said it was incredible, and thanked Hestia. The girl smiled and said that he was worthy of the staff. Sakura approached them and called both of them. She brought them a tray with pastries and tea and offered them a snack. She thanked her and took the mug with tea, touched it, noticed that the tea was cold, and Sakura smiled, saying that it was cold tea. After trying it, the girl said that it was bitter but very tasty. Sakura handed her the tray and said that there were candies on it. The hero watched with admiration as Hestia ate. She thanked Sakura and said it was very tasty. The girl was delighted. Sakura said she was leaving again and asked the hostess not to overdo it, then said goodbye to Hestia. Dichai said that if Hestia was leaving, he could continue training alone, but the girl said she would keep him company. After some time of training, the boy said he was tired and decided to make one last effort. He created huge muscular golems. It was the evolution of muscles. The hero noticed that the merging of trees into one really works wonders. He wanted to change the form more, but for now, that was enough. Hestia said that he had done the incredible on his first day. He smiled and said that it was all thanks to a good teacher. It was getting dark, and the boy asked if Hestia would get home by herself. Hestia said she would go alone and lived nearby. Then Deikai said goodbye to her. Hestia smiled, thinking that they had a good time, but their time was running out. She said goodbye to the hero. Deikai did not understand what she meant and wanted to ask what her farewell meant, but Hestia was already far away, so he thought she would not come anytime soon. That night, all the dragons gathered on the cliffs in their valley. The dragon who accompanied the queen addressed the others and asked to be heard. He shouted that tomorrow morning Hestia, the king of the white flame, would go into battle. The dragons were alert and were ordered to prepare for war. Hestia silently watched the dragons. The dragons were happy because they had waited a long time for this hour. They were sure that this brat would not even understand what killed him. They doubted that they really needed such a large numerical advantage to deal with such a small person. The dragon shouted that tomorrow, everyone would go to see how the king would fight Brett. Hestia looked sadly at the dragons. She could not understand how she had to rule such scoundrels at all. The girl was surprised at herself. She considered them superficial, but there was nothing to be done about it. She looked at the dragon behind her and thought that he was already over 100 years old. If it weren't for his critical thinking skills, he would have been killed long ago. He was her right hand. But Hestia was responsible for her wards and believed she had to help them. The dragon behind her apologized and suggested using this time to prepare for the fight. The girl took off her clothes. A long time has passed since she last took her true magical form. And at that moment, instead of the girl, a huge armored dragon appeared in the sky. She remembered the hero who smiled at her so sincerely. Hestia told him everything he needed to know about this world and magic. She had never met an opponent she had to fight with full strength against, and eagerly awaited this battle, even if it meant she would never see this place again. Standing on the roof, Sakura and Dichai looked at the wonderful view. Dichai decided that this was the very Dragon Valley that Jesha had spoken about, but the valley itself looked just like a pile of sharp stones. When the house looked like a tower, the whole district was visible from it, and Sakura was endlessly happy to spend such a wonderful morning next to her master. Thanks to the magic keys, he no longer lost so much energy and did not wake up earlier. He worried about Hestia, whether she got home safely, and remembered the words she said goodbye. Suddenly the boy noticed that a whole cloud of dragons was flying towards them. There was a whole horde of them, but he had never seen the huge, white dragon at the head before. Sakura said she saw hostility in their eyes, but it turned out they were just passing by. Sakura suggested going downstairs because otherwise they could be hit by an airstream. Daikai agreed. The descent to the first floor still took some time. The hero noticed they were very close. The dragon prepared to attack, and this shocked Daichai. He did not understand why they were attacking. The white dragon struck directly at the side of the house. Daichai looked at the house and thought that Sekiro was there. He turned around, saw Sekiro behind him, and asked if she was okay, and Sekiro anxiously replied that the house's structure was not damaged, only the wall was slightly scorched, but overall everything was fine. The dragon spoke to the inhabitants of the house. The dragon introduced himself as the king of the Dragon Valley and asked to fight him. If they refused, he said he would burn the lands with his white flame. The trees near the house were engulfed in the dragon's flames. The hero stepped out to meet the dragon and said that the dragon had burned his home, so he was ready to fight him. It was his home, and he promised to do everything to protect it. Daichai turned to Sakura and extended his hand to her. He asked to start her full synchronization, and meanwhile used the magical key. The boy waved his staff and used the magical key of full power of the wooden armor. The trees began to create a huge golem right in front of the dragon. When the transformation was complete, his eyes lit up with light. Eventually, Sakura and Daichai entered directly into the wooden armor of the golem. This was his royal mode. Daichai learned to combine 100 golems thanks to a magical key, and synchronization with Sakura allowed him to see through the upper part of the armor, so what he did before was just child's play. But this dragon was simply huge. That armor reached a maximum of 10 meters in height, and the dragon itself was 30 meters tall. They had numerical superiority and could fly. Sakura told her master that she would protect the home with her magic and asked him to fight with full strength. The hero smiled at her and thought that now he and Sakura had become one, so protecting the home remained his priority. He shouted that this was his home, the only place where he could live happily, and he would not let some idiot from Dragon Valley take it away. Controlling the armor, the huge golem rushed into a royal attack. The white flame dragon prepared for defense. The dragon looked at the hero inside the golem and asked him to attack. In the kingdom of Prussia, news suddenly appeared. The castle doors opened, and a man shouted that he had a message from the reconnaissance group. The Dragon King was spotted in the west of the dark forest. The scouts also said they saw his white flames. He was accompanied by an army of dragons. If they attack the city, it will be destroyed. The scouts also reported that the Ludwolf tribe fled. A man shouted to others to raise the alarm and announce the evacuation, but people did not know where to run because there was no escape from the Dragon King, and they decided that everything was hopeless and the city was doomed. Then a voice ordered everyone to calm down. The princess came out to the courtyard. She sternly told them that now was not the time to panic, and asked the messenger how many dragons there were. He replied to the princess that there were at least 50 dragons. They were now flying over the dark forest. Part of the forest had already turned into charred bushes. The princess thought for a moment and realized who the Dragon King was. The dragon about whom legends were made. There were legends that he had burned an entire country. She had heard that he was sleeping, but now they saw it with their own eyes. The princess addressed the captain knight and ordered the evacuation to begin, asking to save as many people as possible. The knight said he would definitely inform his warriors, but they would need at least a day to get here. The princess thought for a moment, then approached the weapons shelf and took a staff from there. Then she herself was ready to fight the dragon. The knight was tense, but the girl wanted to do something for this city. The knight wanted to allow her to object, but she understood him perfectly. The princess said that she knew it, that she would not win the battle and was simply sacrificing her life. In such moments, she realized that she was happy to be a princess, and instead of running away, she wanted to protect her people. The girl blushed and lowered her short skirt between her legs. Gathering her strength and gripping the staff tighter, she said that she was glad to give her life for her people. The knight and another present looked at the princess in surprise. She turned to them and said that she was leaving. She asked them to watch how she would fight. The people of the castle tried to stop her, but the princess had already teleported. She immediately headed to the branch, noticing that the teleport worked perfectly, and began searching for the Dragon King. High in the sky, she saw a dragon breathing white flames and could not believe it. Right in front of her stood a large golem that overshadowed her. The princess looked at King Gollum in shock. She could not understand what kind of creature it was that was able to stop the dragon's flame. Dechai looked at the princess in shock, not understanding what she was doing here. The princess recognized the hero's voice and was surprised. Gollum looked at the dragon and shouted at him that he had burned his garden. He also burned the sleeves of his wonderful wooden armor. The hero got angry and drove away the dragon, saying he would not allow it to continue destroying his home. They are trying to summon the rest of the golems that were in the storage. All 5 floors with golems began to wake up and move. Dechai smiled and thought that filling all the empty spaces in the house with golems was a good idea, so he hoped everything would be fine, as he had not yet tested some things, and ordered the golems to switch to full defense mode. Absolutely all the golems immediately rushed at the hero's armor from all sides. They wrapped his armor all over Gollum's body. The hero called this technique the Royal Guard. Dechai shouted at the reptile to attack and told her he would pay for her garden. The time to counterattack had come. The battle with the Dragon King began to unfold, and the boy shouted to him that they would show everything they were capable of. At first he thought to bring the dragon to the ground. The hero looked at Sakura and asked if everything was all right. She replied that the fire did not damage the house structure, so everything was fine, and then the boy said they would take care of it. Traps began to appear all around the dragon from everywhere, and Sakura said that the target was caught. The trap worked on the flying weirdos, and arrows rained down on the dragons from all sides. The dragon thought to just dodge and not burn these projectiles, but while dodging, he noticed that they began to manifest. But even in such a pose, the dragon managed to dodge, and the hero noticed it. In that case, he tried another trick and tore out a tree trunk. Aiming, he threw the trunk at the enemy like a spear, and the tree opened up in flight. The dragon thought that there was another obstacle in front of him and decided to just burn it. He used dragon breath. Dechai considered this very convenient for the dragon because he could just burn everything in his path and hover in front of them. But he thought that for the dragon it was weak to just land and fight like a human. The hero Gollum used a wooden shield. But as soon as the shield touched the dragon's fire, it immediately crumbled. The boy said that this shield was made from a magical apple tree, and it shattered from a single blow. Other dragons flew near the king and shouted that the Lord is winning. The dragons laughed and said that the battle is very good. They even felt sorry that it would end soon. The dragon looked at the hero and said that he is the current king of dragons, and this is his full power. After these words, the dragon prepared for the next attack. The boy noticed that the dragon was about to breathe fire again, and if that happened, the whole area would burn down. Dechai got angry and asked the dragon not to give up so easily. The hero addressed Sakura and said that they would use everything they had. Sekiro agreed with him, and the dragon thought that this was the end. Focusing the attack, the dragon used the white flame of the Dragon King. King Gollum placed his hands on the ground and addressed every tree they had left. He ordered them to grow and connect, and a giant tree grew above him, which took the dragon's blow. The earth and surroundings trembled, and everything began to collapse from the force of that blow. This was the climax of the battle with the Dragon King. The hero noticed that the top of the tree began to burn and said that they needed more magical energy. Dechai tensed as much as he could, and the tree began to grow slowly. After some time, the sapling grew its crown again. The dragon was surprised that the tree started to grow. He did not understand how it sprouted through his flame, and the hero shouted at him to bite him. Breaking through the dragon's flame, the branches wrapped around him and began to squeeze him all over his body. Dechai said that everything was fine, and the dragon was caught. But then the man noticed that the staff given to him by Hestia cracked, and he realized that he had poured too much energy into it. The dragon screamed fiercely that he would not lose to him. Saying this, the dragon directed his flame straight at the tree that was holding him. Hestia got nowhere and felt tired. Guy noticed that this dragon was truly the king of all dragons and much stronger than the others. Now he asked for permission to show what this armor was capable of. Raising the leg of the huge golem, he said that this was simply incredible power, the power of hundreds of apple trees. But that was not the end of it. The magic also penetrated his home and every cell of this armor. King Gollum approached the trees that enveloped the dragon and embraced them. He used all his strength and shouted that now it was definitely the end. Pulling out from under the ground the roots that restrained the dragon, he tore them out and destroyed them with a royal maneuver. The branches of the tree, along with the dragon, fall to the ground. The princess looked in awe at the defeated dragon, while the rest of the flock silently watched. I said that all those things he mentioned were exactly what determined this victory. It was their incredible power. The hero looked at the dragon that fell to the ground along with the branches. He thought that they succeeded, and the dragon finally fell. Sekiro, with tears, said that the master was incredible. He was the best. The stunned princess only watched as the golem walked toward the dragon. Surprised at herself, she did not understand why she was crying. The girl still did not understand what had just happened. The legendary dragon of white flame was defeated. There had never been a person before who could defeat him. But now it really happened right before her eyes. The princess thought that she was still a sorceress and had practiced magic all her life to become the best at it. She called him to strengthen Prussia so that it would prosper. A house appeared in the forest and a man, the owner of that house. She tightly gripped the staff in her hand, and no one refused his help to the country. She was sincerely grateful to him, recalling their first meeting. But she was disappointed, because if he was here, she could not be considered the strongest. The girl, in tears, thought she had some feeling, and felt it when she saw his power. The princess smiled, blushed, and said how cool he was. After the heroes climbed down from the golem, they inspected the dragon. The boy looked around and said that the place was destroyed again. Dichai looked at the house and said he regretted not saving it. The flock of dragons was still circling above the house, and Sakura asked the hero if he would plant more apple trees. The hero fully agreed with him because they needed protection. He still did not understand why the other dragons did not attack. The dragons just looked at Dichai and noticed that he was looking at them. They still could not believe what that rascal had done. They still did not attack, decided to just fly away, and the heroes watched them with their eyes. The boy smiled and said that now there was one less problem. He currently lacked magical energy to fight everyone. The hero decided to approach the dragon lying on the ground. Looking at the immobilized Dragon King, he did not know what to do with him. But then the creature's eyes opened, and he asked to be killed, because he was trapped and the other dragons had retreated. It had also exhausted all reserves of magical energy and asked to simply silently finish the matter. The hero looked at his enemy. Dichai did not understand why he wanted to kill him, and the dragon was surprised. The boy suggested imagining what would happen if he killed him. He would again have a huge dragon corpse in the yard, and it would bring him trouble. The Dragon King said that this could be fixed and that he could shrink. After these words, the dragon shone with light. The light was so bright that it blinded the hero, and he covered his eyes. After the dragon's transformation, he saw Hestia in front of him and froze. "Sorry, I cannot help with this request." Hestia lowered her gaze and confessed that she was Hestia Redona. She was the white flame of the dragons, that is, their queen, but now she was the former queen. Touching her face with his hand, the hero thought that she would speak more than that winged brat, and he also believed that the Dragon King could still defeat him, after which the girl fell on her back. Hestia lay on the ground, said that he should keep energy for the last strike, and asked to kill her to end the fight, but Dichai still did not understand why he should kill her. Taking off his cloak, he asked why they had attacked them at all. Covering the surprised girl, he asked her to answer. The hero said that if they decided everything now, no one would have to die. After a short pause, Hestia admitted that she fought for the sake of other dragons. Hestia admitted that he really was the strongest of those she had to fight, and that she needed to prove it to the other dragons. The hero looked at her inquisitively, not understanding what she meant. He still agreed with her words and thoughts and sat on a stone in front of Hestia. Sakura also sat down. The boy realized that she fought for her own and asked how everything went and whether she managed to prove to them what was necessary. Hestia agreed with him and said that the dragons understood that if they started, they would definitely die, but something had to be done to make them believe it. The girl leaned over the hero and asked him to take her head. If anyone dared to contradict him, he would just show her. Hester came closer and bowed her head, but immediately received a punch to the head. The shocked girl grabbed her head, on which a bump had already appeared, and asked what was happening. Dichai looked sternly at Hestia and said that she would be punished. Tears welled up in Hestia's eyes. She said that she was in pain, but the boy had to teach her a lesson somehow. Sakura admitted that it would be strange if the blow was weak. But the hero smiled and said that he forgave her, so now everything would be fine, and the girl looked at the boy in surprise. Picking up the cloak that had fallen from Hestia, he said that he could do nothing and that she had her reasons, but she had hit her head and paid for it with his favorite garden. The boy put the cloak back on the girl, and she said that he should not be so kind to her. But Dichai smiled and said that if she needed help, she could just ask him, since now they had enough time to talk. Hestia pondered his words and did not understand what he meant. He just wanted her to tell him about all her problems, because that was normal for neighbors, especially if they were good friends. The hero said that if she had problems, he would help her, and if he needed help, she would try to repay him. He had few neighbors, so they should stick together. The hero was sure that if she asked him for it, they would talk. Even if he could not help, he would always be able to listen to her. Dichai thought about what they had been talking about here, and that it was finally time to clean up. Hestia looked at the boy and smiled slightly. A blush appeared on the girl's cheeks, and she said that they would clean up the mess. Sakura looked at the man who had received her and asked to brew some tea. The man said it was good because her throat had dried out from the fire, and meanwhile the princess glanced at the dragon's body, which was no longer there. But she only saw how he was defeated, so she had to inform the people, and then used teleportation, and this time the truth remained in the shadows for her. These were Sakura's first additional memories, which took place 50 years ago. When she approached a large lush tree in the middle of the forest, the man said he would build his house right there. After the house was built, the man and woman entered it, and the man said they would live there. When they opened the door, they heard a voice asking them to look. The girls suggested leaving because their father-in-law was calling. Entering the room, the man asked to look at the pillar in front of them. It was because of this that he decided to build the house in this place, because it was a cherry tree trunk. Sakura's memories were a bit foggy, but then Daichai was born. After the birth of that child, she clearly remembered everything that happened after his birth. It can be said that along with his birth, she also realized herself. That is why they were the same age. As the boy grew up, Sakura grew up with him. She was watching him from the side all the time. One day she noticed the boy's piercing gaze and thought he had noticed her, but Daichai called her parents and said it was time to go. The boy immediately turned around and ran to his parents, and this upset Sakura. One evening there was a heavy rain, and the downpour hit the roof of the house with all its might. The girl hugged her knees and cried, thinking that Daichai would not return. She could not understand where he had gone, and tears flowed like a river. She was afraid to be alone and cried every day. All this depressed her, and she could not leave this house because she was its spirit. Looking at her hands, she thought about disappearing. The girl shouted with all her might that she did not want to die and begged for someone to come. After inspecting the empty rooms, she sat in the corridor and began to cry. But at some point, the house door opened, and the boy shouted that they were home. As soon as Sekiro saw him, she realized she was saved. The grandfather who was with him scolded the typhoon and thought that planes could not transform to fly around it. He missed this place and this house. Wiping away tears, the girl thanked God. She knew whom to thank for being saved. Since then, she was with the hero throughout his life, at all stages of growing up. Walking behind Daichai, the girl thought she would always follow him. The boy turned around and asked Sakura if she was tired, offering to take a walk in that case. That same evening, the heroes worked diligently to put everything in order. Daichai wiped the sweat from his forehead and said that restoring everything to normal would be a bit difficult. Hestia looked gloomily at the hero. He asked if everything was all right. She noticed that his staff was broken, and the hero said that he broke it during the battle. The girl said she put a lot of effort into making it, and it didn't crack even when she hit it with a hammer. Daichai was surprised and asked how she did it. Hestia had a license to create magical weapons, and the hero was surprised that a license was needed for that too. This could help earn money while traveling. She earned a good reputation as a weapons master, and the hero was surprised that she had seen so much. The girl asked if he needed a staff, and the hero said that without it he would not be able to use the magical keys. If he had not summoned so many golems, the outcome of the battle would have been different. Taking a staff for herself, the girl said she could fix it. Carefully examining the crack, she decided she could manage it in a day, only needing some material from her own tail. Daichai asked in surprise if she was serious, assuming it was about her bones. He was not sure if it was normal, but the girl replied that scales or claws would fall off because they would grow back anyway. He also asked her to help the neighbors, so she decided to help him. Daichai thanked Hesti and said that he himself did not fix it, but the girl said that if it was only about materials, he could have managed without her. The girl said that there are still 6 dragon kings in the world. The boy wanted to say something to Hestia, but decided it was not important, thanked her for the help, and then asked her to tell him if she needed anything. Hestia lowered her eyes and wanted to say something more to Daichai. Worried, she told him that now she had nowhere to live. The hero asked about the Valley of Dragons, and the girl said that because of that loss, the road there was closed to her. Dragons obeyed only the strongest, and the boy thought that they had a hierarchy. Hestia said that if she returned there, she would be torn to pieces, and the hero noted that this was quite cruel. The girl said that if he could not help her, she would settle somewhere in the forest. Because of the danger in the area, she would not be able to sleep there. However, the hero did not think that there were boys here who could defeat her. He was right, but the girl was afraid that a fight with someone would destroy everything around. She wanted to avoid this. Dichai wondered why this sounded so dangerous. In that case, Hestia asked where she could stay and added that she would be paid. The boy considered her words and turned to Sakura for help. In fact, he did not even notice the local town here, as if hinting to her. The girl smiled and said that the hero could settle her right here. Dichai noticed that she was reading his thoughts, but the girl smiled and said that she just thought it would be nice. Sakura said that Dichai was her master, and listening to his decision was her duty. The hero smiled at her and thanked her for everything, but something was still bothering him. He asked Sakura if Hestia would have problems with the magic that these lands were rich in, but the girl only smiled and replied that Hestia was so strong that there was no point in answering because everything was already clear, so it was decided. Extending his hand to Hestia, the boy offered her to live here, and the girl was shocked. She blushed and asked if everything would definitely be fine, but the hero had no doubt about it. Dichai said that as the owner of the house he did not mind, even the house itself did not mind, so they were glad to have her there. She could also use the guest house, which looked quite ordinary. Hestia hesitated, not knowing what to answer. Extending her hand, the girl smiled and thanked them for everything, accepting their offer. Hestia and Daikai shook hands. So they had their first tenant. Suddenly the princess jumped out from behind them and apologized. The surprised boy looked at the girl in the elegant dress and realized it was Dana, who had asked him for a moment. She had a serious reason. She needed him to go with her immediately to Prussia. The princess asked the hero to go with her to Prussia, but he did not understand why she needed to take him to the kingdom. The princess explained that he had defeated the Dragon King. Ordinary people wanted to see him, so he was invited to the castle. Dichai understood why the girl was dressed like that. She was from the royal family, so she had to look official. The hero did not understand what exactly he was supposed to do there and thought he had done nothing to deserve their gratitude. But the princess insisted that he was a hero, and his fight was visible right from the castle, so since then people considered him the victor. The boy looked at Hestia and said that he was just defending his home. The princess said that because of this their kingdom had not burned down yet, so they wanted to thank him. Dichai honestly said that he did not want to go anywhere, apologized, and added that he was lazy, especially after a hard day. But the princess doubted it because she saw that the hero had a lot of energy, and it would actually be better if he came tired and without her, because with her he looked threatening. Begging him, the princess said it would not take long. He would stay in the castle only briefly, and then live a quiet life again. Eventually, people became very frightened and awaited something terrible if he did not come. The hero described this frightening scene and asked to abandon it. Turning to Sakura, Dichai said he was leaving and would not be back by dinner. The princess sincerely thanked him. She was confident that Daichai would agree. In that case, Hestia asked to go with the hero and said she needed to buy something for the staff. The shocked princess looked at the girl, felt great power from her, and asked who she was. The princess blushed and said that a powerful energy was felt from her and guessed that she was his daughter, but the hero said she just lived here and was not his child. The boy returned to Sakura, called her Cherry, and said he would be back soon. Dichai asked the princess to finish this quickly, and she said she would teleport them far away. The boy remarked that the teleportation spell was cool, and the princess, proud of herself, said it was her specialty. She turned to powerful magic and asked for permission to shorten the great distance with her magical energy, and then she teleported. Immediately, Dichai together with the princess found themselves on the main balcony of the Kingdom of Prussia and looked down, where they saw a crowd of people looking at them with surprise. A silence fell, after which the hall of the kingdom exploded with screams. The inhabitants joyfully shouted that their savior was already here. Dichai simply pointed at them with his finger and asked the princess who they were. The girl smiled and said that they were wealthy nobles, or rather, adventurers, and had come here to greet him. But the boy did not understand why it was, and the girl said that the Dragon King was only a few kilometers from their kingdom, and many people had already resigned themselves to inevitable death. Dichai looked gloomily at Hestia beside him and thought that people did not even know that she had reached the castle. The girl calmly addressed him and said that she had gone to buy things for the staff, and the boy asked her to hurry. When the girl left, the princess asked the hero in surprise whether it was right to let her go alone, because their guards were good, but the city was still dangerous. The hero imagined her turning into a dragon and said that it was cool. He thought that she was still more dangerous than the city. Then the princess asked him to come closer. She pointed to the place where the knight stood and asked him to start the ceremony. At first, there was a short formal meeting here. She wanted to introduce him to the captain of the magical knights. The knight bowed to the hero and said he was glad to meet him. he introduced himself as Okudo, captain of the local magical knights. Diji responded in kind, after which they shook hands. Feeling the boy's firm handshake, the face of the knight changed. Dichai addressed the princess and said that his friend was not okay, or that it was customary here to shake hands like that, but the girl smiled and said that he probably had an excess of magical energy. The princess asked the captain if everything was all right, and he agreed with her and apologized. The knight said that perhaps he was not worthy enough to stay here, apologized, and decided to leave the ceremony. The princess decided that it was time to start and suggested that the boy introduce himself first. The girl blushed and said that she would like to know the name of the man who had already saved her twice. Dichai looked at her in surprise and realized that he had never called her by name before. The boy smiled and said that his name was Dichai. The girl rejoiced and said that it was a wonderful name that suited him as a master of dragon veins. She placed her hand on her chest and added that she would keep this name in her heart. A knight approached the princess and presented a tray with an award for the hero. She told Dichai that something had been prepared for him as a token of gratitude for his victory. He had done a great deed, so she asked him to accept this award. The hero looked at the sheet that resembled a diploma and thought that he had no use for it. Smiling strangely, he only repeated that he would protect his home. The sheet stated that he was given 10,000 silver coins, the right to use the kingdom's institutions, and the right to enter the kingdom. It seemed that nothing bad would happen to him if he simply agreed. Then the girl smiled at Daytree and said that the official part was over. The princess lifted her lavish dress and asked for company. People shouted and asked to see their hero. They wanted to hear a story from him, but the boy thought that he might have become lazy and did not want to get more tired from this nonsense. Daychai scratched the back of his head and apologized for not being very skilled at this, so he decided to go home. The princess asked him not to hurry and did not understand why he did not want to be an honored guest at the royal banquet. The knight supported her and said that they had the best cuisine in the world. But the hero said that he was mistaken and that the best cuisine in the world was at his home, and it seemed to him that his dinner was already getting cold. The princess realized that it was pointless to argue with him and decided in that case to teleport him home, but he waved it off and said it was not necessary because a walk would do. But it was very far, and the princess thought that they could go together. But the door opened, and Hesio entered, saying that she had returned. Taikai noticed that she had taken everything necessary, and the girl said that now she could fix his staff. The boy said that they are now returning home, and asked Hestia if they can go on foot. Hestia said that in that case she has an option. She turned to the dragon and suggested that the hero ride her. The knight and the princess were simply stunned, because before them stood the dragon of white flame itself. The princess, shocked, asked the hero how he managed to tame the white flame dragon. Daikai swore, remembering that he had forgotten about it. It was his small oversight. The princess was horrified at the thought that the hero wanted to destroy the city, but Desai asked her to gently lower her hands and said he had no intention of destroying anything here, then turned to Hestia to confirm this. The dragon said that they really did not want to destroy anything. The princess was glad to hear this, and the hero waved to her and said that they were already late. The girl stretched out her hand and asked him to wait, explaining that she was saying all this on behalf of the kingdom. But she also wanted to personally thank him herself. He told Dengu that she really looked like a princess now, but he did not remember rescuing her, so he asked to postpone the thanks until the moment he truly saved her. The princess silently smiled, watching the hero climb onto the dragon. Dichai confessed to Hestia that he was frightened when she began to reincarnate. He wondered why she became smaller, and Hestia explained that it was due to the magical energy, which is currently insufficient, and therefore the dragon's body forms according to her strength. Then the boy placed his hands on the protruding spike and said he would hold on to it. Then he turned to the princess and asked her not to leave his sight. Two guards raised their heads in shock. One of them said he had just seen a dragon, and the princess and the knight silently watched them with their gaze. It began to get dark. The knight told the girl that they had already set off. Dechai was surprised that the girl could fly on his back, but Hestia replied that it would be strange if she couldn't. The hero thought it was simply a magnificent sight, the flight of a white dragon against the black sky. Some people who happened to look up still noticed the creature flying extraordinarily fast. Some attributed it to alcohol, but the truth was that the white dragon returned from the bright castle to the dark forest, and the dark figure in the forest also noticed it. The girl said it was her sister and added that it would be fun. Eventually, rumors began to spread in the town that the white dragon had built a nest right in the castle, and no one could understand what was happening. After the flight home, Hester transformed again, and the boy thanked her for her help. Hester tiredly rubbed her eyes and said she was tired for today. She asked permission to go to sleep, and the boy of course allowed her. She thanked him and said good night. The hero was also tired, and walking to the elevator in the building, thought that creatures also need to restore magical energy, and that was exactly why Hestia slept. When the doors opened, Sakura met Dicha and greeted him. She told the master that today had been a hard day and had prepared rice for him. He could have dinner, or there was another option. Sakura blushed and tentatively offered to help restore his magical energy. The boy thought it was very cute, like an anime, and that he should respond correctly. He smiled and said he would eat first because it would be a pity for her food to go to waste. Sakura agreed and said that eating was very important at his age. When she ran off, she said she would cook for now. Daichai really loved life here. All problems were solved, and he could rest peacefully. Sekiro was pouring tea and had something to offer her mistress. The hero did not understand what she meant, and Sakura sternly asked him to reconsider his decision. She wanted Daichai to remodel the house, but that boy still did not understand anything. Seeing Heshichin's attacks, she thought that this form was not reliable enough. The hero agreed with her because the house was unstable in that form. He asked Sakura how to make it in such a case because he had already tried to bury it in the ground. Sakura suggested using her body and magical power to the fullest, and the blushing boy asked what she meant. Sakura smiled and said that first they needed to synchronize and then try to restore it. Daikai understood her because during synchronization, he needed to figure out how to do it, so he suggested doing it outside. Standing in front of the house, the hero suggested she try, placing his hand on Sakura's shoulder. The synchronization was completed, and the program showed them the full model of the house. It remained only to use the hero's magical power and intuition, imagine it, and apply the power, so the boy decided to first do a small test. He decided to move the 5th floor 5 meters, after which he imagined it. When he opened his eyes, he saw that he was fine, and the building was moving. Sekiro was pleased the floor shifted. She praised the master and said that he was doing well. That was exactly what she expected from him. He mastered this method very quickly. But the hero said that she praised him too much. He did not expect the house to be so easy to move. Sakura said that when they were in sync, their magic strengthened the walls, so it was not a problem. She smiled and said that it was important just to get used to it, suggested trying different options, and another 10 minutes passed the same way. After that, a whole house floated in the sky, which looked like a pile of blocks fused into one. When they finished, a multi-story hut of complex shape stood on the ground. Daichai looked at the house in surprise and said that magic was truly amazing. He could rebuild the house as if playing with blocks and change its shape as he wished, but he could not change its volume. Sakura said that the master was amazing because he managed to do all this in such a short time, and now he understood how to move it, so he decided to switch to its form. The shape of the building was still weak against external influences, and he wanted to make it stronger. The apple orchard was quite large, so he decided to expand the house and then realized what needed to be done. In a moment, the house became the pyramid of Cheops, and Sekiro was delighted. The hero looked at the house uncertainly and noticed that it had turned into a pyramid, searching for the right shape and safety. At the top of the pyramid were 2 more rooms, a dining room and a kitchen. The hero compared the pyramid to a tomb and felt that he was wrong, but Sakura disagreed with him because from a safety point of view, it was the best solution. With this fortification, there would be no trace left of Heshichan's strike, and the boy scratched his head and said uncertainly that the house was indeed strong and suitable for defense, but he did not want his Sakura house to look crude. The girl looked at him in surprise and smiled as a sign of gratitude. She blushed and said that she would continue to expand it anyway, and that over time it would take the shape he needed. Daichai remembered what happened in RPO before this expansion and blushed. Sakura smiled and told him not to rush because he could redo everything whenever he wanted. Daichai smiled and agreed. He would continue working on the sense of design, so his house became more protected. Thus, the fruits of love continued to grow. That night near the hero's house, from the small hut, the ringing of metal echoed. It was Hesji who was striking the staff with all her might, took off her protective glasses, examined it, and decided that she had finished working on it. The next morning, the boy went outside and looked at the house. As he thought, the house had not moved anywhere. Sakura told him that the previous appearance was still in his memory, and if they synchronized, it could be restored. The hero thought to do nothing. Then Hestia approached from behind and noticed that the boy was using magic rather strangely. Noticing her, Daikai said good morning to her. She said that yesterday she felt a change in magical energy, but did not guess that he used it that way. An ordinary person would faint if they spent that much energy even once. Hesha handed him the staff and said that she brought exactly what he needed. This new staff would make such tasks easier for him. The hero was glad to notice that the new staff was harder and thicker than the previous one. Hestia said that she carefully selected the materials and worked on it alone, so it became stronger than the previous one. The boy sincerely thanked Hestia. With the help of the magic key, it would be much easier for him to fix the shape of his house. Hestia looked at Sakura, doubting her correctness. Sakura looked away and said that they would need some synchronization. Once the shape is set, it can be instantly changed. The hero said he understood and suggested trying. He suggested Sakura synchronize with him and try to return to building mode, and Sakura gladly agreed. The magic key requires a code word for activation, so he had to come up with a suitable one for the basic form. Dichai raised the staff above his head and said that the keyword would be common tower. He looked at the house and rejoiced that it really changed instantly. Sakura greeted her master, and Hestia looked at the house in surprise. She said it was simply amazing, and he did everything right immediately, so the boy suggested Sakura continue. He used the magic pyramid key, and the house became a pyramid again. The hero rejoiced and said that the magic key was wonderful. Hestia asked for the staff for a moment, and the boy handed it to her. After a thorough inspection, Hestia was convinced that this time she managed to make a staff that would not break. She handed him the staff and told Dichai that he could take it back. The hero smiled at her and said that the staff was reliable because thanks to it, he does not get tired, so he is very efficient. The hero thought a little nervously and decided to continue the journey. With a wave of the wand, the house turned into the Hinji castle. After this, he used another magic key called Heavenly Tower. He shouted that he did it, but the house was small, so only a miniature came out. In that case, he finally decided to use the guardian spirit, and the house turned into a huge solid golem. The hero looked at the golem and said that he had gone too far. He apologized to Sakura and admitted that he got too carried away. Sakura only smiled and told him not to worry, because they could turn everything back. As befits a master, he moved too fast. If he keeps this pace, soon he will be able to do it without synchronization. The hero smiled, said it was all thanks to the staff, and thanked Hestia. Hestia was glad that she could do something useful for him. She asked him to inform her if the staff broke again, because she would fix it. The hero agreed and said that in that case he would definitely inform her. This is how he learned to effectively restore the house. Dichai used the muscle golem skill, which was only 20 times stronger. The golems got pumped male bodies, but their faces did not match these bodies. The hero looked and realized that something was wrong here, because when he created many things at once, some details simply got lost, and from behind came a scream from the princess, who asked what this was. She greeted Daichai and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The hero noticed that Daichai comes every time he is busy. He did not object to her arrival and was glad that she did not wet herself. The girl asked not to worry and said that she had taken measures. The princess said that she was already quite grown up, and the boy did not understand why she was so proud and asked what she wanted this time. The girl smiled and said that she came to give him the land ownership rights in the city. The paperwork took some time. She asked him to use this right as he liked, and the boy thanked her. The girl looked at the golems and asked what was wrong with them because they looked scary. When they looked at her, she felt strong pressure, and the hero agreed that they looked quite frightening. Since he did not want trouble, he ordered the golems to return, and they disappeared. The princess noticed the trick with the magic key, and the boy was surprised that she also knew about it. Of course, she knew about it because it is complex magic, and even such a great sorceress could only pronounce one or two phrases. The boy thought that his armored golem was created using a magical key. The girl sat down because the boy surpassed her again. The hero noticed that she initially comes here excited, but then immediately gets upset. He thought that her life is a bit complicated. The princess did not understand how he found out and thought he might have made it up himself, but Dichai said that some girl passing by taught him. The princess hesitantly added that if such a person exists and it is a girl, she would like to see her in person, and he replied that they had already met her. Meanwhile, Hestia had just approached them. The girl gently yawned without opening her eyes and asked if anyone was there. The princess froze upon seeing the girl who taught him and was shocked that the hero was trained by the Dragon King. Dichai smiled and greeted her. When the princess heard the girl's name, she said that it could not be. She could not believe that the sorceress in black was Hester Radon herself, a high-level sorceress. She had not heard that name for a long time. Imagining that the legendary sorceress was only a cover for the White Flame Dragon King, the hero was surprised and asked again if Hestia was really the legendary sorceress. Several decades ago, an unknown sorceress in black came to the Prussian Association of Magic, received the highest rank within a few days, and then simply disappeared, leaving behind only legendary works, and was called Gestria Radon. The hero thought the name was slightly different, but Hestia said she used a pseudonym, so they were almost the same, and the other dragons offered her a fake name, black hair and clothes. The boy smiled. He did not think she would become famous. Hestia said that if the boy thinks she is a legend, he is mistaken. If he were in a magical union, they would not be able to measure his power. He was so far beyond the ordinary that the only close rank would be mythical, but even there he could be much stronger, and they simply had no way to measure his strength, so they couldn't give him a true rank. Hestia and the princess nodded to each other in agreement. The hero was surprised that they suddenly started talking about him, because a moment ago the princess was still afraid of Hestia. Recently, the princess often met people much stronger than herself, and was already feeling that she was getting used to it. Talking with the hero, she learned to overcome fear, and Daikai said that it was useful but not very pleasant. The girl was confused and wanted to respond, but the hero said he was joking, and she really learned a lot today, noticed that it was already time to go, so she simply asked for permission to leave. She was glad to have met both of them. The girl promised to try harder and become as strong as they were. She hoped that they would see each other again. Daikai told her that he and Sakuri liked her company, so she could come here anytime. But he set the condition that she must not water his garden. The princess got angry, blushed, and said that it would not happen again. In that case, she should already leave. Hestia noticed that the princess felt better because just a few minutes ago she was very depressed. The hero thought about returning to his golems because she had just suggested that he made even stranger golems and wanted to see them, so he realized that since she was coming to watch, he needed to do everything properly and focus. He used the muscle form of the golem, which was 20 times stronger than the usual one, and noticed that they had become better and had updated faces. Hestia said that it was wonderful, and the hero began working on improving the golems before lunch. Sitting in the office, the girl thought that even a princess had to do paperwork. There was a lot of work, and many people panicked when they thought the city was under attack, so she would have to make a statement, and she decided not to postpone it, and also thanks to the magical effect of Daikai, their crops grew much better than before. The girl paused for a moment, wondering when they would meet the hero again, and just then someone knocked on the door and asked for permission to report. The princess took the pen again and allowed him to enter. The knight apologized and said it was about emergency forces from the fortress city. The princess remembered them and said they were not needed, but was grateful for their support, so she asked if there were adventurers there, and the knight replied that there were, most were returning, and some stayed to search for treasures. The girl thought that being adventurers they would not want to return empty-handed. The knight was on her side. There were many dungeons near the fortress. He was sure they would not want to lose a week's earnings. It was logical. The princess asked if the knight remembered to warn them to stay away from the Dichai forest. The knight did as she asked. He would not be surprised if they ignored this warning. The girl reluctantly said that it was not very good, although Dichai would not cause them problems. The knight felt this power himself, and yet there was a certain peculiarity in his abilities. He did not think that Daichi killed adventurers. He also really liked the silence. If they disturbed it too much, just in case, an apology for him needed to be prepared. The princess agreed with him and planned to go there to apologize. She thought about it for so long that the knight asked if she was all right. The girl apologized and asked if that was all, but the knight still had something to say. He said that a delegation was coming from the fortress city. The princess was shocked, stood up from the chair, and hit the table. They wanted to find out how they managed to fend off the dragon. The knight was sure they did not tell everything. He heard that they had someone who could find powerful magical energy. This impressed the princess because she did not know that the fortress city was so knowledgeable about magical items. Most likely, she knew what they desired, and the knight was also sure that the rumor about the hero had already reached them. If they wanted to attack Dichai's house, the girl was ready to decisively stop them if necessary. Perhaps the traveler's indignation was already too strong. She told the knight that she might need his help, and the magical knight agreed. Meanwhile, the travelers purposefully walked into the forest, laughing. One of them said that he liked to go on morning hunts. One of the hunters told the boss that it was wise to leave earlier while the monsters were still awake, and the boss replied that they would be there soon. Looking from afar at Daikai's house, the boss said that this was the place and advised the boys to prepare for a pile of treasures because he thought the victory would be easy. When the travelers and their boss reached the house, they laughed joyfully and decided to attack, but one of the gang felt sick and his cheeks puffed up. At some point, the whole gang started vomiting, and the boss decided it was some kind of magical disease. He thought it couldn't be true because no one could be that strong. They were not supposed to have any problems. The boss pointed forward and said there was a hut there, suggested hiding there and regrouping, but then Gestria came out to meet them, and he ordered everyone to stand still. The girl with a cane in her hands asked the boys who they were. the travelers were surprised that a child was here. An incredible magical energy in the form of a dragon hovered around her. People did not understand what had happened to this energy. Hestia thought that these were uninvited guests, and she probably needed to stop them. The girl pondered for a moment. She pointed at them with her finger and decided to give them a first warning. The travelers did not understand what was happening here. They stood motionless and simply could not move from their place. Hestia told them that this was private property and weapons were not allowed here, after which she ordered the magic to take the weapons away. A gust of wind struck the opponents and knocked them to the ground. The boss angrily said that she had used a magic key. He asked everyone to be careful because she was a high-level mage. Meanwhile, Hestia thought that this might have taken a lot of effort and decided to simply burn them. Noticing that the attack had stopped, the boss ordered his subordinates not to let themselves be caught off guard and attacked. And suddenly, a wooden figure grew behind their backs, and the bald boss asked in surprise where this strange golem had come from. Hestia, barely surprised, said that it now worked on its own and decided to leave them alone, and the chief shouted to his subordinates that it was a simple wooden golem and could simply be chopped to pieces. However, after the attack, the enemy noticed that there was not a single scratch on the golem. He said that his blade could not cut it and did not understand how this was possible, since it was just wood, and when the men realized they could do nothing to it, they shouted that they had to run away. Meanwhile, Sakura handed the hero a towel while he was washing up. After thanking her, Dichai wiped his face and heard screams from outside. Someone was shouting that they were trapped. The hero said gloomily that it was quite noisy in the garden today. Sakura replied that a group of marauders had come to them this morning, and she wanted to consult with Dichai about what to do with them. She also brought the hero a staff. No one had attacked from that place since the times of Danai, and no one knew what they wanted, so Daikai decided to find out, took Sakura by the hand, and asked if she was ready for synchronization, then used the magical key of wooden golem no. 20. Suddenly the ground shook, and this further confused the travelers. They did not notice how they found themselves completely surrounded by huge golems. They were so scared that Sakura thought they had fainted. The hero thought that he had not even used any of his real traps because he wanted to avoid a fight. He just wanted to talk to them. Sakura smiled and asked if Daikai was ready for breakfast. Opening the door of the house, the hero said happily that they would wake up after he had breakfast and looked at the table with food. While Sakura and Daikai were having breakfast, Hesio approached the ball boss and poked it with a stick to check if it was alive. Waking up and kneeling, the attackers apologized for what they had done. It seemed the golems were quite frightening, and the hero needed them to explain something to him. One of them began to faint again, but another ordered not to let him fall asleep because they needed to talk. He apologized because he had weak resistance to magic and had difficulty breathing, so the hero asked who was the strongest and who could explain the situation to him. The foxy chief raised his hand and said it was him. Dichai thought that they were adventurers from the fortress city and even formed a group called the Shining Heads. They were called here to help fight the dragon, but they did not want to return empty-handed. The chief, sitting on his knees, agreed with his words, and the hero asked where the idea to come here came from, and the man replied that they were given a task at headquarters. It was a woman with black hair and big eyes, and she made them come here, saying that there would be many treasures here. The hero frowned and asked if they had seen any treasure here, and the boss replied that there were a few magical stones but nothing more, and asked them not to touch them. They did not think anyone would be here, especially someone as influential as him, and they felt very sorry. Dichai was barely surprised and asked if that was all. Looking at the guys, he did not think they were lying to him, but it seemed they were really not targeting him. He believed them and said that he still did not like that they broke in here, uninvited with weapons at the ready. The repentant chief said he understood everything and was ready to answer for his actions and even shave his head. The hero noticed that his head was already shaved. The chief ordered the others to shave their heads too, and they decided to do it. The hero asked them to stop and said he did not care if they shaved because it would only create a mess since hair is hard to clean up. Since they did not break anything, he would be glad if they took their things and went home. The chief was surprised that that was the end of it. He asked the hero if they were going to put their heads on stakes as a warning to others, and the hero only asked what kind of savage they thought he was here, and Dichai only asked not to attack his house anymore and, when they return, to tell others that there is no treasure here. The chief gladly agreed and thanked the hero. Returning to the others, he ordered them to pack up and leave. The hero pondered about the woman with black hair they were talking about. He did not understand why the stranger asked to arrange a raid on his house. He did not know what would happen next, but it was obvious that these people were simply being manipulated. Having gathered all their things, the men saluted and said they were finished. The man praised them and said that now they could go home. As they left, the adventurers thanked him for his kindness and went away. Sighing wearily, the man thought that finally peace and quiet would come. Dechai thought about the fortress city, and he did not like that he knew so little about the situation, so he asked Hesia to tell him about this city. The girl agreed, but first pointed to the sky and said that a guest had come to it. The surprised hero looked up at the sky and saw a silhouette. A huge dragon hung over the heroes and looked up at them. Dechai looked surprised at the great dragon and asked if he was here because of Hestia. The girl knew him but was sure he had come for him. Then the hero asked what he wanted. The dragon apologized for disturbing him and asked for permission to land in order to talk better. The dragon addressed them as their former and current king. Seeing the great dragon above their heads, the adventurers thought they were unlucky and quickly fled from there. The hero did not yet understand the reason for this sudden visit. The dragon thanked him for allowing him to land, and the boy asked if he was here because of Hestia. The dragon decided it would be rude to speak to him in the dragon language. After these words, he reincarnated. It was Harrison, the former deputy of Hestia. Taking human form, he said that in this guise he could speak the human language and asked the hero if he understood it. Dechai smiled and said he understood him, and the dragon sighed with relief because he was not very good at transforming into a human, but the hero did not understand what exactly he meant. The boy asked Jestru if all dragons could become humans. The girl said that after 100 years of life, dragons who possess magic sometimes learn this and sometimes not. The boy realized that this was a rather rare skill, and the girl agreed with him. She said that even those who live very long can begin to lose their minds and become simple animals, and the boy was surprised that even dragons fall into senile dementia. But Hestia said there was no need to worry because as soon as it becomes clear that they are dangerous, other dragons will get rid of them. There were cases when dragons survived, but most slowly died from wounds or were killed by other beasts. The hero was again surprised that the dragon society was so strict and asked what they wanted from him. The dragon said they came here to meet their new king, and since he could transform and was short in stature, he was chosen as a representative. He considered it an honor to meet him, after which the dragon bowed. Dechai noticed that this was very polite of them and thanked them. At that moment, all the other dragons were waiting for them. The boy looked up at the sky in surprise and saw a huge flock of dragons. One dragon told another that although he was a human, he could speak their language, and the other was surprised because it takes humans several decades to learn it. They found it strange that the hero acted that way for them, while Dechai thought only about the fact that he learned it when he ate that apple. While the rest of the dragons were flying in the air, the representative wanted to show respect and asked the others to land. But the hero decided it was not worth it because they still wouldn't all fit here, and Harrison said that in that case they would just send him their greetings. From now on, the dragons swear to serve him as subordinates. Guy looked up at the sky and saw that the other dragons were also bowing to him. Dechai understood everything and asked them not to approach the city from now on because the people were in panic after their last visit. Harrison said they understood, then ordered the other dragons to return home, thanked the hero for allowing them to follow him, looked at Dechai and said that if their power is ever needed, he would be able to use it. But the boy did not think that he would ever find himself in a similar situation. He did not know if he would ever need their powers in battle. Harrison said that in that case, they were lucky to have such a strong but kind king. The hero did not understand what he meant by the word kind. Looking at Hestia, Harrison smiled and said that he was very kind because he did not kill Hestia. The girl looked at the dragon in surprise, who said that this act was enough for them to swear loyalty and respect to him. The hero thought that the dragons loved Hestia very much. She had told him before that they did not need her, but it turned out she underestimated how much they valued her. The dragon addressed the mistress, and Hestia said that now was not the time to say that. But Harrison said that it was nonsense because she led them and they would always respect her. The girl blushed and turned away. The boy thought that even among dragons there are decent creatures and was glad that everything was resolved peacefully. He asked Harrison if that was all they came here for. Harrison said he wanted to talk to Hestia, and she looked at the dragon in surprise. He believed that the Black Dragon King had come to act and felt his special magical power. Hestia seemed not surprised and said she understood. The hero assumed that this dragon was dangerous, but Hestia said he was almost harmless, so the hero thought everything should be fine. Harrison asked them to send his regards if they met him, so he decided to say goodbye to the heroes. The three friends looked up at the sky and watched the dragon. Hestia yawned tiredly, and the hero said that a lot had happened today, so it was logical that she was tired, and the girl agreed. The boy lay under the apple tree and said that the sun was shining, and finally everything was calm. It was a good time for a little nap, and Hestio decided to join. Sekir smiled and thought that now was the time to start preparing dinner. The heroes overslept until Sakura came and called them to lunch. Dichai ordered the golem to take care of the apple trees. Hestia called him from behind and asked if he had some time. Those adventurers had recently been here, so she wanted to tell him about the fortress city. The boy thanked her for the help, and the girl said that it was all instead of rent, then unfolded the map. Dichai was surprised that the girl had a new map. She replied that she had many because she often travels the world in dragon form and maps often break, so she had a large supply, and Dichai, recalling her power, was not surprised. Hestia pointed south of the demonic forest and said that there was a city fortress there. It is a city-state on the plain, located on the lands of the Black Dragon King, and surrounded by a forest inhabited by werewolves, ogres, goblins, and orcs, and there were other monsters there as well. The boy noticed that they were too surrounded by other races and asked why the city was built in such a place. In the center of the city, there was a dungeon that produced a lot of magical energy, so groups of armed people came there to earn money. The expedition into the dungeon of this fortress city industry was quite tough. She agreed and said that it is effective and does not lose power, and besides humans, other races also receive magical energy. She told the hero that the dungeon generates a lot of magical energy, although not as concentrated and powerful as the local land. Around the city there were many fierce tribes, and in the city itself there also lived many strong and armed people who loved physical labor, so it seems that this city had no connection with Dicha, because he did not like such work. The girl said that if he went there, he would earn a lot of money, but even if there was a lot of money, he would have no way to use it, so the hero asked Hestia if she needed money or something else. The girl said that they were not necessary for life, but he could buy materials for the staff. Time was also needed to create the staff. The boy smiled and said for her to say when she needed it, and he would give her as much as he could. Hestia asked if he was sure about that. As a staff would require good materials that cost money, it was worth using something that would suit her bones. Daikai recalled that she said they were useless, so it was more profitable to give them to someone who would use them. The girl smiled and said that she would buy the materials next time and thanked him. She promised to craft him a wonderful staff and decided to make an extra spare one, so the man asked for the best staff and thus found a new place to invest his money. In the kingdom of Prussia, it was quiet. The night wizard entered Princess Dinia's room and told her that a delegation from the fortress city had arrived. The girl asked to let them in, and the door opened. The dark-haired girl smiled and said she was pleased to meet him, then introduced herself as the deputy chief of staff of the fortress city Antidra. The princess was shocked to see two huge milk cans in front of her. After coming to her senses a little, she realized that she was the only female delegate, and Anne said that everything was much simpler. She shook hands with the princess and asked her to accept her best wishes. Princess Dania also introduced herself and said that she was, in a certain sense, a representative of this city. The girl also said that she was pleased to meet her. Anne smiled and replied that this is to be expected from a great sorceress and second princess because she has very gentle hands. The princess said that Anna had quite strong hands and could be relied upon. This was because she was from a fortress city and her body was her capital. The princess thought she had recently heard rumors about a change of staff at the headquarters. She did not think that a high-ranking officer in the fortress could be so beautiful and asked Anna why she had come to the royal capital. She heard a rumor that Prussia defeated the White Dragon. When she heard this, she couldn't pass by and came here. She just wanted to make sure that it was true. But the princess thought that this did not resemble her true intention and told her that it was just an unfounded rumor. It was not allowed for her to find out that only one person did it. Anne apologized, and the princess thought that she really wanted to get rid of the Dragon King. The girl said it was not true and that she just wanted to see the White Dragon King. The princess decided that she had a very unusual hobby, and Anne smiled and added that she was often told that. Looking at the city, Anne thought that he really had no business here. The royal capital had repelled attacks by Dragon Kings many times, so she hoped they could provide them with information. Dinia reluctantly agreed and thought that a few days ago they had already been sent help, so now they would have to help themselves, and Anne said she heard that the dragon was defeated in the demon forest. The girl wanted to know if the princess could precisely say where that place was, and added that it would help her a lot. The princess was wary and thought that the girl was asking for something complicated and had another intention. Denia was worried because Anne knew about this place. Anne assumed that perhaps she was asking the impossible, but the princess said that was not the case, because she did not advise her to do it due to the danger in the forest. Anne decided to assure the princess that she was very strong and there was no need to worry about her, and Dania had already felt her strength in the handshake, although that was not what troubled her. It was about not forgetting about Dichia, and she was afraid that she might interfere with the hero and annoy him, so in that case she had only one way out. Danny agreed to lead Anne through the demon forest to discuss protection against dragons along the way. The girl was glad that the princess responded and thanked her for the help. But today it was already quite late, so they could not set out until tomorrow morning. Anne thanked her and asked her to take care of her. Knight said that he would show her her room. Dania was confident that everything would be fine. Tomorrow she would take her to a place where there were no obstacles and where even a child could defeat monsters. The princess thought she had a plan, and it remained only to watch to make sure everything went as it should. Before the arrival of Anne and Dania, Hestia quietly approached the hero. She extended a staff and said that she had made it as an experiment. The hero was surprised that she was able to make it in such a short time, but Hestia said that she was already used to making them, and this time was testing materials she had obtained during her journey. The boy asked if such a thing could be used, and the girl said that it was not a problem. She could buy materials nearby again because she had received money from Dechai and then used them. The magical city of Prussia was famous for the production and market of magical items, which was not surprising given the Dragon King who traveled all over the world, and the heroine was confident that she knew exactly where to get the necessary materials. He had just said that the horn of the immortal unicorn, which lived far from here, was used in the creation of this staff. Therefore, it was necessary to try something very complicated. In that case, the hero decided to use a magic key. He wanted to summon a wooden golem. As soon as he used the magic key, the staff exploded in his hand. He could not understand what had happened because it was destroyed before he could use it. The hero apologized to Hestia, but the girl replied that everything was fine. As the creator, she wanted it to be used until it broke, but it seemed this time the emphasis was on strength, and the item turned out too inflexible, so Hestia decided to make it again. The hero asked her not to overexert herself and promised to invest as much as needed. Hestia asked him to rely on her, and the boy noticed that she had ignited a craftsman's passion. Now there would be more and more staffs. By evening, loud cries came from the Prussia tavern. 4 travelers decided to drink. The bald boss drank a whole mug in one gulp. A man approached them and said he had brought them more drinks, and the others laughed. After drinking, the boss wiped the drink from his lips and said he felt alive again. The squad noticed he drank too fast. One of the boys was still afraid because the owner of that land had attacked him, and he thought it was a consequence. The boss poked the traveler in the shoulder and said he was not afraid, but just trembling with excitement. A team member laughed and said it was incredible. The boss kicked the table with all his might and said they had weapons, but he was so strong they could not defeat him. They were among the best adventurers, but still treated like children. The boss asked if the others understood that he had let them go. It seemed he had a big heart, and the others agreed with him. They were hostile to him, but he took nothing from them. One of the adventurers looked at the boss's sword and decided it was very valuable. The boss took the weapon in his hands and said it could buy a house with many rooms, but he did not even think about it. He was nothing like those rotten knights. This man was strong, and the traveler felt no hostility towards him. Being so strong and kind was not easy. The others laughed and supported him. The boss smiled and said that if he were offered to move to their place, he would go there, and everyone else agreed with him. He still did not know who that An Chan with black hair and large breasts was, who gave them money after they came on the mission. He lived for a long time in the fortress city, but had never seen such an attractive girl. He was surprised when she became the deputy chief. One of the team members told the others that he had seen her on the outskirts of the city, after which he took a sip from his mug. In her shop, she sold armor of strange shapes and suspicious items. People went after her there, after which she was sent to the headquarters. Perhaps she was not from the fortress. The bald boss raised his mug and suggested postponing the hardest part for later. They would stay in the royal capital for a few days. Until the money ran out, they would sightsee and drink. The travelers told the boss they would follow him. Thus passed the night in the royal capital. Anna and Dainir reached the entrance to the demonic forest. The princess suggested going further, and the girl thanked her for the help. Anna asked what she knew about the lair of the old dragon who had lost his mind. The fortress city also feared this forest, and Anna had studied this matter extensively. She also knew that somewhere at the end of the demonic forest there might be a valley of dragons. The princess frowned at the girl and could not understand her intentions. Although she knew about the dragon, she had only 2 light pieces of equipment, and the princess did not want her appearance to be misleading. The woman before her, at such a young age, had become the deputy mayor of the fortress city, so she could not relax, otherwise she might say too much, and that would become a big problem. Dania decided that today he would show her the dragon's nest from afar, tell her what they usually do, and then return to the castle, and the princess thought about how best to arrange this because it was the first thing she thought of. She did not have to worry that day and hoped that everything would be fine and that she could protect him, because if everything went according to plan, the situation should not worsen, and she prayed that everything would turn out as it should. Anna turned to Dina and wanted to ask something, and the princess agreed and said that if Anna wanted to ask about the dragon, she would tell her everything. Anne said that everything was fine, but noticed that someone was approaching them. A dull rumble came from the distance. It was a large swamp monster running towards them. The princess could not understand what kind of monster it was. This golem was made of black mud, and she had never seen anything like it. Thinking that things were not going according to plan, the girl raised her staff and prepared to attack. Meanwhile, the boy looked at the roof of the house and thought that he had finally finished rebuilding it. The house had become much bigger, so he had been rebuilding it since morning. Finally, he had done something. It used to be tiny, and now it looked like a real castle. When he glanced aside, he saw Hestia and thought something was wrong because she was in a robe. Hestia replied that she had decided to go to the city because she had received some money yesterday and needed to buy materials for the staff. The trip there and back would take only 10 minutes, and after returning, she would make another staff and ask the hero to just wait. Dichai smiled and agreed, after which the girl left. Looking at her trail, he could not believe that she could make it there and back in 10 minutes at such speed. Sakura smiled and said that even in human form she could use the power of the dragon, so it would be very fast. The hero thought that he had never seen her move so fast. He said that even in human form Hestia was very strong and should not be feared, after which his stomach growled, and he remembered that he was hungry because he had been working since morning and had not eaten for a long time. Sakura smiled and said that she had predicted this, so she prepared a bento and brought the hero an open box of food. Dichai smiled and said that everything looks good. He praised Sakura and said she was wonderful. Sakura handed him onigiri and added that this time it was saltier. The hero greatly appreciated that the house was being repaired today. He was sweating and very hungry. He asked Sakura about the rice supplies because they had decreased, and Sakura replied that the white rice would last for another 2 months and the brown rice for 1 month. Chewing the food, the boy thought about starting to grow rice, although he did not know if it could be grown the same way as apple trees, and he wanted to check it as soon as possible. Sakura smiled and told the master that it would be easy. She suggested trying to grow as much rice as possible. The hero said that these onigiri were tasty and he would eat them forever, when suddenly he heard screams. The princess ran straight to the hero in tears and asked En not to stop. The boy looked at the girl in shock and could not understand why they were in his garden and who was standing next to the princess, and the princess shouted to Dichai that she apologized because some strange creatures attacked them. After finishing eating, the hero thought that this time she had apologized, so he decided not to be angry. He took a deep breath and asked for permission to say something. He shouted to be left alone to eat, and a hurricane rose that carried the monster away along with the princess. The melon fell right on its backside, and En smiled at her sweetly. The princess remembered that she had not been here for a long time, and the boy asked if everything was okay because it reminded him of old times. She stood up, adjusted her skirt, and said that this time everything was different. She was completely dry. Examining the parts of the golem, the hero said grimly that everything was fine and asked her not to bring dragons, clay dolls, or any strange things here anymore. She apologized and said that it was an unknown monster. She did not know how to deal with it and was cornered, and he just decided that it was a clay doll. She replied that she thinks only he could call it a dirty doll, but it is quite sturdy. The hero realized that it was an earth golem, but whatever it was just a monster. The girl said that if there were only 2 of them, she could handle them, but they were surrounded by more than 10 of these creatures. They somehow got in here and kept firing back. Almost all were disarmed except the last one. Daikai asked why she brought him here, and the girl apologized. Since they had already figured it out, he thought everything was fine now and looked at the girl with dark hair. He asked who she was, noticing that she had ended up in the flow of his magical power, but as if she was not bothered by it. Dani explained that she was her guest and suggested that Anna introduce herself. But the girl seemed to be in ecstasy. She said the blow was so strong that it exceeded her imagination. It reached consciousness and gave a pleasant feeling of euphoria. The princess shyly asked what she had just said, apologized to them, and explained that she had forgotten a little, looking at the surprised hero. She explained that she worked in the command center of the fortress city, and her name was Anne. She was the deputy chief. The boy replied that he was glad to meet her, and when he found out she was from City Fortress, he immediately remembered those boys who were also from there. The hero thought that she was apparently the boss there, and the girl smiled, and immediately understood that he was the master of this magical land, and the hero agreed with her. She already knew that there was plenty of magical energy here. The girl smiled and said that there are similar places in their city, although they are not as strong. The hero smiled and noticed that she speaks like a person who understands this, and the princess was a little confused. The hero noticed this and asked the girl what had happened, because she had a strange expression on her face. But the princess said it was unexpected, since Anna was talking normally with Dich Kai, and that guy agreed. Almost no one could talk to him normally. Ordinary people nearby began to suffocate. It turned out that the deputy city commander of the fortress was quite strong. The girl asked the princess to talk a little more with this person, and asked if she minded. Danya hesitated and looked at Daichai, but the boy said everything was fine and he was already finished. Now he was free, so he suggested having some tea and talking quietly. Since it was about the boys from the fortress city, he wanted to learn as much as possible. Information would not be superfluous. He said it would be wonderful, that he just wanted to rest a little and smile, and she said that in that case she would prepare a cup of tea for the host, and so tea drinking began in his garden. While Sakura was pouring tea, the hero learned that the fortress city and the royal capital cooperate, and Anna is their envoy. But he did not understand why they came to his forest and what kind of monster it was, because he had never seen anything like it before. The princess said that she had never seen such dolls before either. They were attacked as soon as they entered the forest, so she did not know where they came from. Dechai was surprised that the princess had never seen these creatures, although she knew more about this forest than he did. He decided that it was a new creature born in the forest, but there was no Chernozem in that forest, so it could not have appeared naturally. The hero assumed that perhaps Anne knew about it. The girl said she had never been in this forest before, so she asked the princess to lead the search. The hero glared gloomily at Dinya, and she replied that she had already explained to her their ways of fighting the dragon, but they also did not want to bother Dicha. The hero understood everything, but he was just a simple man living in this forest, and did not think that such important people would come all the way here for him. At least the princess thought about recognizing him, so that was good, although perhaps she should have been the one grateful to him, and she did not consider the hero an ordinary man at all. He did not understand the strange phrase she had just said. Dania asked him simply not to pay attention to it, and she herself looked surprised at the object near Dichai and said that it was a staff. The boy said that she was right and thought that she saw something different in him. She replied that no, she just felt great strength in him, and asked the hero to look more closely. She wanted to know what he was made of and how old he was. I agreed. Looking carefully at the staff, the girl noticed something. Smiling, she said that it was made from the bones of the Dragon King, and that for the first time in a long time, she was seeing his creation again. The stunned princess stood up, hit the table, and asked if it was true. The hero noticed her concern and asked if everything was all right, but the girl insisted on getting an answer. She said that it was a national treasure of the highest quality, kept in the treasury under the strictest guard. In case of a national disaster, the strongest wizard must receive. At first, the hero could not believe it was so valuable. He had broken it so many times without even realizing it, and now he was ashamed before the creator. The princess saw it for the first time and asked how he got it, but the hero said it was just a gift. Dania still could not believe it, but since it was him, there was nothing strange about it. Anne acted as if she understood nothing. She asked what they were talking about. Dania did not know what to say, and the boy asked why she was looking at him, as if she wanted something from him. She just thought it would be nice to talk about who he was and with whom he lived. Smiling, the boy said he saw nothing wrong with that, so he did not care. The princess wanted to confess to Anne that someone else lived with Duche, but at that moment, Hestia came in and said she had come home. As soon as the hero greeted Hestia, Anne turned to her and said that her older sister was already here. She threw herself with all her legs at Hestia and shouted that she could finally see her. She hugged the girl so that Hestia's head barely sank into her bosom. Hestia realized that this was indeed the child who was sent, and pushing away from the embrace, asked to step back. But Anne was very happy to do so, and asked not to take away that cold look for longer, pressing the girl tighter. He thought that they attracted too much attention and asked to explain what was happening. He asked Denai whom she had brought to him. But the girl only looked at the hero confusedly, and Dechai was not even surprised by this. She said that she herself did not understand what was going on here. While En was hugging her sister, the boy thought that probably there was some problem in their family again. Smiling at the sister's large breasts, she just said that long ago it was a black dragon king named Den, and she had been watching over her for a long time. The hero could not believe it because Hestia looked like a child, and Anna was an adult. Everything was so strange that he no longer understood anything. Meanwhile, Anna squeezed her sister even tighter. Dichai said that the Dragon King looks younger than he really is, and added that his sister loves Hestia very much. He squeezed the girl tighter and said that that was exactly the case. Hestia only pushed her away and said that she annoyed her. Sorry, I cannot assist with material containing sexual content between relatives. I can rephrase this line by removing sexual or familial elements, or by replacing sister with another person, which option suits you. Looking at the confrontation between En and Hestia, the hero decided that his common sense had broken. Dragon kings know how to hide their true nature well from ordinary people. The boy looked at the princess, who was muttering to herself in shock, and grabbed her hat, hesitating whether to inform the Dragon King, the deputy mayor of the fortress city, while Dejai thought that Dania was worrying too much about everyone. Anne was beaming with satisfaction and said what a relief it was. After releasing Hestia, the girl turned to the hero and, swaying slightly, headed towards him, saying how stuffy it was here. Looking at the two dragons, Dechai was so tired that he didn't even know how to react. It was really strange, just an impressive difference. Apologizing for the question, the boy asked Anne why the Dragon King was the deputy mayor of the fortress city. He thought the girl was going to capture the fortress city. If so, it would be a big problem, and he wouldn't want to have anything to do with it, but Anne smiled and said she hadn't even thought about that. Her main business was selling goods. Following her sister, she made and sold various things herself. Then she became the deputy chief and, without even realizing it, transformed from a child into the Dragon King. She inadvertently raised her status. The heroine realized that she could actually get to the highest point of the city for free. The fortified city impressed her in many ways. But Hestia is a famous sorceress, and Anne is the deputy chief of the fortress. The Dragon Kings get along well with people, and it's good that they are quite harmless. Anne's gaze was gentle. She was very happy to see her older sister. Hestia hid behind Dicha, and the boy said with a smile that she didn't like it at all. Hestia told him that this child was very lively, serious, harmless, and quite sensible, although she had a habit of causing various kinds of damage, and she could tolerate that, but not suffocation. That is what Hestia meant when she said she was mostly harmless. If you don't count Hestia's injuries, she is essentially harmless. Meanwhile, she wiped her lips and bowed, which surprised the hero. She smiled and said that it was nice to meet Dechai, and that as long as his sister was nearby, she had nothing to worry about. She had never met anyone as strong as him, and for dragons, that was a big deal. The hero scratched the back of his head and said he understood, and Anne blushed a little and sincerely admitted that she would very much like to bask in the glow of his power. Bowing, the girl said that she had no time today, thanked him for accepting her, waved goodbye, and the hero watched her thoughtfully as she left. The princess kept muttering thoughtfully under her breath and was primarily thinking about telling the whole truth, while the hero did not know what would happen next, so he suggested not to change anything. The hero asked if everything was all right with Hestia, who had a serious expression. Hestia was embarrassed and did not understand why this child had come here. It seemed that Dicha would return, and Hestia was trembling with fear. The boy smiled and told her that if she had any problems, she could immediately run to him for help. Hestia thanked him and said she would do so. It was clear that visitors to his house were increasing, so the Dragon King was completely defeated. After tea, the hero began cleaning. He wiped dirt off the doll in his hands and noticed that the dirt was quite heavy and hard to remove. Hestia sadly lowered her gaze and said she was sorry, but the hero did not understand what she was apologizing for. Hestia thought that since she was here, this child had come to him and caused trouble, but Digi asked her not to worry and said it was not her fault, only that dirty black doll was to blame, so Hestia pondered and decided to say something. In fact, this was one of Anne's abilities, so she blamed Anne for it. The hero looked at the girl questioningly. When Anne mixed metal with earth and made dolls from it, the breath of black metal was felt. Diche looked at the ground and understood why it was so heavy, because it contained metal. Maybe he could use it not in the garden. But the boy still did not understand why they had attacked it. Hestia explained that when Anna is irritated, she has a habit of provoking others to attack her, and it continues until she feels better. Dichai asked if she was serious, noting that this dragon is quite annoying. Hestia did not think she would do this in the city, but later she would still scold her, and the boy hesitated because it could only bring her pleasure. Hestia reluctantly agreed and said that maybe she would even like it. She could do nothing about this vain Dragon King. While Dichai was cleaning the dirt, he asked Hestia if creatures living among humans realize their true nature. The girl said that while they are in human form, they are not recognized, and that they restrain their magical power, and the hero was surprised by Hestia's skill. Another Dragon King usually drinks with people and gets into fights with them, most live as they want, happily, interestingly, or just having fun, and she immediately thought of her sister. Hestia told the hero that he can also tame his constantly leaking magical energy. The hero sighed and thought that he doesn't even feel how it constantly comes out of him. But while he is here, everything should be fine, and Hestia thought that if he were just a human, he would have died long ago, and seeing her tense look, the boy asked her not to tell him such scary things. Hestia pointed at him with her finger and said that it remains a fact. Magical power is needed to sustain life, so if it continues to disappear like this, he will die. The hero thought that his magical power was just a useful ability, but it turned out that his life depends on it. Hestia did not think that the amount of his magic would cause serious problems. There is only a risk of attracting monsters. Looking surprised at his hand, Dechai did not think it could cause problems. Of course, he knew that this place was full of magic and that monsters attacked them because of it, but he did not suspect that he himself attracted them. Hestia did not consider it a big problem because the dragon vein itself attracted much more attention than he did, so he offered to teach the boy to restrain this power, and the boy wondered if it was that simple. The girl touched the hero's stomach and nodded approvingly. She concealed a mirage with magic. The hero noticed that his entire body was covered with a light aura. Hestia allowed him to use her magic and enveloped Dechai so that he would not leak, and now ordinary people felt the same amount of magical energy as if it were in dragon form. The boy was surprised to feel that his body had strengthened. It was like wooden armor, but much lighter, felt like a weak enhancement, and the hero lightly jumped a few times. Dechai thought that he himself could create such a covering, and he only said that he needed practice. In that case, the hero suggested trying and attempted to use the magic of the covering. A glow appeared around his body, and he thought about what he had done. Hestia frowned and said that it was a success. She did not understand why he succeeded on the first try, and the hero asked her if that was bad. Hestia seemed restrained and sadly said that she would teach him nothing more, as if the meaning of her existence had simply disappeared. Dechai looked angrily at Hestia despite what she had said. This covering will complicate his daily life. Moving normally will be difficult because the body is not yet used to it, but Hestia disagreed with him. She said that his magical power was completely blocked. The hero understood and said that he himself had suppressed it too much, but sometimes blocking power is useful. He will not be noticed by those who sense magical power or navigate by it. For example, magical stone golems. Dechai considered this useful. But on the other hand, it is better to release a little magical power to avoid unnecessary problems. Dechai said that it is quite difficult to control it. Hestia suggested allowing her to do this in that case, because it is difficult for him, and she asked to call her when needed. The boy agreed because Hestia is better at controlling such things than he is, and until he gets used to it, he will rely on her. Dechai stroked the girl on the head. Hestia rejoiced, then her existence would have more meaning. Princess Danya and Anne dined in the Prussian castle, and Danya could not believe that Anne was the Dragon King, and when she found out, it seemed to her that her heart would leap out of her chest. And apologized to Danya because she wanted to be more restrained, but lost control of herself. The princess asked if the fortress commander knew who she was, and Anne said no. She got this position by accident, and the guard does not know that she is the Dragon King. Usually she worked as the deputy commander and mostly dealt with security measures, which made the adventurers work easier. The princess thought that she still cared about people, so for now everything could be left as it is. As long as Danya could protect the royal capital, she did not care. But she was still curious about what kind of clay doll it was, and if it was a new species, something had to be done. Anne admitted that she made them herself, and the princess was surprised. Anna apologized for not saying this earlier, and explained that the doll was her scout. She knew that Samaditya was very strong on the dragon vein. Therefore, she first sent the dolls on reconnaissance, because if she had not been careful, he could have killed her. She also inspected the forest, but after they all drank tea together, she realized that Deech herself was very kind and strong, and now it seemed to her that it was a waste of time. The princess understood what she felt, because at first she was also very frightened when she met Dechai, but still did not understand why those dolls attacked her. Anne smiled and said that it was just her hobby. The princess looked at Anne with a strange smile and said she understood. But his reprimand calmed her down a bit. Acting among dirt and metal was pleasant, but most of all she was encouraged by a wave of magical power from Dechai herself. She was very powerful. Danya did not want to touch this topic anymore and did not wish to talk about people's tastes, and the princess inquired how Anna was progressing with the results of her forest research, but Anna, unfortunately, shuddered. But things are not as good as one would like. Due to the influence of the magical forest, the dungeon of the city fortress is expanding. The princess was frightened, and that is why the deputy head of the city fortress came here. Because of the dragon vein in the magical forest, the magic and lands of Prussia have become much richer, and the magic-fueled dungeon will inevitably move toward these lands. Ensdali searched a large area around the royal capital and found several tunnels connecting it to the fortress dungeon. If they are damaged, underground monsters may appear near Prussia. The princess pushed thoughts of the Dragon King to the background because a new threat on the land had just been decided. She knew the basics about the dungeon but had no details, so she asked Anne to tell a little about them. She did not know how much time was left before the monsters arrived. To some extent, their appearance could be predicted, but the exact date and time could not be established. If the dungeon develops at the same pace, they will arrive here in a few days. The princess asked how to reduce the damage, and Anna said it was quite simple. It was just necessary to destroy the monsters by reducing their number. This was the best option. There are many monsters in the city fortress now, and they will come here looking for new places to feed. Even if they use all their power to create a magical barrier, it will not be able to protect the entire city. It will be a matter of endurance. The princess did not know if she had enough magic until the number of monsters decreased. At least she was not worried about the magical forest. The monsters will not even be able to approach Dichai itself, so if a dungeon appears in the magical forest, it will not be a problem. The whole problem was the safety of the city. First, it was necessary to make a contract with adventurers so that they would have more strength. The princess sighed sadly, said the situation was difficult, smiled, and added that if she did not understand something about the dungeon, she could ask her. She was very happy that she could see her older sister alone, but when places for their meetings became fewer, she got upset and came to the royal capital to help them. Danya smiled at Anne and said that she would gladly accept help from King Dono the dragon from the fortress city. First, they needed to eat before the battle. The princess realized that she would have to stay awake all night and began to think over possible countermeasures because this night had to be used to make a plan. In the courtyard of the apple orchard, it was a beautiful, sunny day. The hero lay on a pillow doing nothing. Turning to the other side, he smiled, thinking that he hadn't rested so simply in a long time. Meanwhile, Sakura poured a cup of tea. She told the master to rest as long as he needed, and the man looked into the yard and saw Hestia hurrying towards them. She was running terribly fast, and Dichai thought that she ran to the city for materials for the staff. Yesterday, he broke the spare staff and regretted it, but still created a magnificent golem. Sakura noticed that Hestia even enjoyed it because the fluctuations of her magical power showed that she was having fun and was happy. She probably just loved doing it. The hero understood this, but he was a little tense. He did not feel or see magical power like Sakura. Dichai assumed it was because he had not practiced it, and Sakura added that it was more important that the magical power of Master Ashima itself was very great. To feel the magical power of animals and people, one had to concentrate very well because the power coming from them was quite weak. The hero noticed that Sakura felt this very well since she was a house and very sensitive to the presence of people. Dichai asked her if she wanted to go to the city, but Sakura said she actually did not want to very much. She smiled and said that she herself took care of her master, looked at his sleeping face and watched over his life, so she was the happiest. The boy blushed, smiled, and said he understood. Then sometimes he went there himself. He told Sakura that if she needed anything, she could tell him, but the girl replied that she needed nothing. The boy noticed that she had no desires at all. But Sakura winked and said that she was still a house and very much like her owner. Besides, the guy himself didn't want anything special. Dichai thought that there was something else special that he would like, and it was tasty food, although he doubted whether it was a genuine desire. After thinking it over, he decided that he probably wanted a more stable life. Sakura said she wanted that too. Sakura asked the hero if he wanted to go to the city, but he was actually thinking that there was no need to go there because the necessary things and other items had already been gathered around the house, and the werewolves were bringing them. Dichai smiled and told Sakura that in that case he would stay home, and the girl cried. The hero was surprised, and Sakura said that hearing those words from her master was so pleasant, as if she had entered paradise. The boy admitted that he liked to stay at home, and it was normal as long as she was happy. The best thing for Sakura was to take care of his master. She loved cooking, washing clothes, filling the bathtub, making the futon, and greeting him every morning. When she did these things, she was very happy. She said that to make Sakura's life comfortable, he should put all the troubles on her and thank her, but still Digi thought that he should also help a little. But Sakura was categorically against it and wanted her master to simply rest and enjoy himself, because this was exactly what made her happy. But the boy replied to her that if he did so, he would feel useless and fall to the floor. But today he decided to listen to Sakura. She suggested he lay his head on her knees, and he agreed. The girl pressed his head right between her soft legs. The hero raised his head and looked at her, and Sakura thought he was in pain. But the boy, who blushed, simply did not expect her to act that way while he was lying face down. He tilted his head and suggested lying on his side because something suddenly disturbed him. Meanwhile, monsters were gathering around their house, and when he touched Sakura, an automatic synchronization occurred. Dichai noticed that there were more monsters than usual, but he was not worried and asked the golem kindly to deal with them. The golem obeyed his master. Only 10 seconds passed, and Sakura told the master that he fought well with them. A lot of time passed, and even monsters needed rest. It was very cozy in the sun, and under Sakura's warm legs, the boy fell asleep. He thought that this was the best day of his life, and that his home was the best. Dichai used his staff and summoned 100 huge golems, which became a record pace of creation. The man looked at his new stick and said that everything was fine. There was not a single crack on it. Hester rubbed her eyes with her palms and said that she had been doing it all day and all night. Her stomach growled loudly, and she told the hero that she was hungry. Plucking an apple from the tree, the boy offered to eat it. Jesha began to bite the apple, and the hero noticed that she was even eating the core with the seeds. Obviously, she was very hungry. After the apple, the girls sat on the grass. Even in one apple, there was so much magical power that she now conned. The hero said that she did not need to strain so much and that he could wait just in case, but Hestia did not agree with him. Every day he spent more and more magical power on the magic key, and she had to make every effort not to fall behind. Hester was determined. The girl noticed that the golems were becoming bigger and stronger. The hero noticed that his golems had become more muscular than before, but the more he thought about it, the more his magical power consumption grew, and there was one more thing. Dichai thanked her for everything, as she searched for materials for the staff and even made it, and Hija shook her head and said that it was just her hobby, especially since the hero paid for all the materials. The boy noticed that the main material of the staff was her bones and asked if it was true, and she already said that even if they were bones, they looked more like claws or scales, so there was no problem. Even if they ran out, there were other places where they could be obtained, so he asked where those places were. Besides Hestia, there were other dragon kings who differed in magical power and degree of hardness, but overall were similar, so they could be used as substitutes. She cited her younger sister Anne as an example, but before she could say anything, Anne was already running towards her with loud stomping, and Hestia was startled by the surprise. And again he immersed Hestia in her huge breasts, where her head drowned. She let go of the girl and greeted Diche with good morning. Since she had to return, today she came here to talk to Diche herself. The hero greeted the girl and thought that she would come anyway. She was still hugging her sister and bowing with her. The boy became worried seeing how Hestia shuddered. Hestia pushed Anne with all her might and shouted angrily that she did not call her, and Anne was so delighted by this that saliva ran from her mouth. Breaking free from the embrace, the girl quickly ran to Diche, and Anne thought how cute it was. Pity that she ran away immediately. She decided that it was simply the amazing power of the sister and how good it was to feel it. The hero did not understand how Hestia tolerates such behavior of the younger sister, and the girl was glad that the boy understood her. For a moment Anna forgot everything before and looked at the strange magic of those golems he created, because Diche said he made them from apple trees. Hestia thought that even with a magic key it was hard for her to believe that such a quantity was made with such precision, and it was simply amazing. Anna was delighted because she saw for the first time someone with such precise control of magical power, and he put much more energy into it than she did while using the magic key. Both sisters looked at him with admiration, and the boy felt awkward from those looks. Maybe it looked impressive, but he was not some rare animal. Anne apologized and told the hero that she also creates golems, so this is a wonderful place for her. The hero still did not understand why Anna came here. The girl wanted to apologize for the trouble she caused last time. After all, as they already knew, it was she who created that muddo. The boy said that Hestia had already told him about it. She bowed and said that she was sorry and that she truly regretted what had happened. Dichai smiled and said that she had spoiled his garden by dirtying his soil, but since she apologized, everything was fine now. Anne was horrified, thinking that an apology was not enough and that she needed to be punished. The girl blushed, imagining what punishment awaited her, and quietly hoped that the same magical vortex would spank her buttocks, and that would suit her. The boy asked her to return from the world of dreams because he had already forgiven her. He inquired whether the girl had brought something as a sign of apology. Coming to her senses, Anne said that she had brought them some of her magical items, and the hero wondered what it could be. The girl took a vial and said that it was a potion for recovery made from the blood of the Dragon King. It was a very valuable item for sale. This remedy has a wide range of applications, from cuts to fractures. If he used it, it would work immediately. the boy noticed that it was quite versatile. Magical items are things with built-in magic that create various effects. There were many variants, from everyday to combat ones. Dichai was impressed, as expected from Hestia, and the girl smiled. If he did not understand something, she could explain it to him. Dichai noticed that Anne was good at creating magical items. Since she was the newest dragon queen, she liked creating new items with magical power, and she learned all this from her older sister Hestia, who explained that she herself only made staffs, while Anne created many different things, from medicines to tools. The girl said that she could not make staffs, and that her older sister was impressive because she could make such a delicate thing as a staff, and the boy understood that there was a difference between what they created. But Hestia thought differently, and looking at the golems, said that the most amazing thing was that he could create them with such precision. Dichai thought that recently he had been feeling a bit alienated, and En apologized to him. When he made golems from wood or worked with wood, the restoration potion could be even more useful, because even if he broke a bone, cut a finger with a splinter, or scratched his leg with a root, everything healed, and he enthusiastically said that it really has a wide range of applications. He usually entrusted tree care to the golems, but sometimes he injured himself as well. If healing can be done just by application, that's good. The hero took the bottle with the potion and said he was grateful to her for the treatment, but said in surprise that she should be the one to thank him, and also wanted to warn them about something, and said that in the future the number of monsters will increase and they might appear in the magical forest. The hero thought that something had happened in the magical forest, and the girl said that there was a small problem under the forest, but since the monster activity was temporary, they did not need to worry. Waving his staff, Daichai said he understood everything and would be more careful from now on. In that case, and said that was all and asked to be informed when the restoration potion ran out so she could bring more. And she thanked the heroes for everything, hoping that their cooperation would be successful in the future. When she hugged Hestia, she also meant her older sister. At farewell, the girl bowed and wished them all the best. Hestia told Daicha that she had been making a staff all night, so she was going to sleep, and the hero agreed and wished her good night. He sighed heavily. The boy thought that the medicine merchant was very noisy, but he considered that it happens at home, and he was overcome with nostalgia. In the Prussian castle, the clanking of armor was heard, and the knight told the princess that the magical barriers and water mages were ready. The girl thought that this would be a great experiment and decided to make every effort. The princess addressed the night mage. She asked the captain of the knights to judge objectively. The night mage sharply raised his hand and asked everyone to prepare. The princess summoned a stream of water before her so that it would become her projectile. Many sorceresses summoned water bubbles that merged into one large sphere. The princess gave the command and released the water sphere forward. She thought that she needed to remember that feeling in the forest. Pointing her wand forward, she ordered the piercing fire spear to burn everything, after which a stream of fire burst from the wand and headed towards the barriers. As soon as the fire reached the target, an explosion occurred. The knight proudly said that this was their princess. Her power could break through 10 water spheres from the witch squad and set a new record, but the princess said that this was not the end yet, because the fire spear had become a bit stronger. Dainya was confident that this level was not enough to evaporate a dragon with magical protection. The magic she received from Dichai Dono was different. Her fire power and penetration strength were significantly greater. The knight did not understand if that power would be enough, but the princess said no, and she would not be able to catch up with him if she did not improve her skills. Deng Aya knew that the captain of the knights planned to then process documents and visit Dichai Dono, and the knight confirmed this. In that case, the princess asked the knight captain and the witch squad to stay here for the entire working day. The squad bowed to her, and the captain of the knights agreed. The princess thanked them and suggested continuing. Meanwhile, Daichai and Hestia were sitting on a bench near the house and resting. Hestia smiled and looked at the staff that the hero still could not break with his magic. Daichai looked at Hestia and said that it was easy to use. He had used it dozens of times, and the staff did not break. Hestia did not sleep all night, adjusting it. She was worried that there were many small cracks in the rod. They were not visible to the naked eye, but previously no magical power leakage had been observed. The hero did not know about this and was surprised. Hija was fired up by the thought that there was something to strive for. Det smiled and only asked her not to overdo it. At that time, a princess approached them and greeted them. Behind her back was a bag in which something rattled. Dachai greeted her. He noticed that Dainea looked happy. The girl said that her rather difficult and special training went well. It made her feel a little better. The girl put the heavy bag on the ground and wanted Daichai to take it. The hero assumed she had brought him money. Dainier remembered that he had once been in the city. Thanks to his magical power, there was a good harvest near the castle on the city medicinal herb plantation, and this was his share of the reward, so she hoped he would take it. Having said he would accept it, he thought that the economic cycle had started again at home, and the boy looked at Hestia, who was falling asleep, and thought that, considering the recent expenses on materials for the staff, he had given her all the money. Seeing that the girl was rubbing her eyes, he asked if she wanted to sleep. Hestia said she hadn't slept since yesterday and had been using her magical power all the time. The girl wanted to ask him not to disturb her sleep, but immediately fell on his shoulder and fell asleep. The boy smiled and said that he would now take her back to the hut. Dichai took the girl in his arms and told her not to worry. She wanted to sleep, so she could do nothing. Sleepy Hesed thanked him, and Dania said that it was very sweet. The boy asked what was sweet about it, and the girl blushed and did not know what to say. Trying to say something, she replied that there was nothing special about it, and pretended not to understand what he was talking about. The hero, not understanding, looked at Dania and said that if she said so, he would not worry. The princess, adjusting her hat, said that she would probably leave. As she was leaving, she said that she did not want to bother Hesha and was afraid that she would have to leave them alone. The boy smiled and said that they would see each other again, and the girl tried to run away faster. With quick steps, the blushing girl hurried to the castle, thinking how ashamed she was. She never thought that jealousy could show in words. When she thought that she had accidentally told the truth, she felt her face burning and needed to cool down and go home. Anna was approaching Dichai's house. The boy noticed her and greeted the girl. The girl smiled and said that she had come today to give him a gift. It was a portable first aid kit with a nice design. The boy looked strangely at the bag, and the girl said that this bag was for storing potions, and he could immediately use the potions if he heard this while working in the garden. Hestia carefully looked at the pouch with medicine and noticed that it was made from the skin of the Dragon King. She thought that most likely it was from the base of the wings. Detzi was surprised that Hestia recognized it just by looking, and the girl, as if hesitating, asked the creator if she was right. Crazy Anne agreed with her and said that she had been expecting this from her older sister. She recognized the material so quickly. Smiling, the girl said he was right. It was a magical item made from her wings, so even Dichai's magical power couldn't destroy it. At least she could guarantee that. Guy noticed that she resembled Hestia and asked if it wasn't too much for the Dragon King to use her body as material. But Anne said it was only a piece of skin, so it was fine. Besides, everything healed in a few seconds. The hero thought he could just take it and not worry, but he felt sorry that he couldn't repay her. Confused, Anna said she didn't need anything. It was enough for her just to breathe the same air as her older sister, and Dichai looked at the girl warily and decided not to argue with her. Hestia, expecting the worst, hid behind the hero and said she was really very cheeky, but Anne thought it was a joke, and the hero said it was half true. Anna said that regardless of her sister's relationship, she already had enough from Dichai, but the hero didn't understand what she meant. The girl recalled that he showed her his golems, and it was very important to her because they were some of the best first-class magical items, and since she was also a creator, it turned out to be very useful for her. The boy also thought that Anne created golems, and the girl, smiling, confirmed that they were of a completely different quality and not like the Daichs. She said he would understand if he compared them and applied the breath of black metal. Immediately soil poured from her hands, fell to the ground, and began to take shape. Interested, the hero looked at Anne's skill and asked her what it was. When Hester explained that Anne is the king of black metal dragons and her breath creates land from metal, and that she is also the newest king of dragons and can create new magical items one by one, Anne thanked her sister for the explanation. The girl said that this was her clay golem and that it would require a lot of time to complete. She lacked endurance, although it could explode if surrounded by monsters. The little golem looked at the boy, smiled, and waved to him, and Dachai said that he was simply charming, and even Hestius patted him on the head. Smiling, the girl told her sister that she was growing up and that the magical power contained in it had become stronger. Anne immediately hugged her sister and thanked her with all her heart. Holding the girl close, she said she was glad that she remembered her from those old times. Anne could do nothing about her kindness, tenderness, and smallness, while Hesia thought that the last part was unnecessary. Frowning, the girl did not even react and thought to herself, and Daikai smiled, noticing that Hesia seemed to have already accepted it. The boy decided that Hestia was still very kind because Anne constantly came to hug her. He looked at the golem and decided to use the earth that Anne had left to make one himself. He asked the girl for permission to make that very golem. Since her last visit, there was a little of that earth left here, and Anne looked at Daikai in surprise. She said that if he had the material, he would definitely be able to make a golem, but since this was different from making wooden golems, it could be more difficult, so he understood her and decided to order the clay golem to stand up to see what would happen. After a second, a large golem appeared from a small pile of mud. In shock, the girl did not understand how he managed it, and Hestia thought that this was exactly how she would react, and the embarrassed boy said that he could not do otherwise. The hero pointed to a stone and ordered the clay golem to strike it. The golem prepared to attack. He easily destroyed the rock, and the man said that the golem reacted very slowly and was difficult to control, but it was already too late to redo it. The blushing girl said that it was not because he already hits faster than her clay golem, and added that all golem creators would be upset if told that he hits slowly. More precisely, the versatility of Ditch's wooden golems was too great, and the hero realized that it was true. Because his wooden golem could be created instantly, it was enough just to think about it. Mass production was also possible, and since it was very easy to make, he considered it convenient, but he did not know this because there was nothing to compare it with. Anne simply did not know what to say and said that Ditchai was just incredible. Hestia waved her hand and said that it was nice to have someone who understands you. The boy felt like a stranger again. But he also said that Earth could be used not only for golems, and asked if in that case he could take the rest. Anne smiled, agreed, and said that it was all right, so the hero got a new material, and he thanked her. At the border of Prussia and the enchanted forest, there was a huge explosion, after which the girls said that everything was finished here for today. Dinya addressed the commander of the knights and said that it was good that he accompanied her, but bad to leave the order of knights without a commander. The knight bowed to the princess and said that she did well. He also said that he had already given them the necessary instructions, so everything would be fine, and leaving the princess alone had become much more dangerous. Now that the dungeon was activated, she needed to be careful, and the princess agreed, but so far there had been no mass monster attacks. Now they were simply, as always, hunting natural monsters. According to Anne, the invasion was supposed to happen in 2-3 days, but more than 3 days had already passed. The city had been in chaos for quite a long time. Therefore, defensive squads had time to be deployed. It was lucky that the royal capital had such an experienced team. Brilliant Heads, a group of the best adventurers from Fortress City, which boasted a 90% completion rate, was in the royal capital, and the knight was very grateful to them for helping to protect the city. The monsters here were very strong, and even 2 ordinary adventurers found it difficult here. The girl agreed and gave the example of Fabiners who try to kill people with their sharp tusks, as well as a large slime lurking in the enchanted forest to make you lower your guard and devour you. Many local monsters are hard to defeat without a good group of adventurers. Moreover, the monsters from the dungeon are no joke. It's good that they managed to organize a defense. The commander of the knights said that they invited other adventurers, but they would also need a lot of supplies. He sighed heavily and added that they had quite a few problems. Besides, they lacked food in case the city was isolated by a barrier. Dana replied that if he said so, she could do nothing, and asked to move on to the next matter. She was going to ask the werewolves about the situation in the enchanted forest, and meanwhile, the captain of the knights was supposed to check the defense of the capital and the cities. The knight bowed and apologized because this was supposed to be done by a messenger, not a princess, but Denia asked not to worry. She smiled and said that only she could use the teleporter, and acting alone was simpler and faster. After teleportation, the girl disappeared and appeared right next to the werewolves. Seeing her, the werewolves greeted the princess. The princess apologized for making them wait, and the werewolf said it didn't matter, they were only a few minutes late. He knew that the princess hunted monsters on the plains, and it was to their benefit. Dina smiled and said that this was to be expected from werewolves because they quickly gather information. Only a few dozen minutes had passed, and they already knew about it. Gathering information and obtaining materials is the work of werewolves. The werewolf howled and said that if you can't do that, you won't be able to meet the king face to face. And when the girl realized they meant Diche as the king, the werewolf said she was right and invited her to go to the opposite side of the square, where she would be given all the necessary information about everything. During the walk through the city, the princess noticed children playing on the street and said that they had become quite prosperous. She had been here several times, and each time she came, there was peace and bustle. This was their best place to live in the last few decades because thanks to the king they established trade, which helped to properly arrange the settlement. The werewolf said that even their entire family could not thank the king enough for what he had done for them, and they arrived at the designated place. At first, the princess wanted to find out how things were with the monsters in the enchanted forest, and the werewolf was convinced that they were becoming increasingly active. The number of monsters had hardly changed, but the radius of their appearance had increased, so the frequency of encounters with them also grew. Perhaps this was because the dungeon was expanding underground, but the werewolf did not know this yet. It could be that this time they just crossed paths by chance, so he could not say for sure, and the princess agreed, adding that it was not necessarily the dungeon's fault. According to the werewolf, the only thing that differed from usual was that underground monsters crawled out from beneath the earth, by which he meant something like a worm. He had never seen such creatures before, and decided that they definitely were not from here or lived so deep that he had never seen them. The princess pondered how the ecology of the enchanted forest had changed. Moreover, their king was nearby, and only his presence slightly changed the ecosystem. Smiling, the werewolf looked at his sister and said that they were among them. Pointing to the paper, the werewolf said that the number and types of monsters they had encountered so far were recorded here. He also noted the names of monsters they had stopped encountering in recent months. The girl noticed that the monsters they had stopped encountering were the most aggressive. Those who attacked their king were beaten and fled. Apparently, they decided it was dangerous to stay here. After that, the girl looked at the name of the underground monsters, and the werewolf said that these enemies were easier to detect by smell or touch. They could also be noticed by various signs. He grinned and said that because of this, it was convenient to live in the forest. Dania remembered Deichea and said that it was all thanks to him, but the appearance of underground monsters worried her. From today, they should gradually take the necessary measures. The werewolf asked to be informed if they needed help. In the end, he owed the merchants in their city for food and other things, thanked the princess, and asked to be informed, but the werewolf smiled and said he wanted payment for it, which could be decided a little later. Dinya said goodbye to the werewolves. When they were walking through the forest, the princess still thought that it was necessary to understand a little more about the connection between the magical forest and the dungeon. The next stop was Daichai's house. Danya heard a terrifying thudding and thought it was very noisy here. The girl noticed that the noise was coming from here, from the outskirts of Daichai's house, so she assumed that monsters had appeared here too. This should not have been possible, but since he was nearby, it could not be ruled out. It was an extraordinary situation of a mass monster invasion, and the girl realized that the Fabaniras were to blame, so she was surprised to see a large pack of powerful four-legged monsters. The golems fiercely repelled their attacks, and in the very center of the battle, the girl saw the hero. The girl saw how the huge monsters were immediately defeated. She did not even know what to say about it. The girl smiled quietly and blushed slightly. She said it was very cool. The hero looked at the princess in surprise, thought something had happened, and she said she came to check. By the way, she wanted to ask what he was going to do with that herd of Fabanuro. After a short reflection, the boy said they could be sold, eaten, divided among the werewolves, or just released. The meat of those boars was quite tough but tasty and perfect for sukiyaki. Dania did not understand what he meant. The girl lowered her eyes to the floor and asked him to sell them wholesale to her city. There were many people there, they needed food, and of course, they would pay. The hero had nothing against it and said there were already too many of them. The princess's eyes sparkled. She thanked the hero and said he was their savior. The boy did not fully understand her, but since she was happy, he decided it was okay. Daichai decided to immediately transport the boars to the city. An hour later, the princess was sitting at the table and telling Sakura and Daichai about how wonderful their home really was. Sakura smiled and thanked Dana for her efforts. The princess thanked Sakura and bowed and told the hero that next time she would bring money. He asked her why she had come, and taking a cup of tea, the girl remembered that she had come to report to Daichai. It was quite likely that monsters would activate near the city. The princess was confident that he would be fine, but thought they should keep their distance just in case. The hero smiled, seeing that she was as kind as ever. After all, the girl had come just to say that. Suddenly, an explosion sounded nearby. The princess suddenly stood up from the table, heard a sound from the city side, and asked what it was, thinking that a monster attack was starting because they were just waiting for an opportunity, but it did not happen. The girl apologized to the hero and said she was returning to the city, then used the teleporter. Sakura and Daichai silently watched her go. Taking a deep breath, the boy said that she was very busy, and Sakura added that Danieson had his reasons. Suddenly, a rustle came from the bushes, attracting the hero's attention. Before them stood creatures resembling demons. They looked at the heroes and smiled, and fire burned in their hands. Daichai looked at the monster in surprise and decided that it looked like a demon, and Sakura agreed with him. Suddenly, the monster attacked, and the hero grabbed a stick and ordered the brave one to protect them. Before the flames reached the heroes, they were covered by a huge golem. It immediately rushed at the monster, which began to flee. The boy noticed that this demon was quite agile, and the golem could not handle him. In this case, he took Sakura by the hands. He used the indestructible wooden armor together with her, after which the rustling of branches was heard. Instantly, a huge armored golem appeared with heroes inside. In the armor, Dichai said he would handle it himself and fired. Immediately, the monster turned to Ash and Sakura, smiled, and said that everything was fine. The boy noticed that something fell off the monster. It was like a magical stone with old and very weak magic, and it seemed that its body was created by the power of this stone. Dichai sighed and said that very strange creatures live here. Hestia woke up from the noise and asked what was wrong with them. Showing the stone to the girl, the hero said that he killed a strange monster, and it fell off him. Carefully examining it, Hestia said that this was a magical stone of demonic origin from a dungeon. Judging by its size, it killed a demon's servant, but she did not understand why it was here. The hero did not understand if this was strange, and the girl said that there were no dungeons nearby. And yet this was left by an underground monster. It seems that conditions in the forest have changed, so underground monsters began to appear. The hero asked if this would somehow affect his home, but Hesio shook her head and said no. She explained that these guys are warlike, cunning, and instinctively attack people, so they are hard to deal with, and she pointed with her finger, asking him to look for himself. The same monsters began to come out of the forest and looked at the heroes with anger. Dichkai thought that this was the same monster invasion the princess had spoken about, but Sakura also did not understand where they had come from. The armored golem caught Daicha and Sakura by the arm, and the hero said he would deal with them now, after which explosions sounded. Moments later, Sakura informed the master that no demons were visible outside the house, and the man smiled, saying that was good. Meanwhile, in the castle Prussia, there was noise and conversations. People said that the travelers were holding the defense in the north, and other events were happening in the west. Dania appeared behind the captain of the knights, and the knight mage said they were waiting for her arrival. The girl asked how they were doing. Monsters appeared simultaneously in the east and south, all moving toward the city. The city's defensive forces had already intercepted them. The princess looked at the map, and the knight explained that the red crosses show where their troops are fighting, and Dania asked what the black circle in the east means. Emma East was the same Anna. She ordered to mark the place and went there. She also said that she alone would be enough there. The princess smiled and thought that the Dragon King could handle it himself. The squad of knights in the south was showing an advantage in the battle. It seemed only the west remained. Due to lack of time, a breach formed in their defense, but the knight said a group of adventurers went there. Dania wondered what kind of group it was. This is a group called Shiny Heads. They were a group of high-level adventurers with a 90% success rate. By these numbers, they looked quite strong, but it was dangerous for only one group to go there, and the girl gripped the staff tighter. The princess decided to go there to help them, and it shocked the people, but Dania was not surprised because she is the only one who can teleport there. The knight wanted to object. After some thought, he decided that even if he asked her to stay here, the princess would not listen to him. Dania smiled and said that the captain of the knights knew her very well. As long as she can fight, she will do everything to protect this city. It is her duty as an archmage. She admired Dichai, so she decided to choose this very path. She decided to leave and handed over command to the captain of the knights. The captain accepted the order and asked her to be careful, after which the girl used the teleporter. In the west of Prussia, the adventurers' squad was already approaching the goal. Laughing, the leader said that the defense here was the weakest. They were far from the trade zone, and there were only 10 of them. The rustling of bushes was heard, and right in front of them, an underground rumble and trembling sounded. A huge underground worm burst out of the ground and looked at the adventurers. From the place where the worm crawled out, small creatures resembling goblins began to crawl. The commander laughed and said that they had appeared. He never thought he would have to fight creatures from the dungeons of the fortress city. Looking up, he noticed that the huge worm was already approaching them. The man shouted that compared to Dichai, this pressure meant nothing. Another man laughed and supported him. When their leader said this, who then fainted, it encouraged the whole group, and they laughed. The leader blushed and said it was because he admired him. If they had faced such a horde earlier, he would have simply run away. The only thing that calmed him now was strength. The guys supported him, and the chief noticed that although they were far away, there were still residential areas here where many people lived. There was a large harvest and other things that needed to be gathered, so he was sure that many people lived there. In that case, the chief shouted to the adventurers to protect them. This city had good alcohol, they were well fed here, and they had a good time here. If they do not protect them, their name will be worth nothing. The guys decided to overcome them at any cost to drink together again. With shouts, the adventurers rushed straight at the enemy. Full of fighting spirit, the squad commander struck the goblin, and it flew back. Breathing heavily, he asked the squad if it was all over. They really hoped it was. The man said that at this pace, he and his unit would not last long. A fighter of the squad shouted to the commander that he was being attacked from behind. The demon threw the goblin through the fire right into the back of the squad commander, and he screamed in pain. The demon smiled. Someone shouted that this was a demon servant. The squad commander noticed his trick and attacked from afar. Then a shout sounded. Someone used a fiery spear. The attack immediately knocked the goblin off its feet, and the excited head decided that this was her chance and went on the attack. As soon as the goblin was defeated, a stone fell from it, and the man approached the leader of the adventurers from behind. It turned out to be Dinya. She exhaled and said that she had arrived on time. The leader said that she saved them and that she was a princess herself. The girl introduced herself as Dinya and added that she was the one who wanted to thank them. She looked at the squad, which was severely exhausted after the battle. She felt sorry because she thought she would arrive on time, but it looked like she was late. The leader smiled and said that since the townspeople helped them a lot, they wanted to thank them as much as possible. The princess was very glad that they thought so. Suddenly, one of the adventurers flew right past them and got caught in someone's attack. Looking around, Dina and the leader could not understand what was happening. Behind their backs appeared a large goat with an oak and a shield in its hands. Its legs were huge hooves. It resembled a demon and roared fiercely at them. The cloak on the goat began to melt, and demons started flying out of it. The leader shouted to the others that he was creating demon servants. He could not understand what the dungeon lord was doing here. The princess realized in horror that it was the dungeon lord himself. This is a monster that can create other monsters in the dungeon. Usually, it lives on the deepest levels. Its level must be quite high if it could create demons. The boss gritted his teeth and assumed that in this case, either the master himself or his servants would kill them. The leader of the group of adventurers swore, and the girl gripped the staff tighter. She was determined and told the adventurers that she would handle him herself. One companion shouted to the princess that it was too dangerous here and that he was very strong. He said she needed to run. The fact that she could defeat a dragon did not mean she could defeat the dungeon master. Dania said to them with a smile that she cannot just run away, at least not while someone threatens her city. She will not allow it and will do everything in her power. The girl was about to use a new spell she learned after meeting that man. This attack absorbs all her feelings and experience, so she could even defeat a dragon. The girl screamed and used the volcanic spear that was flying towards the underground master. The goat fiercely glared at her attack, then swung the stick and scattered it. The explosion made the girl close her eyes, and her staff snapped in half. From the blow, Dainu was thrown back, and she heard the leader of the adventurers call her. As soon as she opened her eyes, she felt that she had fallen onto something soft. The beaten princess could not understand what it was, so she raised her eyes. The voice asked if she was all right, because it made that hand as soft as possible to catch her, and she recognized that voice. Together with Sekiro in battle armor was Dichai. The hero asked Sakura to get the medicine that Anne gave them. Sakura clarified that it was in the pouch on that boy's belt and took it out. Dichai smiled and asked Dinya to wait a little while he treated her. Descending into the palm of the armored golem, the hero was about to give Dainai medicine. The girl coughed up blood and thanked him. Dichai asked him not to tell her because her mouth was wounded. He smiled at her and praised her for a job well done. It was strange because she felt a strong sense of security. The hero said that she was doing well. The princess smiled and then fainted. Dichai was afraid that he had infused too much mana again, but Sakura asked him to calm down and said she was just tired, so the hero decided that everything was fine. Her wound healed, and now she could breathe without problems. He didn't really understand what was happening here, but it seemed this monster would become a big problem. Dodging the explosive attack, Daikai noticed that it was the same demonic servant. The armored golem held the heroes with one hand, aimed at the demons with the other, and fired. Daichi carefully observed the enemies. As soon as the smoke cleared, he saw that the dungeon master stood before him completely unharmed. The hero angered the demon even more. The group of adventurers was shocked, since before they had defeated the demon servants only by joining forces, but Dichai did it with one strike, and the group leader smiled and said that was impressive and Dichai was great. The leader ran up to the golem and asked Master Daichi why he was here. The hero said that annoying demon servants appeared under his hut, and when he came to, he found himself in the middle of a battle near the forest. In any case, the guy noticed that the adventurers were also fighting them and thanked them. One of the adventurers shouted to them that the master had started summoning servants again. The hero decided that now was not the time to talk, handed the melon to the leader of the adventurers, and asked them to take care of her. The leader addressed the others and said they would protect the princess, and then Daikai prepared to fight the dungeon master. When they were left alone with him, the boy angrily said that he did not care what he had done. But this forest was his home, where he felt comfortable. He ordered the demon to prepare for the fact that he would be beaten badly for this. He looked at Sakura and said that they were starting, and the girl replied that she was always ready. The boy put on wooden armor, and the golem began to put on even stronger armor. The golem grew 2 more pairs of arms, and this mode was called wooden armor. Looking at the enemy's stats, Daichi counted 20 monsters. It seemed the monsters were about to attack, so the boy ordered to attack. A large root quickly grew from the ground and hit the golem from behind. The golem stretched all 6 arms forward and prepared to attack. At some point, demons attacked him, and the golem caught fire. Daichi calmly said that this fire no longer harmed them, and after the fight with Hestia, his mastery of wooden armor noticeably improved. This armor was now completely fire-resistant, and even if the fire reached the wood, it would only damage the coating. The golem stretched out his hand and was about to strike again. Shots rang out simultaneously from all 6 hands, instantly wounding and killing all the monsters around the goat. The boy smiled and said he was invincible. The battle against the dungeon lord and the hero continued, and the goat looked at the hero, wondering where he got such strength. Daichi was surprised that this demon also spoke and rushed into attack. Barely had he run up to the golem when he shot with his hand, hitting him, and the demon fell to the ground. The enraged dungeon master began summoning more and more new demon servants. The boy noticed that the dungeon master could summon many servants every second. The hero noticed that there were already more than 100 of them, and the dungeon master smiled sinisterly. He ordered the servants to attack, after which the demons pounced on the golem. Enemies began to pour down on the hero from all sides, but he defended with 6 hands and shot at the demons. Dungeon stones fell to the ground, and the dungeon lord constantly created new servants. The boy realized that 6 hands were clearly not enough for him, but he believed that the dungeon master underestimated him, as the hero also had several aces up his sleeve. 2 more roots jumped out from under the ground and grabbed the golems again. All the trees in this area began to envelop the armored body of the golem. As a result, the armor received a new mode, which was called the additional fire of 1,000 hands. Meanwhile, the goats silently watched the transformation of the enemy. The boy noticed that even monsters can be afraid, but it was already too late. Daichi gave the order and moved to attack. The golems extended 1,000 hands before him and created a whirlwind of bullets. The bullets quickly poured onto the enemy, after which only stones remained. When all the servants were destroyed, the golem did not stop and began shooting at the dungeon lord, who had to take the hit himself. When the shooting ended, the enemy sighed deeply and wanted to say something to the hero. The goat screamed fiercely and rushed at the golem, demanding that he say who he was. The boy noticed that it was attacking him again and appreciated the enemy's determination, but resolutely told the dungeon lord that he would crush him on the spot. Thousands of shots rained down on the demon, after which he fell to the ground, screaming. After the demon's defeat, only a large piece of stone remained. The boy smiled and said that the power of 1,000 fists and a powerful explosion were needed. Looking from the side at the battle, the princess was amazed by Senju's incredible strength and quietly said that he was very strong. Although now she was much stronger than before. She could even kill a wandering dragon on her own, her magic now stronger than before, but still not at his level. The girl's eyes shone, she smiled and said that she also wanted to be strong. When Daichi stepped out of the golem, he sighed deeply. As he thought, Senju had drawn a lot of mana from the trees. Looking at the huge golem, the boy said that it was only a prototype that could use only 40 hands, and Sakura smiled, noticing that the master had not even spent 30% of his mana. The hero was surprised and thought that he was tired because he was not yet used to this, so he decided that it could be used for ordinary tasks, such as harvesting, and she organized the routine work and said she would help the hero when the time came. The princess looked at the boy with admiration and said that she could protect the city if she became as strong as him. She also always wanted to be on his side. The hero approached the others and said that it seemed all enemies were defeated. He was glad because now he could go home and rest. When he looked at the battlefield, he saw that it was devastated because he had uprooted several trees in the forest for his needs and should plant new ones. The princess told Daichi that she would take care of it herself so he could just rest. Daichi was surprised that she could already walk. Danya smiled and said that the medicine he gave her was very good and her wounds had already healed, but she thought that wasting such a potion on her would probably be unnecessary. But the hero calmed her down and told her not to worry, because supposedly it did not matter whether she was okay. He also said that Anna gave him the potion so the princess could thank her. The princess was shocked and did not believe that it was brewed from the blood of the dragon queen herself. Daiteke was surprised because this busty dragon queen really talked about using blood. The princess behaved even stranger and said that she drank the potion made from the blood of the dragon king. She fell to the ground and sadly said that the hero wasted such a potion on her in vain, and the boy thought she was strange because at first she was jumping, then suddenly fell. Daiche asked if she had anemia. Although the wounds had healed, there was still a lack of blood, but the girl said no, and she asked if the boy understood how much a potion made from the dragon queen's blood costs. But Daiche said he did not know, so the girl thought so. The princess cried and did not know what to do, since the potion cost at least about 100 million, and even with their treasury they could not afford it. But immediately the princess came to her senses and gloomily said that she could not take money from the treasury for herself, because if she took it, it would be the end for her, and the hero did not understand what she was even mumbling about. Dania admitted that she was just thinking about how to pay for her treatment, but the boy said that he did not need anything from her. He smiled and said that he would not take money for something he got for free. However, he offered to compensate him by repairing the damaged place. They agreed, and he said that he caught her attention. The princess heard Daike's stomach growl, and the boy grabbed it, saying he was hungry. It was not surprising because it was already lunchtime. Sakura said she would go ahead to have time to prepare everything, and the hero thanked her. Sakura flew up and said she had to go, saying goodbye to everyone. The princess was surprised to see that she could fly. She learned to fly since she became a spirit, and the man said it was truly an amazing ability. He told Danny that it was time for him to go too. But the girl grabbed his cloak and asked him to wait a little. Daichi did not understand what was going on because they had already agreed earlier. Dania said she would definitely clean everything up and asked if the hero would pick up all the magical stones left after the monsters. Daichi did not understand why he needed them. The girl said that they could be sold or used for crafting because they have many uses, and the hero asked if it was true, noticing that there were indeed many of them. He decided that in that case he would take a large stone as a keepsake for Hestia, and he did not need the others, so he suggested giving them to Dania. Daichi said that in such a case they could sell them, and the princess thought that with such a quantity one could earn a lot. The boy said goodbye to her and asked her to use the stones as she pleased. The princess wanted to stop him, but the boy said he had to go home and that he was hungry. Danya, blushing, looked after him and thanked him for what he had done for them. Having watched him go and clenched his fist tighter, the leader of the adventurers thought that Daichi-san was very brave. Looking at the stones, one of the adventurers told the chief that with such a number of magical stones, they could easily earn at least several 100 million, and that was a fairly generous estimate. The chief smiled, thinking that he was special and they were no match for him. The man behind the leader decided that the leader was right, after which they noticed that the other travelers had woken up. After stroking the head of one of the team members, the boss rejoiced that he had returned to normal, and the boy asked what it was about, because they had many wounds and the quest rewards did not cover the expenses, so the boss said that he would not be treated until he drank sake. One of the boys smiled and said that they were fine because they talked so much, and the chief nodded affirmatively. The princess addressed the leader of the Shining Heads and asked to speak with him. She knew they were tired but had a request for them and asked for help. She asked the adventurers to help her collect all the magical stones. The boss asked if she could use teleportation because that way she could gather everything without their help. The girl smiled tiredly and said that it was clear she was completely exhausted and inquired what they thought about the invitation to the banquet tomorrow at the palace as a reward for her request. Looking at the boys, the boss said that they would gladly accept the princess's offer. He shouted to the others and suggested making one last attempt just in case, and the team agreed. A little girl sat among a pile of stones and was hitting one of the stones. Daichi told Hestia that he had returned, and she greeted him. He asked what she was busy with, and the girl replied that she was working on improving the magical stones. When finished, they could be used for various purposes or even in medicine. But the man noticed that she was only tapping on them and asked if that would work. Hestia replied that everything was under control. In that case, he decided to show her a stone and said that he had brought it to her. Hestia asked Daichi in surprise what it was, and he replied that it had dropped after he defeated the dungeon master. The girl said in surprise that she knew about the dungeon masters, but did not think such large magical stones could fall from them. Daichi hesitantly said he got that stone after defeating him. They just said that it is abnormally sized and most likely appeared due to an unexpected mutation or something similar, but the hero remembered the girl who knew about it and asked if she could use it. Hestia pondered and admitted that she did not know what would happen after using it. Dechai said he took it as a trophy from the battle and thinks that maybe it is better to just throw it away somewhere. The girl said that this stone has enough power to create a dungeon, and if it ended up underground, it would be even more dangerous, so the boy did not understand what kind of stone it was and asked what they should do. But Hestia said that this thing could create an entire dungeon, and if left unattended, it would become very dangerous, so she asked him not to worry, because if he leaves the stone, monsters could appear again, so only he should possess it, and she believed the stone should be left to him. The boy realized that he could not use it or just throw it away somewhere, but the girl said not to worry, because the mana of his home was much stronger, so if he buried the stone here, the mana of the stone would pass to him, and that was the best option. The hero asked if it was dangerous, and Hestia said no. On the contrary, this stone would make him much stronger. The boy poorly understood her theory, but since she said it was the best option, he decided to just bury it, and Dechai asked the golem to dig a hole for him. Golem immediately understood and got to work. Hestia also asked the boy to break off a piece for her. She wanted to analyze this stone. She said that if she found a way to use it, she would make something out of it. The boy agreed and broke off a piece of the stone. Hestia was surprised that the hero stopped it so easily. She said that the hardness of a magic stone depends on the amount of mana in it, so breaking such a stone with bare hands is impossible. But the boy was just trying to imitate the way she breaks stones, and the girl frowned, thinking that her years of experience were wasted. Suddenly Anna approached them and said that her older sister was at home, and before she could do anything, Hestia hid behind Dechai's back. The boy noticed that Anna was all disheveled and asked what had happened because all her clothes were torn. She said that she spent much of her strength defending the city and created many magical items to stop monster attacks. The hero noticed that she was struggling and asked why she was here. The girl smiled and said she came to replenish mana. The hero doubted whether it was worth her traveling so far for this. And she decided immediately, as soon as she realized that all she needed to return her was to receive love or a blow from her older sister. She looked at Hestia with all her love, said that one blow was enough and asked if the hero could lend her his older sister. Then Dechai asked Hestia what she thought about it, and the girl replied that she refused. Anne was delighted and said that her older sister was so sweet. With a heavy sigh, she thanked her and added that she felt much better. The boy got nervous and asked if by any chance she had some kind of battery inside. Anne replied that it was not quite so, and turned her attention back to the magic stone that had fallen from the monster. The hero said that obviously her mana was too strong, so he decided to bury it here. The girl smiled and said she felt relieved, but the mana of that magic stone still radiated too much power. But compared to Dechai's power, it was simply insignificant. Hestia confirmed this, and the boy thought about having received the approval of 2 dragon queens. Then the man said he was starting, took the stone in his hands and handed it to the golem. The mana of his home slightly increased, but very insignificantly. For his home, this stone turned out to be not very valuable. A day passed after the battle between the hero and the dungeon lord. Surveying the surroundings, the boy thought about planting new trees here, because part of the forest near his house was destroyed. Hestia told him that the further he went into the forest, the more lower-ranked demons appeared, and at first she fought them in the form of a man. But their number increased greatly, so she burned them all to ashes. Dechai was a little surprised, but said it would be good if she thought about the consequences of her actions. But since everything was fine, it was not that important. Hestia looked at Dechai in surprise and smiled. She approached them, wished them good morning, and asked how they were doing today, while Hestia immediately hid behind the surprised and shy companion, who asked the girl why she had come. Anna forgot that she hadn't told them, and was delighted by the news that she would now live in Prussia. Hestia was shocked, and Anne said that she had spoken with the princess just yesterday. The princess gave her a plot of land near this forest in Prussia, and she decided to open a shop there. The boy looked at Hestia, who almost fell from shock. He decided not to bother her and asked Anne why she had made this decision so suddenly. After all, her position and life in the protected city were quite good. She said that it was true, but from there she would be able to perform her duties just as well. The elder agreed when she said she wanted to open a store, and there was something even more important. She smiled and said that it would be closer to her older sister, but she still always wanted to breathe the same air as her. The boy looked at the girl in surprise and noticed that she was targeting him primarily. Dechai also noticed that Hestia was not herself out of fear, but Anne said it was not only because of her sister. After she started salivating, the girl said that she also wanted to be near Dichai in that magical place where she was always full of energy. It was addictive. She had never felt such incredible strength anywhere else. Hiro exhaled deeply and said that things were getting more serious, and even he had gotten involved in it. He looked at the shocked Testia, who understood him perfectly. Dichai agreed, but on the condition that she would not bother him. She blushed and thought that it was worth returning to the conversation. After all, she brought a gift because now they were neighbors. She thought about giving him a potion, but Anne also believed that giving him the same potion as before would not be right, and Dakai understood which potion she was talking about. He said that yesterday he healed Dania with it, and it was really very effective because her wounds healed instantly. He suggested that this was why she gave away her land here, because she prepared that potion. The girl told the hero that if he ran out of supplies, she could give him new potions. I asked her in surprise if she really wanted to give more, because the princess said it was very valuable, and she replied that she was sure, because for her it was priceless to spend time next to her older sister. Hugging the girl, she said that if she allowed her to hug her a little, she would bring as many elixirs as they needed. Hesha noticed that she hugged her every time she came here, and Daichai told the girl that if it seemed too much, she could always hide behind him. Anna waved goodbye to them and said she would go for the potion. Thus, they got new neighbors. At night, a grand banquet was held in the capital. After a fierce battle, the princess came out before the people and sincerely thanked everyone for their help in defending Prussia. She knew it was not a very luxurious treat, but asked everyone to enjoy it. Raising her glass, she invited the people to drink. Immediately, everyone raised their glasses, and in the front rows sat the same adventurers with whom she had fought. The captain knight said that the toast was successful, and they would spend all the money earned on this banquet, but the princess asked him not to be stingy, because their city was almost unharmed. She said that if they do not reward the people, it will someday come back to them. The knight agreed with her and, recalling the hero, asked how he was doing. The princess said that she invited him to the feast, but he refused because he thought it would be boring there, so she decided to visit him herself, and the knight apologized for troubling her because of this. A satisfied fox, the head of the adventurers, approached them and thanked the princess for the good drink. She was glad to see that they were having fun, and the man thoughtfully scratched the back of his head. He actually wanted to see Dichai-san, but it seemed he would not come. The princess told him that after the banquet she would visit Dichai, and the boss asked to give him something to pass on. The boss showed her a bottle and said that it was the best alcohol he had ever drunk. He ordered it directly from the factory, and the hero was their best fighter and definitely deserved to drink it. The princess smiled and said she understood him. She took the bottle and promised to deliver it along with their words. The boss waved his hand, said that in that case they would see each other again, and continued the banquet. He called the group of adventurers to get to work, and they supported him. Looking at them, the princess smiled and said that they were truly good adventurers, and she also needed to pass their words to Dichai. Returning to Captain Knight, she said she was heading to Daicha Dono, and he wished her a safe journey. The girl immediately used teleport and found herself in the middle of the forest. The boy smiled, noticing that the princess decided to bring him food and drink. The girl said it was a drink given to him by the Shining Heads. She also brought dishes she considered the tastiest. Looking at Sakura, Dichea, and En, the princess asked for permission to join their meal. The hero agreed but still asked if the princess needed to return to the palace for the banquet, and the girl smiled and asked not to worry, because today was their day. The travelers from En were heroes, and they were already feasting in the palace. The princess smiled and said that this time she would like to drink with them. The boy said he didn't mind, and Danya began pouring the drink into his glass, saying it was time to celebrate. Having tasted the drink, Dichai noticed that it was refreshing and had a delicate flavor. The princess was pleased that he liked it. Just then, Heshchit pulled the hero by the hand, and he asked in surprise what she wanted. From behind, the girl was squeezed by Anne's large breasts, and she gloomily told Dichai that she could not relax. And she was going crazy. She liked that her sister resisted her so much. Pushing Anne with all her strength, Hester ran away, begging her to stop. The girl seemed to be in euphoria, and the hero thought she would never change. It was a bit noisy, but he felt cheerful, and he liked it. Dichai thought that the drink was good, and the food of Sakura and Dinya was very tasty, and today's dinner turned out simply wonderful. Sakura smiled and said she was glad to hear that. Pouring water into Daikai's cup, Sakura offered him tea. Angry Hesha said that it was enough and she was leaving. Anne begged her not to go, but Hesha was indifferent. The man silently looked at them and smiled. He thought how pleasant it sometimes is to just have dinner like this. It was a moment of quiet happiness. The long-awaited peace came, and Daikai closed his eyes, thinking how cozy he felt. Hess asked the hero lying on the bench if he rested too much, but the boy did not understand what was going on because he had not had such rest for a long time, and he asked the girl what she was doing. Hess said that she separates materials she can use from those she cannot. Looking at the stone, the hero did not understand the difference between them. Hester explained that large pieces were easy to use because they could store a lot of mana, and smaller ones were disposable. That is why small stones are often used as magical ammunition, which Daikai did not know, but earlier she often played with those disposable stones and threw fireballs, so she knew about it, and the boy asked her what kind of game it was. When young dragons were afraid and did not want to fly, she pushed them with small stones. They were considered adults only when they could fly, so it was both training and a game at the same time. Daikai imagined it as reverse bungee jumping, but on a completely different scale. Hesha had many such stones, so she could throw him very far. She asked the hero if he wanted to try. But Daikai said that he refused her offer and would rather rest instead of this rather dangerous game. Hestius said that now he uses his golems to fight monsters in the area and called it rest. The man noted that they operate in automatic mode. Hestia took a piece of stone and told the hero that if Manny was to be believed, a strong monster was approaching them. Hearing the sounds of battle from behind, she thought it had just been defeated, and this did not surprise her. The boy said that he liked such a rest. Suddenly, they heard a strange voice shouting that he had done nothing. Sorry, I cannot help with rephrasing a scene describing sexual violence. I can instead offer a more neutral or less explicit plot option. Dichai did not understand what he was doing, and Hestia asked if he wanted to stop it. Meanwhile, the golem was already reaching for her chest. The golem was simply following orders and doing its job. Other golems would also stop if he stopped it, but since they were still fighting monsters, stopping them was unwise. It was a design flaw, and from now on he would start working on a mechanism that would allow him to stop them one by one. Hesha thought and said that the monsters would be destroyed in a few minutes. The girl tearfully begged Dachai Dono to help her. When she fell to the ground, the naked girl adjusted her panties and said it was a terrible experience. The boy handed her clothes and said it was her fault because she tried to enter through the back door. She was considered the one who grabs, and the girl already understood this. Dachai asked why she had come here. The girl said she came to look. Although the large-scale attack had stopped, they could not relax and had to stay vigilant. Dachai asked the princess why she came from the north and guessed that she met monsters, but the girl replied that it was not so. But she had heard about fighting rabbits that settled in the northern forest. It seemed strange, so she went there to check. After thinking, the boy guessed that these were the same rabbits that shared territory with werewolves. She heard from the elder that they had partially abandoned the village. When she arrived, the village was completely empty. Dichai did not understand what was wrong here. The princess said that rabbits were also called night butterflies. They sometimes fed on men's energy. In their form, there were only female beings who restored mana through sexual desire, and the boy guessed what kind of connection the girl was talking about. Dichkai asked what kind they were and why they were called battle rabbits. The princess replied that there were 3 reasons. The first was that they had big ears, the second that they were very strong, each equal in strength to 2 or 3 adventurers, and there was one more reason. To completely steal male energy and use it to restore their mana. This male energy became their power. Listening to the princess, she noticed that Dichkai had a rather strange expression on his face. He said that she thought she was imagining it and asked where the rabbits that were fighting had gone, but she was just figuring that out on the way here. Hestra shouted to them and asked if they were talking about rabbits. Among the fallen boars were also girls with ears, as Denia said. Hestra touched one of them with a stick to check if she was alive, said that golems attacked them along with monsters, and the boy looked at one of them in surprise and hesitantly asked if they were real. The frozen hair groaned, and the princess told the hero that he, as always, was handling things quickly. The boy felt awkward because he did not feel what he was working on. However, they decided to attack him specifically. It seemed he needed to find out their motives. He wondered what these shameless rabbits had forgotten here. Having understood nothing, the rabbits opened their eyes and did not understand where they were. The boy noticed that all the rabbits seemed to have already woken up. He wanted to ask them a few questions, and one of the rabbits felt an incredible power coming from the hero. Feeling the full might of the hero, the little rabbit squeaked. Dichai was not surprised, because surprisingly he was familiar with such a situation. The princess blushed with anger and shame when the boy looked at her, and he thought that he needed to learn to control mana during meetings with new people. Looking at the girl with the crown, Daisy decided that she was the most important here. He asked if she could speak, and the girl admitted that she was the leader of the battle rabbits named Rebecca. Dechai asked her why she and the others attacked them with monsters. The girls began to justify themselves and say that they did not want this. Honestly, they planned the attack with a different purpose, did not want to cause harm, and did not even think of attacking someone with such magical power. Rebecca was ashamed and bowed to the hero, asking him to do whatever he wanted with her, but only if Dechai spared her comrades. The boy thoughtfully scratched his head and told her not to worry, because he was not going to kill anyone. Rebecca looked at him with tears in her eyes. He asked her to calm down because he thought that everyone in this forest was used to risking their lives. As she said, those people had a reason to attack them, and he asked what exactly reason she was talking about. Rebecca blushed and said that the reason was of an intimate nature. She believed that they could satisfy their hunger by absorbing his mana. Dechai did not quite understand her, and the girl clarified that she did not mean food, but energy and mana. Many men from Prussia, who came to have fun, used to specifically go to an establishment they opened in their village, but then stopped going there, so they had little strength left. The boy thought that this was exactly why they came to his house, which was nearby. More precisely, they came here because of the huge amount of mana they felt. Because of his power, she was confident that he would be fine even if they absorbed all his energy. Dechai turned to Dainai and asked if such entertainment was forbidden in their city. The princess replied no, because adventurers still went to the forest, although it was dangerous. She inquired about the current situation. The rabbit said that the establishment they built near the entrance to the village was destroyed by a stone that fell from the sky, but Dechai did not quite believe it, because in this world stones did not fall from the sky, and the hero decided that now they had problems because the establishment was destroyed and they could not do business, and the rabbits replied that the stone was too heavy and they could not move it. The place where the stone fell became dangerous, so it was not worth restoring the establishment there. Without the shop, they could not run a night business, and they had no money for new land and reconstruction. Because of these thoughts, Rebecca cried. The hero thought and said that he felt sorry for them, but he did not know how to help. Even if he gave them money for a new place, he was sure that people would not come if it was hard to get there. Dechai put his hand on Danoi's shoulder and said he knew who they needed. Dechai told the princess that she was the ruler of Prussia, so she could take care of having an establishment built in the city. The princess agreed, and the man was surprised that such a thing could be forgotten. Dania blushed and said that when they first met, she was not yet a ruler, but only a good sorceress, so she forgot about it, and added that there was a free plot in the city, so an establishment could be built there. Rebecca approached the princess with hope, squeezed her hand, and asked if it was true. The princess admitted that in their city there were almost no places for entertainment, so their establishment would be very useful to people and would help them relieve stress, but Dania thought there was one problem. Since this matter was not supported by the state, she could not pay for it personally, so the rabbits had to look for money on their own, and the princess asked if they had any ideas. The rabbits were thoughtfully silent, and Dechai said that he had an idea. He said it was simple, he only needed to build housing for them. He could easily build a house from wood and earth. For this, he only needed a little more mana. The princess was stunned and asked if he would really do that for them. Dechai noted that if these rabbits were not calmed now, they might attack someone else later. He smiled and said that then he would build an establishment for them. The rabbits were happy, and Rebecca agreed with him. She ran up to the boy and hugged him tightly. Rebecca said that they would never forget this and thanked him, calling him their savior. Dechai suggested that in that case they should start building. When they were approaching the city, he asked if they liked this place. The princess said that visitors would find it convenient to stop here. It seemed there would be no problems with this place. She asked Rebecca for her opinion, and Rebecca said it was cool. Rebecca thanked the princess for such a nice place near the city. When they decided everything, the hero said it was time to start and looked at the bag he had brought with him. The rabbit bowed and sincerely thanked Dechai, saying that he not only gave them a new place but also lent them money. The hero replied embarrassedly that he would accept thanks later, when everything was finished. He inquired with the rabbits about the establishment, and they asked that it not be small. The man began laying apples on the ground from the bag he had brought with him. Rebecca did not understand anything and wanted to find out what the hero was doing. Dechai said he was building a house and asked what the matter was. Bunny did not know what to answer, and the hero asked her to wait a little to see for herself. Dechai focused and thought that he had to imagine not a small house. He needed to imagine the plan of this house in his head. Dechai raised his staff and ordered the trees to rise and unite again. Large tree roots sprouted from the ground and began to form the frame of the house. In a few moments, the empty place with apples turned into a 2-story mansion. The princess looked at the house in surprise, and the hero said that this was his first house made of clay and sticks, but there was a nice view from there, and he asked the rabbit leader what she thought about the house. Rebecca was shocked at how big it was. She could not comprehend by what power Dechai instantly created all this. She said that this power did not belong to the forest magic she knew, and the hero also did not utter any special words during the construction. Dechai hit the wall of the house and said that he simply imagined in his head how he moved the trees, did not delve into the interior, and only created a large frame of trees, so it was quite easy for him. Rebecca was even more surprised. The princess did not know how to express it, and said that the hero was simply incredible in his various manifestations. She admired him very much, but had to say that all this was somehow strange. Dechai replied that there was nothing to be done about it, and also thought that doing such things quickly was cool. The princess smiled awkwardly and said that he was right. In a word, he was incredible. Climbing the stairs to the establishment, the man told Rebecca that now they could continue their affairs here. Coming to her senses, Rebecca and the rest of the rabbits bowed to him in gratitude. She asked to be allowed to express her gratitude to her savior once again. The rabbits said that they were forever grateful to him. The man smiled and asked them not to worry about it. Rebecca cried once again and agreed. The next day, a rabbit hole opened on the outskirts of Prussia. Their establishment quickly became popular, especially among muscular men. Dechai sat at a table in the garden, sadly thinking about something, when someone quietly approached him from behind. The girl asked him what he was thinking about, because you rarely see a hero in such a state. The man talked about the rabbit hole he had recently invested money in and said it had become quite popular, and their business was thriving. So the rabbits brought him a whole bag of coins and said it was their rent payment, 1,000,000 gold coins. He asked Hestia to simply accept them. Hestia noticed the bag near the table and said there really was a lot in it. They said they earned it in just a few days, charging about 10,000 coins per service, and it seemed adventurers had already become their regular clients, so the rabbits looked very experienced. Hestia asked if that was bad, and the guy had previously told them he didn't need that much. Rebecca said that was the least they could do to thank their savior, and if that wasn't enough, she was ready to give her life for him. The hero frowned and said he accepted gifts but not human lives. In this forest, everyone loved to risk their lives, and Hestia asked what this bag of money was doing here. Dechai sadly said there was no more space in the treasury. He had built several more treasuries, but they were already full. He gave most of the money to Hestia and the werewolves, but there still wasn't enough space. If this continued, his home would turn into the Golden Tower. Hestia asked if the hero wanted to buy something, but Dechai said he didn't want anything, and she also asked Sakura, but she didn't want anything either. She just smiled and said she didn't need anything. Sakura is truly selfless, and the hero wondered from whom she inherited that. Hestia asked if the hero had a hobby he could spend money on, and he replied that he was growing a fruit orchard. He also creates golems and strengthens them, but he has no money for that. Hestia sighed and said that because of his hobby, the golems were getting stronger every day. But he couldn't stop because each time they became more perfect, and Date thought that if so, the money would only accumulate. He spent some money at that rabbit establishment, but it turned out to be cheaper than he thought. Although he ordered lunch there and spent as much as he could, in the end he still had nowhere to spend it. While they were talking about money, Anna ran up to them and wished them good morning. As soon as Hestia noticed Anna, she shouted at her not to hug her and ran away from the girl at full speed. Before she could do that, irritated Hestia found herself in her sister's embrace. The hero asked Anna how she was feeling. She happily turned to the hero and said she had opened her shop. Dechai thought she meant a jewelry store, and En agreed with him. She wanted to invite them all to her place to celebrate the opening. So she ran to them, and since she had spent all her energy on interior design, she needed Hestia's energy. Also, En was sure she wouldn't have enough strength if she didn't catch up with Dechai herself, so she came here early in the morning. Dechai said that she was too loud, but he was not used to arguing over trifles. That is, he did not scold people who had done nothing wrong. Anne tearfully said that it was bad and therefore decided to regain strength by hugging her older sister. Hestia panicked and asked to stop bothering her, but Anna only said how sweet she was, and the hero asked if he could buy something from her since she was already open. Anne agreed and said that she made some things herself, and some she bought, so the shop worked properly. She spent all the money and almost had to use a lot of magic, which was not easy. Dechai said that she should have thought about the consequences of her actions since she was the queen of dragons. Hestia added that Anna was quite strong despite everything, so she would be fine, and Anna was happy and replied that, of course, she was fine because she could always regain strength with the help of her older sister. Dechai explained that Anne had goods but no money, so he had an idea. Anne asked in surprise if he was sure about this because, in his opinion, she could give everything away for free. The hero smiled, said that then it would not make sense, and asked Anne to take them to her shop. The girls smiled and agreed, so Dechai went to the shop for shopping. This was their first visit to Anna's shop. Looking around, the heroine said that her shop had just opened, but was already so cool. Anna replied that even if people only came to look, she still had to try. Her older sister taught her this, but Hestia did not remember her ever saying that. Dechai agreed with her and said that all the items Hestia created were simply wonderful. Since there was a lot of space in the house and she wanted them to stay for tea, she asked them not to hesitate to come, even if they just needed to test magic on her, because she was always happy to see them. Looking at the shelves with goods, Dechai smiled and said he really liked the shop. He was interested in looking at things he had never seen before. He decided that next time he would take Sekiro with him. He thought she might find something for herself. Dechai looked at him and Anne and asked her to come back to reality. Anne said he was right and business should come first. The boy said that he was buying such things for the first time and knew nothing about them, asked to explain their effects and recommend something. Anne clarified what exactly he was looking for, and the hero thought about how he could use such a thing constantly. Anne smiled and in that case offered one interesting thing, showed a vial, and said these were golem seeds that would immediately sprout as soon as he buried them, would obey his commands, and could be used in different ways. Dechai apologized and said that if it was about golems, he did not need to apologize because he made them every day. And then he was asked how he felt about the dragon weapon that could defeat any flying monster. The hero apologized and said he already had one. And he sighed deeply, got confused, and thought about what else could be offered. Dechai returned to Hestia and quietly said that Anne was about to cry. It seemed coming here was a bad idea. Hestia replied that looking for what he did not have now would be a big problem. In any case, Dechai thought he needed to buy something, otherwise all this would be in vain, remembered the potion Anna gave him last time, and said he wanted the most expensive. Anne offered him a potion that restores mana. It was so valuable and rare that she could make it only once a month. Dechai felt awkward and apologized, because he had apples at home that restored mana, and with tears looked at the shelf with elixirs, considering that her elixirs were worthless. The hero said that this was not what he meant. He even sometimes used potions to restore strength and wanted to buy one, but this was an ordinary potion without additional effects. Anna made it herself and said it was ordinary. She asked the hero if this was the one he wanted to buy. Dechai agreed and said he could use it every day. Anne explained that potions come in different qualities. She also had high-quality potions, so she inquired which ones the hero needed. The boy looked at the potions above and asked how much the best ones cost. She took a bottle and said that she created it with a drop of her blood, so one such vessel costs about 100,000 gold. The boy began rummaging in his bag. He took out a bag full of gold and said he would take 10 of those. Bran was shocked. The man smiled and said that it was much easier to carry them than that bag of money. Anne asked if he was sure, because this was a huge amount, and the man said not to worry because he still had a lot. The girl said that even for such a big city this price was too much, and she did not think she could sell so many at once, and the boy asked if she had anything else he could use. Anne took a parchment and said that most likely she only had it left, and although it was not very common, it was a teleportation scroll that could transport the hero to a marked place as soon as he opened it. Dechai thought that this was very useful, because then everyone could use teleportation magic like Denya, and he said that it was really a good thing, wondering why it had not become popular. Because it could only be used once. Teleportation is difficult to coordinate and control, and changing the scroll is also not easy. Therefore, people did not want to pay such a high price for a one-time teleport. Dechai considered Denya incredible because she could teleport on her own. Taking the scroll, he asked Anne how much it cost. He said uncertainly that it costs 1,000,000 gold coins, and the boy replied that it was a good price. Placing another bag on the table, he said he was taking them. Anne was twice shocked, but the hero said he was grateful that he could leave everything with her, and remembered the rabbits who were supposed to bring him payment for the month again. Dechai told Anne that he would come to see her again, and the girl agreed. Leaving the store, the boy thanked Anne and said they should go home. On the way, he told Hestia that this was his first trip to the store since he came into the world, and he had fun, so Daisy was buying from the heart. The next day, the princess entered Anne's shop, and Anne was glad. She greeted Day-Night. The princess had heard that this part of the city was thriving, so she decided to see for herself. Anne offered the princess candy, and Denia could not refuse. While Diana was eating candy, she noticed that there were few visitors here, but thought that Anna had only recently opened, and that with time everything would get better. The princess heard that Anne had spent a lot of money in neighboring stores. Anne smiled and said it was because of Dechai Selma, who spent a lot of money, and she decided to share the profits with the city. The princess smiled and understood who caused the sudden economic boom. When Dania was leaving, she said it was time to see other places. Anna said goodbye to the princess and asked her to come back again. Dania used the teleporter and found herself near a cheerful company. Looking at the rabbit hole, the girl noticed that everyone here was having a good time. She was glad that thanks to their entertainment, the city budget was replenished. The city's welfare also improved. Residents began to come in, and their business became legal and honest, and there were no more problems with them. It was quiet at the border. The residents were satisfied. The town's income increased, and it came back to life. This establishment opened very recently thanks to Daiichi Dono. The development of most of the district was mostly his merit. The princess was very grateful. She thought about how to personally thank him later for everything. Dania thought to get down to business, after which she used the teleporter. The rabbits smiled and said they were waiting for the princess. They greeted her in their village. The place had recently been a large desert, and she asked the rabbits if they planned to stay here. The girls smiled and told the princess that their way of life was connected with the establishment and the village, and thanks to the master rescuer and the restored establishment, they could return to their former life. They sincerely thanked the rescuer and the princess. Banny told Dina that if she ever needed night services at their home, she would gladly help her. The princess blushed and admitted that it was not her hobby, but she appreciated their intentions. The princess was about to say why she had come when the little hare offered to lead her to the place where their old establishment once stood. The princess looked surprised at the same large stone that had destroyed their establishment. The princess tapped the stone and noticed that its surface was too smooth for an ordinary stone, and there was some kind of pattern on it. Moreover, the stone did not look like metal, and the girl wondered what it was made of. If such a large object fell on the city, a disaster could happen. Dania decided to take a piece for research as part of their investigation. She hoped that in this case, nothing serious would happen. Dichai tried to focus on the power of magic and felt that something incomprehensible was happening underground. Sekira asked him what happened, and the hero said that through their synchronization, he discovered a cavity beneath their house. Sekira focused and saw it too. She felt that something had happened to the earth since he buried the magic stone, but had never noticed the cavity. Daichai used synchronization to rearrange something, but found something strange. The hero guessed that Sekira couldn't feel it because she was deep underground. He felt a bit creepy that the cavity was right under his feet. Daichai suggested exploring this cavity since they found it, and Sekira said she would keep him company, and Daichai also wanted to tell Hester about it because she might want to join too. When all three took their places, the hero suggested Sakura synchronize. He was to create a passage to the cavity 5 meters underground, and Sakura understood him. Raising his staff, Daichai cast magic and seemed to cut the earth into the shape of a square. After a few minutes, an underground tunnel appeared before them. Daichai said that opening the passage was not that difficult because he was used to remodeling the house. Descending down, they reached the place in just a minute. Daichai looked around in surprise and said that this cavity was simply huge. Although there was no sunlight here, it was quite bright. It seemed to be the same dungeon. Hestia said that the man was not mistaken. It really was a dungeon, and it seemed to be created by the same magic stone. Daichai thought that monsters might appear here. Hestia said that it was not necessary, but looking at these walls, she was sure they were in a dungeon. The crystals in the walls shone brightly. Sekira looked at the crystals in surprise. The walls were made of magical stone, and this was one of the signs of a dungeon, but this did not mean that there had to be monsters here. Daichai asked if it was really possible to leave such a place underfoot, because one could fall through here, and Hestia asked to look at it, pointing forward with her staff. She struck the wall with an explosion, and the wall immediately restored itself, because due to the magical stones, these walls were very reliable and could regenerate. Hestia noticed that without the staff's reinforcement, she also would not be able to break through the wall, but if they restored quickly, this should not be a problem. Hestia told the hero that the dungeon was used as a natural resource because of its properties, so she intended to take as many magical stones as possible. In that case, Daichai became interested in studying such places because they resembled ordinary mines. After walking a bit, the hero began to breathe heavily and wiping sweat from his face said that it was getting hot here. Hestia assumed that mana emitted heat, and the hero asked if this was normal. Hestia compared it to her own breathing. She suddenly shuddered, and the hero asked what had happened. Pointing forward with her finger, Hestia said that she could not go further because from there, she felt an overwhelming magical power. The hero did not delve into mana magic and decided to keep his distance. Sekiro checked it, and it turned out that there was nothing dangerous there. The girl approached closer to the place and called the owner. Sakura took water in her palms and said that this was a hot spring, which surprised the hero. Approaching Sakura, she told the hero that the water temperature was below 40 degrees due to the low alkalinity of the environment. This did not pose a threat to the human body. The boy said that it was cool, although there was no volcano. The water was heated by magical stones, and mana dissolved in the water from them. Daikai asked if it would be safe to immerse in the mana-enriched spring. Sakura said that nothing would happen to the carrier, but the skin of an ordinary person could dissolve or peel off, so this place turned out to be truly dangerous. In that case, the boy thought that this spring would not gain fame. He did not think that anyone would use it. Sakura agreed and said that its use in undiluted form would be limited. Hestia was still hesitant to approach and said that she could not do it, and Daikai thought to himself that it was really dangerous because even dragon skin did not withstand it. Sekiro was sure that there was a dragon vein nearby because he was so deep underground, and this explained the high concentration of mana. It constantly absorbed mana from the vein, so even if it touched the water, nothing would happen. The hero said that it was a very effective remedy, but it should be diluted before use. Sekiro smiled and said that very tasty rice could be cooked with this water. Daikai agreed and added that the water could be used in different ways, so he decided to make something like a pump to water the garden as needed. Sekiro was delighted and said that she would help her master. Daikai converted several apple trees into a water pump and dug an underground passage, but had not started them yet. Perhaps hot springs would open soon, and the boy thought about making an outdoor bath for himself. One day, something happened near Daitri's house. While he was inspecting his golems, a loud explosion sounded from Hesti's house, which frightened the hero. He looked inquisitively at the house from which Hestia came out. She was covered in black soot and coughing. Hestia looked at Daikai and said that the experiment had failed. The boy ran up and asked if she was okay. She replied that everything was fine and apologized for ruining the atelier. Daikai said not to worry, the house is fine. He reinforced it with his magic. If it were an ordinary house, it would have collapsed long ago. Daikai asked what she was doing because he thought it was a dangerous experiment. Hestia showed a test tube with stones and said she had turned magical stones into fuel that could lift someone into the air. The man thought it was something like a reverse bungee she had once talked about. She tried it on herself, tying them to her legs to see if they would lift her, but it seemed she miscalculated the proportions. Daikai said it was quite dangerous and suggested doing it outside. Hestia asked if he was sure about that because it might dirty his territory. But it was better than blowing them up in the studio, and the guy asked her not to test them on herself anymore. Hestia said nothing would happen to her. She was the dragon queen, but Daikai felt pain seeing her like that, and Hestia thought he was worried about her. But they had known each other for quite a long time, and Daikai said that of course he was worried about her. Hestia agreed and promised in that case to conduct the experiment on someone else. The guy thanked her and asked whom she planned to use next. The hero looked at the sky and thought that he could not fly, did not want to be a test subject, and could not ask the werewolves for that. If he offered them that, they would immediately agree without thinking about their safety. The werewolves would do it even if it were deadly, and he did not want that. The Digi thought about what to do and came up with something. He pointed at the golem and asked if it could be used. Hestia said it would do and asked if he was sure, but Daikai replied that he was sure because he created them himself. But most importantly, he thought it would be cool if they could fly. Hestia was surprised because she rarely saw Daikai so excited. But Daikai admitted that it was one of his fantasies, and it would be incredibly cool to have muscular flying golems. She just said that in that case, she would prepare everything and ask the hero to help her a little. And so Daikai and Hestia took on the project of the flying golem. They tried to reach the sky. The bald leader rushed at the boar and stabbed it with a dagger. Smiling, he looked at the bleeding boar and said that this pork was tasty. He was still standing on his feet, although he was badly cut. The guy from the squad told the leader that it was so, but after that battle with the dungeon master, the leader broke both arms. He asked the chief to be a little more careful, but he only smiled and told him to stop because he knew well that thanks to the restorative potion, everything was already fine. The chief looked thoughtfully at the city. The city was still recovering from the destruction, as were they, so they could no longer allow the monsters to harm the city. The boss looked at the wolf and said that he was very strong, but far from Master Daikai. He pressed the blade to the enemy, and the boss shouted that they had sworn in the tavern to become stronger, so they had to do it. With full fighting spirit and a shout, the leader rushed at the boar, when suddenly a second one appeared behind, rushing straight at the heroes. The guys shouted to the leader that there was another one. The chief looked at the boar in surprise, thinking they were allies cursed, and said they would die if they didn't kill them now. Seeing a large silhouette above him, the boy shouted to the chief that the enemies were also above. But what flew right over them fell on the boar and pinned it to the ground. When he fell to the ground, the boss said he was in pain, and one of the adventurers asked fearfully if he was okay. The leader said that he was probably okay and wondered who was standing in front of him. Coming out of the golem, the hero scratched the back of his head and said sadly that this golem was hard to control because at first it behaved normally and then suddenly fell. And everything happened in a matter of seconds. It tried not to fall on the people on the ground, but still hit someone. Dichai was surprised what it was. The leader looked at the hero and shouted to him that he hadn't been seen for a long time. Dichai recognized the skinheads. The leader laughed and thanked Dichai for help with the boars, saying that Daichi saved them because they were badly beaten and he is not in the best condition now. The boy realized that he had now crushed several monsters, and the shockwave even formed a crater where they lay. It looked like this golem was quite heavy. Dichai said he made it stronger just in case, but next time it should be made lighter or at least have more thrust added. He imagined a golem with engines and thought it would be interesting. Every time he thought about it, many different ideas appeared in his head. His thoughts were interrupted by the boss. The hero apologized and said he was just talking to himself. That man thought the adventurers were supposed to return to the protected city, but the leader said they stayed for a while under pressure. After all, the residents now needed help building the city. The leader said they had great drinks and food, many beautiful women, good equipment, and many things that supported them. They were saved by Dichai, and the leader said they would return and report. He also insisted that the hero take the reward for the mission himself, and the boy looked at the boars and realized that was their task. He smiled and said he accidentally fell here from the sky, so he wouldn't want to steal their reward, especially since he didn't need it, and asked to leave it to them. The leader was pleased and thanked Dichai. He still wanted to repay the hero for the help and promised to bring food and drinks. Daichi agreed with this. After that, the leader shouted to the travelers that they were setting off. Guy ordered the golem to wake up and thought that after returning he would add more engines and get rid of the extra weight. Drying the wood was supposed to help. He already knew how to fly for a few seconds, and if he continued like this, he would succeed. The hero couldn't wait for this because he had already managed to kill 2 boars with 1 shot. Hija found a witch near her house who had probably collapsed here from sunstroke, poked her with a stick, and checked if she was breathing. The girl only quietly sobbed. A surprised shy suitor approached them and said he felt someone's presence here. He turned to the golems and was glad that they at least hadn't done anything to her. Hestia thought so when she fainted from lack of mana. Maybe it was because of hard work. It was the same with Hija when she was crafting her staff. Decided that she also needed to rest. The princess opened her eyes and apologized, saying that she had just arrived and fainted because she was exhausted from organizing the city's construction and preparing for the festival. Dichai said that she was too businesslike, and in that case, it would be good to take her home. Hija hesitated and suggested the hero give her an apple that would restore her strength. The hero only now remembered that his apples restored energy, but Sakura said that those who had a lot of mana should not eat them. Hija was sure that with her condition everything would be fine if the apple was not picked now, but their mana was too high. Dichai asked the golem to bring several apples from the warehouse, and the golem obeyed. After the hero sliced the apples, he offered the princess to eat a slice. Dichai thought it wouldn't work. Hestia noticed that some strange idea appeared in his head again. Dichai imagined that she could eat by herself because she could move her lips, but she would have to try another way. He decided to carve a bowl from the apple tree and pour apple juice into it. Dichai asked the golem to squeeze the apple. The golem obediently took the apple and began squeezing juice into the bowl. The boy noticed that this would not be enough and decided to squeeze another 20 apples. The method of making the juice was unusual, but it did not matter because the main thing was the result. Dichai handed the cup to the princess and hoped that she could drink its contents. The tired princess drank the juice from the cup that the hero was holding. He was absolutely sure that the apple juice would help her. Suddenly, the princess twitched and shone. The embarrassed princess jumped on the spot and asked what was happening, and before the boy could realize that it helped more than he thought, the girl suddenly hugged him. Rodinia told Dichai that her body had become hot. She guessed that Dichai had given her some kind of aphrodisiac. She pressed the boy to herself and said that if this was what he wanted, it suited her perfectly. Hestia watched in surprise as the princess rubbed her face against the hero, although he asked her to calm down. Dichai could not understand what was happening. He thought it was some side effect. He had never noticed that apples acted like this, and Hester reminded him that he had squeezed as many as 20, so he decided that it was an overdose. Dania was already taking off her clothes and asked Dichai to wait another minute. Without outerwear, the girl again pounced on Dichai, and he tried to remind her that she was a princess. The hero used the power of the apple tree and asked it to hold this temporarily. The confused girl was grabbed by the roots and lifted from the ground. Dania tried to break free and asked why all this was happening, and the hero said that the princess needed to take care of her body. The juice she drank was driving her crazy, and Hestia thought it should have been diluted a bit, while the boy believed that everything would be fine with Dana because she was quite a strong sorceress. Daytree asked Hestia if the same thing happened to her after she ate apples. Hestia looked away and said that sometimes she gets very tired and would like to replenish her mana. After all, she is a girl. Daikai thought with horror that he had created a powerful aphrodisiac without even realizing it. Gestius just said that this effect appeared only when a person was completely exhausted. It happened because Owen drank a lot of juice. Usually, it acts as an aphrodisiac. After some time, the girl came to and did not understand why her roots were being held. The hero decided that next time he would definitely dilute it before giving it to someone. The girl asked what she was doing on that tree. Danii needed a whole night to finally come to her senses. The heroes made a campfire and sat around the fire. Dania apologized for losing her temper and asked them to forget about it. Dichai asked not to worry and suggested just to think that she was too drunk. The princess could not believe it and in despair began banging her head against the tree trunk. Dichai asked her to calm down and said he did not object. Tears appeared in the princess's eyes. Even if he treated it calmly, she was still calm. The hero decided it was too late to worry because this had happened before and remembered how she had wet herself. But above all, she was a girl, not a sorceress, and of course embarrassed. Daikai asked how she was feeling overall. The girl, as if forgetting everything, jumped up with joy and said that thanks to Daikai she felt wonderful. Danya asked if Daiichi drank this apple juice every day, but the boy said only sometimes. The princess thought it was bad, but if you ignore the side effects, it was really tasty. A pleasant idea came to the princess's mind. He once told her that he gathered a lot of apples and didn't know where to put them. She suggested to the hero to make juice and sell it in their town. There was going to be a festival soon, and she was sure everyone would like it. The boy thought it was too risky because the festival could turn into a big problem. The girl, relying on her experience, said that apple juice diluted several times was safe for people, so everyone could drink it without problems. Apples have a very rich taste, and even diluted juice would be tasty. Moreover, the juice invigorates, so she considered it a good idea. Daikai came up with such a business. With his capabilities, they could open their own store where the sellers would be golems. Besides, it would also become a steady source of income. That man said the idea was quite interesting. He was already too rich, but working in the city wouldn't be so bad. There he could come up with something interesting. He could store profits in the empty rooms of the store, so it was like a cash vault, and that's why the golems could operate autonomously. Dainri reminded that he had given land in the city of Dichai and asked why it was not being used, because a training base for the festival could be set up there. Dichai noticed that the girl had already thought everything through. He looked at Hestia and thought that Sakira and the girl could stay there when they came to the city. It was like a private summer house, and at the same time solving two problems. It sounded like a great idea. Then the man decided to build a store, apologized to Dania because she had just recovered, and asked her to use the teleporter to get to the right place. The princess reminded that it was already night, but the hero, on the contrary, wanted to come exactly when there were few people. He reminded her to strike while the iron was hot and decided to finish the construction by morning. He already had experience with launching rabbits. Dania understood and used the teleport. The heroes moved to Prussia, where Dichai summoned an apple tree and opened his store. In a few moments, a finished building appeared before him. He decided that almost everything was done, only the interior remained. The princess asked if it was even possible. He became interested in the idea of his own shop in the city and opened his store. Dichai sighed deeply, thinking that it had taken him a whole night to finish the interior. Dania smiled and said that they really had worked all night. The hero apologized for keeping her up late and thanked her for the help. The princess asked not to worry because she had learned a lot by watching him. The boy decided that everything was fine, but thought that the princess should return to the castle. Dania said she would stay with him because she was the one who suggested the idea. Daichai asked her not to overexert herself because she fainted from exhaustion yesterday. The princess thanked him for his concern, but said that this juice was wonderful. She was exhausted yesterday, but today, working all night, she didn't even feel tired, though the guy immediately said he wouldn't let her have that today. The girl looked at the boy with disappointment and wanted to at least take a sip, but the hero saw her true intentions. Dichai thought it would be bad if she got used to apple juice, so she had to overcome it. The leader of the travelers approached them. He rejoiced upon seeing Dichai and asked if it was really him. The boy greeted his familiar friend. The chief said not to call him a leader. He just asked to be called by his name Ash. The hero thought he heard this name for the first time. Yes said that the hero was rarely seen in the city. He did not remember that there was any house here before. Duche said that he will open a business here. That is why he built a store here. The guys were amazed that he did everything in one night. They really liked it, and Ash told Dichai that he was incredible. The hero thought it was just a small shop, and Danny reminded him that making such a thing overnight was still not normal. He could also quickly expand his house. He only needed to touch Sakura to enlarge his house, so opening a small shop was an easy task for him, and Dichai asked Ash what he was doing here so early in the morning. The leader said that they usually conduct the morning patrol here, and during it, they also hunted monsters. Dinya said that they are first-class adventurers, so they help protect the city. At first glance, they looked like bandits, but you can't judge a person by their appearance. Dichai noticed that Ash had not fully recovered after their last meeting, and his partner said that Ash just likes to overload himself, although he has not yet recovered. In honor of the store opening, the hero decided to treat them to free juice. The travelers began to gather and discuss what they wanted, and Dichai was confident in the taste but wanted a few more reviews before selling. Ash asked the hero how much it cost, but he said that money was not needed now and asked Ash to tell others what he thought about the drink, so Ash gladly agreed and tasted it. He was delighted and asked what it was. Everyone on the team said it was very tasty. They felt energy overflowing their bodies. One of the comrades told the leader that his fatigue was retreating. Ash told Master Dichai that it was simply an incredible energy drink. The master thought it was the best reaction he had expected. After this surge of power, it seemed they could do anything, so they decided to go hunting, and the man asked them to take care of themselves. Together with the herd, they rushed into the forest after the prey. They were quite excited, and the hero said they were too energetic. He still asked Denya if she was sure about selling it, and Danya thought it should be diluted even more. Leaving the house, the hero lazily stretched and said that he had slept wonderfully. He decided to take some apples to the store because he still had to prepare for the upcoming festival, and Sakura agreed. He still had several floors filled with apples. Sakura said it was about 5 floors. The hero didn't need to order the golems to collect the apples. They did it themselves, and even now apples sometimes fall from the windows. The girl thought the golems were preserving them like canned goods because the apples never spoil. Ducheo felt uncomfortable taking up Sakura's space with extra things. But Sakura said not to worry because the house could be used for storage. When he heard this from her, he felt relieved. Adding the underground rooms, it comes to about 10 floors, and he wanted the house to look like one of them. Once he imagined an underground house in the shape of a castle with a tower built on the surface. Sakura was surprised and said that it was simply cute. But with his real abilities, he wouldn't be able to properly build a castle. Sakura was confident that she could build it by trial and error, just like when she built her golems. The boy agreed and said to try again. The girl said they would build it the way he liked, and she would gladly create the design he needed. The hero smiled and said he would let her know when the time came. Sekiro looked up and told her mistress that something was falling from the sky. Dichai saw something that looked like a comet, considered it dangerous, and decided to stop it. The boy waved his staff and commanded the trees to grow and become strong. The trees began to twist, bending away from each other, then grew into the sky and caught a huge boulder. The stone hit the trees hard and destroyed them, but the boy immediately created new ones. After some effort, he rejoiced when the stone finally stopped. Sakura told her master that it was quite expected because he is very fast, and the hero replied that it was she who noticed him. The boy did not know what it was and ordered the trees to slowly lower it to the ground. Touching the object, he assumed it was just a stone, but the patterns on it seemed geometric to him, and Sakura still did not understand something. It seemed to be some kind of metal, but it was unknown why it fell from the sky. Dichai asked Sakura what she felt. The girl did not find it dangerous. The stone more resembled an empty shell or some inorganic material. The boy guessed that it was the same stone that destroyed the rabbit's burrow, and Sakura said that it was quite possible. Daikai thought that they still hadn't found the culprit and was going to tell Dane about it because that stone could crush his apple orchard. Sakura suggested meeting her on the way when she would carry apples to the store, but the boy noticed that it was already evening and there would be many people there, so he didn't want to go now. He decided to meet the princess at night, and the girl said that first they needed to move that stone behind the garden. I agreed and decided to do it carefully. He thanked his muscular golems for the work. Circling over the plains, the dragon-like experimental jet plane carried a load, and Daichai sat on its back. He apologized that she had to carry this burden, but Hess simply said that it was good for her. When they flew up to the building, the man asked to leave her cargo nearby, and they landed. The girl again took human form, and the hero, thanking her, asked if she was all right because she had been sleeping a lot lately. Hessia said that she had worked all night and was busy with her team, so she slept a lot today. Dachai asked her not to overwork herself, and the girl said she wouldn't do that anymore. He noticed that living with a cover was much easier, because people were very scared when he came to the city after opening the shop. He just said that it was all because there are people who feel strong magical energy, so the cover is so important. The boy noticed that Hestia was really very caring, and with her it was not even a problem to come to the city. Suddenly there was a noise. It was Anna, who was rushing to them on all her feet. The girl said she saw some white figure in the sky and came to check, and it was exactly her. The hero said that even Hestia could not hide from this problem. The girl got scared and wanted to hit her with all her might, but Daikai asked not to fight in the city. As always, hugging her sister, Anne was glad to see her. Hessia said indifferently that she needed to take the apples to the store, not paying attention to the fact that Anna was crawling behind on the ground. Her angry aunt asked her sister not to be so cold, although she also liked this trait, and the boy said it was already night and asked her to admire more quietly. The girl apologized to the hero and said that she was a little too nervous. Anne looked at the hero in surprise and asked why he was sniffing the crazy lover of her sister. The boy was surprised that magic could have a smell, but she said no. She was ready to study her sister's magic anywhere. Dachai stretched out his hand and said he didn't understand anything, but he didn't want her to come closer because her gaze scared him, and Anne was delighted, said that his hand also smelled of magic, and then licked his hand. Dachai clenched his fist and asked her not to lick him. He asked Hestia to hide behind him, and Anne said he was too cruel, but Dachai thought otherwise. Emotionless and sleepy Hestia thanked for being saved, and the hero asked her to come to her senses. She said that as soon as she saw her sister, the night fatigue seemed to vanish like a hand removing it. Anna said that there was little time left until the holiday, so she had practically not slept for the third day and was preparing goods at night. Here Hestia completely understood her and said that when you focus on creating something, you even forget to eat and drink. The heroine thought that they somehow understood each other and paid attention to their building. She said that it looked like a shop and asked what was sold here, and the hero replied that apple juice, which he made at home, was sold here, and asked if they were sure that this juice was safe for people, because it probably contained magic. Guy said that the juice was not concentrated, so there should be no problems. Hestia and the adventurers liked it. They made it themselves, and Dachai offered her to try it. After trying, he noticed that the drink acted similarly to remedies for hangover and fatigue. The girl smiled and said that it was a wonderful product. The drink was really safe and very tasty. Dachai said that it was great, and it seemed the invigorating effect had disappeared, because otherwise she would have already attacked Hestia. Anne did not understand why they looked at her like that, and the hero said he was just glad she liked it. He asked her not to take it to heart, and opening his backpack, asked what was inside, and the girl said that it was medicine and magical artifacts that she had to deliver to Dania. The hero assumed that she was going to the castle, and the girl said that they agreed to meet at the castle. Even at night, it was not easy to get to the castle, so Dinya teleported her. Dachai said that it was very convenient and asked for permission to go with her, but Anne did not understand why he was doing that. The man said that he needed to find out something, and she asked if Hestia was going with him. The girl said that she would not go with them under any circumstances. While Anne was in despair, the girl told the hero that she would stay here so he could call her if something happened. Anne tearfully asked her sister to visit her somehow, but she said she would manage without it. Then the boy got ready to leave. Hestia waved goodbye, and the heroes set off on their journey. In Prussia, there was a rest time in the night room. Two men sat at the table and talked. The blonde raised his glass and said that it was just training in rounds and that today was a wonderful day. The dark-haired man agreed with him. Sipping from the glass, he said that today he only needed to do one simple thing. In fact, for several days in a row, he hadn't even put on his gear. Weeks had already passed since the dungeon lord's attack, and the boys dreamed that these carefree days would last forever. The dark-haired boy supported his friend because that way they could drink until night. Taking a drink and looking into the glass, the blonde smiled and said that this was not what he meant. Suddenly the night froze, and the glass hung in his hand, but in a moment it fell to the floor and broke. He could not understand what was happening and looked at his friend, who also could not move. A scream sounded from the corridor. A voice ordered everyone to prepare and raise the alarm. The blonde began to look for his gear on the shelves, and the dark-haired man asked to wait and turn on the light first. The voice behind the door was dissatisfied that they were not ready yet. Tying his belt, the knight shouted that they were already coming. An army had already gathered in the castle courtyard, and two people ran up to them. Two knights ran up to their captain, who was looking at his watch. The army had been gathering for a whole 5 minutes and apparently was in no hurry at all, so the commander thought that they were under a spell and could not move. After they bowed, the knight friends said that this was exactly what happened and asked what was going on here. The commander replied that this was training and inquired if they were newcomers. The blonde looked at his friend and said that they had joined the unit about 2 months ago, and the friend nodded. Despite peaceful times, the demonic forest and hostile cities had not disappeared anywhere, so they periodically held training sessions invented by the captain of the knights to keep the soldiers relaxed. The black-haired boy wondered if other soldiers constantly checked for the presence of such terrible magic, and the captain replied that no, they did not do that. Usually they were awakened by the princess with her powerful burst of magic. The magic was especially strong, and even if the princess cast a spell simultaneously with the squad of mages, it would not be as effective. The commander admitted that he was more scared than when he saw the Dragon King. Even he was frightened, so he asked the friends if they were okay. The knights nodded and said that everything was fine. The commander praised them and addressed the entire squad, but you wouldn't say they were feeling well. It was a rare alarm, so they were allowed to drink and rest, but the commander asked not to relax too much, and the knights agreed. Returning to the squad, the commander said that in that case they would continue training and go patrol the castle, and all the knights followed him. In the castle, Daichai raised his head and noticed that it was quite noisy here. He asked Dania if everything was okay. The princess smiled and told him not to pay attention to it. The knights, feeling the strong energy, raised the alarm. Meanwhile, Daichai wanted to say that it was already night and asked if that was normal, but the princess replied that it was quite normal and usually happened at night, and this time she asked Anna to help her. The Dragon Queen said that sometimes it is useful to feel something truly scary, so she agreed to help. Daichai pondered and realized that he had just entered a streak of luck. However, Hestia covered him with a veil, and still the magic that seeped through was enough to raise all the knights. It was a mirage hidden from Hestia, and he was not sure if he should stay in the city. The princess replied that everything was fine, and that only those accustomed to noticing magical power would sense him. She asked him to remember how he built the shop because everything was in order, and the boy agreed. Dania was confident that everything would be fine until she had to meet him face to face. The Prussian people were strong, so she asked him not to worry and, on the contrary, wanted him to visit their town more often. Daichai said that this time he came on business, but generally he preferred to be at home. Remembering, the hero turned to Anna and reminded her that she wanted to give things to Dania. Anna agreed and reached for the bag. Opening the backpack, she showed the heroes medicine and magical literature they had requested. All of this was in her backpack. Dania became interested in the literature and assumed that Anna and Daichai were researching something. The boy replied that this was not the case, he just wanted to learn something. Dania wanted to become stronger as a sorceress. That is why she decided to study from dragons. Hi smiled and said that they take their work too seriously. Danny smiled and said that she was just doing her best. Linya wondered what business Daichai had come here for, guessed something, and blushed. But the girl hugged herself, thinking it was a secret date. But Daichai said that it was not so, and that he just wanted to find out something. Dania suggested going to a more suitable place because she thought the conversation would be long and asked the hero about his ideas. The boy asked for some time to think. Daichai thought that his house or shop would be suitable. It seemed pointless to go to the castle, but he still wanted to take a walk. So if they didn't mind, Dinakia would like to briefly visit his shop and suggested teleporting the boys directly to him, and Daichai smiled and agreed. Ini raised her magic wand, said they were going, and used teleportation. In a moment they disappeared from sight, as if they had never been in the castle. The heroes quickly entered Daichai's shop. Hestia greeted the hero and noticed that a crowd had already gathered there. I agreed with her and had what he wanted to talk about. Thus began their meeting. The man suggested going inside and said there was enough space for 4. Sitting at the table, the hero said the only thing they lacked was tea. Puzzled, he scratched the back of his head and asked to sit down, thinking he would bring apple juice. Hestia tugged his sleeve and said he wanted to talk about something. Hestia was ready to bring the apple juice herself. I thanked her and said he was counting on her. Hestia clenched her fists and seriously said she would not let him down. When Hestia went for the juice, En began to look around carefully, and Daich smiled, sat down, and told her that she would not find any amazing things here, no matter how much she searched. The girl replied that this shop had quite strong magical protection, and that was unusual in itself. Daike asked her about the protection in surprise because he had never put anything like that on his shop. It was an ordinary wooden building that only had apples. It seems they are beginning to understand what this is all about. The magical power of the apples responded to Dache's power and spread through the house. Dache was surprised because she was sleepy and hadn't paid attention to it, but agreed that there was indeed a strong magical background in this house, as if the house was protected by several magical barriers. Dache became interested because he had never heard of magic leakage before, and En, not understanding him, was surprised and wondered what it was. Dani explained to him that it was she regarding Dache, and En agreed with her. Since they were resting a bit, Dache decided to move on to the main topic and asked the girls for permission, and Dania agreed and asked what the hero wanted to talk about. Dania once told him that she was investigating the case of a meteorite that fell into the rabbit settlement, and he wanted to know if she had learned anything about it. Dania lifted the cobblestone that destroyed the rabbit farm. The boy agreed with her and actually wanted to say that the same one fell near his house from the sky. Dania stood up and hit the table. She was shocked and hoped that no one was hurt. But the hero smiled and assured her that everything was fine. Dania asked if there was any destruction, but Dache replied that there was almost none. The princess sat down and was glad that everything was okay, and Dache still did not understand why she was so surprised. He pulled a stone out of his pocket. The girl asked if the stone from the sky was the same. Looking at the stone in her hand, Dache said that they were very similar. In that case, Dania was really surprised because the stone was very hard and did not melt, even when she tried to attack it with fire magic. To chip off this piece of stone, a squad of 20 elite sorceresses was needed. It was so hard that when she hit it with wind magic, it pierced the wall. Dania smiled and noticed that Datekai also did not like such surprises. The boy said that the wooden shield coped quite well with this problem. Minya said that the protection of his home and her own was really impressive. She admired it very much. With her words, she slightly embarrassed Dache, but they still could not understand what kind of stone it was. It fell from the sky, so it did not seem like an ordinary cobblestone, and from what Dania managed to find out, it resembled dragon scales, so Dania suggested that a dragon might be hiding in the stone. The boy said that in the end they still couldn't understand what it was. Dania recalled the magical research and that nothing fit, so she decided to borrow magic books from Dragon. The hero guessed that if this is about a dragon, then Anne must know something about it, but Anne admitted that she was seeing such a thing for the first time. The boy sighed wearily and leaned his head back against the chair. He did not know what to do. Meanwhile, Hestia had already approached them. Bringing the juice, the girl looked at the scales of the star dragon, was surprised that the heroes had such strange things, and immediately recognized what it was. Hestia informed the heroes of shocking news, because these were the scales of the heavenly dragon king, and said that they had something quite rare. They opened their mouths in surprise, and all silently looked at Hestia. Jessia did not understand their reactions and thought she said something strange. Daechai said everything was fine and this information was quite useful. As he thought, he should have asked her first. Nia giggled. The girl replied that she worked all night and only fell asleep at dawn, which is probably why the hero could not find her, and Jessia apologized to him. The girl gave him apple juice and asked him to try it because she had made it herself. The boy gladly accepted the drink and drank it immediately. Chewing something gloomily, the hero could not understand why there were some pieces there. Looking at the glass, he said that it was not juice at all, but some kind of soup. Daechai asked Hestia how she had prepared it. There were solid pieces in the juice, and the boy thought that she had added something. Hestia said that there were only apples in it. Maybe it was because she crushed whole apples with magic, and among the pieces there were seeds and peels. Daechai did not think they should be mixed, but Hestia was silent and drank a glass of juice in one gulp. Daechai decided to ask Heshia's sister if she really cooked badly, and admitted that Hestia did not care much about cooking and could eat almost anything. One day they saw how Anne was eating tree bark and grass that were meant for her staff, and Guy replied that in that case everything became clear to him. When they talked about it, Daechai decided to recall their first meeting. Her face was expressionless and emotionless, although she was very hungry, and Daechai turned to Hestia and asked her to tell him when she would cook next time. Hestia did not understand why it was necessary, but since he asked her, she had to do it. Moreover, he was glad to learn something new about her. He thought that probably it was not worth asking her to look after the shop. Dania thought that enough had been said about apple juice, and Dania wanted to learn about the stone and asked Hestia if it was true, because the girl was sure that those were the scales of the Dragon King, since from the time they fought dragons together, she remembered their appearance, and they were somewhat similar to her childhood friends. Nia completely lowered her head and said that the work of her research groups was in vain. Daichai patted her on the back and still thanked them for their hard work. He looked at the hunched princess and said it was normal that she found nothing, since it was 100 years ago, and this time, due to some problems, the king of the heavenly dragons landed on Earth. This event was mentioned in ancient collections, so Hestia was confident that they would be able to learn more about it. Nodded affirmatively, the princess smiled and agreed with her. Daichai noticed that the princess's mood seemed to have improved thanks to Hestia. He was glad that Hestia was a good queen of dragons. Daichai looked inquisitively at Anne, because she was also a queen of dragons, but knew nothing about it. Anne said that she had only heard about him because he flew into the sky before her birth. She did not know what he looked like and did not remember anything, not even his scales. Returning to Hestia, Daichai wanted to learn more about the heavenly Dragon King. She explained that compared to his dragon form, he was 10 times bigger. He was a very large but light dragon, and the hero was shocked, because if she was to be believed, his width was about 300 meters. He found it hard to believe that such a huge creature lived in the sky, and Hestia agreed, saying that he really lived in the sky, but very high up. He was so high above the clouds that almost no one ever saw him, so the scales fell from a great height. As Dania understood why and how she could destroy the Battle Rabbit compound, she still couldn't believe that I don't know managed to save him from it. The boy smiled and said he was saved thanks to the flexibility of the trees. He was also surprised why the scales fell exactly. Hestia thought he was just molting or something like that. Daichai was surprised that dragons do that. Hestia explained that they do this only in dragon form, and that she also did so when she was in dragon form. It was hard to believe that a simple molt caused such an uproar. Dana was still stunned by the thought that ordinary waste from his body could destroy entire buildings. She was afraid it would happen again during the festival, and she needed to think about what to do in that case. The trembling in her body made her realize that she would have to sacrifice sleep to think everything over. First of all, she suggested that the heroes hold an urgent meeting when she returned. The princess sighed wearily. In any case, she should have been glad that she knew everything in advance. Rising from the chair, Dania thanked Hestia and Daichai. She said she really appreciated their information. Dania apologized and explained that she had to leave immediately because she needed to report to the captain of the night squad as soon as possible. The boy smiled and then wished her good luck. After drinking a glass of juice, Anne thought she also had to go because they were still preparing for the festival, and the boy agreed and thanked her for her efforts. Anne thanked for today and was glad that she managed to accumulate some energy from Daichai herself and her older sister before she left the city. Daichai was surprised and thought that Anne was going somewhere, but Anne replied no, because from now until the last night of the festival in the fortified city, she had matters to attend to. Since the sales were about to start, she needed to sell as many goods as possible. Fortunately, she received a lot of money from Daichai and also set aside some in the fortified city. She was ready to use these funds in the best possible way. Daichai smiled and noticed that she probably really wanted this. Ian's eyes shone with how many things she could sell, and with the money earned by gifts for her older sister, she asked the heroes to do it together with her. Hester addressed Daichai and said she had a bad feeling, asked permission to go with him, and Daichai, of course, did not refuse. Anna said goodbye to them and said they would meet again at the festival. When she left, the boy looked at Hestia and agreed that it was not easy for her. Hestia understood that nothing would change, so she behaved as if nothing had happened. In any case, the hero was sure that they still had work to do, and Hestia agreed with him. A wooden golem approached them. Time flew quickly in business, and the boy noticed through the window that it was already getting light. Hestia was already sound asleep on the floor, resting her head on a barrel. The boy asked her to clean up together with him so that she would finally go home. After everything, Daichai left the shop. Then he heard a familiar voice wishing him good evening. It was Ash with the group, and Daichai was glad to see them. Ash approached and greeted him. The boy thought it was morning, not evening, and assumed that Ash had just returned. Ash almost confirmed this, as he had just received a reward for defeated monsters and wanted to invite the hero for a drink. The boy looked at the sun and apologized because it was already morning and he was going home. Ash smiled and said not to worry because they could go with them next time. Daishir agreed and could not wait for it. Noticing something on Ash's shoulder, the boy told him about it, and Ash looked at his shoulder in surprise, not understanding what it was. The spot on his shoulder moved, and Ash noticed that it was alive. It seemed he hadn't noticed because it was dark. He told Daichai that it was a magical stone slime parasite. Daichai asked if Ash was sure it wasn't dangerous. Ash replied that at that size they had a lot of energy, but they were not strong at all. Ash turned to the boy from the team and asked him to remove it. The teammate took a knife and flicked the parasite off onto the floor. When the parasite fell to the ground, Ash stepped on it with his foot. Ash explained that the magical stone was its core, so the creature could be easily killed by crushing the stone into powder. Small magical stones were very fragile. Although it was considered a parasite, the slime did not start stealing the host's nutrients until a year of parasitism had passed. Daichi thought for a moment and said that it was quite a careless monster. There were cases when the slime died within a year. It could die in a hot bath or from a blow, so it was not dangerous. But Ash said that this parasite could control monsters, driving them insane, and cause mutations or transformations. The likelihood that these parasites ended up inside monsters they killed was high. This monster was common and attracted to creatures with a large amount of mana or strong life force. Ash was sure that Daichi had already encountered it. He thought it was the big slime he saw last time near the house, but his golems and traps had already destroyed it. The one he saw earlier was bigger than this one, but died before he even realized it was a parasite. Ash laughed because that was exactly what he expected from his boss. The parasite constantly grew, replenishing mana through its magical stone. Usually, they avoided fighting larger specimens because it was a real headache for them. But in Ash's opinion, Daichi was so cool that he didn't have to worry about that. Daichi was embarrassed and said that he hadn't done anything worthy of praise. He just killed it before it realized what happened, and that was all. Daichi thought that he had learned a lot today and was glad about it, because such information is always useful. Ash smiled and raised his fist, saying that whether about dungeon monsters or local monsters, Daichi can always turn to them with any question, and in such a case he will try to help their boss. He waved goodbye and said that they would see each other next time. The information about the monsters seemed quite interesting, and after he closed the shop behind him, Daichi headed home. Descending into the stone dungeon, Sakura asks the master what they will be doing today. Daichi thought about how much time it would take to build that hot spring he talked about. It needed to be done before the end of the festival because he just wanted to immerse himself in it and drink the alcohol bought here. Sakura heard about the hot spring and guessed that the hero was going to use what they had recently found. Daichi confirmed her guess and said he was thinking about how to use that water with a high concentration of mana. When they approached the spring, the boy said he was used to this place because they often came here when laying pipes to the spring. He cast a water-lifting spell on the pipes, which Hestia had taught him. The water rose quickly. The main problem was to dilute the spring. She suggested that Sakura team up and search the surroundings for underground streams. Sakura, of course, agreed and said she could handle it alone, but thought that with Daichi's magic, she would more accurately sense their location. So Daichi took Sakura by the hand and did not object to sharing his mana. Sakura thanked the master. When they simultaneously looked at the full map of underground water veins and the spring in front of them. For Sakura, drawing a map of this huge underground was a trifle. It resembled an anthill. The boy pointed to the light spots and asked Sakura what they were. Sakura replied that these are magical stones and minerals that contain mana. Daichi was sure that there must be many resources in this dungeon. After all, this dungeon was in Dragon Bing, so there should definitely be a lot of resources here. It is not surprising that Hestia was stunned when she saw them for the first time, so Daichi suggested moving on to the next stage. After some time, he finally found the necessary water vein, but it was quite far from the source. Sakura asked to accept her greetings. Synchronizing with the master, she quickly and accurately reproduced the entire dungeon plan and in a second covered a vast area. Daichi smiled and told Sakura that they often synchronize, so he gets better each time. He wanted to connect the main water source to this branch because they were quite close and asked Sakura if it was possible. Sakura thought that if she concentrated, it could be done. Then the boy suggested starting. After some effort, a large hole appeared in the wall, and water flowed directly into the spring. If they connect them, they will be able to dilute the hot spring. Then all that remains is to connect the magical equipment and raise the water to the surface. When Daichi first found this place, he noticed something and, to be sure, asked Sakura if she liked hot springs. Sakura admitted that she did it, but she was ashamed and thought it was a bit childish. Daichi smiled and said that she should not have been ashamed. After all, he also loved hot springs. Enjoying a warm bath with a comfortable temperature is the best luxury. Sakura was glad that she and her master had common interests. It seemed they really suited each other. Daichi agreed with her. The boy stretched and said that before finishing the construction of the spring, he wanted to do one more thing. Sitting by the water, the hero told Sakura that devices needed to be installed to dilute the water in the pipes. Sakura willingly agreed to help Digi. All night the golems exterminated monsters. Ikai noticed that they could only focus on building the spring because the golems were killing the approaching monsters, and Sakura agreed with him because thanks to this, they were almost ready. But the water came out of the pipe, and Dechai said it was wonderful. The water quickly flowed outside, and Dechai suggested Sakura check the mana concentration in it. It seemed the water was already sufficiently diluted, so ordinary people could also use the spring, and now that the mana problem was solved, the temperature needed to be checked. Dechai dipped his hand into the water, decided that since they diluted the mana, the temperature was pleasant, smiled slightly, and said that Dechai was right. He thought that they had a spacious backyard, and from there opened a wonderful view, so if everything was arranged properly, they could make a hot spring with a view of the moon. Sakura thought that sounded tempting, and she would like to stay with Dechai when they finished. She said she would pour him sake. I agreed and smiled when suddenly something happened behind him. It seemed to him that some monsters could not come closer, and Sakura noticed it too. 4 golems automatically pushed them back, so now the monsters could not even approach the golems. Dechai wondered why, so he filled his hands with water and splashed one of the monsters. The monster jumped on the spot in horror, and their whole group galloped back into the forest. They fled instantly, and Dechai thought that there might be something dangerous in the water, although he himself did not believe it. Sakura said that the master perfectly diluted mana in the water, and with such an amount of mana and a comfortable temperature, the spring is completely safe for ordinary people. In that case, the boy did not understand why the monsters were running away from him. Sakura suggested that they simply did not like the diluted water. In any case, there were many such slimes. The hot spring was anti-slime. The boy admitted that it was quite strange, but the effect did not harm people. Daikai said that they would have to build a bath for the spring because it could not be left as it was, where the water just bursts out from under the ground. Sakura asked the hero what he would do with the materials. Dechai suggested using the dragon scales that had fallen recently, and Sakura agreed because they were as strong as stone, could be processed and made into a bath. The problem was that they had only one scale. Dechai decided to consult their craftsman Heska on how best to process it. Sakura agreed, and they went to the house where Heska lived. Hestia was embarrassed that the boy had brought her home when she fell asleep in the city. She apologized for bothering her. Daikai asked her not to worry and not to apologize because everything was fine, and reminded her that it was she who took him to the city, so it could be said that they were on equal footing. Hestia was upset because she fell asleep due to her carelessness, but Dechai asked her not to take it to heart and said he had nothing against her carrying him on her back when he fell asleep. She just smiled a little and thanked him for the help. Digi told Hestia that he came to ask her for help with the materials. He wanted to make a bath for the hot spring and thought to make it from the scales of the celestial dragon because they are very dense. He was curious to hear Hestia's opinion. Hestia seemed worried. The girls somehow noticed that the scales had recently fallen. Dechai remembered that she was sleeping then. Hestia confirmed that she was sleeping at that moment. She touched the scales, and the boy asked if everything was all right. Hester replied that the shape of the scale was not like the one that usually falls. She asked for permission to examine it and work on it that night while Dechai was sleeping. Dechai asked her not to rush, as it was not urgent for him, so Hestia decided to just look at it this evening. Dechai warned her that he would go to sleep and asked her to tell him when Hestia finished the work. Hestia already suspected the secret of this mold and frowned. The approach to the celestial dragon's scale just started working. She just thought it was strange. If the scale really fell from the dragon, it would be a different color. It was night outside, and the girl brought a candle to the scale. There was also a piece of meat on it, and Hestia thought the scale fell unnaturally. She ran home and took a magazine from the shelf, because she thought a similar event happened 100 years ago, and she needed to check it. The great fall of the heavenly king of dragons happened due to a sudden illness. When he is sick and cannot fly properly, he sheds scales to ease his pain. The dragon forcibly cut off the scales, with pieces of meat and blood left on them, and Hestia realized that the situation was clearly very bad. After the flight outside, Hestia thought that the king of the heavenly dragons might fall to the ground again, and it was necessary to report this immediately, so she hurried to Dania's house and ran. At that time in the Prussian castle, the princess was making a plan and, drawing a diagram, decided that the two parts needed to be connected. With a relieved sigh, she said that finally the arrangement of the magical squad was completed. She left the rest to the captain. The captain thanked the princess for the hard work with the fallen stone, or rather with the scale. Dania thought that if something else of that size fell, she would definitely need 2 more fighters from her magical squad, because a lot of work would be required to gather people and cover the whole city. She could not even imagine that she would have to change the festival plan 2 days before the start. She was very sorry that she had to leave everything to the captain and the witch's squad. The captain just glanced at the princess's plan and said that it was good, although he himself thought it would be better to postpone the festival. They did not know when the Dragon King would fly again. The festival could not be postponed indefinitely. Moreover, visitors and merchants had already begun preparing for the celebration. Dania was glad that they knew about this in advance and managed to take countermeasures because they relied too much on Desaidono. He always helped the princess, so she did not want to continue depending on him. Prussia was their city, and they had to protect it and their people. In that case, the captain bowed and said that he would start applying countermeasures. Dania relied on him, after which he left. Alone, the princess sighed and thought that it was good that Dechai did not know about the Jews, and this calmed her down. She only had to endure until the end of the festival, and as she expected, Dechai was incredible. Suddenly she heard a knock on the window and turned around. Dania was surprised, saw Hestia, and asked what she was doing here, and Hestia just thought that she had not fallen asleep yet. The girl asked to come inside, and Dania agreed. Landing on the floor, Hija looked around and made sure they were alone here. Hija guiltily lowered her eyes to the floor and apologized for disturbing her so late. Dina said it was no trouble and asked what had happened. Hija wanted to tell her something that interested Dina. Hestia wanted to talk about the Heavenly Dragon King and admitted that they were mistaken about something. There was a chance that the scale fell off not because of molting. Dania did not know what she meant, and Hestia guessed that the scales were huge. The princess said she was right. Hester replied that it had dragon flesh and blood on it, indicating some disease or injury. Hestia bowed and apologized for giving incorrect information earlier. Dania said she had nothing to apologize for because they should have understood it from the very beginning. Then the princess asked not to worry about it. Hestia was worried because she was sure it was not molting. Perhaps the scales were not the only thing that fell to the ground. There was a chance that the dragon itself could have fallen to the ground. Dania was horrified at the very thought, so Hestia suggested that the Heavenly Dragon King might have fallen, covering the territory from the Devil's Forest to the city. Hestia was confident that it would happen soon, and her conclusions were based on the previous fall of the king. Dania broke out in a sweat at the thought that a creature almost 300 meters wide could fall on the city. She said that it was necessary to immediately convene a meeting of all night units. The princess asked Hestia to go with her because they would need her experience. Hestia agreed and asked for permission to return home by morning because she also needed to report to Dechai. Dania was surprised that Dechai did not know, but Hestia explained that he was dozing. She was not sure if it was simply because they did not want to wake him for the information. Besides, she believed they had enough people to prepare for the consequences of the dragon's fall. Dania agreed with her. The princess remembered that Desaidono did not like being woken up, but she decided that the matter was urgent and she needed to tell him. However, Dania had already decided that they had to manage without him. After all, the princess must protect this city. Dania reached out to Hestia and said she would count on her help until morning. After the handshake, Hester responded in kind. All this was for the protection of the city and its people. When they heard noises behind the door, Hestia and Dania looked at them. The captain of the night watch entered their room, introduced himself, and said he had come on an urgent call. Dana adjusted her hat and thanked the captain for coming urgently, said they had an urgent matter and suggested starting, and the captain replied that he would gather everyone immediately and asked to wait a little for the princess. Hestia was impressed by how quickly they responded. Dania smiled and said that it was an honor for her to receive praise from the dragon monarch Hestia Dono, after which she gestured to begin the meeting. The next day the hero woke up and decided to have rice for breakfast, saying how tasty it was. He told Sekiro that her breakfasts are incredible. Sakura smiled and thanked Dechai. She said the festival was about to start, so she didn't try too hard. Sakura wasn't sure if Dechai would manage to eat enough. Chewing rice, the boy said he had enough. The festival will start tomorrow, and he suggested going to the city with Sakura. The girl smiled and said that everything was fine, asking if the boy wanted to open the store early, but the hero had only brought all the apples to the store, so he thought it would be enough just to finish the preparations for today. He prepared about 1,000 apples for the celebration, and processing them took a lot of time. Sakura said that he moved almost all the apples they stored on the first floor. Dechai thanked the girl for the food and said it was delicious. Rising from the table, he said it was time to get ready to go to the city. Suddenly Sakura jumped in place and told the teacher that she felt a strange mana in the sky, but it was not above them, rather somewhere over the city. Dechai replied that there were many people in the city because of the upcoming holiday, and perhaps some of them released mana. That was possible, but anchoring it felt the same as when scales fell off. The hero gestured for her to synchronize, and she and Sakura took each other's hands. They felt an object falling somewhere in a strange diagonal trajectory from the city to his home. The man ordered the trees to grow and become a shield, so they wrapped around and caught what was flying. Sakura and Dechai realized that it had stopped. Dechai noticed the same scale of the heavenly dragon. It was simply gigantic, and if he used it as material, the bath would be much bigger. Then Dechai noticed that Hestia was not with them. She was sleeping, so he did not see her and asked Sakura if she had come. The girl replied that Hestia went to the city last night but had not returned yet. The hero was surprised but thought she just needed to study something, and Sakura noticed that she was in a big hurry. In that case, the boy put on his boots and said he would go look for her in the city. Even if she just went for a walk, she had been gone too long, so it was time to test the wooden armor for traveling. Sakura, looking scared at the sky, told the teacher that something was happening in the city, and pointing upward, asked if he saw the same shadow as she did. Daikai saw a huge dark silhouette in the sky and did not understand what it was. He decided to figure it out after putting on the armor and asked Sakura if she would go with him. Sakura agreed and said she would keep him company, after which they both went to the wooden armor. The boy smiled and looked at his invention. The robot lowered its hand so they could climb inside it. When they climbed into the robot, the scanning mode turned on. The robot suddenly flew towards the city and Sakura said it was simply incredible. She was amazed at how quickly the landscapes passed by. My speed was thanks to the elastic trees and magical stones that served as fuel. Daikai was not sure if he could control such speed, but he was glad that everything was going according to plan. To maintain balance, he attached wings to his back that served as stabilizers. Thanks to the wings, boosters, and legs, he could fly a little. But first, they needed to make sure no one was standing in their way. HI decided to enable synchronization to expand the field of view, but strangely, there was no one on the path, and no adventures happened here, so they could reach the city at full speed. The hero had to reach the city before the object fell there. Daikai suggested that Sakura do it, and wondered if Skanda would make it in time. The entire kingdom of Prussia awaited the arrival of the king of the heavenly dragons. Hestia looked at the dark, huge spot in the sky and said he was already here. The heavenly dragon king hovered right above them over the whole city. Dania thought to herself that he arrived much faster than she expected. They evacuated only the people in the center and from the plain. So far, everything was going according to plan. Dania looked at the squad of knights behind and said they would protect the city's inhabitants, and everyone supported her. The knights and mages had to protect the city from falling scales. It would be easier for them if Lady Anne, who had returned to the fortified city a few days ago to prepare for the festival, was nearby, but she could do nothing. Hestia was sure that this had to be stopped immediately. Phinia agreed with Hestia. They deliberately drove people off the plain. As decided at the last meeting, she will create a barrier to slow down the dragon's fall. Then Hestia will throw the giant onto the plains. Hestia said everything will be exactly the same as it was centuries ago. The girl asked the princess how many barriers she could create. Usually she could create about 25 barriers. Hestia thought about the fact that the elite were considered people who could create only 5, as befits a princess. But Hestia asked to make 40, because that was exactly how many barriers last stopped the dragon. Dania was shocked and could not believe it. After thinking, she said she would probably only be able to make 30. Hestia grinned. The caring expression on Dania's face reminded her of the faces of dragons who were once near her. These memories reminded her of past days. Hestia smiled and said that in that case she would create 10 more. Then she would use her power to push it into the game. Ganya replied that she would hold the barriers, and thanks to them, would be able to delay the dragon on the plain. Damia raised her eyes to the sky and saw that the king of dragons was approaching. She apologized to Hestia that she herself would have to meet him. Hestia smiled and said not to worry because she had done it before and would do it again. Dania said she would do everything possible to hold the barrier and try to help with the dragon's fall, and Hestia thought about Dechai and wanted to contact him. Dania understood what Hestia was thinking about Dechai and just as sadly said what she would like to say to him. There was nothing to be done about it anymore. Hestia blamed herself for giving false information, and they had little time left. Hester replied that she had to go and needed to take off, asked to prepare for the shockwave, then released her power and transformed into a dragon. Dania focused because she also had to start. She raised her wand up and summoned 30 barriers of the protective dome. The dragon was already right above them, descending lower and lower, and at some point simply fell onto the barriers created by Dania. Hestia warned that she would create the rest of the barriers herself, and flying high into the sky, placed another 10 barriers on top of the 30. Dania found it difficult to feel the full power of the heavenly king dragon because the barriers restrained him. Choosing the moment, he had just said that she needed to act now. Approaching the dragon, she pushed him with all her strength. Hestia used the power of the white dragon and applied her shock breath. A shockwave formed which struck Hestia, but at that moment she could not think about the pain. She had to push him away at any cost. Watching her from below, Dania expected that Hestia would be able to seriously pressure the king of dragons. When Hester ran out of mana and she became human again, she sadly thought that she had spent all her power and could not completely repel the king, and it reminded her of what had happened 100 years ago. Heshen noticed the dragon's huge belly. She hadn't noticed it before because she was very far away, but now she saw that it was just fat. They could not imagine such a turn of events. Hester focused and prepared to strike. After hitting the dragon with one hand, Hestia asked him to open his eyes if he was conscious. She cast the spell Lamuro Hysteria, and the dragon began to move. The dragon opened his eyes and recognized the mana of Hestia, his childhood friend. The dragon greeted Hestia, although he did not see under her belly and was still sure it was her. Hestia thought that enough greetings had been exchanged, and she would soon have to leave. The dragon said that was impossible because he could not move. Hestia did not understand why. The dragon said that once he entered a flying dungeon, and some slime stuck to him. He thought it would fall off by itself someday, but now he could not control his body, and as soon as he tried to move, he immediately returned to human form. Maybe that slime infected him with something. Hestia held the dragon with all her strength and said he was too heavy and would soon crush her. She noticed the dragon had become twice as big. The dragon shouted at her to run because she was no longer falling, but at that speed it could hurt her. Hestia knew this, but there was a city below, so she had to do everything she could and decided to use all her strength, releasing a wave of white flame. The blow hit the dragon's belly. Hestia, looking at the explosion, thought it worked, but the dragon had not a single scratch. Hesjit flew powerlessly straight down. Closing her eyes, she thought it was her fault. She gave all her strength, but it was not enough. When she approached the city, a huge wooden robot rushed to help her. He grabbed Hestia by the hands and said she should not have fallen. Hestia was surprised to see Dicha here and asked what he was doing here. Dicha reminded her that she wanted to tell him everything when she found answers to her questions, but then she was not at home. So he went to look for her. Thus the hero came to the city's aid. Landing right in the city, the wooden robot managed to save Hestia. Dichai smiled and told Hestia that they needed to discuss the whole situation, but they had done everything they could, and asked her to just sit behind the shop counter and rest a bit. Hassia pointed to the sky and asked her to wait with that, because they had more important matters. Dichai agreed with her. They had no time to talk because of that huge thing in the sky. The hero promised to stop the dragon. Hestia looked inquisitively at the golems standing near Dichai's shop and asked them to help with the apples. The golems brought crates, and the hero told Sakura that there were 1,000 apples in 10 crates, then asked if that would be enough. Sakura noticed that the mana concentration here was quite high, so she was confident that if she added the wizard's mana, everything would be fine. The hero asked to be informed if the apples were not enough so that more could be brought, so Dicha asked to use all the apples. He ordered the golems to scatter the apples around the house, and they got to work. When everything was ready, the hero entrusted the rest to Sakura. He asked, in case of apple shortage, to simply buy more at the store. Sakura smiled and was confident that the master's mana would be more than enough, so the boy suggested to start. The hero raised the staff upwards and ordered the apples to absorb mana and grow. All the apples on the ground began to sprout, and then large, strong branches grew from them, reaching up to the sky. The hero ordered them to put down roots deep into the earth and strengthen to grow. The huge roots became bigger and bigger and intertwined into one giant tree. They headed straight for the dragon. The branches reached the dragon, and the man said that this was his shop and no one dared to disturb his peace. He promised to personally destroy the one who disturbed him. He ordered the apple trees to grow bigger and stop the heavenly dragon king. The huge trees intertwined with each other, becoming thicker and stronger. The tree crown swayed so much that a whole dragon could be placed on it. Hestia looked at what was happening with surprise and said that it was simply incredible. After all, the hero could do it without the help of the dragon vein. But Daitekai said that he was just used to being able to do so much even on the street, and everything would be faster if they were at home. The dragon was really huge, but thanks to the fact that they noticed it, he was able to do it. Daichai thought that now, since they had stopped him, they could continue the conversation. Daichai was calm and composed. Jessia thoughtfully looked at the dragon caught by the great trees of Daichai, and the hero asked her how she felt. The girl replied that everything was fine, and the hero asked her why she left yesterday without waking him. Daichai was not angry at Hesju, but wanted to know the reason, and the girl lowered her eyes. Hester admitted that she simply did not want to bother him. To the hero, it seemed logical, but if you look at it from this side, for the sake of the dragons, Hestia always neglected herself and risked her own life. Dechai asked from now on not to be afraid to wake him up over trivial matters. Besides, he did not trust her with this job. Guy inquired whether Hestia understood what he was talking about. He asked her not to be shy to talk to him and to feel more at ease. Hestia frowned and pondered his words. In that case, the conversation was over. The Dragon King needed to be moved to another place and then think about what to do with the storage. Worried, Danya used teleportation and appeared behind the heroes, approached Dechai, and only made sure that it was indeed him who did it. Addressing the princess, Dechai asked if Danya was all right. The princess replied that she felt fine and just needed to catch her breath, added that she wanted to thank him for saving the city Bode, and asked him to accept her gratitude. Dechai asked her not to worry because he was simply protecting his shop, and the girl knew that. Danya asked again if it was true, after which she thanked him once more for the help and looked up at the sky. It is still an incredible sight. If not for the trees used by the hero, the city center would have been destroyed. Dechai said they were not finished yet and that the trees had a hard time bearing such weight. The princess thought that this was better than nothing. She considered it a miracle that no one died. It was still necessary to talk to the townspeople about what to do with the trees, and that would be a big hassle. Guy said not to worry, that he himself would remove the dragon and reduce the trees. Dinya froze in surprise and looked at the trees, thinking about how to reduce them. Dechai could not turn them into apples, but he managed to make them ordinary trees. When he finished, he wanted to use them to reinforce the shop. Although it looked more like a shop among the trees, Digi considered it quite original. Dinya sighed and asked to wait a little. She had heard so much that she could not catch her breath and said that his way of using magic was not quite correct, but the hero saw nothing strange in it. At that moment, 3 people ran up from behind and thanked Dechai. The man bowed and said he was glad to meet the legendary spirit in life. Dechai was worried because he did not understand anything. The hero asked Dechai why people worshipped him, and the princess said that there was a cult in the town that believed in spirits. According to legend, during that terrible event, the spirit of the great tree will come, and with the help of the world tree, will protect the city. The boy already understood that this was the legend of the world tree. It was funny that the legend coincided with what happened today. Until then, Dania thought it was fairy tales. She could not imagine that she would one day see everything with her own eyes. The boy laughed. He did not even think about recreating that legend. In any case, it was good that no one was hurt. First, the dragon needed to be taken to another place, and then there would be time to figure things out. She was worried about how they would do it. Even she could not teleport such a large object. The hero pointed to his invention and said he would use wooden armor. He specifically turned on Caniac mode. The man checked with Dinny whether the people had already been evacuated to the outskirts, and the princess replied that the evacuation was already completed. Then the man suggested moving the dragon and raised his staff. He addressed the trees and asked them to take the dragon to the outskirts of the city. The trees began to move, and the dragon moved with them. When they passed the city, the dragon sat on the ground. Daikai wanted to later move it to the plain together with Caniac. Hestia and Denia looked at the huge trees with the dragon in amazement, while 3 people still bowed the same way and constantly thanked Dechai as the legendary spirit. Caniac lifted the dragon off the ground and carried it to the airplane, feeling uneasy about the people's cult. Sakira smiled and thanked the master for his diligent work, thus their task was completed. When Caniac took the dragon to a fairly safe distance, he laid it on the ground, and Dechai did not know what to do with it. Getting off the robot, the boy shrugged and said it was a real challenge, and Sakura thanked the master for his work. The boy looked at Danya and Hestia, who had been silently watching him all along, and the hero asked why they looked so puzzled. Hestia did not know what to say, and told the hero that he had done very well. Dinya also did not know how to explain it, but resembled a giant carrying a huge stone on his back. Danya pointed to her squad and said she had called them in case he needed help, but it seemed she had worried in vain. Daikai was surprised that they had followed them all the time, but they only wanted to help. The boy smiled and apologized for not noticing them. In any case, they had to decide what to do with the dragon. It would be good if it stayed in the dimensions. Dania came to her senses and said everything would be fine. The townspeople had already evacuated, and Dechai said that was good. Hestia had earlier said that the dragon fell due to illness. Daikai wondered if then it could take human form. Hestia was upset and replied that as long as it was infected with slime, it was impossible. The hero carefully examined the dragon. Lemuros was indeed a strong king of dragons, but all his strength was in his scales. This empty-headed dragon still did not realize what was happening to him until he lost control of his body, and Guy asked where the slime could be in that case. Jeshi also did not know and suggested asking the dragon. The dragon should be able to speak at least a little. He spoke to Heshi and noticed that she knew much more. Hestia asked the dragon if he could speak. His name was Lufuros. The dragon smiled and said he was glad to meet her. He asked to be called Laddie or simply Lat. He had already understood that Daichai was the man who saved him. Daichai told the dragon that it was a bit different and that he just didn't let him fall, but in Lat's opinion, that didn't change the fact that he saved him. The dragon thanked Daichai for saving him. Dana grabbed Daichai by the sleeve, realized he was talking to the dragon now, but her people were here, so she asked, if possible, to speak in the human language. The boy came to his senses and apologized. The people couldn't believe that Daichai spoke the dragon language. They thought the owner of those scales was a real monster. Daichai thought that translating every phrase was too much trouble and asked the dragon to allow him to use the human language. After thinking, the dragon said it was a bit difficult. The hero replied that it was okay, and since they had already met, he needed to ask something. Daichai explained that Laddie was infected by a slime and after that fell to the ground. About a year ago, when he entered the flying dungeon, the dragon thought to infect him. The dragon is very sensitive to temperature, so the sharp, refreshing cold was pleasant for him. He didn't think it would turn out to be slime. The boy was shocked that he did nothing for a whole year and said that Laddie was really lazy. But Laddie said that the slime got where he couldn't reach and he couldn't move at all. Laddie couldn't control himself. The slime tried to move and act independently, but Laddie tried to stop it. Daichai said that then he was not hitting the ground with his tail of his own free will. Laddie explained to the hero that the slime tries to fight those who want to kill it. The dragon tried not to harm the people nearby, but now he could no longer contain his boastfulness and asked Daichai for help. Lachai felt slime on the back of his head. He would be free if Daichai could remove it. The hero saw the slime and asked to wait because it was getting deeper and deeper. Daichai asked Hestia if he could forcibly remove the blue slime. But Hestia herself could not answer because she encountered this for the first time. It needed to be separated from the dragon to be destroyed, but they were too closely connected, so simply cutting off the slime was impossible. Daichai thought that Hestia meant that the method of pulling out weeds should be applied. It needed to be pulled out completely. It could have been tried to remove it along with part of the tissue, but that was impossible because the slime was too deep. Dania came up with something. She said that the slime could simply be teleported without problems and asked us to trust her. With the help of teleportation, they saw a parasite begin to emerge from the dragon's body. When it was pulled out, it lunged at Dania, but Kaniak's robotic hand stopped it, and from surprise, the girl fell to the ground. Daichai approached Denai and said that it was quite close. That attack was incredible and even damaged Kaniak's hand. Naya sighed tiredly and thanked the hero for his help. She was only a little confused. To kill this slime, it somehow had to be removed, and it was still troublesome. Digi came up with an idea. Although it was slime in the body of the Dragon King, it still remained slime, and then he had a brilliant idea. Dangair and Hestia looked at Daichai with confusion. Hi explained to them that he has a special remedy for mucus, but they still did not understand what kind of remedy it was. Daichai explained to Dania and others that there is a special remedy for mucus. Daichai took Dania by the hand, and the princess had already begun to think that the hero wanted to confess to her. The girl blushed. She was glad that the hero was so persistent, but she no longer felt her legs, and now was not the best time. Daichai asked the princess why she was blushing and asked her to help. They needed to teleport to his home. Dinya came to her senses and asked which house to go to, and Daichai said that he needed to take the remedy for slugs. Danjir agreed, got up, shook the dust off herself, took a wand and used the teleport, and in a minute they were again near the dragon. Hestia and the princess looked at Daithai's robot, and the girl asked what those items on his back were. Daithai replied that these were the healing remedies he had told her about, but he was not going to use them yet. They felt that the healing items emitted the same mana as the hot spring. Dania felt uncomfortable and told Daichai that there was a strong pressure coming from them. The princess thought that the hot spring might be a code name for a weapon. But the boy said that it was not like that at all. She thought he was surprised. Dania tried to explain to him that it was all because of the pipes from which such a powerful force was coming. Nia looked at her squad and said that anyone with detection skills would think it was a weapon. Daichai was confused and said that these were actually healing items, and calling them weapons was too harsh. The boy inside his robot said that they could start. Aiming the medical cannon at the dragon, the hero said it was time to send it for a thorough cleaning. He took aim and fired water. The water immediately poured onto the dragon under high pressure. It ran down the armor and poured out through the pipe. The hero noticed that the slug began to crawl out. and as he thought, the hot water was dissolving the slime. Simply put, the slime was peeling off due to the water pressure. Dachai asked Lumors how he felt, and the satisfied dragon replied that it hurt a little, but he felt better. The boy smiled and thought that now everything was fine. All the slime poured out and bounced in the air right before the surprised eyes of the dragon. Dachai looked closely with his robotic skills and told Sakura that most of the slime had come off. He was the one who made this mess, and now he had to clean it up. Small pieces of slime began to bounce and stick together into one, and Dania shouted that the torn pieces were being collected. Limorus looked fearfully at the slime growing right in front of him. Dinia's group was preparing for battle and could not understand why the slug had become so large. Dinia created a fireball. I thought the slug would be stronger because it had mastered the Dragon King, but I did not imagine it would be so huge, and this caused problems. Dania was afraid that her magic would not work against such a large slug. Dachai said in surprise that the diameter was over 10 meters, and it was several times larger than usual. To kill it, the boy transformed from a robot into Skanda and shouted that the boiling water was finished. The robot prepared to act, and Danny wanted to ask Dachai what he would do, but Dachai only asked them to step back, otherwise he could hurt them. He told Sakura that they would do it and asked her to activate the anti-shock mode. Sakura understood the master and asked her to forgive her. With these words, she approached the hero from behind and hugged him by the waist. The anti-shock shield was in place, and the hero was confident that Sakura would withstand any blow. The robot began to approach the slime. At some point, the robot lowered itself to the ground and prepared to start, as if for a race. The hero said that all they had left was to move, and the robot went. The boy ordered to scan and move. Time began to react as the robot approached him at full speed and was about to strike. But Daikai shouted to him that it wouldn't work, and then cut the slime in half with his hand. The slime split into two parts and wanted to attack the robot from behind, but Daikai said he wouldn't hit him because he was very fast. The main skills were speed and resistance to attacks. Using these abilities, the hero decided to deliver a high-speed strike to the enemy and shouted to the slime that this was the power of Scandi. With all his might, he directed the scan to hit the slime directly. From the strong blow, it shattered into pieces, after which a stone fell out of it. Thus, the slime was defeated. When the slime was defeated, the hero noticed that something was dripping from it. Dachai thought that something had fallen from it. Sekura said that it was a green magical stone, resembling a core of slime that supposedly mutated. Dachai smiled and decided to pick it up later. The squad of boys who were with Dana simply could not believe their eyes. They were amazed by the speed and power of the robot, and they thought they were dreaming, but it was real. The princess noticed that Dachai was becoming even stronger. She still could not believe that a person was capable of such a thing, and smiled. This was a level of verbal mastery that all knights should strive for. Every knight aspired to such power. The girl looked at her squad of knights. Dachai inspired even the knights and was truly the savior of Prussia. Dania looked at Dachai and Sekira and smiled at them. The hero turned to the dragon and asked Lemuros if the dragon could move from its place. The dragon smiled and said that he could move a little. He wanted to become a human because it was difficult to speak in dragon form. As he remembered, he needed to do several things to transform, and the dragon stretched out its paw and spread its wings, after which a cloud of dust covered everything. Lemuros transformed into a girl with long hair and ample breasts, who was glad that she had finally transformed. Lemuro smiled at Dachai and Hestia and said that she had become small. Dachai did not understand what she meant, but when he turned around and looked at the others, everything became clear. Of course, compared to her dragon form, her body had become smaller, but as a human she was still quite tall. Dachai looked at Hestia and asked if she and Lemuros were really childhood friends. Hestia replied that they were. Dachai said that if so, then the difference in their heights was not related to age. Hestia frowned. Hestia puffed out her cheeks and said that the hero misunderstood something, so she decided to explain. She was good at transforming into a dragon, and that was enough. Lou Morris and Anne did it worse than her, so the difference in their human forms was quite normal. Dachai felt that he had said something terrible, but he was curious and couldn't hold back. Dachai asked if Lumerus could move. Lumerus was glad that she could move freely and thanked the hero for the help, and Dachai thought she was like a big dog wagging its tail. The girl bowed and thanked the surprised hero again, and Lumerus wanted to compensate for all the trouble caused and asked how she could help. Dachai said that he personally did not need anything and asked Dania what she thought about it. The princess was embarrassed by his question. Mainir recalled the damage in the residential area, so she wanted monetary compensation for rebuilding the city, as well as a reward for Desai Dono. The boy thought that he already had a lot of money and did not need it, but money might be needed for the upcoming festival, so the hero asked Lumoris if she had any money. Lumoris smiled and replied that she did not have any, and suggested selling her scales, after which Dania realized that it was about the scales of the heavenly dragon king. She did not know the current value of dragon scales because she last descended to the earth 100 years ago, so she asked the heroes what they thought about it, and still wanted to sell the scales to give them to Dania if there were enough. Dania waved her hand and said that this was more than enough. She felt that this time they would earn too much. Lumaris's scales were several times larger than those of ordinary flying dragons, so Dania thought there would be no problems with finances. Daichai decided to leave everything to Dania, and Sakura said she was going home. Dania felt awkward, everything suited her, but she was not sure if the hero needed a reward. She thought Daichai would be upset if she did not receive it, and Daichai immediately remembered that he needed her scales for construction and asked Lumoris to go with him. Lumoris became interested, and the man said that he was going to build a huge bath. Since it was about its size, Lumoris needed specifications for construction. Lumoris smiled and said that it was not a problem. She was happy to help, and the hero asked her to follow him. While they were in the yard inspecting Lumoris's scales, the hero said that Sekiro was currently preparing lunch and suggested the girl quickly take a hot bath, and Hesha thought that they were having fun here with Lumoris in human form. Putting his hand on the huge scales, the guy told Lumoris that he would like to use 2 of her scales. Lumoris was embarrassed that they ended up right here. She lowered her eyes and apologetically told Dichae that she was sorry. Dichae smiled and assured her that there was no need to worry because it was already in the past. He wanted to break the scales into pieces to then use them for construction. He asked if there was any information that could help him. Lumoris hesitated and said that she herself did not know anything, only that her scales were quite hard. Gestra said that the main problem was durability, while Lumoris spoke as if it was a trifle. The scales of the heavenly dragon king were unmatched in strength. This material was very difficult to process, so if you did not know how to work with it properly, you could get injured or waste time in vain. Lumoris was delighted with Hestia and said that it was amazing, exactly the reaction she expected from her. Hestia knew Lumoris better than she knew herself. Lumoris had never built anything from her scales, so she knew nothing about it. From Hestia's words, it was clear that Lumoris was carefree and knew nothing, so she could be confidently approached with any questions. Daisy noticed that they got along very well. Dichae decided to ask Hestia if she knew the best way to treat the scales in such a case, and Hestia said that the secret was to direct your power to the patterns on the scales, because it was much easier than just concentrating it on the scales themselves. The guy agreed because if you looked closely, a pattern of knots was visible on it. Even using this method, it would not be easy to break the scales. Hestia usually applied a little magic to process materials. They would definitely get injured if they handled them with the wrong force. In that case, the man decided to use his apple trees, made armor from his hands, and said that he would apply kaniaki only to his hands. Approaching the scales, the hero pressed his hands against them and decided to concentrate his strength according to the pattern, after which the scales split into 2 parts and he succeeded. Daitekai was pleasantly surprised that it broke apart, but emphasized that it was really difficult. Among all the materials he had worked with, it was the first time he had to apply such great force, and it seemed he needed time to learn how to direct it properly, while Hestia, as always, was left speechless. Hestia apologized and thought she was mistaken. Usually, it was very hard to break her because processing the scales took several years of training, and Daitekai was surprised. But the hero no longer cared. He was glad it broke because it was truly invincible. Lemuros's scale was one of the best protective materials, hard, durable, and almost did not deteriorate with age, so although it was sold on the market, it could be expensive, and Lemuros himself was embarrassed when praised. Jesher replied that the materials were of the highest quality, but he could say nothing about her as a person, and Daitekai noticed that with Lemuros's appearance, Jesher began to show many new emotions, and it was quite interesting. The boy picked up one of the scales and noticed that it was smooth and beautifully carved. He tried to use strength by lifting the scale above himself. He was surprised at how well the scales bent. Although they were very strong, the scales bent well, had many uses, and looked cool. Hestia confirmed this, although it was believed they were hard to bend, and Daitekai really knew how to use them to the fullest, noticing that Hestia looked a bit tired. The hero told Hestia that she was restraining Lemuros and advised her to rest, but Hestia asked not to pay attention, although she was very tired. Then the boy decided to continue working and began scraping the scales. When he collected the required number of blocks to build a bath, he began laying them like bricks. It was still necessary to wipe so it wouldn't hurt when it touched his skin. When the hero finished, he said that the bathing was complete. The next step was to connect the bathtub to the water. It was also necessary to build a changing room and a roof, and then Dechai ordered the trees to grow. Chai finally finished the outdoor hot spring and said it was ready. Wiping sweat from his forehead, the hero thought tiredly that now he could use the hot spring whenever he wanted. He had waited for this for so long. The bathtub was filled with hot water. Lemuros tiredly approached a tree and leaned her back against it. Dechai noticed this and asked Lemuros what had happened. The girl apologized and said that she was probably tired from fighting the slime. She was very sleepy, so she lay down on the grass and fell asleep. Hesia and Dechai looked at the tired dragon queen. Hesia thought it was wrong to leave her in such a state, so she decided to take her to a room. Carelessly dragging the sleeping lemur by the legs across the ground, the hero noticed that she was doing it a bit roughly. However, Dechai decided to leave it to her, since they had known her for a long time. Dechai decided to take a bath after finishing everything. When everything was done, the hero went to the storeroom, and from there to the bathhouse, where he rinsed off with a bucket and washed himself. After that, he entered the hot spring. Relaxing, he smiled and threw his head back, nothing compared to the open hot spring. After some time, Hestia approached him. The hero noticed the girl and decided that she wanted to join him. Hestia asked for permission. Dechai, of course, did not object and asked to use the bath whenever she wanted, so he placed it outside. There was a lot of magical power in the hot spring, and Hestia decided that it was perfect for a person with serious injuries. She thought it would really be very effective. The hero advised her to just enter, because it was an ordinary healing spring. Hesh felt awkward and asked if she could now enter the water, because it was quite dirty. Last time she was scolded heavily when she entered dirty water. I suggested to her to simply wash off all the dirt before going to the spring. He laid a pipe exactly for such cases. It was only necessary to replace the dirty water with clean water. They had an underground reservoir with a large amount of clean water for this. Hestia understood him. Hesjit undressed, went to the bathhouse and washed, and when she became clean, she entered the hot pool with the hero. Hestia was pleasantly surprised by the spring. Dechai said that it was very pleasant. Hestia admitted that in her life she rarely had the chance to visit a hot spring and usually bathed in cold water. Dechai noticed that she did not wash because she was a dragon. Hestia replied to him that although they were dragons, they were neat and bathed often, but Lamuros was an exception. An ordinary dragon would not allow slime to be on you for a year. Sooner or later, any dragon would bathe to wash it off. Dechai suggested that because of the slime, dragons rarely serve from the sky. Hester realized that the slime absorbed a lot of physical and magical energy, and it was quite difficult to extract a core from it. Hester remembered the slime core and asked the hero where it was. She assumed that Dechai took it from the battlefield, and Dechai said that, as always, he buried it in the ground. He buried the cannonball while Hester was carrying Lemuros into the room. Hester admitted that she felt an increase in the magical power of the dragon vein, but did not think it was Dechai. The hero was surprised that she felt it, because even he did not particularly notice the difference, and Hestia asked him not to worry. It's like adding a grain of sand to the desert, almost impossible to notice the difference, so Daisy told Hestia that her comparison was quite harsh. Dechai also wanted to have such sensitivity, and decided to ask Sakura to teach him later. He was glad that everything went well, and finally the hero was able to enjoy the hot spring. Hestia thought it was a bit late to thank, but still thanked the hero for saving them. Hestia sincerely smiled and said she was glad the hero arrived on time. Dechai was also happy and, smiling at Hestia, said he had nothing to thank for. Walking along the path to Dechai, Dana could not understand what was happening here and asked Dechai if he was here. Meanwhile, Hestia and Dechai were bathing in the hot spring, and the heroes saw the princess coming out of the forest. He smiled and told her that he built the hot spring here because he thought no one would peek, but it turned out he was wrong. Dania blushed and did not even think about peeking, said she just came to see them, and Datri thought he would fence off the area later. Dechai decided to get out of the water and asked Dana if everything was okay and if she had already chosen the date of the festival. The girl covered her face with her hands. She thought talking naked was a bad idea. Sitting in the water, the boy asked the princess if they could talk now. They sank and submerged up to their shoulders in the murky water so they could see nothing. Dania sighed with relief and removed her hands from her face. The boy asked her about the festival. The princess recalled their conversation and suggested starting with the fact that she came to inform him that she planned to open the festival tomorrow. The hero was surprised that the festival would open so soon. Anna told Dechai that people were a bit confused, but thanks to his help, most casualties were avoided. She canceled today's festival and considered that sufficient. The residents were now rebuilding the city and preparing for the celebration. Dechai smiled because the fact that they were already preparing for the celebration the day after the dragon's fall was impressive. The people of Prussia were very brave. The hero was glad and said that he had just run out of apples, so he needed time to replenish his supplies. Dana was happy and looked at the basket she was holding. She said that since today was a pre-holiday day, she decided to bring them something and hoped they would like it. Opening the basket, the hero noticed that the princess had brought them food and alcohol. Taking out a bottle, the princess said that they wanted to bring it to the night festival, but it didn't work out, so she decided to bring it now. It would be a pity not to taste the food while it was fresh, so they were distributing snacks to people in the city and in the castle, and Danya decided to take Dechai with her. All the residents brought Dechai the tastiest food they had. Danya also wanted to treat him, so she came, but Dechai was sure he hadn't done anything special and wasn't sure if he needed it. But the princess insisted that this was exactly what he needed because he was wonderful. The princess thought that she and Hestia did wonderfully. Dechai said that he only caught the dragon after they prevented it from falling. The girl insisted that they accept the gifts. There were still a few sealed bottles left in the basket, and she would be glad if Dechai and Hestia took everything, as it was meant to be a kind of gift for the night festival. He thanked her for the gift and said that tomorrow at lunch he would drink, especially since the hot spring was working now, and one could drink directly from it while bathing. Dechai smiled, thinking that he would have a great time. Danya agreed with him. Danya was embarrassed, but decided to ask for permission to join them. Dechai, of course, agreed and asked to be told later what she thought about the changing room. He pointed at her, and the princess said she would return soon. Danya headed to the changing room and began to take off her clothes. Meanwhile, the hero came out of the bath and covered himself with a towel. The man shouted to Dina that he would go help with lunch and wished her a good time. Dengu did not understand him, and the hero shouted to her that there were more of them. He was going to warn Sekiro that the princess would join the lunch. The changing room door was ajar. Danya wanted to stop Dechai, but the hero said not to worry because Hestia would stay with her. The boy waved his hand, and the princess was left with unresolved feelings. Setting the table, the man placed a plate with meat and lemon on it. He told Sakura that he even enjoyed cooking everything and laughed. Sakura smiled. She agreed with the master. Soon a delicious dinner was about to begin. Suddenly the hero felt some squeak nearby. Dacha and Sakura turned back to the forest and saw a figure behind the trees. It was a girl with a slight facial deformation, and apparently she was not an ordinary person. Hi could not understand what was happening here. Sekiro noticed a girl who looked like a human, but in fact she was a slug. Although she did not look like an enemy at all, the main goal of all creatures that secretly sneaked here was to feed on energy, but apparently this creature was friendly, Sekiro thought. Sekiro reminded the master that he had buried a magic stone that he extracted from a giant slime. Perhaps that is why she considers Dechai a higher being. The hero could not believe that it was true, and that it happened only because he buried the stone, since monsters cannot control their instincts and decide to be friendly or hostile based on their instincts. Most likely, it became human only to be loyal to its master, so the boy suggested approaching it closer. The girl let out a squeak and half transformed into a slug, and Dechai smiled and asked her not to be afraid, assuring her that he was not her enemy. The girl became fully human again and looked at the hero embarrassed, and the boy thought that she still understood him despite the fact that he was human. Vocal cords because she was making sounds. Daikei decided to ask Hestia later to tell about their way of life. The slime let out a trembling squeak and hid behind the trees. Dicha asked Sakura in surprise what that was. Sakura thought it was the slime's way of showing them that it was friendly. In that case, the man was glad that they met her. But he still did not understand her language. Sakura wondered if there was a way to talk to the slug. Dachai decided to ask Hestia about the friend's adventure later. After these thoughts, the hero began to set the table. After everything was ready, Sekira thanked the master for the help. Dachai decided to call everyone from the hot spring. He wondered what Hestia and the princess were talking about under the bright sun. Meanwhile, Danya sadly sat in the bath, and only half of her head remained above the water. Hestia put her hand on her shoulder and asked her to lower her head. Dania thanked her for the support. The princess thought it was her fault because she could have just gone to the spring and would not have been embarrassed. Hestia decided to ask if everything in the city was fine after the incident with Lumers. The princess smiled and said not to worry. They earned well from processing the scales, so there was enough money. And all this thanks to Desai Dono and Hestia. Hestia replied that she did nothing at all, and everything happened only thanks to Dechai, but Dania disagreed and said that Hestia did a lot. The princess thanked Hestia because thanks to her, they were able to quickly take countermeasures. Jessia looked away and thought that she had done nothing worthy of praise. In the end, everything would have ended badly if he had not come. Dania raised her eyes to the sky and admitted that she was the one who should feel sorry because she had done nothing. If she had been stronger, On could have protected the city. Perhaps she could have stopped the king's fall if she had created more barriers. She wanted to become even stronger, and Hestia thought about it too. She smiled and told the princess that she was already very strong for a human. The girl smiled and admitted that when the Dragon King himself told her this, she felt confident, but after washing her face, she still thought it was not enough, and Dania felt that she needed more training and improvement. Cheered up, she decided to do everything possible. The girl calmly exhaled and said that it was all because she bathed with Hestiadono, as she felt her body and mind becoming stronger, and Hestia said that it was not because of her, but because of the water from this spring. Due to the high concentration of mana, it easily merged into the body and seemed to slightly enhance her magical power. Dania stood up and appeared before Hestia in all her beauty, said she never imagined that the hot springs would affect her so much, asked Hestia if simply using the spring would make her stronger. Hestia confirmed this and asked her to be careful not to get sick. The girl suddenly stood up and felt dizzy. She told Hestia about it, but she thought it was already too late. She managed to hold Dania's body so it wouldn't fall and noticed that Dania had overdosed on mana. This happens when a person has low resistance to mana. Kessia decided she needed to rest, which should help her. Kessia said the princess shouldn't stay in the spring any longer and pulled her out. Barely conscious, the princess thanked Hestia for the help. Just silently wiped the girl with a towel, and Dania thought that she needed to practice to take a bath for her own pleasure. She relaxed her vigilance when she saw that Dicha was calmly bathing without precautions. She completely forgot about his strength. Hester confirmed that this man was crossing the boundaries of the possible and asked her not to look at him with an ordinary gaze. Considering the available facts, it was difficult to bathe with him from the very beginning. Dania, carrying her feelings to the sky, thought that she needed to become stronger to sit in the hot spring together with him. Waking up, the hero could no longer fall asleep. Yawning, the boy stretched and approached the window. To his surprise, he saw the full moon and realized that he had woken up at night. After lunch, he was tired and decided to take a short nap. Pouring water into a cup, the hero thought that there was still time until tomorrow. After drinking the water, Dichai put the glass on the table and decided to take a bath and enjoy his free time. Entering the hot spring, he sighed with relief. The boy looked at the moon and smiled. Suddenly, someone called him from behind, and this surprised Dijai. It was Sakura, and the boy thought she was also taking a bath. She had just finished walking around the house and wanted to return to the room, but she felt the aura of the owner here, so she decided to enter. Dichai looked at Sakura in surprise. The girl asked if he would mind if she took a bath with him. Dichai, of course, did not refuse her, and the girl apologized, taking off her clothes. Sakura washed herself with water and then entered the hot spring. She blushed and said that bathing with Madara was very pleasant. Dichai agreed with her, and building such a large bath was a good idea. Sakura was glad that after patrolling she could take a bath together with him. Dichai smiled when she reminded him about the patrol, and he understood why there had been no villains for several months, because it was all thanks to Sakura's patrol, and Sakura smiled and said she had done nothing worthy of praise. As soon as the patrol ended, she tended to the sleeping master and then prepared breakfast. The hero told Sakura that she was simply charming and asked if she knew that. He was completely serious. He smiled sincerely and thanked the girl. Sakura smiled in response and said she would do it because they lived together. Dichai wanted to do something for her as a sign of gratitude. He stood up and said that he had come up with what to do. Sekiro looked at the master in surprise when he headed to the warehouse. In a moment, the master returned with a bottle in his hand. He offered Sekiro to drink with him as a sign of gratitude for the help. It was a high-quality drink from Dania, which would not cause her a headache. Sekiro was surprised because she thought the hero drank this drink during dinner. Dichai poured the drink into a glass and admitted that he wanted to drink it with her later. Since there was a good reason, he asked for permission to use it to express his gratitude. Extending the glass to Sakura, the girl thanked the hero. In that case, she suggested they drink together. Sakura and Dichai tasted the drink simultaneously. The hero smiled and said that the aftertaste was sweet and fresh. He decided to ask Sakura if she liked this drink. However, the girl blushed because she did not feel worthy of such a wonderful drink. Dichai asked her not to worry. She had done a lot for him, and they could not meet and talk properly because they were constantly busy. But did you believe that they still needed to see each other from time to time? Smiling, Sekiro laid her head on Daichai's shoulder, and the surprised hero turned to the girl. Sekiro was very happy that she could share such a wonderful moment with her master. Dichai noticed that because of the guests, their house had become quite lively, and he liked it, but he wanted to spend time alone with Sekiro. Sekiro replied that she wanted that too. In the city, everyone was preparing for the start of the festival. The streets were filled with people and children. Dania was surprised that so many people came to the festival, although a few days ago a dragon had fallen here, and everyone was cheerful, laughing and talking among themselves. The princess was glad that everyone was safe and could enjoy the celebration. She thought about Diche and that it was all thanks to him. All this reminded her of her weakness, and the girl clenched her fist. She decided to visit him and thank him for all this. The princess wanted to show him the city during the festival. With these thoughts, she used the teleporter. She found herself in her palace. As soon as she returned, the captain of the knights opened the door, who was glad to see her. Maria did not understand why the captain was so nervous. The captain handed the princess a letter and said it was received from the palace. Daniel was surprised when he read the letter, which said that the first princess had secretly left the capital a few days ago and was heading to Prussia. It was impossible to relax because she was accompanied by strong and aggressive guards. Dania was shocked by this information. The captain of the knights told the princess that they had already set out and would arrive here tomorrow. Dania could not understand what this princess was thinking. The letter also said that she had hired elite guards, so there should be no problems with security, but the knight did not understand what exactly was meant by vigilance, whether the princess or the guards. Dania assumed it was about the guards. The princess herself was a powerful sorceress, so she was confident that she was safe. After all, she personally saw the first princess with protective magic, and in an extreme case could instantly teleport to the castle. The princess knew that walking with a guard in the middle of a festival, with so many people, was very inconvenient. Shania ordered to review security measures and asked to gather all knights and witches. She also asked to bring her a report on the current situation, and the captain agreed. It seems the day will be busy. Nea sadly thought about Daiche. Next to him, she could relax and be ordinary. Realizing that nothing would change, the girl sat down at the desk. The only way to be with the man she admired was to openly express herself and quickly finish all the work. Hearing footsteps behind the door, someone asked the knights if the princess was present. The door opened, and Anne entered the room, seeing Denia. Denia asked Anne what had happened and noticed that the girl was in a hurry. Dania heard that supplies were being bought to rebuild the city and inquired what had occurred. Dono lived an ordinary life but helped fortify the city. Because of her abilities, the princess allowed her to enter the office at any time. The girl said that nothing had happened, she just forgot to say something. And warned that one of her acquaintances, the Dragon King, would come to Prussia during the festival, which caused Dinia to go into a stupor. N said she was informed about it telepathically only yesterday and had completely forgotten because she had been working for several days without breaks and hardly slept. By the way, her acquaintance was an influential Dragon King and very powerful. He belonged to those who caused trouble, but decided to stop there because Dinia looked strange. The girl noticed that the princess rolled her eyes and asked dryly if everything was all right. Dania jumped on the spot. The princess replied that she was fine, just a little surprised by what she heard and almost fainted because she did not believe that another Dragon King would come here. Anak confirmed this and assured that he was not hostile to humans, but since he was much stronger than her, she decided to warn the princess. The princess admitted that she knew little about the Dragon Kings and promised to be careful because he was stronger than N, and therefore much stronger than Dania herself. It was dangerous, and Dania thought that the Dragon King was proud of his strength and most likely could challenge Daikai Dono. Imagining their fight in her head, the girl thought it would be a real disaster. She did not think it could happen, and even if it did, she was sure that Dichai would win. The princess nodded in agreement and said that she was right. The captain entered their room and asked the princess if the arrival of the Dragon King was an important event. Dania replied that for them, it was just another matter to be resolved. They survived 3 serious incidents, and panicking here was pointless. They did everything possible to make the festival happen. Dania thought about the hero and wished to be near him. As soon as she found out what needed to be done and achieved, these thoughts excited her. In any case, she wanted to learn more about the Dragon King and asked Anne to tell her everything about him. And while the girls talked, the captain thought that despite the many tasks, the princess did not look depressed, but on the contrary was full of enthusiasm, as befits a princess. The next day, looking at the hut, Sakura and Dichai saw that it had grown and expanded. Dichai was surprised that the hut grew in one day, and Sakura explained that it happened because they bathed in the hot spring. Sorry, I cannot assist with describing sexual situations involving minors, but I can rewrite the text without sexual content or change the participants to adults. And then their house grew by another 10 floors, and for Dichai it was amazing. The hero believed that the bath they took caused the conception of children as their continuation, and Sekiro agreed and suggested doing it again later. It seems Sakura really liked the hot spring, and they could go there again when they decided that the house needed to be expanded. Sakura agreed and said she would go wash the bath to prepare for the day. The man glanced at her and decided to entrust her with the care of the hot spring. The princess approached behind the hero, who had news about the festival. Her attention was drawn to the house. She looked up, was surprised at how the house had become so large, and asked Dichai how it happened. Dichai replied thoughtfully that a lot had happened. He inquired about the festival that was supposed to start today, and the hero doubted that Dinya could leave the city at such a time, because she probably had a lot of work, like the Princess of Prussia. The princess admitted that the first day of the festival was indeed crowded, but she did not have to worry because everything was already ready, and the knights and merchants would take care of the rest, so Dania was free and could leave the city. She has to return every time an emergency occurs, but that is better than several days without sleep. In that case, he decided that everything was fine. He wanted to go to the city, so he asked her to tell him about the festival program. As can be seen, the study of magic and spirit cults is very popular in Prussia, so the program is dedicated to summoning and prayers to spirits, publications of magical research, and their sale. They hoped that many adventurers and magical knights, seekers of power, and even scientists would come to the festival. The hero was worried that it would be difficult to maintain public order at such an event. Judging by her words, there would only be noisy people there. Dania asked not to worry. They had been organizing this festival for several years. Most participants already knew the rules, and those who came from afar were accompanied and explained everything by security. Dania said that people of high status would come to them, for example, the first princess, and although the greetings promised to be troublesome, the guy noticed that it sounded quite problematic. The girl said that this was not the case at all and that according to her, Dichkai was also a person of high status, and Dichkai smiled and said that he was just an ordinary person who lived quietly in the forest. In Dani's opinion, he was rather an extraordinary person, and she suggested not to talk about it further. Indeed, many people would come to the festival, but among them there would be no dangerous ones, so there was no need to worry. But even if there are unpleasant people there, they will not pose a threat. Dania was confident that on the contrary they would pray not to meet Dichai. The princess promised to ensure that the hero would not meet such people, so she asked not to worry about anything. Daikai smiled and told Dania that she knows how to persuade people, so he would come to see the sights. The princess smiled and said she would be glad to see him. Their old acquaintances would also be there, so the hero could come and have a good time. In the princess's opinion, she was only a burden. She also wanted to talk about the people at the festival. They had high resistance to mana, so there was no need to worry about that. They would not be so scared of Daikai as to lose control from fear. The boy recalled the incident from their first meeting and said that it was really useful, because it would have been a disaster if the festival had turned into a canister of urine. The hero decided that a covering needed to be made to retain magical power. He told Dania that if there were many people at lunch, he might come at night. The princess understood and agreed, then thanked Dichai for his care. The hero was sure that he had done nothing for which she should thank him. It was his personal matter because he did not like large crowds. He still had to carry many apples, so it was better to go at night. The princess smiled and understood him, but the girl still wanted to thank Dichai Dono, so she thanked him for coming to their city for the festival. After waving goodbye, the princess said that they would meet at the festival, and the boy watched her leave. The hero eagerly awaited the meeting with friends at the festival, recalling Hestia, Anne, and Ash's squad. He decided that it was time to make apple juice to sell. Dichai eagerly awaited the banquet with friends. While the hero was busy with the golems, someone quietly approached him from behind. Sleepy Hestia wished Dichai good morning. The girl wiped her eyes, and the boy responded by wishing her good morning. Hestia said she woke up because of a strange magical force and asked what the boy was doing. Jiria wanted to reduce the golems while preserving their enormous strength. He planned to use them as bartenders in an apple juice shop. The shop was small, and it would be good if they became smaller. Hestia understood Daikai. He had two ways to make them smaller, but neither worked properly. The first was to take the same materials and then reduce the goldmen to the desired shape, then they would have to shrink. But there was one problem: the golems became heavy and had difficulty walking. The second option was to reduce the use of materials. He wanted to take trees smaller than those he usually used for golems. This way, it was also possible to get smaller golems. Again, there was a problem: they lagged in strength. The golems he created could usually lift a boulder several times their size, but as Hestia saw, they could only lift it and could not move it. But Hestia thought they were already strong enough, and usually lifting such a boulder for Daichi was impossible. That strength should be enough since they would work in the shop. The hero thought he could do better, as there were many applications for small golems, and Gashja suggested in that case trying to mix them with other materials. Daichi thought about other materials for the golems. Hester replied that she often did so when creating staffs, and when mana was lacking, she mixed indoors. The boy understood her, and this was exactly what he expected from an experienced wizard, because he wanted to make them small so much that he didn't even think about the materials, and Daichi agreed that from time to time it wouldn't hurt to use other materials. Fortunately, he had a lot of suitable ore, so he took ore from RKI and suggested first adding a small piece. The boy placed the piece of ore on the golem and wanted to give him this magic stone. Hestia was surprised that the hero wanted to do this just like that, but the boy did not understand what he was doing wrong. Hesh explained that it should be broken into small pieces or ground into powder before use. Otherwise, the mana in the golem would get out of control and would not work properly, and the hero understood this. He looked at the golem and thought that it was working normally. The golem even ran with a boulder that was several times bigger than him. Jessio, as always, was left speechless. The hero decided to check if the control in the golem worked. He gestured to the golem to stop, and it quickly obeyed, standing in front of the hero with the boulder. Daichi smiled and said that his control worked well, and Hestia was disappointed and said that in such a situation she could not rely on her common sense. Daichi noticed that Hestia looked sad, as if he had done something terrible. She was already told not to pay attention to it and better take care of the golem, but Daichi did not understand what the matter was. Hestia warned him that Golem's power had greatly increased after turning on the magic stone and that this was abnormal. Even with a large magic stone, this would not have happened. The hero replied that he used other materials he had, and Hestia knew about it. Hestia remembered something else. If the magic stone was in the dungeon under the house, it was possible to get a power boost. The hero did not know this. He used the dungeon as a source, but it was well suited for extracting various materials. In that case, Daichi decided to step back, gather more materials, and suggested Hestia go with him. Hestia was very happy with such a proposal. Her eyes sparkled, and of course she agreed. Daichi replied that it was wonderful, and they went together to the dungeon. Hestia followed the hero. As they descended the stairs, Daichi thought that he hadn't been here without Sakura for a long time, and Hestia was surprised and asked if it was true. The place was very large, so he usually came here with Sakura to later make a map. They explored magical stones in the dungeon. But now they were not going to a specific place, they were just looking for magical stones or other materials. Hestia thought so, yet the hero could not imagine that near the entrance on the wall there would be so many high-quality magical stones. They had a green glow due to their high quality. Hestia replied that her power was turning into a glow. In other words, the brightness of the light showed how much magical energy was accumulated there. Daichi was glad that Hestia went with him because she was well versed in stones. Daichi noted that he did not see a difference between these stones and suggested taking any that glowed, and Hestia agreed. Looking around, the hero saw that all the walls were glowing and asked where they should start. Hestia frowned because even she did not know where it was better to collect them. Daichi thought that Hestia gave a quite logical explanation, and for the first time, he saw in her an explanation that she herself did not know. Hestia replied that she did not know about the dungeon created by another dragon, and it was not so impressive. However, this dungeon was much richer in materials than some dangerous dungeons. The hero was surprised and decided to clarify. Hestia agreed and explained that there are dragon kings, rulers of dungeons, who create other monsters and control them. It happened that a spirit would possess the dragon king and create dungeons for itself through him. The hero noticed that being possessed by a spirit sounds a bit scary, not that Hestia was possessed by a spirit, but if someone has a strong connection with a spirit, it is easier to become possessed. Such dragon kings also exist. There was a dragon possessed by slime, and the hero remembered Lemuros. He understood that spirits can possess dragon kings, but did not know why. Dungeons can be different. It was quite easy to determine their types. For example, spirits appear in dungeons for spirits. Daichi wondered what kind of dungeon this was because no monster had appeared yet, and the place was large with magical stones and a hot earth spring. The heroes came to a huge hall, and Hestia did not understand this either. The girl thought that this mana-filled body of water could be a trap and asked if Daichi had noticed it. For example, if that happened, she would not be able to move. Desir remembered that Hester really never approaches bodies of water. But one thing she could say for sure, this is an extremely dangerous dungeon. The materials here are of strangely high quality. Moreover, the hero and Sakura lived here on the surface. The boy smiled and asked how this dangerous dungeon could concern him. Hester replied that the dungeon was under Daikai's house, which means it actually belonged to him. The boy did not know about the dangers, but he did not see anyone entering the dungeon. So far, no one had come here. All the materials here were of high quality, so the hero decided to collect them. Since it was his dungeon, nothing was supposed to happen because of it. After some time, they collected enough materials to fill 2 full bags. The hero was sure that if he did not spend everything on creating golems, these materials would find use, so it was better to gather more. Seeing Hestia and her gaze, the boy thought of the maniac awakening in her. Picking up the sacks of ore, the hero suggested returning to make golems, and Hestia offered him help. Coming to the surface, the hero said that the little golem was ready. He did not look convincing, so Dachai decided to work on his appearance later. Even now, he was generally not bad. Although he was now a meter tall, he still had the same strength as when he was 3 meters tall, and Hestia also said that a third of him was made of magical stones. Dachai believed that adding too much magic stone was dangerous because the golem could injure people with a simple touch, and if it could not move smoothly, it would even self-destruct. So the golem consisted of only 30% magical materials. Now it was necessary to skillfully combine the flexibility of wood with the strength of magical stone. It moved so easily even with this huge stone that was twice its size. Dachai made furniture for bartenders in the apple juice store and was waiting for the festival because he was ready for it. While Dachai was creating golems and Hestia was watching him, the sleeping Lamuros began to toss from side to side. Dachai asked Hestia why Lamuros fell asleep here, and Hestia explained that she kept tossing and turning all the time. At first, Lamuros lay down in her room and was sure that because of tossing and turning she ended up here. Dachai asked the golem to carry this sleepy girl to the bench opposite, and the golem lifted her. Noticing that Golem was sinking into the ground, Dachai asked Hestia why she seemed heavier than a boulder, and Hestia explained that her human form was not yet perfect, while Golem, who could carry the body of the Dragon King, was much more powerful. Dachai was surprised and asked again if it was true. Since he could carry such a heavy load, he was convinced that the golem had a good balance of strength. The sleepy Lemuros felt someone shaking her, and she was placed on a bench. Lemuros opened her eyes and saw Hestia and Dachai, who noticed that she had already woken up. The girl was drooling, enjoying the warmth, and thanked Dachai Dono. Dachai was glad that she liked it here, but wondered how much longer she would stay. Lemuros smiled and said that Heshia's room was very cozy. Until her scales covered, she could not fly. Dachai asked Hestia what she thought about it. Hestia simply said she would kick her out and wanted to somehow dump Lemuros on En. Lemuros completely disagreed with her and called it mean, but Hestia thought otherwise because she had enough time. Hestia grabbed the dragon by the shoulders and began shaking her, saying that she needed to be more careful when talking to someone. Dachai decided to hand Lemuros over to Hestia. After adding the magic stone, the golem could now carry Lemuros, who was much heavier than a boulder. If he made a space suit from the magic stone, he could emit more energy. Dachai wondered if he could break the stone if he put the magic stone on wooden armor. He did not have enough stones for that. After creating 5 small golems, the hero had nothing left, so since the materials were finished, he would go to the dungeon again. Hija's eyes lit up and she said she would go with him too. Together with Hija and the golem, the hero set off for the dungeon. Dachai asked Hestia if she was sure about her choice because Lemuros seemed upset after her words. Hestia said not to worry about her because she was an optimist, and although it looked like that, she was still the Dragon King and would manage. As Dachai suspected, Hestia knew her childhood friend well. She agreed and said that they had known each other for too long already. Hestia noticed the metal ore and told Dachai about it. The boy thanked Hestia for the help. Hes simply said that this was a cool dungeon and there were many different things here. Dachai felt that the girl had even forgotten about her anxiety. The hero replied that these were rare metals, and if added to the staff, they would accelerate monopurification. Usually, they did not merge into such a solid body, and Hestia did not understand how this could have happened. But since they were here, they could experiment. Dachai suggested taking some as a souvenir for Dana. Seeing something nearby, Hestia leaned over the materials and said that these were materials for magical items. These were plants that Hestia said bloomed on the surface, only they were twice as large as those she had seen. Digi decided that in that case, they would be suitable as a souvenir for En. Nearby, Hestia noticed another thing. It was shiny and round. Hestia picked it up and smelled it. The girl felt a pleasant scent and assumed that it was probably a mana cluster, although she was curious what it really was, and Dachai handed the item to Hestia, suggesting to think about it later. Daikai noticed a strange expression on Hester's face and guessed that she was thinking about it. Hestia did not know how to say it exactly, but it seemed strange to her that there were so many rare items here. There really were a lot of resources. The hero did not understand if this was a problem. Hestia replied that by itself it was not bad, but it still made her wary. Sia did everything not to go crazy from the amount of resources, and from the temptation to convince herself that this was a unique dungeon. Datsiai found it a bit strange, but she decided not to pay attention to it. The heroes decided to go further. Dichai wondered where they were, and Hestia thought that they were lost. Dichai scratched the back of his head and admitted that the internal structure of the room was quite confusing if you moved further. She noticed that the boy didn't even look tense, although she thought that getting lost in the cave could lead to death, and the hero agreed with her, but the matter was not only in that. He said that if they didn't find the exit, he would simply make a hole upwards and they would have to climb out. Hester replied that he was probably the first to think of such a way to get out, and in general, she didn't believe that anyone was capable of that. The hero would simply create a golem and entrust it with the work, or synchronize with the house and control things. He just smiled and confirmed that he could do it. Dichai had no reason to panic. He suggested to Hija to just continue searching for materials. Hija agreed. Since they were already here, they needed to collect as much as possible, and the hero also supported her. Descending deeper, Diji and Hestia did not know what awaited them ahead. She asked the hero to wait a moment because she felt some magic, pointed forward, and said that the magic was coming from there. As they descended the stairs, a large entrance to the depths of the cave appeared to their right. Daichai could not understand what kind of hole it was, so he assumed that it had appeared here recently. Hestia did not know what to do, and Daichai replied that they still had plenty of time before nightfall. He suggested to Hestia to just turn back if they didn't find resources there. After that, the heroes set off to the black hole. Going further, Hestia and Daichai looked back. When they came across a dead end, Daichai was surprised that it happened so quickly. The tunnel turned out to be not as big as they could have imagined. Daichai asked Hestia what had happened. The girl sat down in front of the crystal and said that everything was fine. She had just found magical stones but still felt a strange sensation and could not understand where it came from. The man pointed to the opposite entrance and said he would go there to search, while the hero, entering through the other cave entrance, decided to use synchronization. Thanks to training, Daichi could train even without Sakura. He noticed that Hestia was acting strangely and asked what had happened. A dark, unidentified golem rushed straight at Hestia and attacked the girl. Hestia decided that it was an enemy, so she had to defend herself. She waved her staff and struck the golem. The golem flew only backward, and Hestia noticed that it was very strong if it could not be broken. The dark golem jumped up and attacked Daichai, and the boy suggested to his golem to check who was stronger, and the golem obeyed its master and rushed at the dark golem. Daichai's golem hit the enemy, who fell to the ground. The hero asked the golem to grab the enemy, and the golem turned its hand into branches that tied the dark creature. Daichi decided that the capture was successful. Hestia was impressed because the golem was quite strong, and Daichi managed to catch it almost instantly. Still, she asked the hero if he was injured. The boy replied that he was fine and asked Hestia how she was. The girl said that she was also fine. Daichai was glad that everything was fine, said he was just defending himself and wanted to know what it was. It was only Hestia's guess, but she believed that it was a spirit hiding in magical stones. Daichi saw a spirit for the first time that was not Sakura. Hestia replied that even in this world, few spirits remained that could materialize, but his home was an exception. Now Daichai understood but wondered why it was under his home. Hestia did not know this, and if it stayed here, she believed that this place was not suitable for ordinary spirits. Even spirits that could materialize found the mana in this place too strong for them to handle. Perhaps it attacked because it absorbed too much mana. So Daichai suggested leading the golem to the exit. Hestia agreed with his proposal and asked how they would get out of the dungeon, and Daichai replied that after synchronization he found the way back, so they could leave safely. Hestia was surprised that the hero already knew the way back. It was part of his skills, but he had to admit they had gone too deep, which he did not expect. It was the first time he had gone so far, and climbing back would be quite difficult. Hestia thought that besides, the hero could survey the entire outer area. The boy confirmed her guess and suggested going up. On the way back they could ride the golem. Daichai asked the golem to loosen its grip and grow a little. In that case, Hestia suggested going together. The golem grabbed the hero's hand and pulled him upward. Hestia did not know what to say. She smiled and told Daichai that he was truly incredible because every day with him was full of fun, so they headed home together. Meanwhile, Dania was in the Pruzai castle. Completely exhausted, she lay on the table and was glad she had finally finished dispatching the troops. Besides the first princess, the king was also coming to the festival in the role of the dragon, so Dania had to prepare everything. Each squad had protective magic. She also sent Andono to the watchtower to make sure. This was the moment of completing preparations for the Dragon King. The princess stretched tiredly and got up from the table. She was glad she had finally finished her work. Looking out the window, she saw the streets filled with people, and it pleased her. She was happy that she could spend the evening with Dichidono. It would get dark soon, but she still could not wait for that moment. Suddenly the door sharply opened, and Night flew into her room, saying that they had an emergency, and Dania asked what had happened this time. The captain said that the first princess had arrived and was now downstairs. Dania was surprised that she had come so quickly. According to them, she was supposed to arrive either in the evening or only the next morning, but apparently she really wanted to attend the festival, so she arrived much earlier. Dying, he sighed sadly and said that she could do nothing. The captain took a sheet and began to read her message. The princess apologized to her elder sister for arriving earlier than agreed. The sister was sure that preparing the castle would take time and still wanted to see the festival, so she decided to wait for the princess near the castle. The captain told Dania that that was all. Dania smiled and said that it was about her. They had not seen each other for a long time, but she immediately imagined that letter. In places it was fiery, but she knew manners and considered Dania her elder sister, although she was the daughter of a concubine. In that case, Dania said that they needed to prepare to invite her to the castle to greet her. The captain agreed. Meanwhile, the younger princess together with her companion was inspecting the streets. She was happy and said that she had not been here for a long time, but the city was still as lively, interesting, and full of various entertainments. She was having fun, and the girl asked Karen what she thought about it. Karen smiled at Princess Athena and admitted that it was her first time coming to the festival, and there were so many interesting dishes here. Athena laughed because she knew that Karen loved to eat delicious food. Walking through the crowded streets, they came across a very interesting building that surprised Athena. The princess was surprised to see such a large tree because it had not been here last time. She asked if it was true. She noticed that a huge amount of mana was coming from the tree and thought that it was some kind of deity guarding the place, and the princess realized that Karen also felt this mana. Karen looked at the top of the tree and, feeling strong mana, was sure that it was something unusual. She did not think that someone created it. Most likely it was the result of a natural disaster or weather anomaly. The princess smiled and said that in that case it was clear, because that was exactly what she expected from Professor Karen, who really knew everything, and Karen smiled in response. The girl replied to the princess that there was nothing special here. She doubted her assumptions. Regarding knowledge, there were many people smarter than her, for example her sisters. Athena laughed. She wanted to meet someone stronger than Karen-sama, because the princess loved strong people, and Karen knew that. When she was leaving, Karen looked suspiciously at the tree once again, but this mana from the tree seemed unnatural to her. She could not understand which monster could have created it. The captain of the knights approached from behind and apologized for the delay. Athena bowed and thanked the captain, asking Karen to follow him, and the captain asked Her Highness Athena and Miss Karen to follow him. The princess looked back at Karen and said that they would have to abandon the mission for the kingdom. She promised to do everything possible, and Karen agreed. There were rumors that there was another very powerful person here besides her older sister. The princess was waiting to meet this person. Sakura was glad that her master had returned and greeted Dichai, and the boy replied to Sakura that he was home. The hero decided to show Sakura the spirit they found in the dungeon and asked if the girl knew anything about it. Sakura noticed that the golem really looked like a spirit, but she knew nothing about it, so she asked what happened, and the hero explained that this spirit suddenly attacked them when they were exploring the dungeon, and Daikai caught it. Sakura said that she definitely understood what to expect from the master. Physical shackles hardly affect spirits, but this one was caught thanks to Golem's hand filled with mana. The boy thought that physical attacks do not affect spirits. Sakura did not remember the master allowing him to stay here. Most likely, if the master did not allow him to stay, then he was doomed. Sakura explained to Dichai that the mind and body of the spirit are made of mana, and she was sure that the spirit attacked him because it absorbed too much mana and became unstable. When the master captured him, the excess mana in him dissipated, and it seemed he would no longer harm anyone. However, Sakura thought it was worth making sure that he would no longer want to attack the master. Sakura looked at the golem, who was looking around confusedly. The girl was curious and thought that Golem wanted to say that he would do nothing to them, and the hero smiled and said that he had already defeated him and that he was behaving well, so he ordered his Golem to release him. Golem released the spirit, and he stood up and bowed with gratitude. Without thinking long, the dark spirit rushed toward the forest. The boy thought to run away, but Sakura said he stopped. Daichai looked questioningly at Gollum, who was hiding behind the trees and watching them from afar. Daichai assumed that Gollum was not an evil creature. Sakura agreed with him and said that he was not planning anything bad. It seemed to be a harmless spirit. Daichai suggested to Sakura to forget about it and said it was time to go to the city. In that case, Sakura decided to pack her things and approached the hero with a suitcase. The girl said everything was ready, and Pin thanked her for the help. He was sure that the suitcase was probably full of spare clothes. Sakura said she did not need it, and she was very happy to communicate with the teacher and was delighted. Since Daichai wanted to enjoy the festival, he aimed to make as many golems as possible. Hestia offered to do it for him and put several collected magical stones into the box. These are the strongest stones. They are quite difficult to process, but Hestia was sure that Daichai would manage, so she brought them. Daichai was surprised and thanked Hestia, saying that he could rely on her. Hestia smiled, and Sakura remembered that she had not yet invited Hestia to go with them to the festival. But Hestia was surprised and asked for permission. She did not want to bother Sakura and Daichai. Daichai thought that this Dragon King was attentive and smiled shyly. Daichai told Hestia that she could do whatever she wanted and was sure that she knew it. Sakura agreed with the master and said that he was right. It was not worth holding back, although she was a little upset that they and Daichai would not be alone. But Sakura also liked to see when Daichai had fun with someone. Hestia thought a little and decided that she would also go with them. Daichai agreed and asked her to help them carry the apples, and Hestia gladly agreed. Hestia thought about the crowds of people that would be at the festival and smiled. She could not wait for the festival. Daichai said that she was beautiful when she smiled. He pulled all the boxes of apples out of the warehouse and tiredly wiped the sweat from his forehead. When he put the last box on the ground, one apple fell and rolled across the floor. He realized that 20 boxes were really a lot. Most were from the supplies that had to be thrown away. It was already dark in the yard. The only way out for Daichai was to create a golem that could carry all this. To transport the entire load, they needed to make at least 5 golems. Daichai thought that this would probably be like a parade of golems, but did not consider it a big problem. Lemuros approached them from behind. The girl sleepily rubbed her eyes and asked Daichai-san to wait a little, because she also wanted to go to the festival and asked to take her along, and Daichai did not object, but was worried about her condition and asked about her wounds. The girl raised her hands and smiled, saying that she had a lot of mana because she had rested well during that time. She also accelerated recovery by being near Daikaidono, who already had a lot of mana around him. The boy smiled and thought that was an impressive recovery. Lemuro said that it was all thanks to him. She admitted that she had disturbed them a lot, so she thought she should have recovered faster. Since she had already recovered, she was ready to help Daikaidono and others. The girl used transformation. Lemuro transformed into a large fluffy dragon, but the hero noticed that she was still smaller than before. She was still quite large, but the dragon smiled and said that this way she could carry supplies together with Digi and others. Daichai said that the townspeople were shocked to see a dragon falling on the city, so he asked her to land near the city, and Hestia used her powerful magic against the dragon. Just in case, Hestia decided to cast a spell on her to hide her mana, and so that she would not be considered a threat. Daichai thanked Hestia for the help and decided to cast a spell on himself, and after doing so, asked Hestia what she thought of him. Hestia noticed that the hero was actually hiding his mana more than she was, and decided that he was training. Daichai admitted that this was true, and that he trained every free minute. When everything was ready, Lemuros suggested they climb onto his back with the equipment. The hero agreed and put a box of apples on Lemuros's back, which made her almost jump in place. Daichai did not understand what had happened, and Lemuros apologized. Her scales had grown there, so it was a sensitive area. The boy said it was his fault and promised to be more careful. Lemuros thanked the hero. When everything was ready and everyone sat on the dragon, Lemuro warned that she was flying off and asked them to hold on tight. To be safer, she suggested the heroes attach themselves with mana to her scales. Then she began to take off. Sakura smiled and told Daichai that she couldn't wait for the festival, and the hero completely agreed with her. For Daichai, it was the first time he saw so many people, and it was very exciting for him. Daichai called Lemuros, and the dragon took off. Meanwhile, the soldiers were patrolling the castle wall. The captain of the knights approached them from behind and asked his comrades if they noticed anything unusual. The guys replied that everything was fine and no enemy would get through such a defense. The captain hoped the soldier was telling the truth. The captain understood that it was just a holiday, but still asked to remain vigilant. Suddenly, the knights noticed something in the air that surprised them greatly. A soldier shouted that a huge stream of mana was coming from the west, and one of them was already here. This alarmed the captain. But Anne approached them and said not to worry, that everything was fine. The captain turned to Anne herself, who was supposed to patrol the neighboring district, and she explained that she felt the mana, so she came here. When she approached the edge of the tower, she felt by the mana that her older sister and Desai Dono were there. The knights began talking about the hero who saved Prussia. In that case, everything was fine. The second knight admitted that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Anna smiled and asked him to calm down. The knight understood her, said that it was still an experience, and promised to be more attentive to mana. The captain said that next time they should thank Desai Dono. The captain decided that he needed to personally warn Denmark about the arrival of Dechai. He asked the knights to urgently send a message. Looking at Anne, he was surprised and asked her what she was doing. Upset, Anne asked him not to worry. She lacked the love of an older sister, so she went to visit her. She asked the captain to inform Dani that she would come soon. Then the girl flew into the air and said that they would meet again. Anna rushed to her older sister at full speed, and the captain was stunned to see that Anna could fly. Lemuros was flying to the city with the heroes. They had already seen the city lights light up, and the boy suggested sitting here. Dechai thought that they were right near the city gate, and if they came out here, he would not cause problems, and Sakira noticed that some flying object was forming in their path and asked what it was. It was Anne, who was rushing to her sister with all her might, calling her by name. Hestia prepared her staff. She pondered her intuition and the possibility of using the magic cube to catch them in case of a fall. The hero asked her not to worry. The hero shouted to Anne that as soon as they land, they will be able to talk to her. The dragon sat down, after which all the heroes descended from Lemuros. As soon as Hestia came down, she found herself in the arms of her crazy sister. Anne greeted everyone and thanked them for coming. Dechai was surprised how Anna understood what they were listening to, and did not let go of Hestia, explaining that it was all because of the master's power, which she felt very well. Hestia just pressed against Anne's chest and said it was simply terrifying. Dechai forced a smile and thought what a wonderful surprise it was. Firstly, the power of Dechai Don cannot be hidden, no matter how much it is suppressed. Sensitive people felt it. Dechai looked at his hands in surprise and said that he had cast many spells on himself. Anne understood this, but if you come closer, you could feel how the magical power flows together with the electric field, so it is impossible to hide it, and the hero understood this. And paid attention to the lemur, whom she had turned into a human again. She noticed how the girl transformed into a dragon form, and a huge magical energy emanated from her. Lemuros was the king of the starry celestial dragons, and Desai told Anne about this. She bowed and greeted Lemuros, saying that she was the black golden king of dragons, and Lemuros seemed to recognize her. She remembered how she and Hestia took care of her when she was still very small. Then Anna noticed the Kotatsu sword in her hands, and Anna's eyes lit up. Dechai thought that the trio of dragon kings had been through a lot. Hestia noticed the moment and ran away from her disappointed sister. Dechai assumed that everyone had the necessary experience, and Hestia was very caring. He was confident that she would be able to take care of them, and said that they would also like to know. She was entrusted to inform His Highness as soon as the new Dragon King arrives and to report to Lady Dine. Dechai noticed that she seemed to work a lot, but Anne said that this was not the case. She just helps Dania. And asked Dechai for permission to thank Lemuros and initially wanted to ask something. Dechai replied that the Lemuroses are from the east. The girl replied that if she goes first, the hero will not be able to carry all the things they took, and she worries that Master Daikai might get into trouble. Dechai smiled and said that he could use a golem to carry the load. He took several apples from the box, rolled them on the floor, and ordered the apples to become golems. Immediately branches grew from the apples, and they turned into large golems resembling people. He was glad how quickly they transformed, because Dechai was not even in a magic pot. The hero said that everything was fine, and there was no need to worry about him. For him it was a usual thing, and he suggested moving on, and Lemuros smiled, agreed, bowed goodbye, and said that they would see them in a few hours. After saying goodbye, Anne and Lemuros went to Denia, waving to the heroes. Dechai addressed Hestia and said that then they would also go to their shop. The girls supported him. Ahead of them was a cheerful trip to the city, and 3 cube-shaped golems took several boxes of apples each and happily marched to the festival. The heroes reached the city, where there were many people. Among the crowd stood out large invulnerable golems, and people looked surprised as the hero walked with them to their shop. The boy noticed that people were clearing the way for the golems, or it just seemed to him. Although he was sure that large golems were not so rare, Hestia asked him to explain everything. She asked him to start with the fact that golems of such size do not exist at all. Even battle golems were smaller, and at such size they were less agile. Children looked at the golems with admiration and said it was a miracle. They thought it was part of some performance. They pointed at the golems and said how cool they were. One of the boys wondered how many people were inside them and how they were controlled. Hester said that apparently they were so rare that everyone perceived them as a street show. Also, Hestru wanted to warn Dechai that if he emitted so much mana, people would avoid him. She, for example, asked to look to the right. Judging by the clothing, they were foreign knights. Dechai also noticed that they moved cautiously and squinted in his direction. Strong men avoided him, and those who did not avoid him were either ordinary people or too brave. But there must be strong people in the city who avoided them. Dechai admitted that he needed to rethink a lot, but since it was easier to get to the store that way, he decided to pay attention only to the positive sides. After some time, they reached their store, which was in a huge tree. Meanwhile, in Princess Dania's office, she wanted to calibrate the store's coordinates. As soon as she finished with the princess, she immediately wanted to go to Dechai. The thought of this excited the princess too much. Since Athena liked the festival, Tania decided that she could do whatever she wanted. But someone interrupted her thoughts and knocked on the door. It was the captain, who bowed to Dania and said that he had brought Princess Athena to her. The girl took Dania's hand and called her dear sister. She wished her a good evening. Dina smiled and wished her the same pleasant evening. The princess asked Athena to watch her manners because etiquette was important for members of the royal family. Athena smiled and promised to be more careful next time. Dania replied that in that case everything was fine and asked how the princess was doing. Princess Athena straightened up to her full height and said that she felt good because everything was going well for her. She was surrounded by strong training partners, and she even changed her plans to come here earlier. Dana praised the princess, stroked her head, and smiled. Suddenly, someone approached from behind and, apologizing, told Princess Athena that she was quite arrogant. Dinya saw a girl in front of her and asked who she was. The girl apologized for her rudeness to Princess Dinya and introduced herself as Karen. Karen said that she was invited by the kind Princess Athena and that she served in the Imperial Guard. Danya felt a lot of mana in her. This was the very personal bodyguard that Athena had spoken about. Danya was glad to meet her and asked her not to be shy and to address her without titles. Princess Athena smiled and addressed her dear sister, saying that Karen was truly wonderful and also her teacher, and Karen blushed and replied that it was not quite so and that she only explained the basics. Danya thought about the princess's bodyguard and about the fact that the king would not have been able to defeat her if she were not strong, and wondered where Athena had found her. Just then Honor appeared in the doorway with the Lemuruses and apologized to Danya, and said that the Dragon Queen Lemuros herself had arrived in the city and wanted to inform her personally. Hearing about the queen, Karen smiled. Lemuros looked at Karen in surprise, and their gazes met. Karen wanted to say that these two were the Dragon Queens, Lemuros and the Iron Queen Anne. Lemuros looked at Karen, trying to understand who she was. The girl introduced herself as Karen. She was the Supreme Queen of Dragons, and so the three Dragon Queens accidentally met. Hero, smiling, questioned Karen about the fact that she was the maximum Dragon King, and Dina was shocked that Athena's bodyguard turned out to be the Dragon King. Lemuros admitted that it was long ago, but her strength and appearance had not changed at all. Between them stood a wild and powerful aura. Suddenly their power became so mighty that it illuminated everything around. This force blocked their ears, the captain and other knights. They could not resist it and pressed themselves to the floor. Dinya realized that this was a powerful clash of two forces and wanted first of all to get Princess Athena out of here. Dania ran up to Athena, covered her with her body, but the princess noticed nothing. Dana used the teleporter to transfer Athena. When the girl disappeared, the princess thought that now Athena was safe. Meanwhile, Karen and the two Dragon Queens were already approaching each other, and Dinya decided that this was very bad, because a sudden clash of three queens would instantly destroy this castle. Instead, the Dragon Queens simply greeted each other by clapping their hands. Karen smiled and said that they had not seen Lamoraz for a long time and asked how she was doing. Anne and Lamoraz smiled, and the queen replied that she was fine. Karen looked at Anne and said that Anne also looked well. Anne thanked her, and Denia did not understand at all what was going on here. Anne apologized and said that Karen was like an older sister and part of the family to them. She also liked to compare magical power every time they met. Dinia felt awkward because she completely misunderstood their meeting and blushed. Anne bowed and apologized because everything started before she had time to say anything. Dania did not understand what it was about, and Anne explained that she meant the release of Karen's sister's mana. Anne turned to Knight, who was still sitting on the floor, and said that ordinary people would have already said goodbye to life. Danya replied that compared to Daikaidono, this was still bearable, as she had experienced many terrible sensations. She was glad that she no longer got wet with fear at the sight of dragon queens and similar creatures. For this, she was grateful to Daisy Dono. She was told that Karen also had to apologize because the room was almost destroyed. The girl was embarrassed, bowed to Danya, and apologized for the misunderstanding, promising to fix everything. Danya felt awkward, and Karen promised to fix it, so everything was fine. Karen wondered where Princess Athena was, because she had been watching her during the greeting, and now she suddenly disappeared, and Karen didn't even notice it. Dania remembered that she had teleported the princess, and upon learning where Dichaidono was, she assumed that she had sent Princess Athena to him without warning. Ganya felt anxious and thought she had done something irreversible, while the princess was heading to Daichai. In his shop, the boy smiled and gestured to the girls to start working. Waving his staff, Dachai asked the trees to shrink, and the shop became smaller. The hero decided that now it looked good and he liked it. He opened the shop door and went inside. The boy was curious about what had changed there. Looking at the ceiling, Dachai noticed that it was slightly crooked because of the huge trees around the shop. They decided that at this pace, the kiosks would probably open tomorrow. Sakura brought a box of apples and agreed with Daichai. Sekiro smiled and said she had cleaned everything so that everything would go well, decided to put a box of apples here, and the hero agreed. Then Sekiro warned the owner that something was approaching the center of the room. They saw a light appear before them, and the hero could not understand what it was. Sekira said that this magic was similar to that which occurs during teleportation. The boy was not sure if Sekira knew about it, but Dainel was good at teleporting, and the light grew stronger until there was a flash. In an instant, Athena, not understanding where she was, appeared before Daichai and Sekiro. Daichai looked at the girl in surprise and realized that it was not Danya, and Athena realized that she had teleported thanks to her sister. It was strange that her sister emerged from such a strong flow of magic. The girl looked around, thinking they had moved to another house. Suddenly, Athena looked at her hands and did not understand what was happening to her. Her body was trembling. The heroes stood before her and asked if she was okay. Athena was terrified and did not know what kind of magic was coming from both of them. Frightened, the princess thought they would kill her. She wanted to use emergency teleportation, but covered her mouth with her hands, not noticing that something was wrong with her voice. I decided to ask once more how she was, and the girl looked at the door, which was probably the exit. Ignoring the boy, the princess moved ahead and ran to the exit. At that very moment, the door opened, and Hestia said she had brought another box and wanted to put it here, but ran into Athena, who caught the box she was carrying. Hestia looked at Athena in surprise and asked the hero who she was. Athena was scared because she also had great magic. Stepping back, the princess stumbled and fell backward, but Daichai put out his hand and did not let her fall. Daichai was not sure if she was okay because she was swaying, and touching his hand, she dropped to her knees and bowed her head. She trembled all over and cried, and Daichai realized that he obviously had not hidden his part of the magic, and the princess began to cry. Sitting on a chair, the embarrassed princess thanked the boy for the borrowed underwear. Daichai asked, thanking Hestia while she was growing up. Hestia asked her not to worry, said the trip would be quiet and that she had taken enough things, and also forgot to say that he should not be touched where there was no clothing. Athena smiled and apologized to Mr. Daichai for the mess in the store. Daichai replied that it was not important. Cold floorboards could be hidden with a new covering. He already knew why she was teleported here, so she would be taken away soon, but Daichai wanted to complain to Danae that he was suddenly forced to retire. The boy told Athena that the princess jumped up on her chair. The boy asked her to calm down and noticed that she became even more stunned and did not know what to do with herself. Meanwhile, the golem was crushing apples, and this caught Athena's attention. The girl thought for a moment but remained silent, and the boy asked if she wanted to drink. The princess asked for some juice. The hero ordered the golem to bring it. Princess Athena was surprised that Daichai could control such a complex golem without a staff. Daichai explained that the golem had no will of its own, it was simply used, so it did not need a staff. Athena was amazed that it moved without its own will, and it was simply incredible. Daichai noticed that Athena relaxed a little, and assumed that the golem was liked by the children, who were also in the city. The golem brought juice to Daichai. The boy handed a glass to Athena and said that she would feel better after drinking it, and Athena, taking the glass, noticed that it was warm. Sakura smiled, took the glass in her hands, and said that it was warm apple juice because golems with magical stones heat up a little, so when they press, the juice becomes warmer, and then it is diluted with hot water so it can be drunk. Daichai drank some juice and asked Athena's opinion. Daichai smiled and said that the apple was diluted but still tasty, so now it could be sold. After trying it, the girl's eyes sparkled, and she said that it was delicious. Dechai replied that they would come for her soon, but for now she could rest. He handed the second glass to Athena and said there was still a portion of apple juice. Taking the glass of juice in her hands, Athena thanked the hero. Dechai was pleased when he was told that his apples were tasty and watched as the girl drank the second portion. Meanwhile, in Dinia, 3 dragons were in the princess's castle, and Karen learned from her words that Athena was safe. Tanya told her that Lord Daikai Dono was the strongest man and could be trusted, so she thought the princess would be fine. She thought the hero might get angry because she teleported to him without permission. The only thing she could do in such a case was to kneel before him and apologize. Karen said something. For a moment she felt a huge magical power. Dania understood her and knew someone who could possess such power. She said he was not a bad person and hoped they would not mind. Karen became alert when she felt that the magical protection on Princess Athena's dress disappeared. Karen approached the window and thought that if the princess had not torn her clothes, the seal would have been intact. Karen looked at the princess and asked if there were supporters of Prussia here. Dania replied that it was not entirely safe there because it was the fortress wall. Karen decided that something was happening with Princess Athena. The girl, looking from afar at the shop, understood what it was. Opening the castle window, she said she did not know that Princess Athena was so close to them. Dina called Karen, frightened for her. Karen apologized to the princess and said she would go first, asking Dina to take care of everything, even if she was killed by the huge magical power. Karen quickly headed to the shop, jumping out of the castle window. Dina called her, but it was already too late. The girl was already rushing to the store at full speed and shouting that she would do anything. Dania decided to stop him with deadly force because she could really die, but the princess took everything upon herself. She apologized to Anne, Lemuros, and the captain and said she would go first. After that, the girl used the teleporter. Anne, the captain, and Lemuros looked at her, and only after she disappeared did the captain call the princess. Meanwhile, Dania was already standing at the entrance to the Dicha shop. She noticed that it was very quiet there. The store was soundproofed and protected, probably because of the tree with powerful energy. Last time she was so sleepy that she didn't notice this, but the protection inside was incredible, like a multi-layered shield. Dania looked at the entrance to the building with horror. She felt the presence of Lord Dechai and Lady Karen. It was very bad. Dania thought that the worst thing would be if 2 monsters collided, and she could accept Athena's challenge. The old stone was the first of many talismans. Even if she doesn't do it, her greeting is only a supposition. For Lord Dechai, this might seem hostile. Dania thought with horror that this city could collapse and burn at the same time. Lord Dechai was kind to those he did not tease, but he did not tolerate hostile people. This was his home, and he was ready to defend it. Dane did not know what to do in case of anything, so he stopped her. If the Dragon Queen Karen entered into battle with Lord Dechai and went into Jinkresha, it would surely mean death. But the princess could not just sit and wait for war. First, she needed to call Athena at the Dechai Dono store. Tanya apologized to Dechai for disturbing her. Through the door she saw the heroes sitting at the table. Karen stood opposite them and thanked Dechai for protecting the princess, giving her a drink and spare clothes. For Dechai it did not matter much because they could not act otherwise. Still, Karen bowed and thanked him. She was glad to have found Dechai, such a strong man. The princess asked for permission to take Daich's juice. He, of course, had nothing against it and allowed her to drink as much as she wanted. The princess was embarrassed because Daich's brother was angry, and the hero confirmed that he was really bad. Dana was stunned looking at this scene and could not understand what was happening. The princess replied to Dechai that he was evil, and just at that moment, the boy noticed Dina in the doorway. Danoi could not understand what the hero was doing. He said he was letting her go only because Athena's guardian called him and warned that she would be taken away. He was polite and acquainted with Hestia. Karen did not know what she would have done without Dechai and thanked him. It happened by chance, but Dechai was glad he could help them. He was told that an unforeseen situation had arisen, and in such a case he blamed no one. Dania fell to her knees, internally exhausted. Wiping tears from her eyes, she said everything was fine, but Dechai did not understand what had happened, and she wiped her eyes again and replied that everything was fine. I explained that it was all because of emotions, so she was a bit strange. The hero did not understand why the girl was so scared and was afraid that she would do nothing again, like last time. Dania shyly lowered her intimate parts and said that now everything was fine. She leaked because something loosened and barely held her underwear, so the floor was clean, but the hero said that was not what he meant, and Dechai did not understand why even a princess urinates when she strains. He could not even imagine that he would be beaten twice in one day. One attempt had already been made, but what happened was past, and the boy suggested that Diniego change. Danya blushed, thanked Daichai for caring, and said she would change in the castle and return. After that, the princess used the teleporter. When she left, the hero smiled and said that they had many clients today. Secure and note that that guy looked happy. I smiled and did not even know what to say. After a few minutes, Danya returned and thanked him for waiting. Karen asked permission to introduce herself again. She was one of the mighty lords of the Dragon King Vren and was then listed in the private army of Princess Athena. Athena also introduced herself. She was the first royal princess. Her father was the king, and they lived together. Daichai did not understand why people of such status appeared in his shop and noticed it was already late, so he decided that everyone should already go home. The princess insisted that she needed to talk to Daichai about the purpose of her visit to the city on a mission and asked Karen to allow her to talk to her. Karen was already nearby and said that if she were as strong as Daichai, she would notice her movements, and the princess understood this and wanted, looking at Daichai, to talk about something. She began to tell about the 4 royal spirits who went mad and fled from the treasury of the royal lord. Shania hit the table with all her might and demanded an explanation of what happened to them. The 4 spirits were the defensive trump card of their country, and it was them they lost. The spirit accumulated too much power, and the seal broke. She came to find the genius by her father's order. Prussian festivals are meant to honor the spirits. The spirit willingly goes where there are people and demons who worship it. The princess knew that Dania would come here and realized that they needed to say this immediately. She apologized to her sister because she was in a hurry and decided to tell her later, and Dania replied that even before she could say anything, she had teleported Athena, and because of that they ended up here. And all this time Daichai Dono was with her, with whom Athena liked to talk, but Daichai did not understand why he was involved in searches related to Trump's national security. But Daichai had great magical powers and perhaps spirits were involved here. The hero saw nothing wrong with them gathering together, and the princess knew that if 4 spirits gathered together, it would be harder to catch them. She regretted disturbing them from enjoying their vacation, but Athena did not think that this harm was as great as Daichai's brother. The hero did not worry as long as he was not harmed, and the festival continued, and people went crazy. The princess explained that if they stopped the festival honoring the spirits, there would be a risk that the spirits would get angry and turn against them, so catching them secretly was the most reliable way. Daichai agreed and asked the princess to be careful, because without strength, she would not be able to enjoy the trip. The princess smiled at Karen and suggested that they work hard to feel this spirit. Karen said that in that case it was worth starting tonight. After bowing to the hero together with the princess, Karen thanked Daichai for today's help and promised to repay later. The boy waved goodbye and said that they would meet again. The girl smiled and told Daichai's son that she was pleased to meet him. The princess and Karen left the shop and walked further down the streets. Fiona looked back once more and waved goodbye to everyone, and the boy cast them a glance before they left. Daichai did not know who the 4 great spirits were, but hoped they would not be caught when they grew up. In the store, the hero asked Danoi why she decided to stay. Danya promised the hero to show the festival. Moreover, it was disgusting, and she wanted to at least fix her mistakes this way. Daichai thought he had to help Athena, but when they left, they told the princess that she was not needed. Lady Anna said they would go for a walk by themselves. The princess asked to go with Daichai in that case. Daichai offered to show her the way, and the girl was surprised that he agreed. Daichai did not understand why the princess was so surprised. But Danya thought he would refuse to go with her. The hero, however, thought it was useful to have someone nearby who knew the city well. Plinya was glad and said she would be responsible for the city, and they would visit all the famous places, from the main squares to the holes in the walls. The hero asked to take care of them and suggested that in that case they should go. Hestia, Sakura, and Detsi were walking the streets accompanied by Danoi. Looking around, the man was surprised at how many people were here. For some reason, there was no one around them. Danae explained that it was daytime now and there were few people. The hero decided to remain silent and they would approach Zero. Dania waved her hands and said that they were slightly wrong. There were few people around the castle, so she was confident that they would find a place to have a good time. But Daichai did not like crowds, so he simply thanked her for the information. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him, addressing the princess, saying that this was not her husband. Hi turned around and saw Ash. He was glad to see him because they had not seen each other for a long time. Ash was also glad to see them. Daichai asked Ash what he and the group were doing here, and Ash explained that the princess had hired him to guard the festival. There were many problems at the festival, and there were not enough knights to solve them all, so they hired proven adventurers to strengthen the security. Two guys shouted, one stepped on the other's foot, and he begged not to be blamed in vain. Ash looked at the man and asked if he was looking for trouble. The two guys looked at the bald man and recognized him as the leader of the heads. Ash smiled and said that he was the leader of the heads, number 1, Ash, now responsible for the local security, and decided to check if they had any problems. The two guys hugged him and assured him that they had no problems. Ash laughed and waved it off, so everything was fine, and he wished them a good time at the festival. When the leader stepped back a little, the guys began to calm him down, whispering that he was a bird monster with a 90% chance of mission success and that he scared him with his looks and words. Rumors said he went home to Prussia, but that turned out to be false. Dechai approached Ash and said that his team was quite popular. Ash was embarrassed because, in his opinion, they were not that popular and did not even measure up to Dechai. Dechai was surprised because he was not popular. Ash recalled the skillful hero who defended the city from the dragon. If he were recognized, many people would gather around. Ash decided that this was a good way to attract attention. Dechai stood out at that moment because he was standing next to Ash and his team near the princess. It seemed as if he had just remembered that Dania was a princess. Dechai suggested to Dania to move to the next place, and the princess agreed. The man waved goodbye to Ash and said they would move on. Ash waved back and suggested they drink later. Ash was all sweaty and thought about the south wind at the start of the rainy season. The deputies standing behind him asked Ash if everything was all right. Ash sighed deeply and they moved on. He told the guys that when they were near this boy, the difference between them was immediately felt. Flash cast a powerful spell to stop the fight, but in the end he was engulfed by the magic of Dechai. For Ash it was simply amazing, and it caused admiration. The boys smiled and admitted that their leader was right. Ash laughed and said that his guys are on duty today, and they gladly agreed. When Dania was giving a tour of the city, her legs were trembling, and Dechai noticed this, so he decided to ask the princess about it. Nina admitted that she was a little tired, but not only because of that, as she liked walking at night in crowded places, and she felt lightness. Dechai thought he knew what she was talking about. He asked her not to overdo it so that she would not fall like before. Dania remembered how she fainted near Dechai's house. Thanks to the hero, she lived until today. The princess bowed to Dechai and thanked him. She knew it was a bit late, but she was sure she would repeat it more than once. Dechai did not think it was worth it, because he was just trying to live peacefully. Dechai was glad to hear that, and the fact that they were together was the result of him doing what he wanted. Dechai felt like he was just spinning around and trying to look everywhere. There was a festival and hustle everywhere, and he wanted to find out how Anna and Lemuros were doing. They told the princess that they would go around the city and maybe visit Dechai, and Dechai understood and decided that today they just started off on the wrong foot. The hero was sure they would see each other soon. The city was big, but he had a small corner where he could do what he wanted. He decided just in case to create a golem, took salt from his pocket and sprinkled it on the ground. In a moment, a golem appeared from it. The boy explained that the salt in the city was magical, which is why everything grew so beautifully here. Dinya was not sure she could compete with Dechai Dono. However, proximity to the city improved the magical pond, and the princess appreciated it. I repeated that he was just living an ordinary life. He decided to add a magic stone to the golem, and that was it. Danja noticed that more magic came out of the golem, and it created faster, and told the golem that it was simply an amazing performance. Dechai thought that Dinya was already tired, so he suggested riding the golem. Dinya did not understand such an offer, and the boy reminded her that she was tired and did not understand why the princess could not admit it. Dinya thought that Deech's girl could have been so miserable that she could not walk. Linya smiled and replied to him that everything was fine, she just did not want to feel helpless. Guy asked Sakura and Hesha to tell him if they were as tired as he was. The girls smiled and thanked the hero for his concern. But they say that it supposedly does not bother. Meanwhile, Anne looked at the large bonfire in surprise. She never thought she would walk down the street and see a fire. Lumiros was happy to help. He thought that he had just gone to the toilet for a short time, so he wouldn't have to wait long, but Lemuro believed that a person could not have caused such a large fire. Anne reminded her that today was Bonfire Day. This holiday could be dedicated to fire, water, earth, and air. Tomorrow they would also raise a pole to extinguish the fire. The day after tomorrow they would install a windmill, and on the last day there would be a finale with fireworks. He smiled and remarked that Anne was quite useless, but Anne disagreed and said that her knowledge was nothing compared to her sister Lemuru. Suddenly Lemuru noticed something in the fire. She assumed that the fire had gotten out of control, and some creature came out of it. A fiery creature in a mask decided to attack the shocked dragon kings. The creature roared, then lunged at the girls. Meros and En simply stepped aside, and the creature had to slip past them. But Lemuros raised her hand at the right moment and struck the fire spirit, which recoiled. The fire spirit growled nervously at them but did not move. Annie could not understand what kind of fire it was. Lemurus also knew nothing about it and said that Annie was fine. Annie looked at Lamir's hand in surprise, which the girl decided to extend. Lemuros admitted that she was not seriously burned and assured that it would pass soon because it hurt little. Anna wondered if this fire would be enough to burn the royal child. It is unknown whether it is a monster or a spirit, but it was very strong. Anne seemed to have lost her mind. Her eyes sparkled. She really wanted to try the baked halo. If they were asked to light a fire, they would have to go to the pillow. The fire spirit flared up even stronger after her words, and a voice behind answered Anne that if she allowed him to show the way, they would already be here. Dichai and the girls greeted Anna and Lemuros. They did not expect to see them, and the boy noticed the fire monster. The couple attacked Dichai, and he did not understand anything. Anna wanted to warn him but did not have time, and Dichai's golem rushed into attack. He easily hit the fire monster with a big stone and sat on it, pressing it to the ground. Lemuros put his hands behind his head and said that it really happened. Dichai at first thought that the firewood exploded and trapped him, but it turned out that he just lost his mind. Lemuros said nothing except that Dichai was cool, agreed with her, and left. Dichai approached the fire spirit and did not understand what had happened. Looking at Dania, the hero thought that she might know what it was. Dania was shocked and decided that it was a fire spirit. She did not understand how one of the 4 best spirits in the world ended up here. The fire spirit ignited, and this frightened Dania. He was old and angry, but could not get up from under the golem. Golem was just waiting for the command and calmly sat on the fire monster. Dichai explained to the princess that Golem was fireproof, so it was safe. The boy thought they were talking about how Athena caught him. Dena assumed that they met him because strong magic attracted spirits. The hero decided to ask the fire spirit if it came by the order of the Dragon King and wanted to find out what it would do next, and Dania did not know what would happen, and if she knew, she would simply be burned. The boy grumbled that the flaws, of course, were much stronger. Dichai wanted to firmly bind the fire spirit to the golem and reached out his hand to its side, which alarmed the spirit. But the boy only took the bag of apples from the golem, and Dichai did not understand why the spirit was silent. Nair realized that the fire spirit was simply afraid of Dichai's magic. Probably, he was the one controlling the golem. Spirits usually follow those who are stronger than them. Dai-Chai doubted whether it was true, and Dai-Nea said that the spirit defeated by Mr. Dai-Chai could not resist him. The boy raised his eyes and said that if they were safe, he would take them himself. It was very kind of him, but Dania did not want to bother him. Dai-Chai explained that causing trouble around the city and setting fires was a bad idea. Dichai suggested that Denya contact Athena and hand over the spirit to her tomorrow. Danny agreed and thanked the hero for the cooperation, after which the golem bound the fire spirit. Danya thought that Daichai's coordination was incredibly fast. She had never used footwork before. Daichai explained that Golem's hands were busy. For Danya, the opportunity to pair with Daichi was a great incentive to improve. The girl sighed and said she had found the best mentor. The boy knew nothing, but noticed that it sounded strange, and asked the princess to contact Athena and others, saying he would take any alcohol he liked from the shop. Dinya confessed to Dichai that she was not yet ready for him to be nearby, but was sure she would accept it soon, so she decided to return to the castle. Then he decided to ask the other leaders when Danya would be free. Dina promised to find time and asked for permission to walk with him again tomorrow. The Lemuros decided to stay with Anne, and Anne, bowing, said goodbye to everyone. As they left, the girls waved to the hero and said they would see him again. Sakura smiled at her master. She hoped he enjoyed the festival. The boy said that he had a good time and was glad that Hestia and Sakura were with him, so he suggested returning to the store. The girls agreed and they went back to the store. It was late at night, but the hero still could not fall asleep. He thought about the fact that he could not sleep because he was not at home. When he got out of bed, he saw that Sakura had also woken up and was sitting nearby, looking out the window. Dichai got up and approached Sakura. Seeing him, she asked if he was sure he did not want to sleep. The hero sat next to her and admitted that it was not very cozy here, and Sakura agreed with him. It was a little different here than at home. Sakura said that she needed to clean a small space and she did not have to go around the rooms, so she had nothing to do. She would be less bored if she watched her master sleep. Dichai admitted that he himself could not sleep and was also bored. Dichai suggested to Sakura to go to the festival because Hesha also went there. Hesha opened the door and said she would not sleep, so she decided to go to the festival. Sakura smiled because she did not object to going there with Dichai, but she did not really want to go to a crowded place. The hero noticed that she spoke just like him, but Sakura was not his property. Dichai was a little homesick, and Sakura asked if it was true. He could have slept on another pillow, but he would never trade the down quilt and the large rooms in the house for anything. He missed the cherry tree, the house, and the homely comfort. Sakura wiped a tear from her eye. She was extremely happy to hear this and took the hero's hand. She replied to him that the store, which the owner built with his own hands, was also very convenient and suitable for living, and that she considered it a very good house. If the spirits of the Yo-Yo family approved of his building skills, then they were not bad, and Sakura thought they should not be ignored. He thought that if he ever wanted, he would continue building here. Looking out the window, Sakura smiled and said that there was still plenty of life here, and the hero agreed with her. He did not like crowded places, and sometimes wanted to sit alone with a friend until late. Sakura bowed her head and laid it on Dichai's shoulder. She completely agreed with him, saying that such opportunities were rare. This was their mental connection. By evening, Princess Athena and Karen returned to Daniel's castle. Karen bowed and thanked Dania for contacting them and delivering the spirit. Athena called Dania a good sister and also bowed in response, but Dania asked them not to pay attention to it because they needed to thank Desai Dono for helping them catch it. The girl considered it amazing because she had read that previously it took a year to catch one of the 4 great spirits. Karen also noticed this and understood why they organized this festival. Everything was done to make it easier for the spirits to appear. Dina agreed with Karen and said that this was exactly how the festival originated. The festival was considered a custom to invite spirits and make a pact with them, because when it was held, the spirits usually stayed for about 6 months, but it seemed as if it lasted only a month. Karen agreed with the princess's words, so she was surprised when the first one was caught on the first day. The girl paused for a moment, and Dina asked Karen what was going on. It was quite cunning. Karen pulled one thing out of her jacket and said that they had not done anything yet. They had not found wind, earth, and water, but they always felt signs, and she took out a stone and showed it to the princess. It was a magical stone that engraved in the royal family the 4 great spirits. The 4 spirits had a black glow that appeared when they became stronger, and Dinya immediately noticed that the stone was already quite dark. Karen replied that the stone had become even darker than yesterday. This means that it absorbs the surrounding magic, and the stronger the spirit's energy, the darker the stone becomes. If this continues to grow too fast, it can get out of control and cause a disaster. The 4 spirits are a beautiful phenomenon of nature. If it is some insect or virus, everything can become seriously complicated. Dania asked if it was possible to find a spirit faster. Karen replied that they could be attracted by powerful magical forces or people, but the mechanism remained unknown and was intensifying, so it was impossible to explain these phenomena peacefully. Why they organized the festival? If Dania could, she would gather people before the disaster began. Karen agreed, but only on the condition that Dania would not harm herself. Karen was ready to risk her life to stop them. Dina asked her not to do it, but Karen was the strongest among the Dragon Kings and communicated very well with the spirits, so that she could even apply it to her body, and it was the last hope. Dana asked Karen if everything was okay, but Karen replied that basically there was nothing terrible or life-threatening. If it were not under control, everything could become very complicated. Denia did not understand what exactly she meant by the word complicated. She could have gotten angry, but Danya said she simply couldn't do it. Sinia could not allow the Dragon King to rage in the city. Karen smiled and said that if they had to resort to that, they would have to do it outside the city. Karen herself would not allow herself to lose her mind. Even if she went out of control, it would not last long. Even in the 4 great spirits, power is not limitless, so when it dissipates, everything will stop. Her body will shrink, but there will be a price to pay for that. Dania thought that shrinking meant that even the accusers of the Dragon King would perish. Karen agreed with her, channeling the power of the 4 great spirits, destructive in strength, and unleashed that power. Karen went to the city. She could still save it, and that was good. Worried, Athena grabbed Karen by the sleeve. Karen smiled and told her not to worry because she was talking about the worst possible scenario. Athena cried and wanted to make sure it was not true because Karen could not just leave everything as it was. Karen knelt before Athena and told the princess that it was indeed so. Smiling, she explained that they just wanted to avoid all risks. So far, it was not so bad, and maybe everything would end without problems. To prevent anything from happening, Dania suggested starting to act, and Karen agreed with the princess. The longer they delayed gathering the spirits, the faster those spirits would go mad. In that case tomorrow, on Water Day, Karen agreed to do everything possible to gather them. She apologized to Dina and the whole city for the inconvenience and thanked them for their patience. Dana replied that she was fine and was also doing everything possible to help protect the city. The next morning, Sakura prepared rice, and Dechai took the chopsticks with a strange expression on his face. Looking out the window, he told the girl that he felt something strange. Sakura smiled and told him that the food here was not like at home because it was hard to control the temperature, so the taste was different. Dechai replied to her that everything was fine and that today was just as wonderful as always, but Sakura planted one thought in the hero's mind. They could make the store more convenient for customers, so Desai decided to add 3 more floors, and Sakura agreed because the more space, the better. It was still visible after last night, when many people entered their store at the same time, that they had little free time. The boy suggested first making separate rooms. The hero was not sure if he could do everything in a few hours. Sekiro thought that her master would quickly decide on the choice. The hero asked her how things were going with making apple juice, and Sekiro replied that since yesterday there had been no problems, so everything was fine. Dechai looked at the golem and the 3 ready barrels, and decided that most likely the golem had completed the task he assigned to him. The golem waved his hands happily, and the heroes suggested opening the shop. Dechai decided to open the shutters and asked Sakura and the golems to be ready to select the right people. The store came up with a new way of selling, and the boy opened the roller shutters. A werewolf approached them and greeted Dechai on the opening. The werewolf greeted his king, and the hero said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Dechai thought that today for the first time they had a werewolf guest instead of a human, but the hero did not tell him that he was opening the shop, and Dechai was surprised that the werewolf came so quickly. The werewolf was confident that their species quickly gathers information on its own, especially when it comes to their king. The boy saw that the werewolves were also friendly to the people in the town. If Dechai had emitted such magical vibrations from the very beginning, he would have noticed him immediately. Dechai looked at his body in surprise and assumed that the werewolf often took walks. He was confident in his reliable defense. The werewolf explained that a lot of energy came from his golem and barrels, so only their king could put it up for sale. Dechai looked at the golem because he was only thinking about himself and not about his other things. The materials were made from magical stones, apple trees, and other sources of magic, so the magic leaked out. In any case, ordinary people did not notice this, so it was just inconvenient, and the werewolf preferred a simple shopping trip, and the hero understood him and suggested leaving everything as it was. Dechai also forgot to ask the werewolf how much he would buy this time. The shapeshifter said he would take 30 barrels. Dechai was a little surprised because that was a lot. The werewolf explained that they were for reporters. He was here to buy them for him. Dechai thought they were from this town. If danger arose in the town, the locals would be notified immediately. They also conducted parallel investigations of suspicious people and events, so the werewolves worked for the werewolves. Dechai was glad they were back in town. The werewolf smiled and said he owed it to his king. These were no longer times of battles and robberies. He lived life to the fullest. Petting the golem, the boy replied that he had done nothing and asked the guys to work hard. The hero asked not to worry about his shelter. The werewolf bowed and said that their king was very tolerant of servants, and he was very glad to serve him. Dechai did not remember when he served and decided not to recall it. Turning to the golem, he asked if the juice in the small barrel would be safe. The boy placed the barrel on the table and said that snake rods were added to it, so everything would be fine if they divided them correctly. The werewolf laughed and thanked Dechai, promising to take good care of the drink, and inquired about its price. The boy stood in a stupor. He hadn't even thought about how much to take from them, so Dechai asked the werewolf's opinion. It could help set the price. Vovk was shocked and deemed unworthy to speak for the king, while Daiichi only wanted objective advice and asked if Vovk was sure of his words. The werewolf did not know what to say because he had already said it, but Dechai insisted, and the werewolf decided that it was not a simple excuse. The werewolf thought that this was an advanced restorative potion with magical power. Daikai recalled a time when 3 million gold could last a whole year. 10-30 gold for a shot seemed too expensive to him. He decided that prices should not have been raised. Vavkulaka said that it is pointless. It is a weak level, but with unmatched productivity for an experienced master. Vavkulaka also said that he was not chasing his own life. Then the man suggested settling on this amount. The werewolf put a large bag of gold on the table and said it was 30,000 per cup. After bowing, the werewolf thanked Dechai and wished the store further prosperity. Then he left, waving goodbye. Dechai looked at the bag knowingly and decided that if this continued and the store became even more popular, it would lead to problems, because although regular customers brought money, they might eventually turn away. He decided that it was too much for apple juice, and if customers continued to throw money around like that, the store would soon be robbed. Suddenly another guest entered the store and greeted Dechai. It was Henry, whom the hero was glad to see. He asked for permission to look around Dechai's store a little. Old Henry considered it an honor that Dechai remembered him. At first Henry was with Hestia, so they had similar characters. Dechai admitted that Henry was remarkably well preserved for his age. The old man laughed and thanked the hero for the kind words. He was not very good at transforming into a human, so he had to read the atmosphere. The boy thought that being able to read the atmosphere was good. The hero felt a strange sensation when meeting the client, although the shop had already been opened twice. It seemed that there were many newcomers this year, but a client is a client, and Dechai made sure that Henry received the usual apple juice. Henry confirmed that he would take it as last time and asked if it would be a problem. Dechai replied that there would be no problem and that he had carefully prepared for sales and large orders, and Henry was delighted. The old man gladly said that he needed 300 cups, and Dechai asked him to repeat, thinking he had misheard. Henry repeated, and the man realized that he had not misheard after all, and Henry explained that it was for the adult members of the clan. Hestia herself told them that it was the best she had ever tried, and there would always be those who wanted to try something similar. Dechai inquired how long 300 cups of juice would last for dragons. Henry said not to worry and explained that they would be given as rewards for tasks, but Dechai still doubted and was not sure if apple juice was suitable as a reward. Henry explained that their entire valley was filled with hero mana, and if this drink was made from apples grown by the king himself, then it was certainly a reward, so the man decided to agree. But there was almost no juice left in the store, so Dechai asked Henry to wait a little while he prepared more, and Henry replied that it was okay, ready to wait as long as needed. However, Henry did not know how much longer he could wait. The spirit was already approaching. The hero did not understand which spirit was meant. Dechai assumed that Henry knew something about the 4 spirits and asked him, and Henry explained that they were previously reported as missing, and that large crowds of people and strong mana, like in this city, best attract spirits. Henry asked to be immediately informed if Dechai sensed anything evil. Dragon bodies suppress spirits better, and Dechai realized that being a dragon was not easy. Henry said that they differ from humans both in body and spirit, and dragon kings are the best at this, so there is no need to worry about them. Dechai wondered if dragons could be controlled, but when it comes to an adult, everything becomes complicated, and he was surprised because while they were talking, his golems had already prepared this application. 2 golems brought a large mug. Dechai asked them to take back their 300 cups because they were too big for the barrel, so he gave them a cistern. Henry thanked the hero and bowed and asked how much he owed. Dechai said he asked for 1,000 per cup, and surprised Henry asked if that money was enough to live on. Dechai agreed with him because instead of living poorly, he constantly thought about where to spend such money, and when Henry pulled out a bag of money, he was surprised by the gentleman's honest answer because he had received little money from that man and therefore felt indebted to him for such a low price. A large bag of money with a jingle fell on the table. Henry said that for 300 cups they give 300,000, and that was a solid amount for him. He took a mug of juice and thanked the hero for the time spent. Dechai was shocked, thanked Henry, and asked him to come more often. His shop was now oriented towards people commuting to work, and they willingly bought a couple of things, so he was given money again. Dechai decided it was time to close the shop because the supplies were exhausted and the golems needed to do their work. Looking at Sakura, he said he would probably expand the yard a bit. Sekiro was glad and said to Dechai that she would gladly help him with this. Looking at the shop from the outside, Dechai suggested to Sakura to expand it. It was like building a house with an extension on the side on top. He showed a plan and suggested adding 2 more floors. Using the trees growing near their shop, Sekiro agreed with Dechai, and the hero began to raise his staff. I ordered the trees to reproduce and become a new floor. After some time, the store acquired a new look. The trees wrapped around the building and added another floor to it. The new 2-story store was ready. A side annex was also added to it. Dechai spent only a few dozen seconds on the expansion and confessed to Sakura that he thought restoring the building would be harder, but since it was not a house, remodeling the Sakura turned out to be quite simple, and all thanks to Sakura. Sakura smiled and said that it was just the magic of the Lord that made the trees move. He had a little free time, so he decided to make a magical stone hand. Dechai's idea to make himself a drill hand surprised Sakura. The hero thought it would be useful for sap, and Sakura agreed with him. Entering the house, the heroes immediately noticed that the store's interior had changed and become more spacious and tidy. Dragging a box of magical stones, Dechai placed it on the table and poured out the contents, saying he would use the magical stones to create. Rolling up his sleeves, the hero got to work and touched the stones with his hands. The magical stones became strangely soft, and Daichai began to shape them into the form he wanted. Sakura was delighted because no one could work with magical stones like Daichai-san, and after some time everything was ready. Looking at his latest work, the man realized that it did not quite resemble a hand, but rather a pestle. They should model the fingers or something similar in detail. This would probably improve the current situation, but it would still require practice. The boy wanted to do it in more detail. Daichai was surprised when he touched his hand and held it firmly, and the hand he created also touched him. Sekiro was sure that such a stone was a good way to stretch rigid magic. If it is so heavy, most likely it will break the stone or even destroy the Rinko. Daichai agreed with the girl and said that if it is ready for use, they can start. He was glad that Sakura could help him in her free time, so he decided to turn to her later. When they arrived at the store, Princess Athena was surprised because Daichai's house turned out to be even bigger. Karen told the princess that this was modus, and it embarrassed Athena. Seeing Daichai behind the counter, Karen and Athena greeted him and bowed. Karen apologized to the hero for interrupting him yesterday, but Daichai said she could come. She was grateful for his words, and Daichai replied that the guy is here and she can come in. The princess and Karen entered the shop. Seeing fire spirits near the sink, they were surprised. Athena noticed that the hero was very reserved and asked how he managed to catch the spirit. Detsi replied that he was just walking down the street when suddenly a fire spirit attacked him, but his golem carrying the luggage knocked it down. The princess was surprised because the golems were made of wood and the trees suppressed the spirit of fire, and Athena did not understand how this could have happened. Karen replied that it is possible if Daichai has more magical power than spirit, but it is not easy because this power is given to them by nature itself. Athena agreed with her, and the hero suggested returning to the beginning. They could not just leave him here. Tina understood him and asked Karen to hand her the pendant. Karen came to her senses and pulled the pendant out of the jacket. Handing the medallion to the spirit, Karen ordered the fire spirit to return to the magic stone, but the spirit stood up and began waving its hands near the table. Daichai did not realize what he was doing. Karen noticed that he liked it here, so he shared his energy. When he placed his hands on the stove, a blinding light suddenly flashed in the kitchen. In a moment, his fire spread to the blanket. Daichai wanted to know what it was, and Karen explained that the spirit can separate the body from consciousness. But the four main spirits rarely leave behind branch spirits, so he wanted to show his respect to Daichai. After the explanations, the fire spirit approached the magical stone Karen and calmly allowed itself to be sealed within it. The boy guessed that it was part of Karen, and the girl said that when it came to the four great spirits, dividing the body gave strength, so it was normal. Karen also said that if this is not enough, the king can simply hire new powerful spirits, or Princess Athena will have to run around and write everything down, and these are only four great spirits protecting the country. Princess Athena smiled and thanked her brother Daichai for the help. If that was not enough, she would try to do everything to make it easier for him. Athena praised Karen for being a wonderful teacher. Daichai noted that the princess was as hardworking as Dinia. Kira wondered why Karen was training Athena if she was the princess's daughter. Karen explained that the princess had taken her in when she was hungry, and Guy was surprised that she had a similar story with Hestia. The hero said that such a thing had never happened with Hestia and did not understand why Karen was hungry. Karen explained that it is easy to make miscalculations in the human body. Daichai thought that he only began to worry about this after meeting Hestia, and if he said nothing to her, she might easily start eating grass, although lately he had been trying to invite her to dinner. Karen smiled, thinking that even Daichai understood that she was a child king and was grateful for his care for Athena. But the hero replied that he simply could not watch it, so it was not a big problem for him. Karen was glad that Hestia had not changed all the time she had not seen her, and thanked Daichai for telling her everything. The girl confessed to Daichai that if they had stayed and talked more about the past, they most likely would not have left here until tomorrow, so she asked for permission to leave. They smiled and said that they still needed to find a spirit, waved goodbye, and told the hero that they would see him later. Daichai waved to them. Daichai smiled and said that he had as much fun as yesterday, and Sakura thanked him for being with them. The girl decided to brew tea. The boy thanked her for the help. Suddenly Sakura saw something that surprised her, and the hero asked what had happened. Sakura looked at the fire in surprise and said that the stoves in the kitchen were very powerful. It was pleasant because it made the food even tastier. Probably it was because of the fire spirit, and they were lucky to meet it here. Opening the shop door, Hestia told the hero that she was home. Daichai greeted her, and Hestia's gaze turned to the fire. she asked Dechai what it was. Hester, looking at the fire, realized that it was one of the four spirits. The man replied that it was only a part of him, and the main body belonged to Karen. Hester told the boy that only he could use one of the four great spirits for cooking, but nothing could be done about it now, and that was the only thought that came to his mind. The flame of this spirit was so strong that it could burn through dragon skin. It was very powerful, although they did not need its strength. Dechai did not want to attack anyone first, but since it was very strong, he decided to save it for later. Hester understood that the hero had shown this spirit his power, so everything would be fine. Doubting, the hero decided to check if it was true. Hestia asked Dechai if he had defeated the spirit and suppressed it, so she could assume that there was a master-servant relationship between them. Spirits followed the stronger one. The hero's power was also connected to the dragon vein, and Hestia thought that was why the spirit stopped raging so quickly. The spirit said it would never betray the master it recognized. Hestia was confident that it could be left in the shop. The fire master friendly roasted an apple on a stick and handed it to the surprised boy. He did not have an oven, but Dechai decided to manage without it, after which he stroked the light on his head. Dechai noticed that the fire could not burn him and thought it was because he obeyed the fire, while Hestia meant that he was really restraining his power but was still a bit hot. Hestia explained that the hero's defense was simply too strong to let the heat through. It seemed the spirit was trying very hard not to let its flames flare up, as if it wanted to say that it was no longer hot and should not be feared. Dechai thought that it pleased him, when suddenly everyone heard a rumble in Hestia's stomach. Hestia looked inquisitively at her stomach and thought that she was hungry. Dechai asked her not to be so suspicious. He handed her an apple on a stick and offered her to taste it, so Hestia decided to check if it was edible. Dechai replied that of course it could be eaten and did not want Hestia to go home hungry, so he prepared it just in case. Taking the apple, he had just thanked for the attempt and then took a bite. From her smile, the hero understood that the food was tasty. He decided to go to the store for now and asked her not to rush with the food. Approaching the counter, the guys said that they were accepting new customers again. While Dechai was experimenting with the golem, Lemuros and En quietly approached him and greeted the hero. Lemuro apologized for not coming yesterday. Dechai was glad about their arrival and knew that this pair of dragons always came to him in the morning. He let them in but warned that he needed to wait a bit because he was currently creating a service golem, and the girls agreed. Although this store belonged to Dechai Dono, it was Lemuro's first time here. In fact, the hero said that she was here when she fell. Lemuro blushed and said that it was in the sky. She also thanked him for that help. Lemuros decided to ask the hero if this place was suitable for a juice store, but Dechai had no doubt about it. In this case, the girl asked for 50 glasses of juice. Dechai decided that the Lemuros went there too. He did not understand why she needed so much juice and thought that she was buying it as a gift for someone else. Lemuros looked at him in surprise and said that she drinks it herself. She did not understand what the matter was, so Dechai decided to ask if she drinks it herself. Lemuros said that she drinks it herself, and the hero only became convinced that this was truly the biggest and most gluttonous dragon he had ever seen. He decided that this was her truth, placed a whole barrel of juice on the table, and said that there were 50 cups in it. The lemurs happily took their portion and wished her a good meal, after which she opened the barrel and drank it. Seeing this, the heroine decided that it was wonderful, told Dechai's son that she would pay all the expenses, and looked at the price list that had recently appeared on the table. She was shocked that they asked for 1 gold coin for each cup. For such wonderful quality, he charged so little. Although it was tasty, it contained mana and filled with energy. Such things were usually sold with a markup of twice or even 3 times. Dechai did not know how much they charged for this in other places, but this price suited him. 50 cups would cost 50,000 gold coins. She thought that it was still a lot of money, since all her monthly earnings were being spent right now. Dechai decided that now they worked together, and Anne smiled. Taking things out of the bag, she explained that now they were traveling doctors who sold medicines and potions. Lemuro also helped her with the goods. The proceeds from sales were quite large, and apparently their business was going very well. Today was also a day at sea, so drinks sold well, and therefore hangover remedies were sold too. Looking more closely, the boy noticed that there was clearly a good drinking party going on. He saw nothing wrong with it. Anne agreed, because it is customary to drink during holidays. Many people got carried away with drinking and drank too much. Their medicines helped a lot with this, and Dechai recognized that it was a great idea and said that Anne is a talented businesswoman. She smiled and said that she was not that skilled, but Digi did not believe her. Anne just wanted to find out if such potions could be sold. She lowered their prices, and everyone immediately started getting drunk. Daikai said it was a good business idea. When she named the price of $20,000, everyone opened their eyes wide. Although they were drunk, they did not have that amount on them. The drinking party and hangover potions sold well. But Anne's product was quite good. She thought she could sell potions of such quality, but it turned out not to be so simple. Daikai wondered how many she had. The hero needed something small and expensive. Anne looked into her bag and said she had one improved elixir that heals with one sprinkle for $20,000. There was also a potion for communication that allowed merging with spirits. It cost 10,000 gold, and Dacia recognized it as wonderful, so she decided to buy everything. At first, she did not even understand and asked if she heard correctly. Anne calculated the cost, and all the potions amounted to 35,000 gold, which was fine for the hero. When the man put a large bag of gold on the table, he told Anne that she could take all that money. Anne was stunned because it was a large sum, and she did not know what to do with it. Daikai said he had many clients and no shortage of money. Lemuros drank 50,000, and the hero offered to give him this with potions, and he also noticed that Anne was having difficulties. He bowed several times and thanked Daikai, because such expenses were really a problem. Although she received money for the potion, she still decided to thank him. Daikai smiled and said it was unnecessary because he should thank her for helping to free up space in the shop, and was simply shocked by Daichai-san's generosity. He sighed heavily. The hero thought that today he finished quite quickly. But as soon as the werewolves and knights come to him, he will be busy again. He had almost no energy left. But looking at his table filled with bags of money, he could not understand whether it was a warehouse or still a kitchen. The boy was thinking about how to spend this money. While he was thinking, a voice called him from behind. It was Ash, just back from work, who brought the hero a drink, and Daichai recognized his shiny head. Ash smiled and offered Daichai a drink. Daichai kept saying he would buy Ash a drink when he had time, but he could not wait any longer. Daichai agreed and said he just had time because it was a holiday now, but asked to wait because he could not accommodate such a large group. Raising his staff, the hero asked the apple tree to hear his call, then ordered the platform to line up. Ash and his friends were shocked at how quickly Daichai built the platform, when suddenly a shout came from behind from girls calling their patron, and it turned out they were rabbits, happy to see Daichai. They said they had not seen him for a long time, and the boy thought it was true. The werewolves told the rabbits that he had opened a shop, but the hero was just about to close it and go drink with friends. The rabbits skillfully served and brought drinks because they thought the heroes would need help. They did not have time to thank him, so they wanted to at least do something. Glancing at Esh and his team behind, Daichai told the guys they were real ladies' men because of how they looked at them. Daichai decided to fully trust the rabbits, but asked them not to do anything vulgar because he did not want to violate social norms. The rabbits were happy and thanked the hero for the opportunity to thank him for his kindness. When the drinks and food were ready, the boys sat at the table. Ash, with a bottle in his hand, asked Daichai if he was really the manager of this store. But the boy replied that he was just an ordinary salesman. In Ash's eyes, a sparkle appeared. He thought the hero was joking. For him, it was the best job in the world, and he envied him greatly. Daichai became embarrassed by his gaze and asked him not to look at him like that. The rabbit poured drinks for the hero and called him her benefactor. They enjoyed serving him, and the boy thanked her. Having tasted their drink, Daichai realized that it was quite spicy but very tasty. Banny decided to check her benefactor to see if he had been drinking at all. He did not understand what she meant and said that he had just taken a sip. The sake of this rabbit had great magical power. Even one sip could intoxicate. The rabbit was stunned that the man drank it all. Perhaps his own magic protects him from intoxication, but it was amazing. Digi asked not to be served such strong drinks anymore. He did not know what the rabbit wanted to achieve by intoxicating people, and he agreed. The clever rabbit warned the hero that she would not let him do anything to her, but the boy just looked at her in surprise. The rabbit said it was a joke and asked the benefactor not to look at her like that. The boy did not want her to do it near his shop, so the rabbit apologized. She just wanted everyone to try such a rare drink. In fact, she usually dilutes it with water. Even after that, it still tasted good. Esh and his partners were delighted with her, and Daichai noticed that they were truly her fans. He agreed with her that if the drink was strong, it needed to be diluted, so Daikai asked the golem to bring apple juice and diluted the sake with it. Bunny decided to ask her benefactor what it was, and he showed her a glass of apple juice. Clients said it contained a lot of magical power, so it could be consumed instead of alcohol. The rabbit decided that there was too much juice, and the hero replied that he made it so that even ordinary customers could drink it. Other rabbits also wanted to try it. Ash said he wouldn't refuse either. Dacia didn't mind everyone joining, and everyone thanked the hero. After a sip of apple juice from the glass, the rabbit touched her hot cheeks and said that it contained so much magical power. He loudly told how pleasant it was because he had tried good drinks before, but this was completely different. Deechai was glad they liked it and said that the golem could make another batch, and Ash thanked him for the drinks. An hour passed and the hero decided that the juice still needed to be diluted, looking at friends who were already lying on the floor and sleeping. Sakura brought them water, but apparently it was no longer needed. She noticed that everyone except the master had fainted. He told the girl that this had happened to the rabbits and to Ash and his friends. Sakura did not know what to do in this situation, but it was warm today, so the hero suggested just leaving them here. Suddenly something caught Deechai's attention. Next to one of Ash's group members lay a little girl with a bottle in her hands. She wore a cap and a tail, and she resembled some kind of sea creature. It seems she also drank and slept with everyone else. Deechai assumed it was a spirit, and Sakura thought the same. Deechai was not sure if it was possible to be drunk now, but Sakura said the festival was ongoing, so it was normal. Once outside, the hero thought he would have to treat her gently when she woke up and asked the trees to wrap her up. The girl spirit was still sound asleep, and the tree branches quietly wrapped her. Just then, Hija entered the shop, ignoring the drunk heroes. She immediately noticed the spirit, and Daikai asked her how the evening went. But Hesher explained that a few minutes ago, she felt the energy of water magic, and the boy decided to clarify what kind of power it was. More precisely, Hestia felt the power of one of the four great spirits. Daikai looked surprised at the sleeping little spirit, as if he did not believe his eyes. One of the spirits guarding the country was now lying on the floor in the embrace of a bottle. He did not think this drunkard could be one of the great spirits. Hester realized she was a drunkard, but water spirits like to drink, just not to that extent. Deechai asked Hestia if the water spirit was drunk, and Hestia replied yes, asking if the hero was drinking with her. Daikai thought that was so. If so, then he had beaten her in a drinking contest. Indeed, all water spirits loved drinking competitions. Hestia thought the hero drank so much because she made him compete with her. But Deechai asked her to wait. He could not remember competing with anyone here. He drank at his usual pace, or maybe not. Hestia doubted because there was a lot of sake, but the portions were small. But in the end, Deechai defeated the water spirit on his battlefield. Hestia asked if Deechai felt the connection between the master and the servant with her. The boy scratched his head and admitted that he did not know. All of this seemed unreal to him. In any case, Hestia's drowsiness had already passed, and she was about to run to Dania. Deke wished her luck and looked once again at the mysterious spirit. They were having so much fun, and he never thought he could defeat the spirit. Sakura smiled and told the hero that he was a master of everything. Dania told Karen and Princess Athena the latest news that Hestia had passed on to her. Daikai somehow caught the water spirit. Karen was simply shocked that he was caught so quickly. Princess Athena saw nothing special in this because Deechai was incredible. Dania thought so too and regretted that she had not reacted that way. He simply exceeded their expectations. Even after all this news, Dania remained calm, but Dania noticed that she was still worried, and a slight shiver passed through her body. She told Karen that for her, it was already normal and no longer bothered her, and for Desai Dono it should be so, although it was strange that he managed to control the spirits so easily. Karen agreed with the princess and said that it was right. She never imagined that she would be called every day to refuse the great spirit. Dinya smiled, noticing that Karen was breathing deeply, and it reminded her of her old self. Karen said that he calmly passed by them, and they did not even suspect that everything would turn out this way. Then Denia decided to visit his shop tomorrow and thank him for the help. Princess Athena noticed that her older sister looked quite happy. Dinya coughed and said that was not the case. It was a joint matter, so she needed to be more serious. Tomorrow was also the last day of the festival, and Dania asked Athena where she would go next, and Athena was going to visit Deechai's brother, then take a walk around the outskirts. I still needed to find the spirits of earth and wind, and tomorrow was the last chance to do so. Dania intervened and started talking about the outskirts. Athena explained that it was a plane with a high concentration of earth and air forces, and they thought something important might be there, and Karen added that near the castle they found similar places, so they needed to check them. Karen asked Dania what she would do, and the girl said she would just greet the guests and prepare fireworks for the festival closing, and she also decided to ask if they needed help. Athena refused and decided she could manage on her own. They agreed to act as independently as possible, and Dania thought that was great. Dania replied that she would be at the castle in the evening, and if anything happened, they could inform her. Athena smiled and agreed with her sister. Karen replied that thanks to Deechai Dono their task was going incredibly fast. It would be a problem if the spirits were even stronger. Extending the magical stone to Dania, Karen asked her to look at it. Dania looked at the stone, which was already very black, and thought that was very bad. The color was changing too quickly, maybe because of the people here or because of the spirit's activity. With such power, they would be very hard to control. If Karen, the Dragon King, said this, then things were more serious than Dania imagined. Now that the festival was over, the spirits would stay here for another half-year. When that ended, their activity would decrease. Karen would try to do everything to make it end tomorrow. Dina wished Athena and Karen good luck and promised to help as much as she could. She did not want them to get into trouble or get hurt. Athena smiled and thanked her sister for her care. Athena was also confident that Karen would protect her. The next day the hero decided to prepare for the store opening and asked Gollum to bring apples. Karen and Athena approached his shop and greeted Diche. Karen apologized for always distracting him, and Diche noticed they came early and did not consider it a problem, so he invited them inside. When they sat at the table, Karen told the hero that they had a reward for him for catching the spirit. Handing Diche a small pouch that fit in the palm, the hero asked in surprise what it was. They were gems with magical power, like enchanted stones. They were found while searching for spirits. They could be exchanged for money, so the hero could do that. Karen apologized because it might seem rude. But Diche replied that it was all right. At first he did not need a reward. He took it only because it was impolite to refuse, and the water spirit was already here. The heroes looked at the spirit wandering near the tap. When Diche woke up in the morning, the spirit was already there. The water spirit worked as a filter on the tap, and the water flowed very clean. Karen noticed that the water spirit was so strong that its actions were unpredictable. It was completely obedient to Diche, and that surprised her. The hero asked Karen what she meant. The girl explained that this happens very rarely because water spirits in disobedience yield only to air spirits. In any case, Karen was worried whether it would be safe to return it, and Diche said she should do as she wished. Karen thanked the hero for allowing her to approach the spirit and decided to use the stone. Suddenly, the water spirit summoned another creature resembling a fish. Karen thought she had summoned another spirit, and Diche decided that it looked that way. The magical stone absorbed the water spirit, leaving only the fish spirit. Yesterday they caught a fire spirit, and today they caught a water spirit. Karen replied to Diche that this was so. She said that her pendant allowed her to seal spirits and combine them. Diche considered this very convenient. The fact that all the spirits were in one place could mean only one thing: the seal was broken. She was extremely grateful to Diche for helping her find two great spirits so quickly, and Athena agreed, saying that her brother had helped them a lot. Diche thought the gratitude was deserved, but he had not come to the festival for that, and if it made them happy, he had no objections. Diche decided that was enough for today, and Karen said that they considered it appropriate to go look for earth and wind spirits. In that case, the man wished them luck. He was selling juice and offered them a drink. Athena thanked her brother Diche and agreed, but suddenly something frightened her. Athena pointed at Diche with her finger and asked what was on his leg. The hero did not understand and looked at his legs. Diche did not even notice that a small golem was scratching his leg. He remembered that it was the same golem from the basement and could not understand when he had managed to get it. And suddenly little Gollum began to merge with the floor, and everything became clear to the hero. He could not understand why he had not noticed this earlier, and Diche looked at Athena and asked if she was familiar with this spirit. Athena was stunned and replied that this was one of the four great spirits, the spirit of the earth. For some reason, the hero was not even surprised by this. It seemed that today he also saw the spirit of the earth, who was intently watching him from below. Everyone was surprised that Gollum attached himself to Diche's leg, and Athena decided to ask the hero how he managed to bind the spirit to himself. Diche did not remember doing anything for this. He attacked it in the basement and defeated it. Karen realized that she had felt the magical power of one of the four great spirits and that it was him. Athena believed that Karen felt him just as she did. The spirit of this earth grows too quickly. The boy suggested simply sealing it in their crystal, and Karen agreed if the hero had no objections. After that, she raised the pendant to the golem. The small and seemingly harmless golem suddenly struck Karen on the arm and knocked the pendant out of her hand. Karen was surprised and thought that its power and character were changing very quickly. Gollum again took on a combat form and allowed only Diche to touch him. Karen could not leave empty-handed, and without apologizing to the spirit of the earth. She tried to explain to it that it needed to return and protect the kingdom, but the golem did not listen to her. Using its power, the golem began to cover the floor with earth spikes, and the boy thought that it would change his entire floor. Dechai became serious and demanded that the spirit obey him. He ordered Gollum not to dare break his part of the shop, hoping that he would understand. Gollum obediently stood still, and Athena fell backward. Dechai looked at the girls in surprise and asked what had happened. Athena replied that they were fine. She just did not expect Dechai to release such a great magical power immediately. She thought she had just relaxed and asked Karen if she was okay. If you think about it, the hero could have summoned a magical whirlwind just by speaking loudly. He apologized for his haste. It turned out the golem still agreed to go with Karen, and the girl agreed. She approached Gollum once again and activated her medallion to seal the spirit. The sea spirit, resembling Gollum, left behind a small golem. The golem approached the pendant and touched it, succumbing to the sealing, and Karen was simply shocked by its power. Dechai noticed that something was wrong and decided to ask Karen. Karen replied that the power of the earth spirit was too great, so the pendant made that sound. She assured Dechai that everything was fine. The earth spirit had simply become even stronger during his absence. The hero hoped that was true. It turned out that this pendant had a capacity limit. Karen confirmed Dechai's assumption, saying that its volume was quite large, and it became suspicious that the earth spirit had grown so much that it could engulf someone or become one itself. Dechai, thinking that perhaps he himself grew up that way while sitting in the basement, asked Karen if they managed to return the spirit of the earth in this case, and looked at the small golem left by the spirit of the earth. Karen agreed and said that it was all thanks to Dechai Dono. She thanked the hero for helping them seal it in the pendant. Gollum looked at Dechai and smiled. Karen and Athena bowed to the hero and thanked him once again for his help. They apologized for asking him so much to help in the search for the spirits. But this time, in Dechai's opinion, it was just a coincidence. The girls did not care, they just wanted Dechai to accept their thanks for the help. Athena bowed and took the hero by the hands, saying that she could not thank him enough. She sincerely smiled and asked him to wait a little while her gratitude towards him reached her, and added that he would just have to wait and see. Dechai did not understand at all what she meant, but promised that he would wait for his reward. In the store with Dechai, Jesha told the hero she would be out briefly, and the boy asked where she was going, and Jesha giggled because she remembered she had promised Anne to go with her to the festival. Dechai also noticed that Hestia looked dissatisfied because of that promise. Hestia asked Anne to look after Lemuros, and so it happened. Dechai understood her well, and had already noticed Anne on the street, where she was on duty. Confused, Anne stood behind the corner of the house, clutching the boards with her hands, and waited for her sister to come. Jessia completely broke down and said that it seemed to have affected her. She did not know what to do with it, and apologized to the hero for making her watch all of it. The boy thought that she did not need to apologize for this, although after her arrival, the district emptied. Hestia decided to apologize to Dechai and was already about to leave. Dechai noticed that she was truly devoted, and Hestia wanted to do one more thing before leaving. She noticed that his shell was weakening and asked him to be careful. Dechai did not understand what she meant, so he asked for an explanation. The sheath simultaneously restrains and preserves his mana, so now the shell does not resist, and Dechai still did not understand how this was connected. Usually it was not so scary, but the hero had a lot of mana, so he understood why he had been spending so much of it lately, and decided to sometimes just use magic. Dechai thanked Hestia for telling him about this, and promised to definitely spend his magical power. Hestia smiled in response. In that case she had to go, and she reluctantly headed to Anna. Dechai looked at Anna with slight concern and wished Hestia good luck, and immediately grabbed Hestia. She did not even try to resist, and they immediately disappeared beyond the horizon. Guy thought that everyone has their own way to have fun, and he knew that Hestia had many problems, but still wanted her to have fun. It was the last day of the festival, time to go to the city with Sakura. Meanwhile, in the Prussian castle, Danny decided to submit all the necessary documents. Dania handed the documents to the captain of the knights and asked him to check them. The captain thanked the princess for her help. Dania stretched, leaning back in the chair, and said that finally they could rest. The captain replied that she had worked well. Dania was glad that the festival went smoothly, all thanks to Dechai Danan. Usually monsters ran to the noise, but this time they did not appear either, which was quite expected. Now there were many people in the city with extraordinary mana levels, so few monsters in the world would dare to attack. If Karen and Athena receive the 4 spirits and the last day of the festival goes well, they will finally be able to go on a well-deserved vacation. The captain replied to Danai that nothing causes so much trouble, and that is the best thing that could be. They both did well, and it would have been almost impossible without Dechai Dono apple juice. The captain was also surprised by the effect of this juice. The juice became quite popular among men his age. Danui laughed and remembered Daiichi, who took care of all this. Just then a soldier burst into their room, apologized, and told the princess that he brought news from a soldier from the city, and the princess asked what had happened. They discovered a powerful magical tornado on the plains outside the city. The message also said that it was moving straight toward the city. Dania approached the window and thought that this was an unusual phenomenon. Perhaps a wind spirit had appeared. The captain replied that they were lucky because the tornado had not yet reached the city. Dana decided that they needed to immediately report everything to Athena and Karen. The soldier accepted the order and left. Dania told the captain that she would postpone all matters and go to help them, and asked the captain if he had checked the papers. The captain agreed with her and said that he was ready, so all that remained was to deliver them there. The girl used the teleporter and disappeared. The hero decided to move on to the ternary, remembered Hesja's words, and told Sakura that he needed to spend mana. Sekiro agreed with him and therefore brought magical stones and apples for him. The boy thanked the girl and decided to get down to business, to practice on the apples before moving on to armor. Sekiro wanted to help him, and the hero said he would leave the golem shop and suggested going outside. Sekiro opened the window to the street, from where a fresh wind was blowing. Today was the day of wind and earth. They said that fireworks would be launched from the central square. Although it was the last day of the festival, the spectacle was still impressive. Sakura suggested to Daichi to close the shop and take a walk around the city to watch the fireworks in the evening, but the hero was tired of people and decided to just wait until evening. After 3 days in the city, he had already started to miss their home. Sakura was happy and snuggled up to Daichi. They used to do this only at home before, and the feeling was different. Daichi decided it was time to return to work, and Sakura supported him. At first, the hero decided to use apples as material, and then ordered them to grow. Suddenly, a huge tree grew from the apple, which surprised Daichi, and Sakura was amazed by the size of these trees and worried about Daichi. But the hero felt nothing like that and said he felt as usual, so it seemed Hesja was telling the truth, because Daichi-sen had accumulated too much power. Daichi had to get used to this. He heard that by spending mana, one could feel relief. The hero advised Sakura to use this and increase her reserves. It was then that a strong gust of wind suddenly hit them. The boy decided to close the window because he noticed that there was a strong wind outside today. Sakura hoped that the weather would not interfere with the fireworks launch. Somewhere outside the city, Athena and Karen approached a swirling vortex on the plain. The tornado was green in color, so it became clear that it was a spirit. Karen noticed how strong its magic was, and that it was definitely him. Athena knew that Karen had a lot of experience, and asked how they could catch the wind spirit. Karen said she would use magic to suppress them with force before it became too late. She thought that by combining their attacks, they could defeat them. Athena suggested that in that case they should start. They just needed to hit them with the strongest magic. Karen told Athena that she would also strike with her princess magic, but only after her. The girl took out her magic wand. Maybe she was not as strong as Karen, but she was still a sorceress, so Athena decided to show the wind spirit her most powerful magic and raised her wand, commanding the whirlwind to burn and smolder. The spell worked, and Athena aimed a fire cannon at the enemy. He said that their powers had combined, and then used the mixed breath skill. Their attacks met in a whirlwind, and then there was an explosion. It was their strongest attack, and Athena hoped it would work. But they could not believe their eyes. It could not be true. The spirit only grew stronger. Karen suggested that Athena repeat their technique, and Athena agreed. She thought it would be easy for Daichi. I don't know, but she couldn't rely on him. Karen completely agreed with her, and they performed their paired strike again. The cannon and the breath merged, after which they collided with a whirlwind. A powerful explosion rang out, and the princess covered her face with her palm, hoping they had succeeded. A spirit resembling a bird appeared before them. At least they managed to get rid of the tornado barrier. The princess knelt down, although Karen was nearby, and her strength was almost exhausted. She reached out her hand to Athena, asking if she could get up, and Athena apologized, saying she hadn't used magic for a long time. Karen told her not to pay attention to it, because usually it takes a whole army to catch a spirit. Athena felt perfectly fine. Athena just confirmed that Daichi Dono's brother is really cool, and Karen agreed. Karen thought that now everything was fine, and she needed to seal the spirit. Pulling out the magic stone, Karen began to wait for the wind spirit to fly up. The spirit looked at the stone, then flew up to Karen and touched it. The magical pendant was able to seal the spirit. Athena sighed with relief and said that they had gathered them. Karen smiled. Their mission ended there. The princess was glad they had succeeded. At first, they didn't even know how many months it might take, but in the end, they recovered in just a few days. Karen decided they needed to thank Dichai, and the princess agreed. They needed to prepare better. Stretching, Athena said that when they return, they will have many tasks, and she still has lessons with Karen. Karen smiled at Athena when suddenly she felt something strange inside her, and she felt unwell. He looked at the stone and realized that spiritual energy was emanating from it. Karen could not understand what was happening, as if all her strength was being drained, and she told Princess Athena that she had bad news, and Athena became afraid for her and asked what had happened. The power of the four great spirits was constantly breaking out and mixing, but she tried her best to contain it. Karen knew she could not hold on much longer and asked to inform Dana. She requested to give the order to evacuate the residents and call those who could resist the spirits. Holding the spirits with her last strength, Karen ordered the princess to act faster. Athena understood everything, then used teleportation, and Karen fell to her knees. Unable to hold back the spirits any longer, Karen fell to the ground. Opening her eyes, the girl was not sure how much longer she could contain the spirits, so she wanted to conserve her strength until the arrival of the other dragons. When the boy created a huge robot, he was surprised by its size. Sekira smiled and said he was right. The robot turned out to be stronger than they expected. The hero made it taller than a 3-story building. He decided to name his robot Unbreakable and test it. Sekir agreed, and with the robot's hand, they ascended to its base. Inside, the boy decided to start with the hands. The robot's hands began to mimic all his movements, and Dichai decided that it was not bad. He wondered what would happen with the pestle. In the robot's hands appeared a staff, which he raised high. The hero thought it was cool, but Sakura expected nothing less from him. The children thought it was for a party and simply enjoyed the performance. Seeing the delighted faces of the children, Dichai decided to show them a few moves. Dichai watched through the robot's screen, and the children eagerly followed every move he made and shouted that he was cool because they truly considered him awesome. The hero liked the child's reactions, and Sakura told him that children admire him. He decided to entertain them a little more and activated the robot's legs, and when he moved them, he noticed something small and alive on the steel leg. These were spirits that had been sealed before and tried to call Dichkaya, as if pointing him somewhere and asking for help. Sekira noticed that the spirits were asking to follow them. Anxiety was visible on their faces. Dichai decided that they would follow them and simultaneously check the robot. Then the robot went ahead. While Dichai was following the spirits, Dania was in her office and asked Hestia what had happened, because it was unlike her. Hestia felt that something was wrong with Karen's magic and asked if Dinia knew about it. The princess replied that Athena and Karen had gone after the spirits, and Hestia wanted to find out how they were doing. Suddenly, Athena appeared right in front of them because she used the teleporter. Dana noticed that the princess was upset, and Athena shouted to her sister that Karen needed help. Dana asked her to calm down first, and then tell her everything in detail, because that was exactly how Karen taught her. The princess decided that her sister was right and calmed down a bit. 4 great spirits gathered, and the city was in danger. Athena explained that Karen tried to seal it, but everything got out of control. Dina was worried about the 4 great spirits because it was a great power. Hester realized that the situation was unpleasant. Even Karen could not handle the 4 spirits alone. If she continued like this, she would die. It was necessary to stop her quickly, otherwise her body would not endure. According to Hestia, Karen was in serious danger. They had to hurry immediately to help her. Dina decided that she would go too. After that, she entrusted the captain to evacuate the civilians and ordered to find Anne and others to ask for their help. The captain accepted the princess's order. Dana asked Athena to show them the place. Athena asked them to hold onto her while using the teleporter. When everyone gathered, Athena moved them to the required place. Seeing the dark, fierce silhouette, Dania was horrified and thought it was Karen. They could not understand what she had turned into. The dark monster roared and looked at the heroes. The monster Karen made strange sounds and had great strength. Dinya looked shocked at the nervous Karen, who was using combat magic. The princess did not know what the monster was doing. There was no time to think, and Dinya used a multi-layer shield to protect them. Karen's attack collided with the shields. But Dinya began to notice that the shields were falling one after another. The princess could not hold back the power of the spirits for long, and Hestia decided to help her. Hestia directed her power into Dinia's shields, thereby strengthening them. Donia asked if they were okay, and Athena said they were intact thanks to her protection. Extremely dangerous, combining fire, wind, earth, and water, so during the attack it was necessary to act carefully to avoid destroying Karen's body. But Athena was a princess, and they would be in great trouble if something happened to her. Dania looked at the princess and asked her to cover them from behind. Athena was not very happy about this news, but Dania assured her that it was a very important role. In an emergency, she could quickly teleport and call for help. Athena understood Dania and fulfilled her request. Dania asked Hestia what their plan was. Karen's body was already taken over by the spirits, and it was necessary to stop the flow of power from her. If everything went well, they would remove the badge and separate her from the spirits. Dania did not understand what that meant. Karen was very strong, and the spirits now controlled her power, so the attack had to be careful, otherwise she could die, and Dania was frightened by these words. But she was confident that the spirits were not stronger than Dicha Dono. They had to fight only because their city was in danger. Karen's body began to move, preparing to attack, and just as someone said they would help her. Karen was faster than Hestia expected from the attacker. Hestia raised her staff to defend herself, but Karen was strong and it was difficult for her to fend off. Hestia jumped back, created distance, and shouted to Dinya that they must attack simultaneously. Danya understood her and prepared to strike. She was confident that together they would manage. She used the white flame skill simultaneously with Dinya's attack. As soon as the attack hit Karen, an explosion sounded, throwing the girl backward, and she fell to the ground, and Dina shouted that this was not all yet. The dark spirit did not have time to rise before Dinya attacked again. A second explosion sounded. It was even stronger, so Athena covered her eyes. She also admired Dania and said that her sister was wonderful. She did not know that Dania could fight like that. She had become much stronger than before. Large plumes of smoke began to disperse. But Dania realized that this way they would not defeat these spirits. Karen's body rose, and the spirits only became angrier. Dani noticed that her strength had decreased, not increased. They needed to move on. It was the power of the spirits and the Dragon King. However, they only caused her minimal damage. Karen began to concentrate power in the pendant on her chest. She summoned a powerful tornado around herself. Dina knew it was dangerous, and if they did not stop it, it would go into the city. Hestia shouted that the risk of their death was very high, but Dinya knew they had nothing left. Dinya attacked again simultaneously with Hestia. The evil spirit was not going to dodge their attack, and an explosion occurred. Hestia, Dania, and Athena waited for the smoke to clear. The sister and Hestia admired Athena and covered her with one strike. Hestia noticed that was not all and warned everyone. The evil spirit attacked them, and Hestia responded with white flames. Dinya decided to help and summoned a multi-layered shield. Athena caught her sister and helped with the same spell, and all attacks collided with each other. The girls were horrified when they saw that the evil spirits absorbed their attack. A powerful explosion occurred, throwing Hestia and the two princesses to the ground, and Dania said everything happened too fast and worried if Athena would be okay. The princess replied to Dania that she was fine but worried about her sister because she noticed she was bleeding, and Dania wiped her face and said she was also fine because she could still stand. The spirit was still emitting powerful energy and preparing to strike back. Hestia asked Dinya if she could attack again, and the princess replied that it was not time to give up yet. The spirit decided not to wait for them and rushed into attack. Dinya realized he was heading into the city and stood in his way. She shouted that they had people to protect, and she was ready to do everything to keep them safe from danger. The spirit was almost catching up to Dania, and the girl was holding on with her last strength when Karen's body bounced back. The princess did not understand what had happened, but felt a slight push under her feet. Dinya could no longer stand and wearily sank to her knees. Hestia approached her, and Dinya raised her head. Around them reigned a majestic and powerful magic. Kessia felt its warmth, and the princess agreed with Kessia, looking at the robot. Date Chai came to the rescue on time. Looking at the girls, he asked if they were all right. Maya replied that they were fine and apologized that he had to see them like that, but the heroes saw nothing wrong with it. They did not allow the spirit to enter the city. They managed perfectly until Dechai appeared. Spirit bitterly looked at the robot Dechai and did not move. Dechai, using the robot's hand, gave Heshai medicine to restore his strength. After some time, the spirit began to make strange sounds. Everyone looked at Karen in surprise, and Sakura explained to him that her magic had become tangled, so it was difficult to understand immediately. Dechai tried to talk to Karen and asked the spirit if it could hear him. He just said that Karen understood nothing then because she was controlled by spirits. She asked the hero to look at her chest. This stone of black magic showed the power of the spirits. That is why the spirits brought Sakura and Dechai here. They came to Dechai to inform that the city where they live is in danger. Dechai decided to find out the current situation. Athena told the boy that Karen tried to protect the city and seal 4 great spirits within herself, but they took over her body and now control her. Hestia did not understand exactly how she tried to protect the city in this way. Dechai, of course, knew that all the dragon kings were ready to sacrifice themselves. But that no longer helped, and Dechai noticed that the spirit was starting to rage again. Karen aimed an attack at Dechai's robot, which was defending itself with a huge tree that grew directly from it. Dechai realized that the spirit had begun to attack, and it was dangerous. But at least Karen was against the spirit's movement. Karen's body instantly recoiled again, and Sakura noticed that the spirits feared its power. However, they still were not going to give up. The spirit gathered strength and summoned a great whirlwind again. Hestia warned the hero to be careful because a serious attack was approaching. Dechai thanked Hestia for the help. Dechai looked at the tornado and heard pain in its voice. He could not just let it go. The hero decided to ask Hestia if it was possible to somehow separate Karen from the spirits. Hestia replied to him that theoretically there was no problem with that. Karen was not supposed to die just because she sealed the spirits, and nothing was supposed to happen to the spirits either. But the danger was that there was strong resistance. Dacha understood everything and thanked Hestia for the information. Dechai asked Sakura if he could put all his strength into it, and Sakura asked him to do whatever was comfortable for him. The robot quickly rushed into attack and headed straight for the tornado. When he approached the tornado, he tried to cut it with the stick that was in the robot's hand. The wind also struck them, slicing the robot from all sides. Dechai noticed that the wind's strength was really great, but it did not affect him. Ignoring all the wind blows, the hero passed inside the tornado. The hero noticed that Karen's body was enveloped in the scent of perfume, called her, and saw that her spirit was crying, then said he would save her because she protected her city. Dasai promised Karen that he would save her, so he took medicine for communicating with spirits and to test their effect, drank a whole bottle. When the man drank the potion, he decided to approach the spirit and extended a huge hand to it. Dechai rejoiced when he was able to take his badge. At some point, he simply pulled on it, and Karen's body separated from the magical stone. The stone was so small for the robot that Dechai accidentally dropped it. Sakura warned Dechai that the dark mist from Karen was pouring into that pendant. The magical power continued to emanate from Karen's body and was absorbed into the pendant. The spirit suddenly rushed so fast that Dechai didn't even have time to react and shouted for it to stop. Hi was surprised by this strong wind and thought that the tornado was also moving. Sakura explained that spirits attract everything to themselves. Lifting the unconscious Karen, Dechai decided to protect her. In a moment, the robot broke free from the tornado and headed towards Danai, extending his hand to her. He lowered Karen's body to the ground and handed her over to the girls. Dina said that, as always, he overcame these crazy obstacles so easily. But that was not all, and they had another task. A terrible and extremely powerful tornado rose before them. Dania was horrified at the thought that it could not compare to the previous ones. This was the true power of the 4 great spirits, which meant that Karen's seal had indeed affected them. Dechai decided that he still had no problems with this, and Dania looked at the hero in surprise. He decided to consult with Hestia, and she assured him that if he dispelled this tornado, everything would fall into place. So Dechai decided that it was simple, took his staff, and ordered the girls to stand behind him and raise their shields. Twisting the staff and pointing it at the tornado, Daiki told Sakura that he relied on him. Get a promise to do everything, and asked Daiki to join the fight. Sakura used tree magic that wrapped around the robot's legs for stability. The girl shouted to her master that a tornado was approaching them. The power of the weapon from the magic stone directly depended on the skills of the one who wielded it. Daiki understood this when using Dayton. Even if the stone had weak characteristics, with skillful use, incredible tricks could be squeezed out of it. Daiki decided to test his new stone on the pestle. It was the same pestle he made in the shop for grinding everything in a row. This device was invented specifically for this pestle. Daiki ordered the robot to smash everything in its path. The robot used the skill of the unbreakable pestle, activating Vajra mode. The pestle began to spin insanely fast and caused a tornado. The spirit watched in fright as the pestle accelerated the tornado. Then the pestle headed towards the spirit and split it into 4 parts. When the spirit was defeated, the sky cleared again and the sun peeked out. All the spirits lay unconscious on the ground, and Daiki smiled and said that they had returned. He looked at Sakura and told her that it was all over. When she barely woke up, Karen asked the heroes where she was and what had happened, and saw before her Daiki and Athena, who were worried about her, and Athena was incredibly happy that Karen was alive. Karen slowly got up and grabbed her head due to sudden pain. She struggled to stand on her feet, trying to remember everything, and Dachai asked if she was okay. The girl remembered that she had used too much magic, so she felt a little unwell. The spirit tornado also took a lot of her strength, after which she said she remembered everything. Dachai saved her, and the hero was glad that she remembered everything. But Karen could not understand how it could have happened that she did not remember this. She thanked him for his warm attitude and for saving her. Karen asked about the spirits, and the man pointed to the ground and said they were here, and the spirits surrounded Dachai's legs and tried to hug him. Dachai also handed Karen her badge, and she felt sick from it. It was completely different and did not resemble magic at all. It was a powerful attack. But in fact, Dachai admitted that he was still holding back, and Dine was shocked by his words. Hessia approached the robot and touched it, saying that Dachai actually did not use even half of its full power. Dachai was surprised that Hessia noticed this, but Hessia knew that if he had used all the power, his color would have changed. Karen called the hero's name. Dachai asked her what happened, and suddenly Karen put her hand on his shoulder. The girl looked confused and kissed the shocked Dachai on the lips. She looked into his eyes and said she wanted to have a child with him. All the girls were in complete shock, and Sekiro looked at the hero with tears in her eyes. Dachai grabbed Karen by the shoulders and pulled her away from himself, not understanding what it meant. He asked if she had confused something. Karen assured him that everything was as she said and was surprised by his strength. Karen wanted them to be able to look into each other's eyes all day, compete, and then hug and make love. She thought it was very sweet that the man was stronger than her. After the hero pulled Karen a certain distance away, he asked if she had been too hasty. Karen apologized and said her body had reacted on its own, promising to ask for permission next time. The boy asked Hestra what was happening and if all dragons were like that. Jesher replied that no, and most likely it was a feature of Karen that he evoked in her. He did not realize what he had done because he had just defeated the spirits, but Hestra explained that these were spirits Karen could not handle, so he became a certain ideal for her. She always wanted to find someone stronger than herself, so Karen specifically traveled and studied pedagogy to find that person, and eventually found him, while Dachai considered it somewhat unusual. But the hero did not want it to happen that way, yet what happened happened, and Hestia simply asked him to accept it and advised him to remember Anna. The hero asked if she really thought so. He did not think so, and Karen asked him not to worry because she did not want to cause him trouble. She just wanted to be near him and looked warmly at Dachai. Athena was simply delighted. She had never seen Karen like that, so the hero had nothing to worry about. When all this was sorted out, the boy suggested returning to the city, after which the group of heroes set off back. I suggested they return sooner because they were being waited for, and Dania suddenly came up with an idea. She could simply teleport them, so she decided to start with Karen and Athena because they were injured. He looked at Dania in surprise and said she was fine, but Dania didn't listen and had already used the teleporter. After a few minutes, she returned for the others and apologized for the delay because she sent Karen and Athena to the hospital. Dania looked around and asked where Hestia was. Hestia was sitting on Dicha's back and waving to Dania. Dania thought she was hurt, but Hestia explained that she had just fallen asleep on the ground and woke up in that position. Dicha said she shouldn't lie on such cold ground, and the princess replied that she understood. Hestia jumped off the hero's shoulder and said she was fine. Danyo was delighted and asked Dicha what he would do next. First of all, Dicha wanted to return home, and this saddened the princess. Dania asked him to come to the party. She really wanted him to be there. Dicha smiled and agreed. The hero asked Hestia and Sakura, and the girls also decided to go. In that case, the guy told Dicha that everyone would come to the celebration. Dinya was happy, thanked them, and decided to teleport Datri first. Dicha knew how to get out of here, so he decided to manage on his own. He thought Danya was tired, so he asked her not to strain herself. But Danya asked for permission to help because he had been saving them for 3 days in a row. She apologized for always relying on him. They thought this time they would manage and succeed, but I couldn't understand what she was saying, although she was trying. But Daynea looked sadly at Dai-Chai and said that she had done nothing. She had entrusted the work to him and already thought that he hated her. Dai-Chai asked her not to even think about such a thing. Under no circumstances would he hate her. In his opinion, being able to trust is very good and there is nothing shameful about it. After all, the hero did all this voluntarily. Danya smiled. Dai-Chai's words hit her soul like a bomb. He came closer and looked at her attentively. Danya blushed and asked what he was doing. Daiichi noticed that the wound on her eye was still there. Danya anxiously opened a small mirror and looked at herself. She probably just didn't have enough elixir and decided that it was not serious because it would heal on its own. Daichai said that it could be fixed and he still had some. He asked the girl not to move and went to help her apply ointment to her eye. After a minute, Danya felt better and said that it had passed. Suddenly, Dinya grabbed her skirt and let out a strange moan. She fell to the ground, and Daichai asked if she was all right. The girl said it was just a scratch and quickly passed, but Daichai's magic mixed with the elixir's effect, and her body reacted strangely. Daichai apologized and asked Danya to get up. Her body was trembling. She asked for a moment to rise, but as soon as she stood up, she weakly fell to the ground. Daichi noticed that she could not move on her own, so he decided to do otherwise and reached out his hands to Danya. He lifted the embarrassed princess into his arms, who was afraid of dirtying the hero's clothes, but Daichai replied that it was nothing serious. He was going to throw the clothes into the laundry anyway. Danya thought that Daichai had become nicer, and the hero thought that sounded a bit rude. This time he thought he was to blame and asked not to pay attention to it, but Danui did not agree, and thanked Daichai for the help. When he approached the store, Daichai heard behind him Athena calling the hero. He was glad to see her and noticed that she was better, and Athena happily said that she had fully recovered thanks to the apple elixir. Daichai thought it was just juice, not an elixir, and if everything was fine, then good. He asked Athena what she wanted, and she wanted to give him something. The heroine looked at her feet, which were holding small spirits. At first there was a glitch with the badge, but it was fixed, so everything was fine. Athena showed the amulet and said that now everything was in order. This is how the badge was supposed to look in normal condition. It had a nice, iridescent color. Athena approached Daichai's brother and took his hands. She was grateful to him because without him they would still be in great danger. The hero decided that the gratitude was not worth it, but they still appreciated his efforts, so Athena explained that she and her sister Dania would take care of him at today's banquet. Dania agreed and decided that together they would do everything possible. Daichai smiled, although it sounded strange. He would have been content just to drink and eat. Athena took the hero by the hand and then suggested going to the castle. She asked Daichai and Sekiro to hurry. Athena took Sakura and Daichai by the hands on both sides and stood between them. The girl cheerfully pulled them along, and Dania asked Athena to wait and apologized to Daichai for the princess's behavior. But Daichai replied that it was no big deal and they agreed with it. Sekiro agreed because it seemed as if they were having a child. After walking a bit down the street, the hero heard someone call him and saw familiar faces. It was Ash, who thought the guys were going to a party, and Daichai was glad to see the shiny head. The hero realized that they were also going to the celebration, and Ash replied that they had been invited too. Ash was wildly happy that he and Daichai would meet again and suggested going together. Daichai sighed and thought it was not far to go here. At the gates of the Prussian castle, they were met by a captain knight, who apologized to Daichai-san and the princess for the late reception and asked them to follow him. As they walked down the corridor, soldiers parted before them. Knights spoke about the hero of Prussia, Daichai, and were amazed that he walked beside the princesses on both sides and paid no attention to it, as if nothing had happened. Daichai did not understand why they called him the hero of Prussia. The captain apologized for this and explained that in their town they now said so about him because it was already the 4th time he had saved the city. The captain asked him to tell him if it would be uncomfortable for the hero so that he could order not to call him that. Daich thought it was unnecessary to be so strict and replied that everything was fine. The captain gave a satisfied salute and thanked him. Dania smiled and told the hero that he had become the most popular here. In Daichai's opinion, he had received half of this fame quite by accident, and when they entered the main hall, Daichai and Sekiro saw luxurious tables covered with food and many people and servants. Daichai smiled at Sakura. He already felt that it would be interesting. Shania suggested the hero relax and rest. So Daichai's evening was not just fun. Finally reaching his house, Daichai was glad that Dania helped them get there and told Sekiro that he would take sleepy Hestia to the house. Sakura decided in that case to prepare a bath for now. Daichai asked Hestia if she could walk, but Hestia turned away and asked not to worry about her. She noticed that all the spirits were following them, and Daichai understood that too. Hestia realized that they wanted to live near Daichai, and the boy embarrassedly ruffled his hair. Hestia suggested that living in his dungeon would suit them. The little golem and the rest of the spirits began to dig the ground beneath them. It seemed they were not bothered by it, and Daichai was a little surprised. Hester replied that these spirits trusted him. They would not go anywhere if he forbade it, but would come immediately if he called, and the dungeon was just the right place for them. The air there was suitable, and the water supply was under control, so even on a rainy day everything would be fine, and Daitri agreed, looking at the golem that was making strange sounds. He wanted to tell Dichai that he found a magic stone, but Hestia was surprised and said that it was the soul of a spirit. Her eyes sparkled, and she explained to the hero that it was very similar to a magic stone, an extremely rare material. It was so valuable that she had never worked with it before. She really wanted to touch it. Dichai did not understand why the spirit was giving it to him, and Hestia suggested that it was some kind of rent payment. The golem was glad that the hero accepted him and hid underground. The hero looked at the stone and decided to give it to Hestia. He asked her to use it as she saw fit, and Hestia gladly agreed. Hester could no longer wait to make something out of it, and the boy was also waiting. They reached Hestia's house, and the girl, barely reaching the threshold, fell to the floor. Dichai tried to tell her that she hadn't even reached the bed yet. Picking Hija up in his arms, he decided to carry her a little further to the bed. Hija was surprised by this and told Dichai that he was really cool. He had spent so much magic and was already fully recovered. But he was still tired. After laying Hestia in bed, he asked if she was really okay. Hestia was sure that the bed would give her strength and that tomorrow she would feel more energetic. Dichai smiled and replied that everything was fine, and Hestia thanked the hero for taking her to the banquet, even though she no longer had the strength. Despite this, she liked everything very much, and she smiled sincerely. Dichai admitted that he liked it too, and Hestia wished him good night. In a moment she fell asleep. Dichai wished her sweet dreams, then left the cabin and looked at the moon. Looking up at the building, Dichai noticed that it had become bigger. Entering the building, he called the elevator. Dichai went up to the upper floors and looked into the distance, deciding to watch the fireworks in honor of the festival's end. Secure greeted the boy and congratulated him on returning home. Dichai said that he was already home and that the day had been interesting. Sakura agreed, a lot had happened, but they had a good time. Daiichi realized that it was not worth sitting at home all the time, and they should go out more often. Sakura snuggled up to Daiichi and agreed with him. She really wanted to go out to the city with him someday. Daiichi agreed, but now it was time to rest. Silently, they watched the last city fireworks for a while longer. A few days passed after the festival. Dina was standing by the window when Captain Knight approached and said he wanted to talk to her. A very popular singer asked for permission to hold a solo concert in their city, which surprised Dina. But there was a bad rumor that after her concert, a drought would come. Dina could not be sure if it was true, and the captain decided to check this information, saying that it was true. Dina suggested canceling the concert. The captain of the Knights thought that Dania might have heard about the concert in another city earlier, and Dania recalled such an incident. In that city, she was forbidden to hold a concert, and the same happened in other cities. Dina was embarrassed because then they had nowhere to go, and it was unclear why she was so popular. The captain of the Knights barely restrained his sympathy and said that she sings incredibly well. Dania was not surprised. In this case, she asked to pass the order and grant her permission, at the same time requesting to urgently convene a meeting, and the captain immediately got to work. If it were a regular concert, Dania could have called Dichai. Meanwhile, the hero had just woken up, and Sekiro was already waiting for him by the table full of food, and seeing that the master had awakened, the girl wished him good morning. The boy got out of bed and greeted her, noticing that Sekiro had prepared well because she was watching his body and knew when he would wake up. Trying the bread, Dichai noticed that it was tastier than usual. Sekiro replied that it was made from a different flour that they got from the werewolves, and it looked like it was of the highest quality, so Dichai decided that they should thank them later and give a larger sum. They also had a lot of money from yesterday's sales, and even Sakura did not expect them to earn so much. The hero wanted to spend the money as soon as possible, but was sure that the werewolves would refuse and say they could not accept it. But they helped them very well, and Dichai wanted to encourage them. While he was eating and thinking about how to convince them, Sakura took an envelope with a letter and said it was from Dinia. She wanted to come in, thank them for everything, and told them that they were having a harvest festival. Dichai was surprised that they celebrated one after another. Sakura smiled and said that they were good at it too. The spirits gathered in large numbers, and the land became more fertile. The hero also noticed this after the appearance of 4 large spirits. Their trees began to grow faster, and the fruits became bigger. They themselves did not add more magic, and all this was thanks to the spirits. It's good that they were sheltered, because the spirits helped them a lot, and Sakura agreed that the spirits also controlled the conditions in the dungeon. She also noticed that they tried very hard not to cause a mess, and that pleased her. Dichai was glad that they got along with Sakura. The spirits also brought them a magical stone every few days, which delighted Hestia. After eating, the boy bowed to Sakura and thanked her for the food. Sakura asked Dichai if he was going for a walk. The boy said she was right and, as always, wanted to take a walk after eating. She really knew his routine by heart. Sakura smiled because it was the schedule of her dear lord. She saw Dachai to the door and wished him a pleasant walk. The hero waved goodbye to her and left. Naya reviewed the report and saw that the banquet was going well, and the captain was also satisfied and said everything was going well. The only problem was with the host, a very popular singer Ruri Ruri, and Dana already understood that the captain knew her well. The captain's eyes lit up, and he admitted that he was her fan, so the princess was not even surprised, because according to information, tickets to her concert were not cheap. If they hold the concert, there will be a drought, otherwise there will be a flood. As a fan, the captain was, of course, happy, but as a city resident, he did not like it very much. 3 days had passed since the permission was given, and Dana asked the captain if a response had come. The captain immediately replied that they agreed and began packing. In about 2 weeks they were supposed to arrive here. Dina was shocked by his attitude. She ordered to gather more information before her arrival, and the captain accepted the order. Captain Knight also noticed that the princess was strangely calm despite the circumstances. The princess had someone to rely on. She remembered Dechai and calmed down. The captain understood her. After all, thanks to Dechai-san, their business improved. Now the princess wanted to see what plan they had regarding the farmers. He was shocked by the results because they were several times larger than last year. This number exceeds all records. The captain was impressed that all this was from one person. Of course, they wanted to thank the hero for everything and try to rely on him less in the future. The captain noticed that he was also doing well as a knight, training a lot and performing well. Dania thought that she could also use some practice, but she was already a mage of the highest level. Others also admired the princess's strength, and the captain suggested promoting Dania in rank. Dania thanked the knight for the praise. However, she had to postpone the process. She wanted to allocate more time to practicing techniques. The princess did not want to stand in one place all the time. The captain became interested in something and told Dania that unpleasant changes had occurred in the cave. Dania already understood that the dungeon had started to act. Monsters were coming out of it and there were already victims, and the problem was that their number was increasing, so the princess ordered to send people there and promised to join soon. The captain went to the exit and said he would give the order. Although it was good news, you can't escape the bad. After stacking all the sheets in a pile and straightening them, Dania said that there is not always a celebration in their yard. Dechai looked at one of the stones that the spirit brought and asked Hestia how they would be used. Hestia suggested attaching them to his staff. Combining this with his magic, he would become even stronger, so Daiichi decided to test it when suddenly a dragon appeared above the trees and roared at Hestia and Daiichi. The boy raised his staff and commanded the tree to become an obstacle, after which the tree instantly grew and blocked the dragon's path. The dragon hit the tree with its head, and the hero asked Hestia if she knew this dragon. Hestia thought he was completely lacking intelligence. She did not know him and said that this was not their dragon. In this case, the boy decided not to hold back and used the golem, who struck the dragon with all his might and sent it flying on a long flight. Dechai smiled and said that they did well. Hestia noticed that Dechai's speed had increased, but the hero did not even notice it. Moreover, his attack power also increased. According to Hestia, Dechai developed very quickly. He was glad about this and thought that he had really grown a little. Hestia puffed out her cheeks, noticing that it was not small at all. Daiji looked at the staff in surprise and noticed that a crack had appeared on it. Hestia explained to him that the staff could not keep up with his pace of development. Dechai frowned because it sounded strange. Hestia assured him that everything was fine and she could fix it. Pulling the magic stone out of the bag, she promised to try and make a good item for the hero. After some time, Dechai's staff was ready, and Hester gladly handed it to the boy. Dechai was amazed that she did it so quickly. Hester felt awkward because that was her usual speed. Taking the staff in his hands, the boy noticed that its shape had changed and the sensation was completely different. His staff was twice as strong as the previous one and could break a huge stone, which impressed Dechai. Otherwise, it would not have withstood such a hero's strength. Hester proudly said that now he could show all his power. Dechai thanked Hestia and decided to test it now. The hero raised his staff, scattered apple seeds, and commanded them to grow and bear fruit. The apples immediately turned into huge trees, which amazed the hero. He was pleasantly surprised. Now it was a real forest. Not only the speed increased, but also the magic in the apple. That day Shay noticed that Kai was acting strangely, and the boy said it was a bit rough. Now it had become more convenient to use. When I smiled, she was pleased to hear it. Hestia asked what they would do with the harvest now, and Daisy noticed that they really had too much, so he thought to give it all to the werewolves, who would probably be happy. While Dichai was thinking, dragons appeared from somewhere, and their number increased even more. When he looked up, he and Hestia noticed that there were even more dragons, and quite a few of them. Hestia was surprised because she had never seen dragons behave like that before. Dichai decided to deal with it now. Raising his staff, he summoned huge golems that surrounded the dragons from all sides. The hero trusted the golems and said that he was leaving everything to them. The golems obeyed Dichai and began to narrow the circle around the dragons, and the dragons were confused and panicked. Approaching the dragons, the golems simultaneously struck them, and they, following the first dragon, rose into the air. The boy decided that it was all over and looked at his cane, which fortunately did not break. Hestia smiled and noticed that he had gained more endurance. It was good that they managed to solve the problem in time. The hero thanked Hestia for her help, and now thanks to her he could not worry. Hestia placed her hands on the staff, and this surprised Dichai. The girl smiled sincerely and said that she was very pleased to hear such words. The next day, when the hero was working with the golems, Anne approached him to greet Dichai. She greeted the girl, who seemed to be worried. That girl had heard that they were attacked by dragons and wanted to find out if they managed to defeat him. Dichai said that they were fine and suggested that someone might have been hurt, but Anne calmed him down and said that everything was fine. She asked if there were problems with the dragons themselves. Dichai replied that everything was as usual, and Anne understood him. Still, she was quite surprised when the dragons flew away like that. Dichai suggested that next time there might be more of them. This time he used a golem for battle, thought that he needed to adjust its attack power, but replied that everything was fine and the dragon caused almost no damage. Dichai decided not to change anything in that case. Anna asked to take materials from him, and Dichai did not understand why she asked him for that. Anne explained that after all, he was the one who defeated it. The hero, of course, had nothing against it, he just drove them out of his territory. By the way, the hero wondered if a lot of material had been filmed from them, and Anne replied that usually magic takes time, but this time the blow was too strong, so everything fell apart by itself. Dichai was glad he could ease her work, and Anne bowed to him in gratitude. The girl quickly looked around. She wanted to meet her sister, but she had no time for that. Dichai asked if she would look for her, but Anne really had no time, although she wanted to very much. Today was the meeting of the Dragon King, and Anne thought about whether Dichai would go there, but he said no. Anne thought that Dichai was the ruler of the Dragon Valley, but the boy said he was not. Moreover, he had never been there. Anne understood and decided to bring him some food later. Dichai agreed, but could not promise that Hestia would be with him. Anne said it was all right and took a deep breath. She came again confused and said that it was enough just to feel her scent. Dichai was stunned. He already understood how unhappy Hestia was. He waved goodbye to Anna and invited her to come more often. Anna thanked him, waved back, and left. Later, Hestia returned with a bag of pebbles. The hero greeted her and asked how things were in the city. She replied that it was lively as always because she managed to buy many ingredients and opened the bag to show them to Dichai. Dichai was glad that she could buy everything she wanted. He remembered that Anna had come to visit them and informed Hestia about it. She immediately became worried and began to look around carefully, asking where she was. Dichai assured her that she was not here because she had gone to the Dragon Valley. Hestia sighed deeply, recalling the meeting. It was only to her benefit. Hestia explained that this gathering is held once every 10 years, where the Dragon Kings meet, and Dichai wondered why it was needed. Through their power, Dragon Kings were accustomed not to gather information, so they appointed another Dragon King who praised Hestia, saying that she was fine. He asked if she would also go to the meeting in that case, but Hestia refused because she herself was not a Dragon King. And all because she lost to him. Dichai heard the same from Henry. Hestia looked up to the sky where dragons were circling and said that they knew the hero could easily use them. Even if so, Dichai thought they were more like replacing transportation, and Hestia agreed, although others would be scared if they saw a whole flock of dragons. Hestia had already tried this before and immediately felt uncomfortable. Dichai remembered the city and how everyone was shocked when they saw a dragon. The boy decided it was better to use a golem than a dragon. Although if you look at it that way, it would be much scarier than a dragon. Suddenly, Sakura interrupted them, running to the hero. She shouted Dichai that dinner was ready. Hestia heard about the food and her stomach rumbled. Dichai noticed she was also hungry and suggested going to eat. He just smiled and happily went after Sakura and Dichai. Karen was very happy to meet Dichai. The hero met the girl in the garden and realized he hadn't seen her for a long time, heard that she was returning to the capital, and Karen explained that she was reporting on the 4 great spirits. Princess Athena wanted to join her but had to stay in the capital, and because of this, she was very upset. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a large boar that ran out at the heroes and was about to attack. Karen did not even think to stop it with her hand and did not move. Karen smiled and decided that this was Daikai's pet, but the man looked at her in surprise. The hero replied that she was mistaken, but the boar often visited him. It turned out that he did not intend to attack them, and Karen understood this. Karen turned to Daichai and asked if he could look her in the eyes. Daichai looked at the girl in surprise, not understanding what it was supposed to mean, and the girl silently looked at the hero, and a minute passed. Suddenly the boar got scared, turned around, and ran away. Daichai looked at him, thinking that Karen had done something to him, but the girl just smiled. She explained to him that it was his power that could make a highest-class monster flee with just one glance. Karen started to go crazy again. She enthusiastically told Daichai that he was truly strong, and she was not wrong to decide to give birth to him. Daichai decided to let it go, but still had to thank Karen for driving the boar away. The girl did not agree with him. The boar ran away through Daichai's magic, and she simply became his guide. Daichai knew nothing about this guide. Karen was surprised and decided to ask Daichai if he returned the stream of magic she sent with her gaze, but Daichai replied that it was not exactly so. He just looked into her eyes, and the girl was shocked that it happened without any effort. She looked at Daichai just like Anne looked at Hestia and said he was simply wonderful. Daichai, of course, didn't understand anything but was glad she liked it. The hero asked what purpose Karen had come to him for. Karen gently said that, of course, she came to see him. She still had business in Dragon Valley, but she considered it secondary. Looking around, Karen liked the place where Daichai lived. She was here for the first time, noticed his house, and admitted that she had never seen such a type of building before, and also noticed that the magic of Daichai in this land, mixed together, was very powerful here. Daichai did not understand anything from what Karen said, and Karen apologized, admitting that she was too excited. The girl asked permission to come to him after the meeting ended. She still wanted to properly thank the hero for the last time, so she planned to come again. Daichai smiled, noticing that Karen seemed to have come to her senses. He did not object, but decided to warn her that he would be sleeping at night. Karen assured him that everything was fine and the meeting would end soon. Daichai doubted that it would happen so quickly. Karen looked at Daichai with a fanatical gaze, and the hero decided to agree with her and let her come to him tonight. Karen thanked Daichai and bowed to him. She decided to turn on maximum speed to finish faster. Working on the spot, Karen rushed to Dragon Valley with all her might, and Daichai was worried that nothing would happen in the valley. The hero raised his head to the sky and decided that it was not worth bothering himself with this. After thinking a little, he went to the onsen. Soon all the Dragon Kings gathered in the Dragon Valley. She sat at the table, noticed that her older sister did not come, and said that they would not be able to hold the meeting properly. Numuo smiled and replied that they had not seen each other for a long time, but in 100 years no one had changed. Karen said that Hestia, as always, had gathered information well. Admiring her sister, she told the girls that Hestia was cool and worth emulating, and suggested starting with Daichai. Lamoraz smiled and agreed that he definitely could not be missed. Karen once again had a loving look, and she said that one could talk about Daichai forever. By that time, Anne had also found out that she wanted to have a child with him. Karen stood up from the chair and hit the table, agreeing with Anne's words, asked to show the girls to see how strong he was, and since she was completely in love with him, decided that the matter had to be brought to an end. And Karen shook her hand. She completely understood her. Lemuro smiled and asked her not to bother Daichai, although she herself had recently caused him so much trouble and did not understand why Lemuros could be so calm when they talked about Daichai. Lemuros was sure she could not compare to him because he saved her life, but she did not feel for him what Karen felt. Anna was glad that their sister was so sensible and decided that she should learn from her. She remembered something. Near the place where Daichai lives, various monsters and dragons began to appear. An underground dungeon even formed there, and a strange flow of magic was felt. Lemuros confirmed this and admitted that she also saw the unconscious dragon. She thought it was because of the dungeon, and Anne agreed that it was probably so. Then Anne asked for the opinions of Lemuros and Karen and decided that she had to inform Daichai. Lemuros believed that it was normal and that it would be safer for him that way. When the three dragon queens reached an agreement, they decided to end the meeting and gathered everyone to visit Daichai. So they all ended up in the hero's house, and Daichai noticed that everything ended quite quickly. Karen got angry and said that she had something to tell him, especially about her feelings, so she decided to mention them several times. Then Hi invited them inside, saying that he was just sorting apples. After serving tea, he offered them food and cake. Karen was the first to thank him and, sitting at the table, could not believe that she could eat here in the atmosphere of Duche and sit next to him. She considered it a blessing. Duche looked at Anne and reminded her that she had said something about the dungeon. Anne had already grabbed her sister Hestia, who was sitting under her huge breasts. She told the hero that there was a hole in the city connected to the dungeon. Anne could assume that there was an accumulation of magical stones. Duche suggested that there might be a boss in such a dungeon, because recently someone had staged a riot in the garden, and he remembered that big goat they once defeated. Hester replied gloomily that they usually do not exist because the dungeon boss was a magical stone that had accumulated magical power and mutated over the years. If so, then that was good. Hester told Duche that in his case, it was possible. He seemed to have lost his mind, and squeezing Hesia's small breasts tighter, said that it was violence. She broke free with her last strength and ran behind Duche's back, running around the table. Duche decided that this was an exception and continued talking about the dungeon, especially since he felt a strange flow of magic, so he went down there to check. He turned to Hesia and suggested going there tomorrow, and Hesia gladly agreed to help him. Karen and Anne also wanted to go to the dungeon and asked to be taken with them. They wanted to be just Duche's. Lemuros supported them and also asked because she was curious to see the dungeon. Duche sighed and said that then they would all go there together. Sakura entered their room, smiled, and said that they were very noisy, so she decided to make them vento, and Duche apologized to Sakura for having to put this duty on her. But Sakura did not consider it a big problem and was happy to help. She took the surprised Duche by the hand and wanted to say something more. Approaching the hero's face, she said that she would also join them in the dungeon. At first Duche was surprised, then thanked Sekiro for everything. The princess and Ashi's squad, when they were in the capital of Prussia, approached the entrance to the dungeon. Dania said that this was where they found the new dungeon. And his team smiled at the princess and asked her to trust them. Dinya shook Esh's hand and thanked them for taking on this task, saying that it was pleasant to work with them. Today their job was to escort, destroy monsters, and report on the situation in the dungeon. Ganya asked not to worry because she could protect herself. Esh agreed that the princess was strong. But they were still ready to protect her. He looked at his squad, and his men confirmed his words. Dinya smiled and noticed that the guys behaved well, and Esh did not doubt it because it was their specialty. In that case, Dinya suggested going into the dungeon. Everyone gathered, and it was time to start. Meanwhile, the girls together with Duche were also going to the dungeon, and Lemuros was happy, thinking that they would have a picnic there. Sekiro made stairs for them. The heroes advised going faster, and Hestia went ahead of everyone because she had good intuition. She descended inside Lemuros, looked around, and was amazed by this interesting dungeon. It was the first time she had seen magical stones illuminating the path. She could barely contain her admiration for this beautiful magic and felt a surge of strength, while Duche walked behind her. Karen had a nosebleed, and she said she was excited. Seeing the blood, she quickly began to clean it up, and Duche asked her to be careful not to fall. Karen assured him that she was fine and that he did not need to worry about her. Duche asked Sakura and Hestia if they had heard any voices. In said she heard nothing special, and Hestia too, but Hestia noticed that the flow they felt yesterday on the other side of the dungeon was intensifying, and Duche realized it was from the city side. Duche hugged the upset Hestia from behind and decided that together with her he would show the way. Walking further through the dungeon, Duche decided to tell Hestia that he was struck by her sense of surprise. But Hestia replied that there was nothing ingenious about it and that usually the master has a special magic that is felt immediately. Hestia could no longer stand it, pushed aside her sister's large milk cans, and said that she was bothering her. Falling to the ground, Anne asked Hesia for a little more, but Hesia categorically refused. She allowed her this yesterday, but not today. Anne wiped a tear and told her sister that it was cruel. Duche watched the girls in surprise and thought that it was good that Anne listened to Hesia. At that moment, someone pulled him by the sleeve. It turned out to be Karen, who asked for permission to do the same with him. I was pleased that she decided to ask, but he was categorically against it, and this upset Karen very much. Karen stepped back behind the hero and said that in that case she would keep her distance. Duche was a little surprised that Karen also obeyed, just stopped and pointed forward. Ahead of the heroes appeared a goat, a master of dungeons, angrily looking at the enemies. Then the hero turned to Gollum and ordered to act, and Gollum rushed into attack. Gollum used the drill in his hand and wounded the monster at full speed. The goat disappeared, a dark stone fell from its body and dropped to the ground. Everyone was shocked that everything happened with one blow and told Duche that his golem had become even stronger. Duche bent down to the golem, petted it and praised it for the work, saying that the monster was weak, but the golem coped. Dechai turned to Hestia and asked if that was all. Hestia replied that no, and that there were several more such monsters. Dechai did not want to believe it. He was too lazy to fight them. Then Hestia looked at Limeraz, Karen, and Anne and asked if they could handle the monsters together, and Anne replied that yes, because they voluntarily agreed to help and would definitely manage it. Dechai noted that it was very convenient that all the Dragon Kings had well-developed senses. Hestia smiled and replied that they would try so that they would not have to rely on Dechai all the time. Dechai thanked them for the help and asked to tell him when they got hungry. The girls rejoiced and raised their hands in agreement with the hero. Meanwhile, Dinya and Esh's squad were also exterminating monsters in the dungeon, and the princess was fighting with a fiery spear. When the enemies were defeated, the girls said that if they met them every 5 minutes, they could get exhausted. Esh told the princess that this is exactly what a newly built dungeon looks like. It also happened that they had to fight monsters for several hours in a row. Dina was walking forward and thinking how uncomfortable she felt. Suddenly a beast jumped behind her, resembling a rabbit, but the princess noticed it, turned around and struck with the fiery spear. Esh looked at the ground where there was no trace of the rabbit left, and said that the princess's strength was considerable, and Dania replied that such a monster was easy for her to defeat, but she was still held back by fatigue. Naya replied to Esh that he was right and that she was not used to fighting in such places. Esh replied that there was nothing wrong with that and that she would still learn everything. Here one could not relax. Chania looked sadly at her retinue and thought that in this world there was no dungeon that would be gentle to people. These magical stones somehow affected them in a special way. The princess raised her eyes. She was glad that Ash's group went with her, but Ash asked them not to thank her because they were very grateful to her themselves. Ash shouted to his people and asked them to move forward. The squad was in fighting spirit and shouted that they would defeat everyone who stood in their way. Dania smiled at the squad chasing Ash, but their leader ordered them to stop. Monsters stood right in front of them, and apparently Ash thought this was the dungeon boss. Next to the big goat were small devils who rushed to attack, and Ash shouted to the guys to protect the princess. Smiling, Dania decided to entrust this to others, but asked Ash's squad to let her go ahead. Ash became worried and called the princess. The princess looked at her enemy without a shadow of fear and pointed at him with a stick. She would have been scared before, but not now. Dania remembered Daikai and thought that it was all thanks to him. She decided to show everything she could. With these thoughts, she used her power and applied a fire skill. The attack broke the small demons and flew straight at their leader. The fire reached the goat and hit it right in the stomach, after which the monster screamed. When the enemy was defeated, he disappeared, leaving behind a dark stone that fell to the ground. The princess looked at the stick and said she could do it. The stick grew. Ash and his team congratulated the princess on the victory and said that Dania did well. Dania thanked them for the support, but that was not all, and they needed to move on. After taking a few steps forward, an explosion sounded before the princess, and something broke through the wall right in front of her. The girl covered her face with her hand from the explosion. When the dust settled, the heroes saw a huge monster before them, much larger than the previous one. Ash shouted to the group to prepare for battle. Dania ordered the leader to be on alert, and Ash shouted that he understood. Ash looked at the princess and asked if she could hit him again, and Dania replied that she had enough strength for 2 or 3 more hits, but it seemed to her that even the first hit would not work, so she would have to put in more effort to deal with him. But the princess was confident that this enemy could be defeated, so she suggested giving all their strength, and then they would win. Dinya and their squad rushed into battle when suddenly they noticed a tree branch in the air. The branch wrapped around the huge monster and tightly bound it. When the monster fell to the ground, a voice from the dust cloud said that this was the 5th monster. The hero, coming out to meet Dania and the bald man, was glad to see them. Dania was surprised to see Dechai in the P-dungeon. Dania looked at the hero in surprise and called him, and Sakira approached and said that it seemed the Dragon Kings had also already gathered. The girl felt they were approaching, so the boy decided to finish off the last monster before they arrived. Even Dechai decided it was better to do everything according to Hestia's advice. He tied the monster even tighter, then swung it like a whip and hit the ground with all his might. The monster disappeared, leaving its stone behind, and Dechai approached it, explaining that Hestia told him that in this case the stone would be less damaged. Smiling, Sakura thought that Hestia probably did not expect the hero to listen to her advice. He was, as always, wonderful. Dania turned to Dechai, thinking he had come here from home. Daikai agreed. He thought they would have to deal with the bosses faster. Dania and the Ashes squad bowed to the hero and thanked him for the help, while Digi asked them not to bow their heads, because he did not remember saving them, but it happened that way and they still wanted to thank him. Daikai did not want them to think that way, but there was nothing he could do about it. From behind, Karen crawled through a hole in the wall and loudly said that she had returned. Daikai greeted her, and the girl noticed Danae. The golem brought stones on a plate, and Karen was surprised that there were as many as 5, because she could handle only one. Her nose was bleeding again, and she replied that the hero was incredible. Lemuro also had only one monster, so she asked Karen not to worry, and said that she had none at all, and Hestia silently held a stone in her hands. Hestia looked gloomily at the stones and said that she had 2, but she was tired of Anne's constant interrogations. Daichai looked at Hestia with pity as she heavily placed the stones on the saucer and asked her to rest. Hestia smiled and asked not to pay attention to it. They finished the work, and Daichai thought that now they could relax. The beast thought that it would have taken them more time if Daichai had not dealt with 5 monsters at once, and was impressed by his speed. The hero was glad that they had coped so quickly. He thought about having a snack here, but it was a bit dark. Hestia suggested he enhance the light of the magical stones with his magic. He only needed to command them, and the boy was surprised that it was so simple. Hestia explained to the hero that the stones tend to change their properties, so she advised him to do as she said. Daichai thanked Hestia and decided to try. Daichai raised his wooden hand to the stones, commanded their light to become brighter, and the stones immediately shone. Everyone was amazed and looked at the stones. Daichai was equally surprised, and Ash said that it seemed as if they had never been in the dungeon. Daichai completely agreed with him, and now they could just eat. The hero looked at the boy's ashes and at the princess, and asked what would happen to them. Dania inquired if they could join. But they still met, and Daichai saw nothing wrong with them eating together. Dean agreed with him and smiled. She told the hero that they would join. Ash and his squad were delighted to be able to eat in the lit dungeon together with Daichai himself. It couldn't have been better for them. The heroes spread out a whole field of food and had a picnic right in the dungeon.